Beep, click, sizzle. Commander, welcome to the complete combat log of this galactic campaign. I am your battlefield adjutant. Before we officially enter the combat playback, allow me to present a temporary notice so you will not be troubled by unnecessary confusion when the battle reaches its fiercest moments. This campaign record has been compiled from frontline battlefield data. Due to the urgency of the situation at the time and loss during transmission, there are inevitably certain logical gaps, deviations in parameters, or uncorrected minor flaws in the details. You may of course choose to keep your electronic brain linked throughout the viewing. If during the process you discover content that is clearly unreasonable, contradictory, or in violation of basic physical laws, you are welcome to submit feedback to the Truth Department. Such anomalies are highly likely to be the result of recording equipment malfunction or distortion during data transmission. The Truth Department will amend them as appropriate according to the type of error, further refining this campaign archive. To prevent these issues from affecting your experience, we still recommend that you temporarily deposit your electronic brain within the command hub and refrain from overanalyzing minor imperfections. Do you confirm that you wish to deposit your electronic brain? Yes. No. Skip. In the year 2080, after centuries of coupling and collision, after blood and flame, after ideals were torn against reality, human civilization at last, in that year, mended the rifts of conflict. It crossed the chasms of borders, race, and ideology, achieving the first true unification in human history. The United Human Government was founded. In 2085, the newborn human union turned its gaze beyond the sky. Having unified Earth, it understood with absolute clarity that if humanity remained forever within its cradle, it would have no future. Thus, those extraterrestrial research projects once neglected in the old era were revived, and a series of new interstellar exploration programs was proposed. In 2089, humanity returned to the moon. This time the flag they planted no longer represented any single nation or people on Earth, but all humankind. A sky blue field upon which golden wheat stalks crossed with a gear jointly cradling humanity's homeworld. In 2093, humanity set foot on Mars for the first time. In 2094, a human probe achieved the first safe landing on Europa, Jupiter's second moon, and successfully brought back several geological samples from its surface. In 2096, humanity built its first permanent research base on the moon's surface, capable of housing up to 5 residents. Time slowly advanced to 2099. Today, the scientists of the Human Union turned their eyes toward Titan, the enigmatic moon of Saturn. 5 years earlier, using the most advanced technology of that time, they had constructed and launched the ground probe Brave to explore this world. Now its long journey was finally nearing its end. This was humanity's first attempt to land an unmanned probe on Titan and beneath its dense atmosphere conduct long-term scientific investigations. Compared with its admirable yet short-lived predecessors, Brave possessed far more advanced and comprehensive protection capable of withstanding Titan's extreme cold, liquid methane, and corrosive atmosphere. Its sophisticated internal power system could also sustain Brave for at least 3 Earth years of operation, even without any solar energy supply. In short, Brave had come for extended research on Titan's surface environment. Of course, along the way, it would also investigate whether there truly might be any form of life on Titan. No one, however, had imagined that what would soon be discovered on Titan would completely rewrite the course of human civilization. Good morning, Elder Qin. Good morning. Qin Taishan had just finished breakfast and was as usual walking along the path leading to the base's control hall. Some of the staff members in the base hurried past with anxious steps, yet whenever they passed him, they still greeted him as they always did. As the overall director of the base and the Brave project, the 50-something Qin Taishan was held in high esteem, not only for his superb scientific skills and managerial ability, but also for his easygoing, approachable nature. Everyone who greeted him received his smile in return. Even though today was the crucial day of Brave's landing on Titan, this did nothing to change that. Qin Taishan arrived punctually at the control hall. By now the room was already filled with staff. Nearly everyone was tense as they carried out their tasks. According to plan, today was the day Brave would land on Titan, and no one dared show the slightest negligence. Compared with them, Qin Taishan appeared far more relaxed. Though he too felt a knot of tension in his heart, he knew that such nerves were useless. All preparations had long since been completed. Now they could only wait for the result. It was like an examinee waiting for exam results. No matter how much one worried, it would not add a single point. Hey, old Qin. Qin Taishan had barely entered when a middle-aged man in uniform spotted him and waved him over. Qin noticed that beside the man stood several staff members adjusting video cameras. Old you, these are the staff sent from above to handle the live broadcast, right? Qin Taishan asked as he walked up. Yes. Look, we already live. The middle-aged officer called Old Yu took out his phone, opened the world's largest video platform, tapped into the corresponding live stream, and held the screen up for Qin Taishan to see. Woohoo, made it in time. Good thing today's my day off, or I'd only catch the replay. Когда это началось? I'm really lucky. A few years ago, I watched humanity land on Mars, and today, I get to witness another milestone in the history of interstellar exploration. Long live humanity, long live the human union. Same as the one above. Long live humanity. Long live the human alliance. It looks like there are quite a lot of people. Qin Taishan clicked his tongue in mild amazement at the densely packed multilingual comments scrolling across the live stream. Of course, things like this have only happened a few times in all of history. Young people love this sort of thing. Besides, don't forget the live stream of the Mars landing a few years back. That was truly explosive. Today's popularity can't compare to those days. True enough. Qin Taishan did not suffer from memory loss. He naturally remembered what had taken place in those years. Hey old Qin, as the overall director of the project, aren't you going to say something to people all over the world? Old Yu caught Qin Taishan by the arm, then pointed to a camera aimed at the center of the hall and to the phone screen, making his suggestion clear. Qin Taishan glanced at the camera crew, likewise looking his way, then shook his head and declined the invitation. Old Yu, you know I'm not the type who enjoys being in the spotlight, and I'm not good at speaking in public places. If you really need someone, I can recommend our deputy director Xiao Su. He's far better at this than I am. All right, Old Yu said, dropping the matter when he heard the answer. He patted Qin Taishan on the shoulder and added earnestly, whatever the outcome of today's events, I will respect your decision. Don't worry, it will be fine. Qin Taishan replied, then turned to begin his own work. Time flowed by amid the viewers' anticipation of the live stream and the on-site bustle. Before long, the decisive moment arrived on the screen. Brave was about to land on Titan. The lights in the hall remained fully lit while dense strings of data flickered ceaselessly across the giant displays. Everyone stared at the live trajectory of the lander carrying the Titan probe Brave, a blinking dot slowly moving toward the orange-brown moon. Altitude XXXX kilometers, velocity XX kilometers per second, the monitor's voice rang out. Countdown 10 minutes. Qin Taishan watched the main screen, trying to discern any hint of a problem. Fortunately, everything appeared even if he did spot something, there would be nothing he could do. At their closest, Earth and Titan were still so far apart that even ignoring the time it took for signals to be returned, one-way communication delay alone was nearly 70 minutes. With such a delay, the remaining distance between Brave and Titan was no longer enough for any meaningful adjustment. What they saw on the screens was what had happened more than 70 minutes earlier. Out there far beyond Earth, everything at the real scene had already been decided. Very soon as the countdown continued, the curves on the display began to fluctuate sharply. The probe's outer shell temperature suddenly climbed. A thermal protection data shifted from green to yellow, edging toward the red critical zone. This signaled that Brave had begun to touch Titan's outer layers of space. 3 minutes. Atmospheric friction has begun. The main screen switched to a blurred feed from the probe. A thick haze like brown cotton enveloped the moon, with faint dark patches below, presumably methane lakes. The pressure in the command room seemed to tauten in step with the data displays. No one spoke, only the clatter of keyboards and the sound of breathing intertwined. The atmosphere on site seeped through the live stream into countless viewers behind their screens. They too grew nervous, and the barrage of on-screen comments dwindled noticeably. Damn, I'm so nervous. Will we win? We will. Brave's declaration before entering Titan's atmosphere. Come on, don't drag out those ancient memes at a time like this. Parachutes deployed. With the monitor's loud report, a confirmation icon for parachute bay deployment popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. The first set of parachutes tore open in the high winds, and Brave's blistering speed began to drop. The altimeter read 800 kilometers, 500 kilometers. The haze thinned and the outlines of the surface gradually emerged. Ravines crisscrossed like dried riverbeds, and in the distance reflective regions glimmered like seas of pooled liquid methane. At that moment, something anomalous seemed to flicker at the edge of Qin Taishan's vision. But before he could react, the image on the screen reverted to the normal Titan surface. He could only swallow the question that had sprung to mind and decide to revisit it after Brave completed its landing. Altitude 200 kilometers, wind speed 7 meters per second. Landing coordinates corrected, all systems normal. The second set of deceleration parachutes unfurled, and after weathering the earlier buffeting, the probe gradually stabilized. The temperature around it quickly dropped to minus 180 degrees Celsius, while the pressure readings surged. Titan's nitrogen atmosphere proved as dense and heavy as expected. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Signal lost. Everyone held their breath. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Within a few seconds, the data stream returned to normal. The main screen showed an image from the camera on the probe's underside, a field of gray-white ice rubble with smooth, rounded stones scattered at the edges, as if shaped by the flow of some liquid. 10 seconds to touchdown. The countdown resumed, and the hall, which had just begun to relax, fell silent. On the screen, the altitude numbers tumbled rapidly: 50 meters, 30 meters, 15 meters. With a muffled thud, the probe bounced slightly, then came to rest. All monitoring data froze within safe ranges, and the indicator lights turned green. Brave has successfully landed on Titan. Before the monitor had even finished speaking, the control hall erupted in thunderous cheers. The staff on site hugged one another in excitement, celebrating this great moment. Witnessing history. Witnessing history. Oh, это победа для всего человечества. This is a victory for all humankind. Wow. Qin Taishan was no exception. He too was swept up in the elation. Yet even in his excitement, he did not forget the strange image he had just seen. He stepped forward and instructed the operator to pull up the playback of the landing sequence. The young operator, though puzzled, dutifully carried out the order. At first, as the room gradually calmed, others likewise had no idea what Elder Qin was looking for. But frame by frame, he rewound the footage, and soon he found the moment he sought. Yes, that's it. Stop. Qin Taishan gave a precise order for the operator to halt the rewind. Then he scrutinized the screen. In barely more than 10 seconds, he spotted the anomaly he'd been searching for. An icy chill shot straight up the back of his skull. Good heavens. Old Qin, what's wrong? Old Yu hurried, over concern etched on his face. Look, what is that? Qin Taishan pointed at a particular spot on the giant screen. What? Old Yu followed the direction of Qin Taishan's pointing finger. Not only Old Yu. All those present in the hall, as well as the viewers in the live stream, turned their eyes to where Qin was indicating. What does he mean? Why is Elder Qin pointing over there? What happened? Hey, isn't that patch a little brighter than the area around it? Really? Where? I don't see it. It all looks the same to me. Maybe the livestream compression is messing up the image. Could there really be aliens on Titan? Qin Taishan had no idea what the audience outside the control hall was thinking. Seeing that Old Yu had not noticed anything amiss, he reminded him, excitedly raising his voice. Look at that spot. Isn't there something wrong with it? Oh, it really does seem a bit off. Is the reflection brighter there than in other places? Qin Taishan raised his volume, and what he said next was not only for Old Yu, but for everyone present. By rights, this area should not possibly have such a high reflectivity. Look at the surrounding methane lakes. The overall illumination is like this, and any fluctuations fall within the expected range. But this patch is different. Look, it is not located over a methane lake, but on solid ground. Given the illumination conditions on Titan's surface, even metals such as silver, aluminum, or gold, the ones most suited to remain stable in a low-temperature nitrogen-methane atmosphere, while retaining excellent reflective properties, could not possibly exhibit a reflectivity this high. After voicing his assessment, Qin Taishan drew in a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. You mean to say, Old Qin, you took one look at this low-resolution image and instantly picked out a few abnormal... Old Yu looked at Qin Taishan as though he were staring at a monster. Many people still could not even find the spot Qin Taishan was talking about. To them, he was practically a superhuman. Forget how I spotted it for now. Qin Taishan waved his hand dismissively, then hurried back to his station. First, have the Yongzhe probe leave the lander. We will likely have to alter our plan. Their original plan had been to let Yongzhe circle the methane lake closest to the landing site before heading elsewhere. But after what he had just seen, Qin Taishan immediately decided to abandon that plan and first send the probe to investigate the anomalous area. Elder Qin changing the original plan and rearranging the itinerary is a small matter, but as for the higher-ups... A staff member leaned in beside Qin Taishan and spoke in a low voice. Do not worry about the higher-ups. Old Yu and I will explain it to them, and this order is mine alone. Whatever happens next, I will bear the responsibility, Qin Taishan replied. Seeing how adamant he was, the staff member naturally did not dare say more. Everyone began operating Yongzhe according to Qin Taishan's instructions. Because of signal delay, commands sent from Earth took more than an hour to reach Titan, and only after over 2 more hours would the images from there be transmitted back. During this waiting period, Old Yu and the others with a say in the matter, and later, even their superiors, all asked Qin Taishan why he had made this decision. Qin Taishan's answer was simple. He believed that the anomalous reflection held greater scientific value than the research items in the original plan. He even felt that it did not resemble anything that could naturally form on Titan's surface at all, and might very well be traces left behind by extraterrestrial beings. Even in the worst case, if it was not evidence of extraterrestrials, they could still determine what kind of substance was capable of reflecting such intense light under these extreme conditions, a discovery that would be of immense benefit to human materials science. By the time Qin Taishan had finished all these discussions, new movement finally appeared on the giant screen. Yongzhe's design was unlike that of most surface probes. Put simply, it was a rotorcraft drone built specifically for Titan's environment. Several rotors mounted on its body enabled it to lift off in the moon's dense atmosphere and search for potential points of interest from the air at higher speed. Under the gaze of all present, Yongzhe unfolded its 4 rotor-bearing wings in Titan's gentle breeze. A moment later, the rotors began to spin faster and faster. At last, it successfully broke free of Titan's surface, shooting straight up into the alien sky. When people on Earth saw this scene, another wave of cheers swept through the hall. This was, after all, the first time in human history that a vehicle had flown on Titan. Although it was not humanity's first flight on an extraterrestrial world, it was still a noteworthy achievement. After takeoff, Yongzha quickly pulled away from the ground. When it reached a height of more than 10 meters, it hovered, and the more distant vistas of Titan gradually came into view. At that moment, the lighting near Yongzha's landing site on Titan was still relatively good, roughly equivalent to dusk on Earth. Thus, with a normal camera, they could clearly capture the terrain within a range of about 100 meters, while anything farther away appeared blurred and indistinct. Because of this, the personnel on Earth were still unable to determine in which direction the anomalous glint Qin Taishan had identified lay. Yongzha could have flown higher to see farther, but the risks were too great. High-altitude air currents might jeopardize its flight stability. So in the earlier commands they had sent, Qin Taishan and the others had allowed the probe to climb only to this altitude to film the surrounding environment. Still, locating the place was far from beyond Qin Taishan and his team. They quickly laid out one by one the terrain images Yongzha had taken and began comparing them. Before long, by matching features from the landing phase images with those now on the screen, they pinpointed the approximate direction of the anomalous flash. Immediately afterward, the team on Earth, unable to contain their impatience, transmitted a command ordering Yongzha to fly toward the coordinates they had deduced. With the signal traveling there and back, more than 2 hours slipped by once again. By this time, the barrage of comments and live streams across the globe had not diminished. In fact, it was steadily growing. New viewers, having heard that Yongzha might have discovered aliens or some other strange phenomenon on Titan, flocked in hoping to see for themselves, while media outlets began discussing the topic on social networks. As for Qin Taishan, he did not rest at all during those hours of waiting. Instead, he sat in his seat too excited to move, watching for any change on the screen, even ignoring the lunch the staff brought him. He had a premonition that this might be the most important moment of his life. Long before joining the Yongzha mission, he had always maintained that Titan had a high probability of harboring life. Now that conjecture might be on the verge of being confirmed, assuming there was no observational error, and perhaps even surpassed beyond his wildest expectations. How could he not be exhilarated? Regardless of how people on Earth speculated, once Yongzha received the new command, its onboard AI immediately spun up the rotors and headed for the designated location. Under Titan's orange sky, Yongzha flew on, leaving patch after patch of barren ground and low hills behind. Qin Taishan stared intently at the unfolding scenery on the monitor, afraid of missing the slightest detail. Yet as time ticked by, they still found nothing. Every image Yongzha transmitted showed either plains composed of icy crust and mixed materials, or hill ranges and mountains formed mainly of water ice. Nowhere did they see the anomalous glint Qin Taishan had spoken of. Just as Qin Taishan began to suspect that Yongzha might have flown in the wrong direction, the craft arrived before another low hill. Its AI judged that the safest way to handle the terrain was to detour around it, so Yongzha veered left, intending to skirt the hill and then continue forward. No one had expected that once it rounded the hill, a scene entirely beyond everyone's imagination would suddenly appear on the giant screen. The control hall plunged into an unprecedented silence. Only the steady hum of machines continued, as if nothing had changed. "What?" Qin Taishan exclaimed, instinctively rising from his seat as he saw the image displayed on the large. It's no wonder he reacted this way. Even though he had some mental preparation, what lay before him still exceeded his. As the brave ship navigated past the hills and continued onward, a silver-white cube suddenly appeared. This silver cube was incongruous against the surrounding light yellow terrain, as if someone had placed an inverted stainless steel bowl on a damp sandy beach, only this bowl was a sharp-edged square. Qin Taishan's exclamation shattered the silence in the hall, prompting everyone to react from their shock. The hall was immediately filled with a cacophony of astonished gasps and discussions. Faced with this unprecedented sight, even the calmest among them couldn't help but utter a whoa. At that moment, the same was happening in live streaming rooms worldwide. Within seconds of the image appearing, the barrage of comments sharply decreased, only to be followed by a tidal wave of messages flooding in from viewers across all platforms. The global audience was set ablaze, with some smaller platforms even experiencing lag. Whoa, what kind of joke is this? Is it real? Are there really aliens on Titan? I checked the calendar, and today is not April Fool's Day, right? This is definitely not a naturally occurring object. If it were, I would eat it. I am truly witnessing history. Soon the explosive news about the discovery of non-natural artifacts on Titan spread rapidly, drawing more and more people into various live streaming rooms. Before long, everyone in the world would know about what was happening here. Qin Taishan was unaware of this, nor did he care. His attention was solely focused on the screen. "Hey, old Qin." Until Lao Yu nudged him, he finally snapped back to reality. "What is it?" "I'm busy right now." "Old Qin, listen to me," Lao Yu said seriously to Qin Taishan. "You saw the image on the screen. If nothing goes wrong, this matter is certainly significant. I need to contact the higher-ups immediately for instructions. Before that, you need to be in charge of the scene and prevent any chaos. Don't make any rash decisions until I return. Have the brave ship stand by for orders and await a response from above. Okay. Qin Taishan understood the seriousness of the situation, so he nodded in agreement with Lao Ye's suggestion. However, he corrected Lao Yu on one point: we cannot have the brave ship stop on a dime. The delay with Earth is too great, and we cannot remotely control it in real time. We can only give a rough command and rely on the AI aboard the ship to decide how to execute the order. That is why it is still flying towards that large cube. The AI determined there were no obstacles in its path, and it could continue progressing as planned. We never designed it to handle a scenario like this. After hearing this, Lao Yu felt the gravity of the situation. He thought for a moment, and said, regardless, let's send the stop command first. I'll make the call right away. With that, he grabbed the phone and rushed out the door, not forgetting to order the staff still streaming to halt the broadcast. Given the gravity of the situation, it was evidently no longer suitable to continue the live stream. How did it go black? Was the stream cut? What happened? I just entered. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it seems like things have really escalated. Could it be that we might actually witness aliens landing on Earth in our lifetime? Awesome. External public opinion did not affect Qin Taishan. He watched as Lao Yu and some others left the control hall to contact their superiors, then turned back to gaze at the large cube standing on the alien planet, a massive and clearly non-natural artifact, feeling momentarily at a loss for words. However, one thing was certain: his curiosity was unprecedentedly piqued. What would they see next on Titan? Qin Taishan thought, both excited and anxious. Without time to ponder further, just 1 minute after Lao Yu left the hall to make the call, the brave ship captured a new situation as it continued its planned course. Heavens! What is that? An astute researcher exclaimed in astonishment. A little over a month ago, he was just a worker who had been in society for 3 years, choosing to stay home on a rare day off to play his favorite game and relax. Unexpectedly, when he opened the real-time strategy game Galactic War, which he had played for nearly 5,000 hours, and prepared to start a new single-player game intending to teach the AI a lesson, an unforeseen incident occurred. He only remembered feeling a sudden dizziness followed by darkness as he completely lost consciousness. When Huifeng awoke, he was astonished to find himself not in front of his familiar computer desktop, but instead in a desolate yellow plain. What astonished him further was that his physical body had inexplicably vanished, and the way he perceived the world had transformed into a strange perspective akin to a god's eye view, allowing him to zoom in to see the various sizes of white stones on the ground and zoom out to overlook the vast alien landscape for hundreds of kilometers. Huifeng took some time to figure out that he had traversed from being a living human to this unnamed alien planet, becoming a camera equipped with all the relevant systems from Galactic War. He discovered he could summon the original buttons from the Galactic War game interface through his subconscious, including resource bars, construction menus, and mini-maps. Not only that, but Huifeng also noticed some new interfaces and buttons that were not part of the original version, though nearly all of these were temporarily non-interactive, and he could not discern their names or effects. Then he noticed the values displayed in the resource bar were precisely the amounts players would have at the start of a game. Moreover, there was a base vehicle that came with the game, currently situated in the vast plain and positioned right in the center of Huifeng's god's eye view. Thus, with a sense of trial, he attempted to control this base vehicle and deploy it. Huifeng's attempt was successful. He transformed the stationary base vehicle into his first base, even producing the first batch of farmers responsible for construction and resource gathering. His control over these units and structures felt as natural as if it were his own body. Recalling that he had been preparing to start a match of Galactic War before his traversal, he strongly suspected that he had entered a match of Galactic War and quite possibly the single-player game he was about to begin. Consequently, Huifeng began to follow the game's formulaic process of farming and developing, quickly producing a batch of early-stage aerial reconnaissance units to explore the surrounding world. However, after his reconnaissance units had circled the planet several times, he had not discovered any other Galactic War factions apart from himself. This planet had no signs of life at all. He was the only moving entity in the entire world. Of course, Huifeng did not let his guard down, as one innovative aspect of Galactic War was that the battles between players and enemies were not limited to a specific ground or sky location, but extended to the cosmic level, allowing players to engage in combat on barren spaces or the surfaces of planets across multiple star systems. In many official maps, the spawn points of players and other factions were not on the same planet, so Huifeng had to consider whether the high-difficulty AIs he had set before the game started had spawned on other planets. This posed a significant threat to Huifeng. If his suspicions were correct, he wouldn't be able to crush the threat in its infancy through early skirmishes. He needed to develop quickly, gaining at least some self-defense capabilities before the other Galactic War factions discovered him. Thus, whether out of sheer boredom or concern over potential attacks that might come knocking, Huifeng began to rapidly develop using the game system's cheat code. Until today, over a month later, a yellow dot that suddenly appeared on a small map caught his attention. What is that? When did a neutral unit appear? Huifeng looked at the yellow dot on the map, puzzled. In the game, galactic war neutral units are usually marked in yellow on the map, but previously Huifeng had not found any neutral units on this planet. Huifeng pondered for a moment and thought of a possibility. Could it have come from space? Coincidentally, the path taken by the yellow dot coincided with the least developed area he had explored. It was possible that he did not notice this event immediately after other factions landed here. Thinking of this, he decided to shift his perspective to investigate, curious about what was approaching his newly constructed mining site, which looked like a large cube. In a flash, his perspective swept across most of the planet and landed at the scene of the event. Comparing with the map, he quickly found the yellow neutral unit. Isn't that one of those neutral wild monsters from the game? To Huifeng's surprise, what appeared in his view was not a titan beast or a rogue-killing robot, but a small, pitiful-looking strange drone. Huifeng zoomed in to observe carefully and found that this thing looked quite primitive. Or rather, it had a very realistic and angular style, unlike the sleek and highly sci-fi appearance of the units he was currently commanding. Feeling that something was off, Huifeng opened the minimap, found the nearest flying reconnaissance unit, and planned to intercept this object to prevent it from getting closer to his mining site, while also observing it from a closer distance. In addition to the god perspective, Huifeng could also observe the world by possessing the units, a feature that existed in the original game. Although it was somewhat useless in the game, it proved to be quite useful, now helping him see some details that were not clear from the god perspective. Under his command, 3 flying reconnaissance units called Falcon, which had been left idle nearby after exploring the entire planet, quickly powered up their engines and soared towards the target. The Falcon is an early surface flying reconnaissance unit from the early stages of the game, characterized by its extremely high speed within the atmosphere and some attack capabilities. Although it cannot win in an unknown against any armed object in the game, Huifeng believed that 3 Falcons would be sufficient to deal with this seemingly unarmed little thing. If they couldn't handle it, he would just consider it bad luck and temporarily abandon the mining site. During this time, he had focused primarily on development. Aside from the Falcons for reconnaissance, he hadn't built any units specifically for war, only constructing some defensive platforms near the starting base. He originally planned to capture the entire planet first, operate for a while, and then mass-produce units, but plans changed unexpectedly, and he did not expect this to happen so soon. However, it was about time. Some of his preparations were already complete, and once he figured out what this neutral unit was, he could proceed to the next step. The Falcon was very fast, and since the distance wasn't too far, it didn't take long for Huifeng to see the strange drone through the Falcon's first-person view. The drone seemed unresponsive to the fast-approaching Falcons, continuing to fly towards the distant mine. Huifeng controlled the Falcons to slow down as they approached the target, ultimately surrounding the strange drone. In the game Galactic War, this kind of micromanaging unit gameplay did not originally exist, but shortly after he crossed over and established the base, he realized he could do this, as if reality and the game had perfectly merged in these units under his control. Huifeng speculated that perhaps this was due to the fact that the faction he was controlling was a mechanical Gestalt civilization in the game's background. In the backstory, this faction is called assimilators, ruled by an artificial intelligence that awakened independent consciousness due to an accident. There are no independent intelligent beings similar to humans under this faction, only this artificial intelligence. So theoretically, every building and unit in this faction belongs to this artificial intelligence. And now this artificial intelligence was merely a replacement for Huifeng himself from the backstory. That being said, the strange drone showed no signs of attack when surrounded by the Falcons. It only stopped when one of the Falcons with agile maneuvers blocked all its forward routes, hovering in the air with its primitive propellers, and made no further movements. This scene left Huifeng, who had been observing the situation, feeling increasingly strange. However, when he switched to a side view from one of the Falcons, he saw something unexpected. Is this in both Chinese and English? Thanks to the close observation of the Falcon, Huifeng could see the details more clearly than from above, and he noticed a slanted surface of the strange drone with a sentence in simplified Chinese and English. Joint manufacturing. Next to this phrase, there was also an emblem resembling the UN flag, with about 80% similarity. What the heck? Huifeng was momentarily dazed. Wait, what is this doing here? Isn't this a desolate star in the game universe? What is this creation that is clearly related to human civilization? There are no human factions in Galactic War. Huifeng dragged his perspective to look at the orange-yellow sky, trying to penetrate the atmosphere to find the origin of this man-made object. However, apart from the thick yellow clouds, Huifeng could see nothing. Currently, his activities were primarily focused on the planet's surface. Although he had plans for expansion into space, he had not deployed a single unit in space yet. Moreover, the planet's atmosphere was too thick, making it impossible to see anything from the ground. Thus, he had no visibility of space and did not know what lay beyond the planet. Originally, Huifeng's plan was to develop step by step before expanding into space, but now this clearly human-made drone, suspected to be an extraterrestrial probe, brought him a huge surprise and prompted him to change his plans, putting space expansion at the top of his priorities. Although Huifeng couldn't confirm that his current location was definitely within the solar system, he could at least be sure that it was not far from the solar system, as the technology level of this drone did not seem advanced enough to traverse vast interstellar space. It seems the plan needs to be revised. Fortunately, the time and resources required to build a battleship factory are not too much. But how should I deal with this thing? My heavens, could that be aliens? In the control hall of Earth, a series of gasps erupted, yet no one paid attention to the staff's loss of composure, for everyone was equally astonished by the latest images displayed on the large screen. On the camera of the Courageous, 3 indistinct white dots suddenly appeared on the horizon of Titan, and within seconds those dots rapidly expanded within the Courageous view. This was no imaging error, rather it was 3 gray-white unidentified flying objects. Everyone stared in astonishment as the 3 unidentified flying objects approached the Courageous, dispersing and maintaining a certain distance around the ship. This allowed people to see their appearance more clearly. At first glance, the 3 flying objects resembled several triangular arrows flying in the air, their entire bodies almost silver-white, similar to the distant unknown cube. However, they appeared flatter from the side and exhibited a streamlined design, their surfaces remarkably smooth with no obvious protrusions. People could even see the Courageous reflected on top of them. Their speed was extremely fast, and their maneuverability was highly flexible, just like scenes from a sci-fi movie. They could hover in midair and even change direction. It is worth noting that aside from seeing a few thrusters at the rear when they turned, Qin Taishan and others did not observe any additional devices that would allow the flying objects to hover or maneuver, be it propellers or more thrusters. This was enough to prove that the technological sophistication behind these flying objects far surpassed that of modern humanity. At least such a sci-fi-looking vehicle that could move freely on Titan was something humans could not produce. There was no doubt that this was a masterpiece of extraterrestrial life. In the control hall, Qin Taishan was the first to regain his composure from the shock of experiencing a close encounter of the third kind. He immediately rushed to a nearby staff member who was equally dumbfounded, urging him to inform Lao Yu, who had just stepped out moments ago, to relay the new situation here to the higher-ups. This matter could no longer be decided by him alone. It was imperative to have more prominent figures and relevant experts on site. In the meantime, he would keep a close watch on the subsequent actions of the unidentified flying objects on the screen. After all, every move captured on the screen could potentially impact the future of human civilization. As the overall head of the project, he had to treat it with the utmost caution. Time passed slowly. In the footage captured by the Courageous, the unidentified flying objects surrounded the ship, with one of them in front stopping the Courageous in midair, after which it made no further movements. Just as humans were astonished by their appearance, these flying objects seemed puzzled by the human creation that was the Courageous. Were the controllers behind them discussing how to deal with this sudden human artifact appearing on Titan? This speculation suddenly arose in Qin Taishan's mind. Before Qin Taishan could ponder further, the unidentified flying objects quickly made new movements. One of the objects positioned in front of the Courageous slowly approached above it, and amid the staff's gasps, a smooth protrusion beneath it suddenly emitted a burst of blue light that enveloped the Courageous, after which it turned and flew away with the other 2 unidentified flying objects heading toward a distant cube. Are they trying to take the Courageous away from that cube? A nearby staff member speculated. No, I think it's not that simple, Qin Taishan replied after a moment of silence. Even while carrying the Courageous, the unidentified flying objects maintained a rapid flight speed. Based on the speed at which the ground references passed in the footage, Qin Taishan estimated that their speed likely exceeded that of most aircraft currently on Earth. Heaven knows how they managed to keep the structure of the Courageous intact while flying so fast. However, thanks to this, the Courageous captured more footage during the flight. Upon reviewing the playback, Qin Taishan and the others in the control hall discovered more silver-white cubes on the surface of Titan. Unfortunately, these cubes were all quite distant in the footage, none as close as the cube first discovered by the Courageous, and due to the rapid speed of the Courageous, they typically appeared only as a few frames in the returned footage. Qin Taishan and the others could not discern more details to speculate on the purpose of these cubes. However, the sheer number of discoveries led everyone watching these images to conclude one fact: these strange creations of extraterrestrial civilizations seemed to be widely present across the entire Titan. This discovery left many in the control hall feeling somewhat unsettled. Judging by the reference objects next to these cubes, their height should be around 80 to 120 meters with widths almost equivalent. Such gigantic constructs would be a significant project on Earth. If they were buildings, they would take months or even years to complete, exact timing depending on their purpose. On Titan, however, this timeline would be indefinitely postponed as humanity currently lacked the capability to undertake large-scale engineering projects in such harsh environments. Moreover, there had already been no less than 20 of these massive cubes appearing in the footage transmitted by the when combined with the technological level exhibited by the unidentified flying objects around the Courageous after the initial shock and excitement of discovering extraterrestrial life subsided, everyone unconsciously entertained a thought: if such an advanced and powerful alien civilization harbored hostility towards humanity, how would humanity respond? Qin Taishan shared similar concerns, but he did not voice them. After all, the information currently available was still too limited to draw any definitive conclusions. Time would not stop for people's worries. About 10 minutes later, the three unidentified flying objects brought the Courageous closer to a hill. In the footage, as they got closer, an inconspicuous cave appeared at the foot of the hill. Calling it a cave seemed a bit forced, as its entrance and walls were also covered in silver-white unknown metal similar to the cubes, and the passage was presented in a neat square shape leading straight into a deeper unknown world. It resembled the entrance to some sort of military base. The unidentified flying objects with the Courageous in tow slowed their speed and flew in a line into the entrance. Inside the passage, there were strip-like fixtures providing lighting on all sides, allowing the footage from the cameras to brighten significantly once they entered the passage. As they ventured deeper, the footage transmitted by the Courageous began to cut in and out, likely because they were being taken further into the mountain of Titan, resulting in a deteriorating signal. Fortunately, the transmission was only lagging, not completely interrupted. Everyone could still see the unidentified flying objects proceeding along the monotonous and repetitive passage, making several turns before arriving at a spacious area. This space also had lighting similar to that of the passage, allowing people to see that the area was vast and high, but due to the lack of sufficient reference points, Qin Taishan and the others could not estimate its approximate area, only knowing it was large enough to accommodate several football fields. The Courageous was gently placed on the ground of this expansive space by the blue light of the unidentified flying objects some distance away from the exit through which they entered. Then the blue light vanished in an instant, and the unidentified flying object that had carried the Courageous gave people no time to react, turning and departing the scene, with the other two flying objects leaving only the Courageous, a solitary detector, quietly resting on the smooth ground. Qin Taishan and the others in the control hall exchanged bewildered glances. For now, let's store this device in the newly constructed warehouse. Huifeng gazed at the motionless human probe lying on the ground and gave a satisfied nod. Before ascending into space, he had no intention of making contact with humanity, not yet. First, he remained uncertain how to confront them. Second, he could not yet ascertain whether this human civilization matched the one he remembered. Huifeng knew precisely what the United Nations flag looked like, and thus he was certain the emblem stamped upon the probe bore no resemblance to that flag or any affiliated organization's insignia. Moreover, the inscription beside it, a hybrid arrangement of squares and letters neither vertically nor horizontally aligned, further reinforced his suspicion this human civilization was likely not the one from his memory, but rather a counterpart from a parallel world. Of course, another possibility existed, that he had inexplicably leapt decades, or even centuries into the future, where humanity had undergone profound transformations. Perhaps a new nation had emerged bearing a flag strikingly similar, yet not identical, to the UN's. Regardless of which hypothesis proved true, verification required orbital observation. If confirmed to be the solar system, he would dispatch a unit to Earth itself at an opportune moment. Time slipped away swiftly. 12 hours had passed since Huifeng discovered the human probe and placed it inside the nearest newly built warehouse. Coincidentally, the probe's discovery site lay diametrically opposite Huifeng's birthplace, separated by the entire planet. On the far side of this world, long ago, the landscape mirrored most of the planet. Frozen methane lakes and desolate, uninhabited plains and rolling hills dominated the terrain. Yet its present appearance had undergone a radical metamorphosis. Were one to stand at the center of this region today and survey the horizon, the eye would behold nothing but a vast, unbroken expanse of architecture, uniform in hue, covering nearly all visible land, stretching relentlessly to the edge of the world. These structures shared a common aesthetic: sleek, silver-white facades assembled from interlocking geometric forms, devoid of ornamentation, radiating austere minimalism and unmistakable science fiction grandeur. Beneath their shadows, countless worker drones traversed the narrow corridors between buildings, executing assigned tasks. In the game Galactic War, these ubiquitous robots served the same foundational role as the SCVs in StarCraft, gathering raw resources, constructing and repairing facilities, indispensable architects of all subsequent advancement. Undeniably, this once frigid barren wasteland had transformed into a steel forest forged for military-industrial might, cold, unyielding, and suffused with palpable authoritarian pressure. Ancient ice-clad hills had been leveled, nearby liquid methane lakes drained dry, and minerals mined from the planet's deeper strata now fueled relentless expansion. all reduced before Huifeng's interface to stark columns of resource data cold precise and utterly utilitarian. All is progressing well. From a godlike vantage, Huifeng observed the flourishing first base and felt a deep, genuine sense of fulfillment. Suddenly, an instinctive impulse drew his perspective sharply toward a newly completed structure. Ground-based cannon launch platform, this colossal hyper-futuristic artillery emplacement occupied a vast tract of land rising hundreds of meters high, an artificial metallic mountain on the plain. Yet its primary function was not warfare. It accelerated cargo to orbital velocity, launching payloads into space like precision-fired projectiles, functionally akin to humanity's rocket launch complexes, though vastly more efficient and expedient. This platform marked the true beginning of Huifeng's off-world infrastructure. With a mere thought, the production facility discharged several specially modified space-grade worker drones, delivering them directly to the launch platform's base. Huifeng then guided them inside the structure and sealed them within custom-designed acceleration-dampening capsules, engineered to shield payloads from extreme forces. The ground aerospace launch platform roared to life. Its immense barrel slowly extended upward, pivoting with deliberate grace until it pointed steadily at the planet's hazy amber-hued sky. Click, click, rotating mechanisms encircling the barrel whirred into motion, emitting brilliant cobalt light that surged upward along the weapon's intricate network of microgrooves, accompanied by a low resonant hum. Hum hum, hum boom. At the crescendo of that sound, thunder cracked across the heavens. A near-invisible projectile erupted from the colossal muzzle, tearing through the atmosphere with a deafening sonic boom, vanishing skyward in a streak of incandescent fury. An observer floating above Titan would soon witness a blazing fireball piercing the moon's ochre cloud cover, a telltale sign that the worker drone's capsule had breached the atmosphere. At the instant of launch, Huifeng's viewpoint locked onto the capsule itself, granting him in essence the visceral thrill of a rocket ascent. Yet its velocity dwarfed Earth's primitive chemical rockets. Within moments, the infinite blackness of deep space unfolded before him. Simultaneously, the interstellar map toggle, previously grayed out, finally activated on his mini-map. Let me see, is this truly the solar system? He had no time to savor the celestial vistas. His paramount objective remained firmly in mind. Opening the map revealed a miniature stellar system, 8 major planets, countless dwarf planets, and asteroids, all orbiting a pale yellow star in stately silent procession. Among them, the third planet from the sun shimmered with swirling bands of blue, yellow, white, and green, and 2 bold characters glowed upon its surface, Earth. Huifeng then glanced upward, to the moon hovering above his own position. Titan Saturn VI. The answer surged into his consciousness, undeniable and absolute. It is the solar system. Though he'd anticipated it, seeing irrefutable proof still struck him with profound astonishment. What does it mean to assume you've transmigrated to an alien world only to ascend into orbit and discover your star system bears the name solar system? Your current location is Saturn's moon Titan, and just beyond lies Earth. Could his earlier conjecture be correct? Had he arrived centuries into humanity's future? Might he still locate his former residence, or even grimly his own grave or missing person notices? Then again, the latter seemed improbable. Before his transmigration, he had been a societal lone wolf, his parents deceased early, few relatives or friends left behind. Should anyone have noticed his disappearance or death, he doubted it would stir even a ripple. A wry, self-deprecating smile flickered across his face, and the yearning to return home dimmed considerably. Hostile unit detected. Abruptly, a frigid system alert blared, accompanied by a pulsing red triangle flashing insistently on his mini-map. What a... Titan, as Saturn's largest moon, lies astonishingly close to Earth from an astronomical perspective. Should an indigenous, intelligent civilization exist, there its advancing technological capabilities would inevitably detect anomalies on Earth, such as nocturnal artificial illumination and anomalous atmospheric data, especially given the extraordinary sophistication displayed by these unidentified aerial phenomena. Yet throughout the entire recorded history of human development, no verifiable evidence has ever surfaced indicating extraterrestrial interference in the course of our civilization. Moreover, we have extensively observed Titan using numerous instruments, including powerful telescopes, yet found no trace of an alien biosphere, at least not upon its planetary surface, save for the extraordinary event witnessed just hours ago. Thus, the originators of these unidentified objects most likely hail from beyond our solar system, and arrived at Titan only recently for reasons still unknown. Why they entered the solar system remains for now a profound mystery. Nevertheless, Earth would almost certainly captivate their interest. Titan lies perilously close to our world, and any civilization possessing interstellar travel capability, unless utterly blind, could scarcely overlook Earth, a luminous life-bearing planet, so conspicuously suspended in the void. But why then have they not yet approached us? Drawing upon all available data, I propose several hypotheses for our collective discussion. A distinguished astrophysics professor, his hair silvered by decades of scholarship, stood before the assembled audience in the conference room, articulating his lifelong research with remarkable clarity and passion. Qin Taishan, seated quietly in the corner, watched the professor's flushed face, evidence of exhilaration that was entirely understandable. Qin himself had felt nearly identical elation just minutes earlier. Who would not thrill at seeing a question pursued across half a lifetime suddenly yield its answer? Were he not merely mortal, Qin would have launched himself toward Titan without hesitation, to behold with his own eyes the enigmatic visage of that alien civilization. Of course, such a fantasy remained just that. In reality, he dutifully attended this high-level meeting of the United Humanity Council, just as protocol demanded. Qin scanned the room, every seat filled, and those unable to attend in person joined via secure video link. He had not witnessed such a gathering since humanity's first landing on Mars. Yet the discovery mere hours ago fully warranted this gravity, the first confirmed detection of extraterrestrial intelligence. And their technology appeared remarkably advanced. Most astonishing of all, they dwelled right next door. No one could predict how events would unfold from here. As Qin reflected, the professor continued speaking. But Qin, lost in thought, only reawakened to the present when the scholar concluded his hypotheses, wiped sweat from his brow, and returned to his seat. A hush settled over the chamber for several seconds. Then the Secretary General of the United Humanity Council rose, her sharp, decisive presence familiar to millions from televised addresses. She tapped lightly upon the table, commanding everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all heard the professor's assessment. In brief, the situation is far graver than our initial projections. Titan indeed hosts an extraterrestrial intelligent civilization. Current evidence indicates their technological prowess vastly surpasses our own, and they have already detected us, even commandeering our Titan probe, the Brave One. She turned toward the military delegates seated nearby. General Lee, please share the Unified Armed Forces strategic assessment from defense and security perspectives. General Lee leaned forward slightly, his voice calm and grave. Though our scientists achieved crude landings on Mars years ago, humanity currently possesses no operational military capacity capable of reaching Titan. Our sole off-world outpost, the lunar base, maintains only 5 permanent personnel and carries no meaningful armaments. Put plainly, we lack interstellar travel capability, and even more critically, interstellar warfare capability. He paused briefly before continuing. Prior to arriving here, I ordered heightened global military alert status per governmental directive. Should the gravest scenario materialize, our ground forces will serve as humanity's first and final line of defense, resisting invasion to the very last breath. Additionally, I recommend immediately upgrading global air defense and near-Earth orbital surveillance, suspending all non-essential deep space launch missions, and refraining from any action that might be construed as provocative. An immediate objection arose. Then what of the Brave One? Are we simply abandoning it, letting aliens hold? Qin Taishan replied, given current distance and technological constraints, we cannot intervene. Signal latency exceeds 70 minutes, precluding real-time control. Moreover, the aliens have not destroyed the Brave One, suggesting it holds value to them. Therefore, I advise maintaining the telemetry link. It may yet transmit vital intelligence. I recommend preserving the status quo, continuing passive monitoring, while awaiting their next move. All data already received must be sealed and redundantly archived. It is at present our most precious resource. The lead xenobiologist added, their biology, cognition, and societal architecture remain wholly unknown. Human logic cannot reliably model them. Non-aggression does not imply benevolence. Detaining a probe does not constitute declaration of war. I urge strict objectivity. Establish a dedicated 247 analytical task force focused solely on empirical data shifts. The diplomatic envoy concurred. Though no communication channel yet exists, and no decipherable signal has been detected, diplomatic preparations are already underway in earnest. Should contact occur, we will rapidly deploy protocols for conveying goodwill and calibrated responses to any demands they may issue. The Secretary General nodded, synthesizing the proposals. Let us adopt these provisional resolutions. First, place all global armed forces on high alert. Deactivate every deep space observatory and radar array, with priority surveillance directed toward Saturn. Second, retain the Brave One operations team in situ, augmenting it with additional specialists for continuous monitoring. Any new activity on Titan must trigger immediate cross-departmental notification. Third, establish a transdisciplinary extraterrestrial civilization response committee, integrating elite researchers, strategists, and diplomats, operating at maximum authority. Fourth, coordinate public messaging, withhold full disclosure for now, prioritizing social stability. Concealment won't last long. The global livestream blackout already ignited worldwide chaos. Stabilize first, then determine their intent. The Secretary General's voice rang with unwavering resolve. Above all else, we must ascertain who they are, where they came from, and what they intend for humanity. Murmurs resumed, some advocating accelerated development of deep space communication systems, others insisting on fortifying terrestrial defenses, still others proposing comprehensive revision of humanity's interstellar exploration agenda for decades to come. At that moment, the conference room door burst open. A pale-faced technician staggered in, breathless and disregarding protocol, shouting urgently, "Attention! Deep space monitoring stations have just detected new activity on Titan. Something has breached its atmosphere and entered orbit." What? Titan hung in the pitch-black cosmos, enveloped like a piece of amber wrapped in orange fog. The dense nitrogen-methane atmosphere dispersed a soft yellowish glow, completely concealing the methane oceans and hydrocarbon dunes on its surface. The deep space was bone-chillingly cold, with the distant sun reduced to a faint silver, indistinguishable from other points of light in the dark backdrop. The immense Saturn loomed across the horizon, its icy rings slicing through the darkness like a pale golden blade, the edges shimmering with reflected luminescence. For millennia, the scenery here had scarcely changed. Darkness and silence seemed to eternally dominate the main theme. However, today, beneath this backdrop, some unexpected guests were making their appearance. With a whoosh, another dazzling fire meteor broke through Titan's atmosphere, entering its orbit. The scorching light gradually dissipated, revealing a streamlined metallic object resembling a large bullet quietly floating in space. With a crack, a sound that could not propagate in space echoed throughout the metallic body, and the rear half of the bullet split open with several seams. In the next moment, its body disintegrated, and several scorpion-like worker bees controlled thrusters as they flew out. In that moment, the disintegrated bullet bay fulfilled its mission, but for the worker bees contained within, the real mission was just beginning. Huifeng expertly maneuvered the newly arrived worker bees to disperse, beginning to reclaim the remnants of the... As depicted in games, they first extended a pair of not so robust metallic limbs, then emitted a pale blue light that repeatedly scanned the remnants of the bullet bay. Each scan rendered the debris more fragmented until it completely vanished. The remnants devoured by the worker bees transformed perfectly into a point of resources displayed on Huifeng's panel. Although the resources from this debris were negligible, every little bit counted, and it was a waste not to utilize them, especially for what he was about to do next. After finishing the reclamation work, the worker bees quickly changed direction, flying toward their original destination, a construction site located hundreds of kilometers away in space. The space dock was the first thing Huifeng built after reaching space. This was a necessary structure for the faction he controlled in galactic war to expand once they reached space. Moreover, he was not building just one but dozens. To facilitate this, the main base on the ground worked tirelessly to manufacture more space version worker bees to send over, temporarily diverting most of the resources originally intended for terrestrial expansion into space. In the initial plan, Huifeng did not intend to build so many space docks immediately, but something he discovered after reaching space completely changed his mind. It was not Earth or humanity, but a conspicuous little red dot on the mini-map. With a thought, the scene before him instantly transformed into an expanse of true, almost empty dark space. Here lay the interstellar space between the orbits of Pluto and Neptune, approximately 35 AU from the Sun, or about 523.6 million kilometers. In this place, he saw the true appearance of the little red dot on his minimap, a slender nail clipper-like artifact. It was colored in shades of black and gray, allowing it to almost blend into the surrounding interstellar space. The streamlined body bore no abrupt decorations, unlike human-made interstellar artifacts, but rather resembled Huifeng's own style. No, there was no need for such comparisons, for aside from its color, this ship he had discovered immediately upon entering space was from the same faction as he. Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship was its name, primarily used for early space reconnaissance. It was unarmed, but moved faster and consumed fewer resources, albeit also more fragile than many space vessels with the quickest manufacturing time. In short, it was a cannon fodder for early reconnaissance. At this very moment, the ship's manufacturing list lay quietly within the still incomplete space dock. This was not his ship. Someone else had reached space before him as an enemy. Huifeng's earlier speculation had come true. Other factions from galactic war had indeed arrived in this world alongside him, controlling the same assimilator game faction. However, that person did not seem to have spawned in the solar system, but elsewhere. Currently, he only saw the red dot of this reconnaissance ship on his minimap, with no anomalies detected in other parts of the solar system. But that did not mean Huifeng could relax his vigilance, for in galactic war, once AI exhibited reconnaissance behaviors, it often indicated that a large-scale attack was imminent. At that moment, the black-gray reconnaissance ship quietly hovered in the empty depths of space with no further. He felt that the person behind the reconnaissance ship had already discovered his presence in the solar system, for as soon as he spotted the ship, it suddenly began to decelerate until it came to a halt in the void. The other party likely had a mini-map view similar to his, able to detect new anomalies from 800 miles away, once both parties had units within the same star system. Huifeng was unsure whether the reconnaissance ship was truly controlled by an AI as complex as he imagined, but he had to prepare for the worst, expanding in space as quickly as possible, while simultaneously beginning to construct his own defensive forces. Before the enemy's main force arrived. My head hurts. Thinking about expanding his influence to other planets in the solar system, especially the moons of Saturn in preparation for the upcoming war, made his head ache. This meant he would have to operate on multiple fronts and locations. This was no easy task, but fortunately Huifeng was no longer human. He found that as long as he wished, he could divide himself into countless parts simultaneously, controlling thousands of units to do what he wanted them to do, just as if he were a single entity. This was far more gestalt than anything on Earth like ants or bees. It was merely that his past habits as a human made him somewhat unaccustomed to this, but now that the crisis was at hand, he had no choice but to adapt. He had to expand and militarize rapidly. Amidst his thoughts, news came from Titan's orbit. The first batch of space docks had been completed. Next, it was time to prepare to launch bases towards Saturn's other moons. As for whether to continue contact with Earth, Huifeng thought it best to wait and reconsider. After all, from the perspective of the god view, the situation on Earth seemed technologically superior to the world he came from, with some small gadgets in space. But everything else didn't seem to be much better. At least he couldn't see any significant differences when looking through the atmosphere. So given their situation, there wasn't much they could do. He would focus on resolving the current crisis before thinking about contact. Qin Taishan had not slept for quite some time. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the photographs on the table. It was not that he did not want to sleep, but whenever he closed his eyes, the images before him invaded his mind like maggots, disturbing his peace. The set of photographs before him came from over 1 billion kilometers away, captured by the most advanced deep space exploration team on Earth. Titan, the planet that had caused a stir in the world a few days ago, now presented humanity with yet another. A few days prior, when Qin Taishan and other relevant personnel were in a meeting room discussing how to respond to the third kind of contact that occurred on Titan, someone barged in to inform them of a new situation regarding Titan. At that time, upon hearing the report, Qin Taishan learned that a deep space telescope located in South Africa had first detected a distinct glow in Titan's atmosphere, followed by the appearance of a vague, unidentified object in Titan's orbit. Upon hearing this news, everyone present instinctively held their breath. Subsequently, more extraterrestrial observation devices from other continents, especially telescopes redirected to observe the planet after the third kind of contact incident on Titan, confirmed the authenticity of the news. Due to the distance, they were still unclear about what exactly had breached Titan's atmosphere initially, but most, including Qin Taishan, through careful analysis, believed it was likely some sort of alien spacecraft. Afterward, a series of new data and images from Titan also indirectly verified their speculation. Following that incident, more glows appeared in Titan's atmosphere, and at that moment a series of conspicuous large artificial objects emerged in its orbit, surrounded by smaller, blurrier objects resembling alien spacecraft. The photographs currently on Qin Taishan's table depicted such a scene. He leaned back in his chair, one hand on his forehead and the other resting on his stomach, closing his eyes and feeling increasingly overwhelmed. The situation was evident. The aliens on Titan possessed the capability to leave the moon, and judging by the observational data, this ability was far more advanced than what those in the know had imagined. With this understanding, a new question arose. Would they, like many depicted in science fiction films, launch their spaceships toward Earth, triggering the theoretically worst-case scenario of invading humanity with their advanced technology? Although Qin Taishan personally felt that the likelihood of such a grim ending was low, he could not be certain that such an event would not happen. However, he knew that after hearing this news, humanity had already begun preparing for the worst, believing that if an alien invasion truly occurred, they would not be caught off guard. As for what would happen afterward, that was beyond the consideration of an ordinary scientist like him, who had already passed. With no further news from the Voyager team and the observation of Titan and other preparations on Earth not being the concern of the probe's leader, he found himself with free time and returned to his single accommodation at the base, staring blankly at these photographs. Fortunately, under human observation, no signs had yet been found of the Titan aliens launching anything toward the inner solar system or Earth. It seemed they were focusing their efforts on constructing those large objects in space. Some suspected they were some kind of space dock, and Qin Taishan shared this belief. Yet he wondered if it truly was as they thought. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Qin Taishan. He got up to open the door and found one of his assistants, a young man with considerable talent. Recently, Qin Taishan had him help out to gain some experience. Seeing Qin Taishan's haggard face, the assistant was astonished. Professor Qin, how long have you been awake? I understand my own body, so you need not worry about me. What brings you here? Is there a problem with the Voyager? No, there are new developments regarding those artificial objects in Titan's orbit. The assistant handed Qin Taishan a set of new photographs and paper data. I don't quite know how to explain the specifics, so you should take a look for yourself. Qin Taishan took the photographs and data, focusing his gaze on them. Soon as he flipped through the images, his eyes widened. In these new photographs, the large artificial objects in Titan's orbit appeared more complete and clearer, revealing that the main body of these structures was a scaled-up version of a cylinder, with a surface material resembling metal and peculiar protrusions extending from their bodies for unknown purposes. These strange cylindrical structures were spaced apart and arranged above Titan's atmosphere, resembling a group of large space-version terracotta warriors. In the subsequent photographs, it was unmistakably captured that something was gradually growing out from inside the system. The growth resembled a streamlined metallic flying fish, with a sharp bullet-shaped bow, a broad and robust midsection, and asymmetrical auxiliary wings extending from both sides. This reminded Qin Taishan of a game from his grandfather's generation, something like Star X, where the main spaceship bore a striking resemblance to those emerging objects in the photographs. In the last few images, Qin Taishan saw that these objects, after detaching from the cylinders, began to move away. Does this confirm these are alien spaceships? Have any been found heading toward Earth? Qin Taishan asked after reviewing the materials in his hands. Through extensive analysis from the experts, it can currently be confirmed that these emerging objects are indeed some kind of alien spaceship, and those cylindrical structures are likely a kind of space dock capable of manufacturing spaceships. The assistant paused for a moment and continued. Those spaceships. They move quite rapidly in space. Calculating their speed as they leave Titan's orbit, they may reach Earth in less than a week. However, the good news is that no signs have yet been found indicating those departing ships are heading in our direction. Then where are they going? According to estimates, their destination should be one of Saturn's other massive moons, or the rings of Saturn. Upon hearing the assistant's response, Qin Taishan momentarily struggled to comprehend what the alien civilization on Titan intended to do next. By the way, Professor, since you are the project leader of the Voyager program and the first discoverer of the alien civilization on Titan, I've been specially sent to inform you that you are invited to join the newly formed Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Committee, contributing to humanity's upcoming contact with them. Me? Yes. The news of the discovery of extraterrestrial civilization not only caused a stir in the upper echelons, but also sent shockwaves through society, like a meteor plunging into a calm lake, creating massive waves. Du Yuan is an ordinary person. Like the vast majority of people in this world, he has nothing particularly remarkable about him, wearing ordinary clothes, living in an ordinary house, celebrating his birthday alone, working a typical job lacking any legendary experiences or dazzling brilliance, and repeating similar daily routines year after year. Until a few days ago, while working at his post as usual, he heard a startled shout from a colleague next door. He looked over and found that the colleague was secretly using his phone to slack off while the boss was away. The other party realized his embarrassing moment and instinctively shrank his head, trying to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, the nearby colleagues appeared to be quite busy, only glancing at him before returning their focus to work. Except for Du Yuan. This colleague is named Li Hao, who is around the same age as him, so there is no generational gap between them. Their hobbies are quite similar, and after getting to know each other, they quickly became friends, often going out for meals together or playing games after work. Because they are friends, Du Yuan was a bit curious about what had surprised him so much. Li Hao clearly noticed Du Yuan's curiosity. He looked around, saw that the leader was absent, and no one was paying attention to him, then beckoned Du Yuan to come closer to talk. Once Du Yuan moved his chair closer, Li Hao leaned down and whispered to him, "Damn. We just discovered aliens." Hearing this, Du Yuan's first reaction was to think he was joking, so he laughed and said, "Don't kid me, it's not April Fool's." Thanks to the explosion of knowledge on modern internet, Du Yuan had some astronomical knowledge thanks to popular science videos and documentaries. Although he was not a professional expert, he understood that the environment on Titan is extremely harsh. While it is indeed possible to harbor life, the likelihood of macro life is nearly zero. Moreover, if there were really aliens, given the very close proximity in astronomical terms, both sides should have discovered each other's existence long ago rather than waiting until this very moment. Seeing Du Yuan's skeptical expression, Li Hao became anxious. He swiped on his phone for a moment, and then turned the screen toward Du Yuan, saying, "I'm not joking, okay? Look, this is the official live broadcast of the landing on Titan." Du Yuan glanced at his phone and immediately saw a hazy tint sky and desolate ground. In the lower right corner, there was a smaller screen that appeared to show some sort of professional control room, filled with personnel. This reminded him that there indeed seemed to be a live broadcast today regarding the landing of an extraterrestrial probe, which he had not paid attention to because he was at work. He hadn't expected that Li Hao slacking off was actually watching this live broadcast. Du Yuan looked up at Li Hao, who gestured for him to keep watching. So he patiently watched for a while. It wasn't suitable to turn on the sound, so the visuals coming from the phone were silent. He watched as the probe named Brave flew over a barren landscape, navigating around an obstructing hill. Then, a silver cube suddenly appeared on the screen. Du Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively thought this might be some kind of special effect or AI video, But as he swiped the screen a couple of times and confirmed it was indeed an official live broadcast, he looked at Li Hao's serious expression and fell silent. So, they really discovered extraterrestrial civilization. Seeing Du Yuan's reaction finally met his expectations, Li Hao displayed a satisfied smile. Extraterrestrial civilization. I never expected that in my lifetime I would see humanity truly discover traces left by extraterrestrial civilization, and at such close proximity. Hey, do you think this is real? What is that silver cube for? Do its builders still exist? Or is that cube just a remnant left behind? I don't know. Yes, Du Yuan was just an ordinary person. How could he know about things that are billions of... After this, Du Yuan's mind was no longer on his work. The news he had just heard was too explosive, causing him to think about various things during the remaining time. Finally managing to get off work, Du Yuan eagerly opened the QQ chat app as he left the company. Indeed, looking around, almost all group chats, regardless of their original topics, were now discussing the earlier Titan extraterrestrial artifact incident. Even in the gaming group he had been part of for years, which had only a few dozen members, the same was true. After browsing the chat records in these groups for a while, he closed the group chat app, boarded the bus with others at the bus stop, found an empty seat, and began to check news on various websites. As expected, the news civilization artifact suspected to be discovered on Titan topped the trending charts on major websites. Just now, Titan discovers extraterrestrial cube. Humanity faces the ultimate test. Not natural, definitely extraterrestrial civilization. The truth about Titan leaves the world in silence. Scientists collectively silent Titan's architecture is more terrifying than we imagined. From now on, humanity is no longer alone. The discovery of Titan rewrites the history of civilization, exploding across the internet. A giant silver cube appears on Titan, absolutely not naturally formed. Understand in 1 minute how outrageous is the extraterrestrial cube on Titan. No exaggeration, what does the appearance of the unnatural artifact on Titan mean for humanity? How to evaluate humanity's discovery of the giant silver cube suspected to be of extraterrestrial. At this moment, numerous marketing accounts and self-media were reveling in the topic, happily gaining traffic, while countless netizens eagerly expressed their opinions in the related comment sections. Anonymous user 6244. First, the conclusion: this is the most disruptive day in human civilization history. Many people have not yet realized the seriousness of this matter. Titan, also known as Saturn's moon, has extreme conditions and is far away, where human probes have hardly landed a few times. To construct or place such a huge cube on it, the civilization must be at least hundreds or even thousands of years ahead of us in technology. And I speculate there are several possible uses for this thing. 1. Signpost beacon used to mark star domains or routes. 2. Some type of monitor observing the evolution of civilizations within the solar system, including humanity. 3. Relic remnants of some lost civilization. 4. Warning device declaring the sovereignty of this star domain. 5. Some sort of factory for industrial purposes, as its name suggests, used to manufacture something. 6. Other functions we do not yet know of. Currently, from the footage released in the official live broadcast, we have not seen any aliens appear directly, only this unknown cube. If there are no other developments, this would fall under the category of second contact. If there is genuine contact with aliens in the future, my advice is it's best not to provoke or cheer blindly, but to observe closely. The optimism and fear of some people are meaningless because the gap between us and them is likely akin to that between ants and humans. The attitude of the former will not affect the decisions of the latter. Agree 21000 comments, 3400. Anonymous user 2197. I advise everyone not to be too happy too soon. Think about X and 2001, A Space Odyssey. The moment that black monolith appeared, it was a crushing blow to civilization levels. Humanity hasn't even mastered controllable nuclear fusion, while they might already be capable of interplanetary engineering. If they wanted to destroy us, we might not even have a chance to resist. Agree 15000 comments, 2100. Li Taibai from the past. I personally believe this is hope, not doom. Humanity has existed alone in the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. Now we finally know we are. If it is proven that the owners of this cube are from an extraterrestrial system, it means interstellar travel is feasible. Civilizations can persist for a long time, and humanity has infinite possibilities for the future. A civilization capable of spanning star systems has likely long surpassed violence. I want to believe this is the prelude to civilization's meeting. Agree 9700 comments, 1200. Not just on certain knowledge-sharing platforms, but on a certain pink-themed video website, the popularity of related videos is also rapidly rising, soon becoming the #1 on the entire site, with discussions soaring. First row check-in. Isn't this just the black monolith from 2001? Only it's white now. Science fiction has seeped into reality, and I have goosebumps. Advanced civilization just threw away some garbage. Humanity, epic-making discovery. Scientists ecstatic. Military experts vigilant. Me, what to eat tonight? Yeah, what to eat? Don't respond. Don't respond. Don't respond. I declare today all humanity is unified in topic. If this is surveillance, have we been watched for a long time? Overall, excluding the troublemakers, the opinions of others are very inconsistent. Some have fallen into a near-frenzied excitement, viewing the giant silver cube on Titan, which is undoubtedly not naturally formed, as a milestone marking humanity's entry into the interstellar age. They cheer, discuss, and dream, believing this is the dawn of civilization's meeting and the beginning of humanity's farewell to solitude. But at the same time, countless people hold caution, pessimism, and even apocalyptic anxiety. The civilization that can leave such a massive artifact on Titan likely has a technological gap with humanity that is akin to a chasm. In their eyes, this is not good news, but rather a looming catastrophe awaiting humanity, maybe conquest, enslavement, or even complete extinction. Many others' attitudes are stuck in the middle, calling for rational observation of this event. Before the truth is unveiled and official messages are clarified, any excessive cheer or panic is somewhat premature. But the internet will never remain quiet because of rational discussions. Optimists and pessimists collide fiercely on various platforms, with a plethora of bizarre topics such as questioning popular science, conspiracy theories, predictions, religious interpretations, and self-media analyses filling the internet within just a few hours. Du Yuan watched a few related videos, then scrolled through the comments section below, where people were arguing, nearly missing his stop. By the time he finally got home, it was already getting late. However, he did not feel tired at all, though instead he felt a genuine excitement due to the online uproar. This was not because of any particular faction's viewpoint, but because he felt that his ordinary self had finally experienced an unprecedented event that might one day be recorded in history. He heard that in other continents, several well-known cities had started a series of protests regarding this incident, demanding that the government disclose the truth that follows. Some people had even rushed into supermarkets to stockpile supplies in anticipation of possible chaos. More messages from around the globe flooded in, but at this moment Du Yuan realized that people all over the world were also aware. A brand new era filled with unknowns was slowly opening its doors. Titan IV, also known as Rhea. It is Saturn's second largest moon, with a diameter of approximately 1528 kilometers, an average surface temperature of 174 C, and nearly no magnetic field or atmosphere. The surface consists of 75 pure water ice and 25 silicate rock. The surface gravity is about 0.264 ms superscript 2. Earth's gravity is approximately 9.8 ms superscript 2. Discovered by Cassini in 1672, it was named after Rhea, the Titaness of Greek mythology and mother of the gods. She is the wife of Cronus Saturn and the symbol of antiquity, guardianship, and abundance. This moon also resembles a silent mother goddess, preserving the billions of years of silence from the outer solar system in the dim light of Saturn's rings. However, today this silence was shattered by an intruder. A starship more than 1 kilometer long with a hard sci-fi design suddenly appeared above the gray-white ice plains of Titan IV. This massive spacecraft naturally belonged to Huifeng, who had just launched it from the space dock near Titan VI, immediately dispatching it to this virgin land of Titan IV for further expansion. The name of this colossal ship is Industrial Mothership, and its function is quite simple: to serve as the first base for the new colony. Looking down from space, one can see the mothership slowly adjusting its position, starting to approach the surface of Titan IV. Its engines expelled pale blue plasma streams, melting the ice beneath in an instant and creating a mist of ice crystals around the landing point. This minor incident did not affect the mothership's steady landing. As the giant supports crashed into the ice shell, a rumble echoed through the structure, and its next phase was immediately initiated. The ship's wing panels folded down, part of the hull extended outward, crashing onto the uneven surface, while the remaining sections retracted, revealing the intricate structures within. The main modules swiftly lifted upward, becoming the main building of the base, while energy-related units sank into the lowest level beneath it, and the remaining ancillary structures surrounded these two, ultimately forming a completely new building that was starkly different from its initial state. Watching the massive industrial mothership successfully unfold on the surface of Titan IV, transforming into Base No. 1, Huifeng nodded in satisfaction from high above. Inside the newly completed base, a loud rumble erupted, and soon the first worker drone for surface operations was manufactured. It, along with its future peers born here, would replicate the expansion process from Titan VI, mining factories, energy reactors, warehouses, until the planet was completely exhausted in the future. Huifeng, from his godlike perspective, withdrew his gaze, looking farther into the distance, where the entire Saturn system came into view. The true elder brother of this world, the gas giant named Saturn, loomed over the dark sky, its gravity governing everything here. With an equatorial diameter of 120,536 kilometers, nearly 9.5 times that of Earth, its volume could accommodate over 800 Earths. The vast yellow and pale gold clouds churned within it, representing Saturn's ceaseless storms, which even Huifeng's current level of development was not enough to conquer. But that was only temporary. With the first batch of industrial motherships manufactured above Titan 6 gradually arriving at their destinations, Huifeng's reach began to take root across Saturn's moon system, and it wouldn't be long before the productive forces he controlled would see a tenfold increase, including his research capabilities. In the game Galactic War, players can unlock the use of structures and units from gas giants through research in the mid to late game to further expand their advantages or turn the tide when at a disadvantage. Moreover, in some unofficial private mods, there are even more advanced features. Huifeng discovered several details in the interfaces visible to him that were not originally in the game, likely only appearing in certain mods like some specially designed UIs, so he believed that as he continued to develop, he might one day encounter things like ether engines. Of course, the premise is that he can survive afterward. The scene shifted, and Huifeng instantly returned to the skies above Titan 6. At this time, dozens of space docks were already floating in space. Due to their vast size, they blocked some of the already sparse sunlight, casting a prominent shadow over the clouds of Titan 6. Huifeng did not intend to merely roam within the Saturn system. As the first batch of new colonies began construction, he also planned to expand the scale of the space docks here, while setting the destination of the second batch of industrial motherships to another colossal entity within the solar system, Jupiter, and its equally massive moon system. Upon realizing that he was within the solar system, and also spotting enemy reconnaissance vessels, Huifeng abandoned his original development plans and formulated a more adaptable and detailed plan suited to the current environment. The primary objective was to quickly expand his basic territory and to lay down his buildings across every planetary system in the solar system before the enemy's first wave of attacks arrived. Of course, this was the most optimistic estimate. Huifeng did not believe that the owner of the space reconnaissance ship would grant him such extensive development time, so his plan's bottom line was to rely on the 4 gas giants within the solar system with the richest resources, namely Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter, for defense. These 4 gas giant systems accounted for over 99.5% of the mass in the solar system, excluding the Sun, while all other celestial bodies, including the 4 terrestrial planet systems, accounted for less than 0.5%. Moreover, they were all located in the outer solar system, making them the first targets in the event of an invasion by extraterrestrial enemies. Thus, in the upcoming solar system war, they could be considered the focus of contention as well as the key direction of Huifeng's attention. His expansion must primarily develop towards these 4 gas giant systems. Only after he had fully developed these easily exploitable areas would he consider the inner solar system, such as Mars, Venus, and Mercury. As for why he did not consider Earth, after all, there was still an original inhabitant residing there. He was once part of that world, although it remains uncertain if it is the same Earth, and it was impossible for him to dig up his homeland to exchange for warships. Furthermore, Earth's resources were not that abundant, making it not worth his time for the moment. In addition, on the other end of the expansion plan, he needed to deal with the reconnaissance ship that had been lingering between Pluto and Neptune, as well as explore beyond the solar system. As is well known in RTS games, vision is a crucial gameplay element, and Galactic War is no exception. However, its vision mechanism differs slightly from traditional RTS games. If a player starts on a certain planet, they will not initially have global vision, or just like traditional RTS games, they must send out units to explore the map. However, once a player researches the Universal Perception Array in the tech tree, which is also a prerequisite technology for unlocking space docks, as long as they have units on the planet, they can see the entire planet's vision. Similarly, if they have units in a star system, they can see the entire star system's vision, but they will not obtain surface vision of other planets in that star system unless they send units to those planets. Likewise, if a player does not have units in other star systems, they cannot gain any vision within that star system until they have units or buildings appear there. Although this mechanism seems to have undergone some strange changes on Huifeng's side, as he can now see the surface of planets from space, even without units or buildings on them, through a godlike perspective, the general principle has not changed. This means that as long as the space reconnaissance ship remains between the orbits of Pluto and Neptune, the enemies behind that reconnaissance ship can obtain a clear view of interstellar space within the solar system, knowing every movement of Huifeng in space. This was unacceptable for Huifeng. Therefore, once the first batch of industrial motherships launched for territorial expansion, he immediately redirected part of the space docks to manufacture real interstellar warships. Their primary purpose was to head towards the outer solar system's edge to destroy or drive away that troublesome reconnaissance ship and then prevent other enemy reconnaissance teams from entering the solar system, cutting off their vision of it. Moreover, his side could not fall behind either. They should also produce their own Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships following several potential hyperspace routes around the solar system, special pathways used in the game for fast travel to other star systems to leave the solar system and gather intelligence on surrounding star systems, ideally locating the birthplace of the owner of the Black Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship. In this deep space far from the central star, the emptiness can swallow all sounds and light, with darkness and coldness being the eternal backdrop. From this vantage point, one would find the sun merely a blinding bright star in the sky devoid of a solar disk or halo, crowded with surrounding stars, shining excessively, like an undying diamond suspended alone in the vastness of deep space. Suddenly, a black-gray silhouette abruptly broke the surrounding silence, intruding into this area. It was a strange, elongated spacecraft, its sleek lines resembling a closed nail clipper with sharp angles and entirely covered in matte black-gray armor, almost merging with the darkness in the lightless universe. Its engines exhaled faint blue light, desperately racing towards the outer solar system, its frantic escape unmistakable. In the distant deep space behind it, three massive silver entities quietly followed, tightly locking onto it. These were three spacecraft, each taking a perfectly rectangular shape, resembling three giant coffins floating in the universe. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these coffins were covered with numerous sharp protrusions, and at their front, there was a gigantic circular cannon mouth, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. They too advanced at full speed, synchronously fanning out to form an airtight encirclement trailing far behind the reconnaissance vessel. Time slowly flowed in the silence as these hunters with superior ship performance steadily closed the gap with the fleeing prey ahead. As the originally unreachable red dot on the minimap gradually became clearer on the ship's radar, finally the three silver vessels brought it within the main cannon's range. The silver vessels slightly adjusted their hull angles, aiming their cannon mouths at the target ahead. Without any warning, three devastating energy beams erupted simultaneously, instantly tearing through the darkness of deep space, accurately converging on the fleeing black-gray ship. There was no violent roar. The vacuum of space rendered all sounds null. In just a moment, the elongated hull shattered and disintegrated, a fiery blaze erupting, transforming into a brilliant, yet fleeting firework. Fragments and luminous mist scattered in the boundless darkness, slowly dissipating. After a while, the three silver ships glided past this area, now returned to silence, continuing towards the original target of the ship wreckage. The hunt for the enemy Sparrow-class reconnaissance vessel was predictably successful, and Huifeng was not overly surprised, as the three ships he dispatched were truly battle vessels used in the Galactic War and were the backbone of the original interstellar warfare, comparable to Rhino and Grizzly tanks in Command Conquer Red Alert, with superior specifications against the Sparrows, making it akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. After completing the action of clearing the enemy's line of sight, Huifeng did not call back the three ships known as Iron Wall-class frigates, but instead controlled them to continue forward, heading towards the direction where the enemy reconnaissance vessel had fled, to a hyperspace route located at the edge of the solar system leading to unknown star systems. Huifeng speculated that this location was likely where the controller of the reconnaissance vessel was situated, so the three Iron Wall-class frigates would subsequently reach there, guarding this hyperspace route to prevent more enemy reconnaissance forces from entering the solar system, while also probing the situation on the other side of the route. The edge of the solar system has not only this hyperspace route, there are also 4 other passages leading to the unknown in other directions. Therefore, Huifeng dispatched a new batch of Sparrow-class reconnaissance vessels from his side to ascertain the situation around the solar system. As his reconnaissance forces made their way, the plans for territorial expansion were progressing smoothly. At his birthplace, the expansion speed on Titan has reached its peak. Multiple bases that were originally distant have now merged into a larger architectural cluster. The main purpose of these complexes is simple: to thoroughly exploit all available resources on this planet. At his birthplace, there stands the largest architectural cluster on Titan, its area surpassing that of any supermetropolis on Earth. If it weren't for Titan's thick atmosphere obscuring it under normal conditions, it could be seen even from space with the naked eye. Given the current expansion speed on Titan, in due time, Huifeng's architectural units will completely cover every inch of the surface of Titan, which is one of his goals for the frenzied expansion of buildings on Titan, turning it into an urban planet. Once this goal is achieved, he will meet a prerequisite for technological advancement. However, since this target has not yet been completed, it shall be set aside for the time being. In other directions, the industrial motherships headed towards other satellites and rings within the Saturn system are also developing quite well. Although the pace is not as fast as that on Titan, they are beginning to yield preliminary profits. The second batch of industrial motherships dispatched to Jupiter has also been launched and is en route. Their main targets are Jupiter's moons Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Among Jupiter's 95 moons, only these 4 possess sufficient mass to achieve hydrostatic equilibrium. The other 91 are merely small, irregularly shaped fragments, and aside from a few special individuals, the remaining resources are not abundant enough to warrant Huifeng's time for handling them. Next, the third batch of industrial motherships in the space dock is also under construction. Thanks to Huifeng's unceasing development of the space dock, the number of these third batch motherships far exceeds that of the previous 2 batches, and thus their targets will also simultaneously lock onto the planetary systems of Uranus and Neptune. Huifeng plans to use these two ice giants as the first and second lines of defense against invasions, and in the upcoming developments will focus on building defensive facilities. A miniature map of the solar system floated before Huifeng, his gaze sweeping across all the planets in his plans, finally resting on the exit of the hyperspace route, where the fleeing reconnaissance vessel had escaped. It was uncertain whether the enemy would grant him sufficient time. Meanwhile, as Huifeng made his deployments in another galaxy several light-years away, a certain entity learned of the reconnaissance vessel's demise. Alpha Centauri be approximately 4 light-years from the solar system. People on Earth might not have a deep impression of the name Alpha Centauri b, but it actually has another more familiar name. Alpha Centauri. Unlike what many might imagine, having 3 stars does not make it chaotic and disordered as depicted in some. In reality, Alpha Centauri is very stable, with the inner stars Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B being a closely knit binary, while at nearly 1/3 AU away lies Proxima Centauri Alpha Centauri C. Proxima Centauri is too far from the first two and has too small a mass to disrupt their stability, thus allowing for planets with sufficient mass to exist within this triple star system. Within Proxima Centauri's gravitational influence, 3 planets orbit around it. One of them lies in the habitable zone with a mass approximately equivalent to 1.07 or 1.27 times that of Earth. This terrestrial planet has vast expanses of black-gray landscape. As the viewpoint draws closer, piercing through its thin atmosphere, the seemingly lifeless black-gray surface under the starlight reveals its true form, an extraordinary expanse of superstructures covering the planet's surface. Cold, angular alloy structures stacked upon one another, straight tracks and massive bases crisscrossing most of the planet's surface, has long been completely leveled and transformed into highly unified artificial creations. Enormous launch platforms rise amidst the steel forest, occasionally erupting in roars, while countless silent defense turrets hide in their shadows, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Above the planet, numerous space docks quietly hover in their orbits, surrounded by more vessels that swirl around them, like flocks of crows frozen in the wind, silent, yet filled with a sense of oppression. And above all this, the master controlling everything here received news from 2 light-years away. One of its reconnaissance ships discovered something which was swiftly eliminated shortly thereafter. Complex calculations and analyses ensued, and minutes later a cold electronic synthetic voice resonated throughout the planet. Enemy target detected, initiating military protocol: crush, eliminate, recover. The activities of Huifeng in space have become increasingly active over time, causing growing unease among its human neighbors. Since the discovery of an unknown intelligent alien civilization on Titan, the United Human Government has been making corresponding preparations. However, every change that occurs on Huifeng takes them by surprise, leading to constant revisions of their plans. Meanwhile, the United Human Government is trying to contact this mysterious alien civilization using various communication devices, or rather to understand who they are and where they come from. What are their intentions? Do they harbor hostility towards humanity? What requirements or bottom lines do they have, or what do they hope for humanity to do? Unfortunately, all the inquiries sent to Titan by the United Human Government have yet to receive a reply, as if they had sunk into the ocean. In addition to continuously attempting to contact the aliens, the United Human Government is also preparing for the worst-case scenario of an alien invasion. Initially, when Huifeng had not yet shown a significant technological gap, some military experts within the United Human Government optimistically devised a plan to establish a defense line in low Earth orbit using nuclear weapons in conjunction with ultra-high-speed missiles. Although Earth had unified decades ago, the United Human Government still maintains a portion of its nuclear missile arsenal that has not been destroyed. If any hostile spacecraft approaches the Earth's atmosphere, nuclear missiles could be launched from the ground to intercept them. At that time, they judged that this system could at least inflict some damage on the enemy, and even hoped to repel an initial invasion. However, as observational data accumulates regarding Titan's surface, its atmosphere, and even other areas within the solar system, the theoretical damage effect of this plan has been repeatedly downgraded. In the end, pessimistic voices dominated. The existing nuclear missiles of humanity would probably not even have a chance to approach the enemy spacecraft. According to observational data, the alien spacecraft departing from Titan are traveling at such high speeds that if they wish to approach Earth, they can accelerate to a point where they do not need to specifically intercept human missiles. Human missiles appear before them like slow-moving snails, utterly powerless. Yet the United Human Government has not completely abandoned this plan. After all, these nuclear weapons and missiles have been maintained in a state of readiness for a long time, precisely for such extreme moments. Even if they cannot inflict substantial damage, they should still display their final might. Moreover, once the aliens truly launch an invasion, they will not spare these weapons and the troops operating them. Rather than sitting idly by and being destroyed, it is better to launch them all at the first opportunity. Once the near-Earth space defense line is breached, the terrestrial air, land, and sea forces must prepare to confront and block any potential alien landing forces. Simultaneously, all ordinary citizens must evacuate the surface beforehand, flooding into subways, air raid shelters, and nuclear bunkers for refuge. The official underground doomsday shelters and sea gene banks will be fully activated, stockpiling supplies in haste. Should the surface combat forces be defeated, these facilities and the surviving personnel hidden underground will bear the final mission of preserving the spark of civilization, waiting for the right moment to rebuild. Ultimately, the United Human Government also envisioned the worst-case scenario in which all contingency plans fail. Thus, they secretly invited a large group of experts and scholars to carve a massive stone tablet in a geologically stable cave, inscribing the history, technology, culture, and all precious legacies of human civilization upon it. They understood that when all defense, refuge, and reconstruction plans lose their meaning, humanity would be no different from extinction, and this stone tablet would stand as the final tombstone of human civilization left for the universe. Of course, all the above scenarios depend on one premise: that the aliens have indeed invaded. The good news is that although the movements in the outer solar system are becoming increasingly pronounced, and the United Human Government has even observed those alien spacecraft arriving at Jupiter, Neptune, and Uranus, none of the aliens emerging from Titan have shown any intention of coming to Earth, as if this azure planet of life were no different from the air. Experts and various high-ranking officials on Earth are quite puzzled by this phenomenon, each offering their own speculations, leading to a cacophony of opinions. However, there is one thing they quickly reached a consensus on. Good evening, citizens of the United Human Government. Welcome to the central news broadcast of the United Human Government. Today, the United Human Government Space Agency and the United Human Academy of Sciences jointly held an authoritative scientific briefing. After rigorous data verification and multiple discussions, they officially confirmed to all citizens the atmospheric probe Courage, launched by the United Human Government, has definitively discovered and photographed artificial surface structures of an intelligent alien civilization on Titan, confirming the existence of alien civilization on Titan. The Courage atmospheric probe is one of the key projects of the United Human Government aimed at deep space exploration of Titan. Its applied technology is at the forefront of current human space science, primarily used for atmospheric monitoring, surface imaging, and environmental detection on Titan. During its routine detection tasks, the Courage probe clearly captured a large surface structure in the shape of a regular cube in the designated detection area on Titan. The outline of the structure is orderly, with sharp angles and symmetrical construction, entirely distinct from the naturally formed mountains, lakes, and sand dunes of Titan. After multiple imaging comparisons and structural analyses, the expert group has definitively determined it to be an artificial construct of intelligent civilization, not naturally formed. At the same time, the detection data further confirms that this civilization possesses interstellar navigation capabilities within the solar system, deploying scaled space docks and orbiting spacecraft in Titan's near-Earth orbit. Additionally, traces of this civilization's spacecraft activities have been observed around multiple gas giant planets in the outer solar system, demonstrating mature, deep space navigation and space operation capabilities. This discovery is a groundbreaking breakthrough of epoch-making significance in humanity's exploration of the universe and presents new challenges for the future development of human civilization. Upon confirming the scientific discovery, the United Human Government today officially issued the statement on the basic principles of interactions with the intelligent civilization of Titan, representing all humanity, articulating a unified, formal, and cautious stance on interstellar communication. The statement emphasizes that the United Human Government adheres to the core principles of civilizational equality, mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and non-interference in internal affairs, consistently seeking the possibility of peaceful communication and friendly coexistence with the utmost sincerity. Humanity respects the intelligent civilization of Titan as an independent extraterrestrial civilization, acknowledging its own modes of existence, social structures, developmental paths, and achievements, fully recognizing its space technology and civilizational accomplishments, and conducting exploration and communication work in a spirit of equality, restraint, and rationality. The statement also emphasizes that the United Human Government will always prioritize the survival and core interests of all humanity, maintaining a high level of vigilance, strict monitoring, and a mindset of bottom-line thinking towards any unknown civilization interactions. Humanity loves peace and values tranquility, yet it does not fear any form of threats or provocations, possessing both the firm will and ample capability to defend its homeland and safeguard the continuity of civilization. Any attempt to harm human safety or infringe upon human living space will be met with resolute countermeasures, incurring the necessary consequences. The statement clearly states that current human technological levels remain grounded in local development, and humanity will continue to maintain its existing detection pace, relying on equipment like Courage to conduct compliant, limited, and peaceful routine monitoring, adhering to the principles of not approaching, not startling, and not intervening proactively, while fully maintaining the stability and tranquility of solar system space. Currently, the United Human Government has sent peaceful greeting signals towards the Titan civilization through channels such as deep space electromagnetic communication. The content of the signals includes only basic human information, intentions for peaceful exchanges, and goodwill proposals for establishing communication channels without any content that is exploratory, provocative, or threatening. The United Human Government also calls on all citizens to maintain a rational, calm, and united mindset regarding this significant discovery, not to believe in rumors, spread rumors, or panic, but to strengthen confidence, gather strength, and jointly safeguard the security and future of human civilization. The United Human Government will continue to report on the subsequent dynamics of the Courage probe extraterrestrial space monitoring conditions and follow-up arrangements to all citizens in an open and transparent manner, coordinating the strength of all humanity to build a solid security line while promoting peaceful interstellar exchanges on the basis of upholding bottom lines, safeguarding the fundamental interests of human civilization and maintaining peace and stability for the Earth. We will continue to follow up on related developments. Thank you for watching. As this official news video, which had already topped the charts within a day of its release, drew to a close, Du Yuan's mind was no longer on the work in front of him. He glanced at Li Hao, who had learned of the news earlier and was now staring blankly at his computer screen and couldn't help but, "What's up?" Seeing Li Hao look over, Du Yuan asked, "What do you think about this matter?" "What matter?" "The thing with outer space, of course." "Oh, that." Li Hao scratched his chin and then smiled wryly. "I really don't know what to say. If I had to find a word to describe my complex feelings right now, I could only shout wow." The word wow can be shouted out in many situations without feeling out of place, including this one. Du Yuan understood what he meant and didn't continue the conversation. He stretched his neck and looked around, noticing that his other colleagues appeared to be distracted as well. It seemed even the dullest among them realized what was happening. The news that had been wildly circulated on various online platforms about the possible discovery of alien civilization on Titan was like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm surface of water. Before the heat of this news could cool down, an even bigger hydrogen bomb exploded right in the original nuclear bomb crater. As the former news continued to spread, voices questioning its authenticity quickly emerged online. They believed that the video that had gone viral among netizens, as well as the original official live broadcast, could be fabricated or not as outrageous as reported. Perhaps the strange cube on Titan was merely some secret government project. Yet the official announcement actually confirmed the former's authenticity and even added that the alien civilization on Titan has achieved interstellar navigation capabilities. This was a big deal. The already explosive heat of the matter was pushed even higher by the official announcement. Now, from programmers working overtime in first-tier cities to forest rangers sleeping in deep mountains, the news of the discovery of intelligent alien civilization within the solar system was known to all. Afterward, Du Yuan saw not only his colleagues who went to lunch with him, but also the cleaning lady resting after cleaning the building, and even his superior discussing related matters on multiple occasions. In such an atmosphere, Du Yuan couldn't help but feel that he was participating in an unprecedented historic event, even though he was just an ordinary person who commuted to work every day. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not influence humanity's decisions regarding this matter. Du Yuan let out a gentle sigh, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the desktop. Outside the window, the city was still bustling with traffic and sunlight was still shining on the streets. Everything seemed unchanged from yesterday. Yet everyone now understands that this world has already changed profoundly in unseen ways. The cubic structures on Titan, the alien spacecraft scattered throughout the solar system. All the terms that once could only be seen in science fiction movies now weighed heavily on the hearts of every ordinary person. Humanity now stands at a crossroads of civilizational fate. Will the future lead to peace or destruction? No one can provide an answer. All he can do is quietly wait for the next echo from the stars along with everyone else. The 3 Iron Wall-class escort ships of Huifeng successfully flew to the vicinity of the exit of the hyperspace passage, which was the target of the enemy reconnaissance ship during its escape. He referred to it as Passage No. 1, indicating the first hyperspace passage exit of the solar system, and similarly named the remaining passages as No. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Upon arriving at the location, Huifeng immediately maneuvered one of the Iron Wall-class escort ships towards the jump point of Passage No. 1, preparing to explore the star map of the galaxy on the other side according to the plan. Before long, the entrance to the hyperspace passage appeared ahead, where the space was slightly distorted, revealing a faint energy halo. The escort ship then slowed down, and once the hull stabilized, it pointed its bow towards the distorted space. The hyperspace engine began to charge, emitting a faint blue glow from the hull, while the surroundings remained devoid of any excessive sound or light effects, with only the data on the ship's instrument panel pulsating. As the hyperspace engine completed its charging, the escort ship smoothly entered the passage. From the first-person perspective of the ship, it could be seen that the starlight outside was stretched, and the scenery of conventional space quickly vanished. During the hyperspace travel, the hull itself did not experience violent vibrations. Everything was very stable. The ship advanced along the fixed passage, and in a few days it would reach the exit of the corresponding galaxy. During this time, the Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships heading to other exits of the solar system also gradually arrived at their positions, entering the passage one after another to explore the surrounding galaxies. After the exploration mission was executed, Huifeng began to implement his plan, massively producing warships and expanding the military. The third batch of industrial motherships had already launched and was currently en route to Neptune and Uranus. Once they reached their destination, there would be no need for Titan to continue dispatching industrial motherships from its home base. The industrial motherships would unfold into local base No. 1 upon landing and could manufacture more ground subbases. Thus, Titan Space Dock was completely free at this time, able to focus on manufacturing combat ships. It was estimated that by the time the exploration units reached their destination, there would also be a fleet capable of ensuring space safety on their side. Days passed quickly, and just as Huifeng was diligently farming and expanding the military within the solar system, the latest news arrived from Passage No. 1. The scene shifted, placing Huifeng in the perspective of the Iron Wall-class escort ship exploring Passage No. At that moment, the escort ship was at the moment of exiting hyperspace, and Huifeng saw the elongated starlight, and his view instantly returned to normal, with the surrounding cosmic space regaining its usual appearance. As the hull stabilized slightly, the Iron Wall-class escort ship fully entered conventional space, and the minimap automatically refreshed, revealing a brand new galaxy name: Alpha Centauri. Huifeng first learned this name from a well-known science fiction novel. Thanks to it, he realized that although there were significant differences from the description in the work, this galaxy, with 3 stars, indeed existed in reality. However, he did not expect to personally arrive in this legendary galaxy. Moreover, the position from which the escort ship emerged was surprising. It was not within the 2 stable orbiting twin star systems, but rather in the neighboring star system, which was located outside among the 3 stars, and had a smaller mass. Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B were merely 2 extremely bright stars close together in the sky of this world. Besides the surprising exit of the hyperspace passage here, there was something else that caught his attention. Hostile structures detected. A series of system alarms echoed in Huifeng's mind as he zoomed in on the minimap, revealing the star map of the neighboring star system formed by Proxima Centauri and the twin stars of Alpha Centauri. Alpha Centauri A was a star with mass and brightness comparable to the Sun, while Alpha Centauri B had slightly less mass than the former and emitted a distinctly orange light. Within their orbit, there was only one planet classified as a gas giant similar to Saturn. In contrast, around Proxima Centauri, there were 3 planets orbiting it. The innermost of these was Proxima Centauri D, a hellish planet similar to Mercury with a very small mass and extremely high surface temperature. Further out was Proxima Centauri B, which was slightly larger than Earth and appeared to be tidally locked, with one side in perpetual daylight and the other in perpetual night. When Huifeng dragged the perspective over, he saw a magnificent astronomical spectacle. The outermost was Proxima Centauri C, a mini Neptune with a mass of approximately 7 times that of Earth. Among the 3, only the last planet had 2 satellites that could maintain hydrostatic equilibrium, indicating that the combined number of planets around the 3 stars of Alpha Centauri barely equaled half that of the solar system. Of course, the number of planets was not the main focus. The key point was that he discovered the culprit behind the system alarms around those 3 planets of Proxima Centauri. Suspended above Proxima Centauri D, Proxima Centauri B, and Proxima Centauri C were several space structures predominantly in black and gray, which bore a striking resemblance to Huifeng's space dock. They appeared in vast numbers, far exceeding those above Titan, and were displayed in a glaring red color on the minimap. Surrounding these space docks were several ships that were clearly warships at a glance, mostly Iron Wall-class escort ships, but a small portion, around a dozen ships, were larger and more intimidating than these Iron Wall-class vessels. Huifeng immediately recognized them. Spear-class destroyer. In the game Galactic War, this type of ship is specifically designed to counter enemy escort ships, possessing higher shields and health than Iron Wall-class escort ships, longer range, more attack methods, and greater damage, along with exclusive counter damage effective only against ships with the escort ship attribute. Except for being slightly slower and more expensive than Iron Wall-class escort ships, it was nearly superior in every aspect. As the nemesis of escort ships, a single Spear-class destroyer could contend with at least 5 Iron Wall-class escort ships simultaneously, and once the scale of combat expanded, the situation would be overwhelmingly one-sided unless the opponent also had mixed fleets with ships of the same or higher class. The bad news was that Huifeng had yet to produce a single Spear-class destroyer at home. This level of spacecraft was still lying in his research list waiting to be developed. Moreover, his enemy had not only researched this technology, but had also produced over a dozen of them. To make matters worse, in terms of the number of Iron Wall-class escort ships, this enemy had a significant advantage that far surpassed his own, even if he had already decommissioned the first batch of Iron Wall-class escort ships above Titan. Damn it, is he cheating? Why is this guy developing so much faster than I am? Could it be that he was born earlier? Or does he have some kind of bonus? Huifeng was puzzled, and when he shifted his perspective to the sky above Proxima Centauri B, this confused. He saw that the surface of Proxima Centauri B, besides the scorching magma and frozen rocks, was covered with large areas of black and gray. Upon closer inspection, these black and gray surfaces were undoubtedly formed by clusters of buildings appearing far more spectacular than those on Titan. This scene sent a chill down his spine. Such a formidable enemy, even the highest difficulty AI opponents in the original game would not display such a significant disparity. Could he truly defeat it? After realizing the gap between himself and the enemy, Huifeng was frantically devising a countermeasure, while the enemy fleet hovering above Proxima B was also not idly sitting by. Huifeng's peripheral vision quickly caught an unusual movement. The enemy fleet stationed above Proxima B had started to take action. Almost all of them had activated their engines and began advancing into deep space. Judging by their trajectory, there was no doubt they were heading straight towards the location where Huifeng's escort ship had appeared. Evidently, the mastermind behind this faction of assimilators who shared the same control as him had discovered his intrusion and was planning to send a large force to catch the mouse. Huifeng would naturally not let that happen. He took one last glance at the map of Alpha Centauri, then ordered his escort ship to turn around and restart the hyperspace engine, immediately returning. A Iron Wall-class escort ship could not escape the encirclement of several ships of the same class. Rather than leaving it behind as a gift for the enemy to claim the first blood, it was better to withdraw and defend his homeland. As the escort ship's hull emitted a faint blue light once again, the next moment the star map of Alpha Centauri dimmed, freezing at the moment Huifeng departed. He lost real-time visual access to Alpha Centauri. However, it was fine, as he had observed most of what to his surprise, the enemy from Galactic War had settled in the neighboring star system, and their development was far superior to his own. He had also glanced at the other planets of Proxima, and not just Proxima B. There were significant traces of construction on the satellites of Proxima D and Proxima C. Fortunately, perhaps due to the great distance between Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B from Proxima, with no hyperspace lanes connecting them, as they were deemed part of the same star system, the hostile assimilators seemed uninterested in the only planet in that vicinity, as he saw no suspicious red dots there. This meant that the resources mastered by the hostile assimilator confronting Huifeng were actually less than those on Huifeng's side. They only had an advantage in the development of specific planets, even with the addition of the gas giant on the Gemini side. On his side, he possessed 2 sizable gas giants and 2 ice giants along with their numerous satellites. Meanwhile, the enemy had only a mini-Neptune in Proxima C and its 2 satellites, one Proxima B and one Proxima D, with a mass only a quarter that of Earth. Collectively, these 3 did not even reach 1/10 the mass of Jupiter. Realizing this, Huifeng recognized that he still had a chance for a comeback. As long as he could successfully defend against the initial rounds of attack, the abundant resources of the solar system might allow him to compete with the enemy in terms of development. He narrowed his perspective, leaving the Iron Wall-class escort ship that had entered the hyperspace lane and returning to the solar system, arriving at Uranus. The industrial mothership here had only just taken root, still in the early stages. Huifeng immediately canceled the normal expansion process here and arranged for a multitude of defensive platforms and their accompanying energy facilities in the construction queue. The original expansion plan here was still too rushed. The last scene before Huifeng left Alpha Centauri had sounded an alarm for him. He did not believe that the sight of nearly 2/3 of the enemy's warships moving in their star system was merely to capture his scouting escort ship. They must have ulterior motives. Thus, he had to immediately prepare for defense. If nothing unexpected occurred, the enemy fleet would reach the outskirts of the solar system within a week, launching an attack on the colonies located at Uranus and Neptune. Therefore, the bases at Uranus and Neptune could not be expanded too much, or defensive structures had to be constructed immediately to act as sturdy nails. Even if these bases could not withstand the enemy's assault in the future, they would buy enough time for Huifeng's warships to launch. At the same time, the space docks at the rear also needed to ramp up production of escort ships, while the docks at Titan and other colonies needed to hurry and produce more space docks to further expand military production capacity. After completing these tasks, Huifeng let out a slight sigh of relief. According to his calculations, if he relied on the defensive facilities at home to engage in space warfare with the enemy, he might not necessarily lose to them. After that, he would find a way to rely on more resources at home to exhaust the enemy. He hoped everything would go as he envisioned. While Huifeng began preparations, the Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships, dispatched in other directions, sent back messages one after another. Fortunately, apart from the number 1 route leading to the Alpha Centauri star system, where there existed assimilators of the same faction theoretically, but were entirely hostile in reality, no new hostile forces were discovered in the other 4 directions. All the star systems observed by the reconnaissance ships were barren wastelands. This meant that Huifeng only needed to focus on the crisis at hand, without having to worry about someone suddenly sneaking up from the other side to catch him off guard. That could be seen as good news. However, after seeing those desolate star systems, a new idea arose in his mind. Perhaps he did not have to stubbornly confront this assimilator. Galactic War required defeating a player under conditions similar to traditional RTS games. As long as a player had a structure that could continue the game, like a base of space dock, or simply a barracks, ordinary defensive structures do not count. Even if they had been completely overwhelmed by other players, they would not immediately be defeated. Thus, theoretically, Huifeng could completely abandon the solar system, taking most of his possessions and space forces to escape to a distant, unfamiliar star system to develop in peace, planning a comeback in the future. After all, he had done so before in previous games and had ample experience. But then what about the people on Earth in the solar system? Huifeng shifted his perspective to the blue planet, gazing at this brilliant sapphire in the universe, and fell silent. In Galactic War, besides a few exclusive factions that players could control, there were also neutral NPC factions marked in yellow on some maps. These NPC factions were generally weaker than player-controlled or AI-controlled forces, and their fate was often tragic as they were wiped out due to players developing the map or caught in the crossfire of several major factions battling on their planet. Sometimes, they even fell victim to rare treasures that only appeared in the game's late stages, leading to total annihilation. Various forms of death were all too common. For players in the game and the AI competing against them, these NPC factions were merely background scenery in the battle process, and their survival depended solely on whether anyone came to develop the area they inhabited. Unfortunately, it seemed that the humans on Earth had become one of those NPC factions. To be honest, Huifeng found it impossible to abandon his former home planet and civilization, leaving them to an enemy whose attitude was unknown. In a game it would be different, but this was not a playful scenario. Everything was harsh reality. What if the assimilator turned out to be like those in the game, utterly ruining Earth? The thought of such a possible scenario made Huifeng feel a surge of anger. He had no intention of easily handing over the solar system. Of course, if it came down to the final moment, he wouldn't foolishly accompany Earth to its demise. He had made preparations for a contingency. He set aside several positions from the tense production capacity in space to manufacture a few dedicated industrial motherships. Their mission was to leave the solar system and develop new colonies from scratch in more distant places. If all went well, these new colonies would not be too far from the solar system and could serve as a springboard for future expansion. However, should the developments take a turn for the worse, these off-world colonies would become his assurance for a comeback. In plain terms, it's like a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. With this issue resolved, he felt no further hesitation and prepared to face the upcoming situation with full force. A week was not a long time, and for Huifeng it seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. One morning, everything appeared completely normal, but beyond the orbit of Titan, at the distant and lonely edge of the solar system, the space was undergoing subtle tremors that human instruments could hardly detect. Several nearly transparent, distorted areas resembled fine lines on the skin of the universe. They were naturally formed hyperspace corridors, secret highways across star systems. Over the past period, a few solitary travelers had passed through here, but now a silent and massive black-gray fleet was slowly sailing along this ancient natural route, entering this star domain regarded as the edge by humanity. The space at the distortion point of the corridor was subtly folding, trembling, and expanding. A force of immense energy far beyond the usual forcibly opened the way, and the first to leap out of the corridor was an 8-ton dreadmeter Leviathan, its hull covered in matte black-gray alloy armor, with cold, aggressive lines like a blade emerging from the abyss of deep space. It was a Star Spear-class destroyer. Following it, more warships emerged sequentially from hyperspace, their hulls illuminated by the residual hyperspace glow brightening the dark cosmic expanse. Hours later, humanity on Earth would discover a new dim star had appeared out of thin air. In addition to the Star Spear-class destroyers, smaller rectangular Iron Wall-class frigates floated beside. The tightly packed warships formed a strict battle array in the darkness, their engines emitting faint and lifeless glows, casting complete shadows over the void at the edge of the solar system. This fleet, having crossed star systems, was eerily quiet under the light of the stars. Far away, billions of kilometers away, when the first battleship leaped out of hyperspace and entered the solar system, an alarm rang in Huifeng's ears. Hostile units detected. Finally here, Huifeng turned his gaze toward the source of the alarm at the position of the No. 1 entry. 2 days prior, Huifeng had redeployed the 2 frigates stationed here to reinforce the defenses around Neptune, so when the enemy appeared at the No. 1 entry, they met no resistance. However, even if those 2 frigates had remained in position, they likely wouldn't have escaped being annihilated in an instant, as the number of hostile warships at the No. 1 entry was overwhelming. He glanced over, and there were 30 noticeable Star Spear-class destroyers surrounded by about 500 Iron Wall-class frigates. He then took another look at his own fleet. A week was still a bit tight. So far he had produced fewer than 200 Iron Wall-class frigates. 100 had already arrived at Neptune and Uranus to participate in local defenses, while the other 100 were still en route. As for his Star Spear-class destroyers, their research progress was barely halfway done, and they would not be of any use in the short term. From the perspective of strength comparison, it was clear that the enemy fleet had the upper hand, even without counting those Star Spear-class destroyers. But let's not forget that Huifeng was fighting on home turf. As the defender, his advantages extended beyond just the number of warships. The defensive facilities on various planets were also critical factors. Huifeng's perspective shifted to the planet system closest to the enemy fleet above the moon of Neptune. This was the largest moon in Neptune's system, and the only one that had reached hydrostatic equilibrium. Its diameter was approximately 2706 kilometers, accounting for over 99.5% of the total mass of Neptune's moon system. Thus, Triton held immense strategic value, and its defense was of utmost importance. Losing it in the upcoming war would essentially mean the fall of the entire Neptune system. Huifeng had poured a great deal of effort into it over these days. Resources from other parts of the solar system had transformed into a series of figures on the system panel, which in turn became countless defensive facilities on the planet. The same was true for Uranus and the other 2 gas giant systems. Huifeng had done everything possible. Now it was up to the opponent's move. His perspective swiftly returned to the No. 1 entry, where he soon noticed new movements from the enemy. The engines at the rear erupted with new brilliance, led by the Star Spear-class destroyers, with Iron Wall-class frigates flanking them. This iron fleet at the edge of the solar system seemed to have received new orders and was advancing into the solar system. And their chosen target was the nearest planet, Neptune. As expected, the enemy first focused on the ice giant, which was closest and resource-rich, instead of rushing to invade his home in the Saturn system. This move from the enemy was precisely what Huifeng wanted. He hoped they would first engage the tough nut he had placed in front of them, preferably getting stuck in it for a while to buy time for production in his rear. He slightly adjusted the destination of the 100 Iron Wall-class frigates that had not yet arrived, sending them all to Neptune. According to estimates, they should arrive before the enemy fleet reached Triton and launch their attack, joining the 50 frigates stationed there in battle. Simultaneously, the other 50 frigates currently above Ariel in the Uranus system also immediately set off to reinforce Triton. This group was slightly farther away and might only arrive mid-battle. After doing all this, Huifeng awaited the positioning of everything. For humanity, the solar system itself is far too vast. To date, the highest speed achieved by human-made objects in history is 192 kilometers per second. The achievement of the Parker Solar Probe as it grazed past the Sun's perihelion indicates that traveling from the Sun to Neptune at this speed would take approximately 271 days. To exit the heliosphere and enter interstellar space takes about 3 years, while traversing the Oort cloud would require a terrifying 1,200 to 2,500 years. Thus, even at the theoretical speed limits achievable by humanity, the solar system remains overwhelmingly vast. However, for the 2 sides about to clash within the solar system, the situation is markedly different. Like an ant that may never escape the human province where its anthill is located, a family traveling in a private car could take only a few days to traverse the same distance. Therefore, in the eyes of a civilization truly capable of interstellar travel, the scale of the solar system is hardly significant. Not long after the assimilator's fleet arrived at the boundary of Neptune's hill sphere, this is the limit of its gravitational dominion. Further inward, Neptune's gravity will begin to significantly affect the posture and orbits of macro objects. At this moment, they are approaching Triton, and in a few minutes, they will be able to bring Triton and its structures within range. Meanwhile, on the side of Huifeng, 100 supporting escort ships arrived timely above Triton, forming the first fleet together with the local 50 escort ships standing ready in the Neptune system. In front of them, a multitude of orbital defense platforms floated. These defensive structures are known as orbital light spear defense platforms, deployed in near-Earth orbits outside the atmosphere of planets, often serving as the first line of defense besides warships. As the name suggests, their primary means of attack is a special high-energy laser characterized by an extremely high hit rate, as the attack method is nearly light speed and a targeted impact on the armor of most units. Conversely, their damage to shields is relatively paltry, usually requiring the cooperation of other defensive structures or units to unleash their full power. These light spear defense platforms hover at intervals in the void with Triton, displaying a pinkish-brown hue directly below them, and not far behind them is the friendly escort fleet, while directly in front of their weapons lies the direction of the enemy's approach. Time ticks by. Although that direction still appears empty far beyond the reach of human eyes, the enemy's fleet is slowly entering the targeting range of the orbital light spear defense platforms. In the game Galactic War, the attack range of the orbital light spear defense platform is among the farthest of conventional defense structures, with its maximum range slightly surpassing that of the Iron Wall-class escort ships and Star Spear-class destroyers. At this moment, the enemy does not yet have any higher-level units with a range exceeding that of the platform, which means that the upcoming battle will begin with its preemptive strike. True interstellar warfare is not like the bloody clashes of ancient battlefields where formations stand in opposition and horns blare. It is more akin to modern warfare. The moment the silhouette of the first enemy ship enters the firing range of the light spear platform and is firmly locked by the fire control system, the battle has already begun. In 1 second, the space of the Neptune system was a silent calm. The next moment, countless beams of white light tore through the darkness. This battle unfolding in the Neptune system abruptly opened with an extreme suddenness. The light spear platforms scattered along Triton's orbit had already completed their charging, and the slender launch ports on the platforms almost simultaneously shot out lethal beams towards a specific area ahead. Bright white high-energy beams shot out straight, leaving almost solid traces of light in the pitch black. One of the beams, traveling at nearly the speed of light, instantly crossed a vast distance and accurately struck its target, an Iron Wall-class escort ship mingling within the fleet. There was no roaring or shockwave. At the very moment the beam hit it, a layer of translucent shield immediately appeared at the point of impact on the escort ship. The shield was attacked, creating ripples and blinding light, appearing grandiose, as if the shield itself was on the verge of collapse. Yet it ultimately succeeded in blocking that fatal blow for its master. 3 seconds later, the beam gradually weakened, narrowed, and quickly vanished into the darkness. This Iron Wall-class escort ship endured the first round of attacks that heralded the beginning of war unscathed. However, some of its nearby comrades were not so fortunate. The fleet cluster that had been decelerating steadily a moment ago suddenly experienced several explosions. These unfortunate vessels were the first Iron Wall-class escort ships to enter the range of the light spear platforms, making them the initial targets of Huifeng's concentrated fire. Perhaps a single light spear platform could not penetrate the shields of any Galactic War warship at once, but dozens or hundreds of light spear platforms attacking a single target is a different story. As the most basic space combat unit, the shield generators on Iron Wall-class escort ships simply could not withstand the violent output of nearly 100 beams. In a very short time, the shields of these unfortunate vessels were instantly overloaded, and soon after the outer shields of the escort ships could no longer hold, shattering and evaporating. 7 escort ships targeted and fired upon easily transformed into brief, shining stars against the night sky of Neptune. The enemy fleet that had been attacked quickly reacted, distancing themselves from other allied ships while starting to maneuver irregularly and randomly during their advance, which significantly lowered the accuracy of Huifeng's second round of concentrated fire, with only 3 escort ships destroyed in this round of attack, and 1 heavily damaged enemy escort ship retreating from the forefront of the enemy fleet, covered by other escort ships, missing the opportunity for a follow-up strike. The 2 rounds of preemptive attacks resulted in 10 enemy escort ships being lost, 1 heavily damaged, which was somewhat effective, but unfortunately, there would be no more such free opportunities in the ensuing battle, because the enemy had already brought Triton within range. From Huifeng's God's Eye perspective, he saw the enemy assimilator's fleet suddenly emit a series of flickering lights, as if countless photographers had pressed their shutters, followed immediately by hundreds of red beams shooting past him towards Triton behind him. The Iron Wall-class frigates and the Starlance-class destroyers were likewise equipped with laser-based weaponry. Though their effective range fell slightly short of the orbital light lance platforms, their destructive power was by no means inferior. This held especially true for the latter. The Starlance class derived its name from its formidable main armament, the light lance cannon, whose exceptional performance would soon be rigorously validated. On the opposite flank of the battlefield, the Huifeng faction's light lance platforms, immobile by design, bore the brunt of enemy light lance fire. Nearly every salvo struck home. Though these defensive platforms had sacrificed mobility to bolster shield integrity and overall survivability, such advantages proved futile under the circumstances, especially as the enemy mirrored the tactic, concentrating overwhelming firepower upon just a few key targets. blinding beams like celestial spears rending the void pierced through shields and armor in rapid succession, igniting brilliant fireballs of molten metal against the frigid blackness of space. Even before those incandescent spheres had fully dissipated, the enemy's follow-up assault arrived on the battlefield. Countless hypersonic missiles surged forth from enemy warships materializing from the abyssal dark, each swarm hurtling toward pre-designated targets with terrifying velocity. Yet this time Huifeng would not allow them to succeed so easily. With a mere shift of intent, his first fleet, composed entirely of frigates, emerged from the protective shadow of the orbital defense platforms. Instantly, their integrated point defense systems roared to life. Dense barrages of kinetic slugs and miniature laser beams coalesced into an impenetrable wall of interception. Most missiles detonated midair like fragile eggs striking unyielding stone. Only a handful slipped through. Yet their numbers were too few to matter. They merely rippled the defensive platform's shields, inflicting no substantive damage. In the game Galactic Warfare, Iron Wall-class frigates were routinely deployed en masse as mobile shields and escorts for capital ships, proving exceptionally effective at intercepting aircraft and missiles during large-scale engagements. That was precisely why Huifeng now brought them forward. Simultaneously, he ordered the first fleet to unleash a synchronized broadside volley toward the enemy formation. Their assault mirrored the enemy's own light lance strikes, paved the way, followed by coordinated swarms of high-velocity missiles, though the beams they fired shimmered pure white. In Galactic Warfare, color differentiation served solely to aid factional identification for commanders. Huifeng had never imagined this arbitrary game mechanic would prove unexpectedly vital in actual combat. Weapon potency, however, remained unaffected by hue. This opening salvo yielded modest results. Anticipating the maneuver, the enemy had prepared accordingly, and only 2 enemy frigates were destroyed. Thereafter, both sides exchanged multiple volleys in fierce reciprocal dueling, each suffering steady. The enemy assimilator fleet lost 24 frigates in these exchanges. Their primary destroyers, better armored and positioned further aft, sustained no losses. Huifeng's side suffered heavier losses among its orbital light lance platforms, reducing retaliatory capacity by roughly 15%. Moreover, because the first fleet had been compelled to assist in intercepting missile salvos, given the platform's limited anti-missile capability, 3 frigates were caught off guard and destroyed by opportunistic enemy fire. This turn-based exchange rapidly drew to a close as the opposing fleets closed the distance between them. Huifeng observed the enemy fleet's formation shifting. First, the Starlance-class destroyers, previously nestled deep within layers of protective screening, surged forward past their escorting frigates to assume vanguard positions. At first, the maneuver puzzled him, until a glance at the tactical mini-map revealed the truth in an instant. The enemy commander intended to eliminate Huifeng's mobile forces first. Indeed, the 30 Starlance-class destroyers immediately adopted a forward-hunting formation, their main cannons locking onto Huifeng's first fleet, still repositioning after the missile interception, unable to retreat in time. Ignoring interference from their own defensive platforms, they unleashed full saturation fire across the entire fleet, seeking to exploit the Starlance-class tactical superiority over the Iron Wall-class, and swiftly cripple the first fleet's combat effectiveness. Though Huifeng instantly ordered emergency evasive maneuvers, the distance between the fleets had narrowed against weapons approaching light speed. That proximity measured in mere seconds. Huifeng managed only to initiate the retreat posture before the Starlance destroyer's light lance barrage. A lead Iron Wall-class frigate was struck simultaneously by 3 crimson beams. Its shield, like parchment resisting a stiletto, held for but a heartbeat before shattering. The lethal lances bored straight into the hull, triggering an instantaneous cataclysm. The vessel exploded into a searing fireball. Adjacent frigates met similar fates. After withdrawing behind the orbital platforms and conducting a damage assessment, Huifeng discovered that this sudden assault had reduced 20 frigates to drifting debris, a devastating blow to the first fleet's current strength. The assimilator fleet's gambit had caught Huifeng unprepared, but he adapted, swiftly denying them any repeat opportunity. This adaptation was further aided by the decreasing distance ground-based defensive emplacements on Highway I now entered the fray, severely constraining the enemy's operational freedom. Highway I's terrestrial defenses consisted primarily of 2 distinct platform types. The first was the Tianxiong Missile Tower, a medium-range launch platform whose hypersonic missiles could escape planetary gravity wells, entirely streaking toward orbital targets at astonishing velocity. Though such speed paled beside interstellar vessels' capabilities, and thus yielded modest hit rates vulnerable to shipboard point defense systems or outright misses, particularly against smaller, more agile frigates and aerospace fighters. Its impact when landed was catastrophic. A direct hit could overwhelm even a destroyer's reinforced armor and shielding after only a few strikes. The second type comprised lower-output laser platforms deployed across the planet's surface. The Tiandun Light Lance Point Defense System, designed specifically to intercept incoming ordnance, such as kinetic bombs and landing capsules safeguarding surface infrastructure from bombardment. Huifeng had constructed vast numbers of both installations across Huifeng's major bases, transforming the moon into a veritable porcupine of layered defense. And now the porcupine was bristling. Even though the missile batteries of Huifeng have a relatively low hit rate, their sheer number has distracted the enemy enough to prevent their Star Spear-class destroyers from easily picking off our frigates as before. Seeing no opportunity, the assimilators reverted to their initial tactics, keeping the Star Spear-class destroyers, which serve as their main force, protected within the fleet, while the outer frigates absorbed most of the damage. Simultaneously, their firepower concentrated on a specific area of Huifeng, clearing not only the orbital defense platforms one by one, but also attacking the missile towers on the ground. It seems the enemy aims to first eliminate part of the defensive structures, creating a breakthrough large enough for their forces to exploit and subsequently expand their advantage. Does the turtle think it can take a bite out of me? It won't be that easy. Unbeknownst to him, this tactic had long been anticipated by Huifeng and played right into his hands. There are numerous defense platforms on Huifeng, and given the enemy fleet's current firepower, it is insufficient to clear a completely safe area in a short time. Moreover, as the defending side, Huifeng naturally benefits from local combat advantages. When warships start exchanging losses with the defense platforms, unless the enemy quickly secures a safe zone, they will find themselves in a situation akin to battleships attacking coastal artillery. While warships can exchange one of their losses for several, or even more defensive structures, the former ships are far from home and take longer to build, making replenishment nearly impossible. In contrast, if a ground-based defensive structure is lost, a worker bee can rebuild it on the spot, although the replenishment speed isn't very fast, and the light spear platforms closer to the battlefield cannot be replaced, as worker bees are easily destroyed by the enemy. Still, it's much better than the enemy having no means of replenishment at all. Additionally, the First Fleet in space is coordinating with various defensive firepower from the orbit and the ground to continuously harass the enemy warships on the edge of the battlefield. Although this hasn't yielded significant results, yet the enemy has ample firepower, forcing Huifeng, as the weaker side, to seize fleeting opportunities to pull out a few frigates for a quick strike before retreating. He cannot concentrate fire for a decisive kill, but this tactic can drag on for quite some time. After all, he has the entire solar system at his back. As the front lines engage in battle, the rear is also racing against time to produce more warships. Time is on his side. Thus, Huifeng's current strategic objective becomes clear. The best outcome would be to eliminate this batch of invaders, relying solely on the defenses on Huifeng, the First Fleet, and the soon-to-arrive Second Fleet. Moreover, even if he cannot eliminate them, it does not matter, as long as the time is prolonged and more warships are produced in the rear. Even developing Star Spear-class destroyers' victory will naturally belong to him. The icy gray surface of Huifeng hung in the dark void of space, its edges shimmering with a pale. Above it, countless faint white missile trails and energy beams crisscrossed, occasionally erupting in blinding explosions, with debris slowly drifting in the vacuum. One fleet formed a dense formation, with bright beams constantly shooting from their hulls, concentrating fire on the same area of the satellite, illuminating the sky like snow. The other fleet prowled the edge of the battlefield, occasionally firing a few bursts of firepower before quickly retreating into the shadows of the defensive structures. This entire airspace had never been so lively since its inception, with flickering flames and billowing smoke. The once cold and silent void of space was set ablaze, transforming into a chaotic and violent large-scale space battlefield. This chaotic scene lasted for nearly an hour. By the time Huifeng's side had suffered approximately 30 losses in firepower and 37 frigates were lost in this battle, the number of warships in the First Fleet had already dropped to fewer than 100. The enemy's losses were equally significant, with a full 100 frigates turning into space debris within that hour. Additionally, 2 destroyers were ruthlessly sunk due to the exposed vulnerabilities in their formation caused by excessive losses among the escort frigates. At this moment, it seems the enemy has finally realized that continuing this way is not a solution. Not to mention whether they can create a breakthrough. In fact, this plan is already on the verge of success. Even if they manage to create a breakthrough, they will likely exhaust their fleet in the ensuing assault instead of the other way around. As a result, the remaining invading fleet began to move, not advancing deeper, but rather breaking out, retreating to a position far from the orbit of Huifeng, out of the range of ground defenses, to preserve their remaining combat strength. Huifeng made no attempt to stop their retreat, as he lacked the capability to do so. Now he only has 90 frigates left on Huifeng. If he were to intercept them with this few frigates, they would likely be crushed like a speed bump. The enemy still has 28 Star Spear-class destroyers. With just these remaining ships, the assimilators could annihilate his First Fleet in open combat. Not to mention, they also have over 300 escort frigates escorting them. Thus Huifeng could only harass them from a distance, as they retreated from the orbit of Highway 1 relying on the remaining orbital light spear platforms. In the first fleet, he managed to take down 2 more of their frigates, but there was little else he could do. However, Huifeng does not believe that everything has ended so simply. The enemy's main force is still intact, and will surely not give up easily. Sure enough, after the assimilators retreated from the orbit of Highway 1, the entire fleet turned towards the direction of Uranus, heading for the second fleet that was about to reach the battlefield for support. Seeing that they can't take me down for the time being, are they now targeting my reinforcements? It won't be that simple. Huifeng immediately adjusted the destination of the second fleet, redirecting it back to the Uranus system. Indeed, since their commander wants to eliminate his support fleet, all he has to do is make the support fleet turn back. It should be noted that both sides in the galactic war game are from the same faction. This means that theoretically, as long as the technological strength is not too disparate, Huifeng and the enemy are clearly not at that level. The stats for each individual warship are quite similar, including their speed. Both sides' Iron Wall-class frigates have nearly identical speeds. As long as he orders the second fleet to return, the enemy will never be able to catch up with them, especially since the Star Spear-class destroyers in the enemy fleet are slightly slower than the frigates, while the second fleet consists purely of frigates. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the temporarily quiet battlefield. The invading fleet sped towards the seemingly imminent reinforcements, yet they could not catch up to annihilate the latter like a monkey trying to fish the moon. However, Huifeng noticed that these invaders seemed to have motives beyond merely trying to eliminate the second fleet. In the void, a colossal fleet is sailing onward. Before them, a faint blue planet is gradually magnifying. The assimilator fleet, fully aware that they cannot catch up with the second fleet of Huifeng, nonetheless trails behind the latter, which has already adjusted its course, clearly with other intentions. This intention can be easily concluded by considering the celestial arrangement of the solar system. The enemy has set its sights on the Uranus system. After suffering heavy losses in their encounter with Neptune, changing their target for attack is not surprising. Moreover, due to the greater number of large moons around Uranus compared to Neptune, 5 in total, the defense of each individual moon is actually weaker than that of Neptune I. In theory, it is indeed possible for the current assimilator fleet to conquer a complete moon. However, this premise assumes that neither the first fleet nor the second fleet exists. Behind the assimilator fleet, there exists another fleet in the void, currently advancing at high speed along the space previously traversed by the assimilator fleet. This is Huifeng's first fleet, which upon realizing that the enemy's intentions are not simple, has activated their engines and followed closely. The assimilators have attempted to turn back and capture his seemingly weak remnant fleet, but he has used his speed advantage to deny them even the slightest opportunity. Perhaps even the first fleet with only 90 ships and the second fleet with 50 ships combined cannot win against the formidable enemy in an empty space skirmish. However, relying on the defensive facilities of Uranus, they may still possess some fighting capability. Even if they cannot achieve victory, Huifeng is confident he can inflict severe losses. This confidence comes after a temporary conclusion from the situation at Neptune. It seems this fellow is not as invincible as he appears. From a godlike perspective, Huifeng observed the enemy ships sailing, and as time passed, he felt increasingly reassured watching them, as if they were a group of doomed individuals. The assimilator fleet has entered the Uranus system, and among Uranus' 5 moons they resolutely chose the outermost moon, Titania, Oberon, as their target for attack. At this moment, the second fleet is not stationed on Oberon, but is instead hovering over Miranda, Titania, as the latter is the largest moon in the Uranus system, and thus the most crucial, requiring priority defense. However, seeing that the enemy did not directly attack Miranda, Huifeng immediately ordered the second fleet to set off for support. Then he began to micromanage all structures and units on Oberon, including defensive installations, doing his utmost to hold out until reinforcements arrived. When the first and second fleets arrived at the battlefield of Oberon, the assimilator fleet ultimately failed to paralyze all the base defenses on Oberon. Moreover, due to their reckless assault, the assimilator fleet paid a hefty price, losing 50 corvettes and 1 destroyer, suffering losses far greater than those above Neptune I during the same period. Of course, under these circumstances, Oberon's defenses had also lost nearly 50 of their counterattack capability. It can be said that if given just a little more time, the assimilator fleet could truly control this second largest moon in the Uranus system. However, the reinforcements from Huifeng's side ultimately arrived too swiftly. If the assimilator fleet were to continue their attack at this moment, even if they eventually won, their losses might exceed what the assimilators could bear, causing that invading fleet to lose its current deterrent power. They ultimately chose to abandon the attack and awkwardly retreated from Oberon. Subsequently, they attempted to attack the adjacent Miranda, but after probing the defenses there, they quickly abandoned. Next, where would the assimilator fleet aim to attack? Huifeng gazed at the invading fleet in the void, speculating on their commander's thoughts. The commander of the opposing fleet is clearly perplexed by the challenging situation, with the fleet remaining motionless in the void beyond Huifeng's range. Continuous attempts at assault have failed, instead resulting in manpower losses and wasted time. If it were up to Huifeng, he would likely be contemplating abandoning the attack by now. However, the one currently pondering is not Huifeng himself. He is not even clear whether the opposing fleet is controlled by an AI from a game called Galactic War or something else. It can only be said that both sides are somewhat muddled in this battle. After a while, the assimilator fleet made a new move. They adjusted their course once more, and this time Huifeng was unsurprised by their target. They began sailing toward the inner solar system. As expected, seeing that they cannot capture the outer territories, they are thinking of attacking the inner solar system planets, which have no defenses, in an attempt to seize one of them. Huifeng was completely unsurprised by this. After all, once they run into obstacles in the most resource-rich and strategically important locations, it is entirely normal to consider capturing less critical areas. Moreover, it appeared that these less critical areas had minimal defenses. For both parties in the conflict, whether Huifeng or the assimilators, the inner solar system represents a relatively less critical area. For Huifeng, he himself has not yet finished developing the 4 major gas giants, and with resources available, he must prioritize investment there. Thus, he naturally has no interest in the inner solar system, which only accounts for about 0.44 of the total mass of all celestial bodies in the solar system, excluding the Sun. For the invading assimilators, when attacking a star system, it is best to conquer a planet that is close to the hyperspace routes and rich in resources to use as a forward base and launch point for further attacks. Otherwise, the time consumed in traveling from the core star system to the enemy star system is too long, and the fleet will need reinforcements too slowly. Sometimes just a few days can determine life and death on the battlefield. For instance, the battle between Huifeng and the invading assimilator fleet has only lasted a few days, not even a week. Neptune, Uranus, and the remaining 2 gas giants are undoubtedly the best choices for forward bases. However, the invading fleet has already lost the capability to conquer these locations, so after discarding these best options, the inner solar system's few relatively small terrestrial planets, which are also far from hyperspace routes, naturally entered their selection interface. Of course, choosing the inner solar system as a target for attack is not without its benefits. At least they would not face any resistance from planetary defense facilities there, as Huifeng has not expanded into those areas at all. But the question remains, can they even reach it? Time is a crucial element in many matters. In this war that determines the fate of the solar system, the battle between the assimilator and Huifeng at Neptune consumed quite a bit of time, and after attempting to ambush the Uranus system, they turned back to the inner solar system, which took up too much time. Huifeng's stronghold had successfully researched the technology for destroyers and launched the first batch of 20 destroyers. In conjunction with the ongoing production of corvettes before research completion, when the assimilator fleet bypassed the Saturn and Jupiter systems and officially entered the inner solar system, Saturn had deployed a new force of 100 corvettes and 20 destroyers. They were on their way, and once they joined the first fleet that was still trailing the enemy, the assimilator fleet would no longer have a decisive advantage in numbers. The moment Huifeng had been waiting for had finally arrived. The assimilator side also noticed that this new force was about to reach the battlefield, so they seemed eager to seize the last opportunity to confront the trailing first fleet before Huifeng's reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, Huifeng did not give them this chance. He used his slight speed advantage to delay sufficiently, and in the end the assimilator was ensnared by the first fleet, losing their final opportunity to escape. With the addition of a new batch of warships, the power of Huifeng's first fleet grew unprecedentedly strong, with 190 Iron Wall-class corvettes and 20 Spear-class destroyers positioned in the empty expanse near Mars, exuding a formidable presence. On the opposing side, the assimilator fleet currently had only 314 Iron Wall-class corvettes and 27 Spear-class destroyers. While they still held a numerical advantage, it was no longer as overwhelming as it once was, and many of their warships had sustained damage from at least 2 previous assaults, making their condition inferior to the newly reintegrated warships of Huifeng. Thus, in comparison, Huifeng believed that with the current strength of the first fleet, they might be able to encounter the assimilator in an open battle, requiring only more meticulous maneuvering of the warships to achieve favorable damage results. As a veteran player of Galactic War, coupled with the experience gained from the previous 2 defensive battles, and having far surpassed human abilities in control calculation and reaction, Huifeng felt quite confident in his maneuvering skills. Let me see what you are capable of. Huifeng focused, intently concentrating most of his attention on the upcoming. The assimilator was equally unyielding in the face of Huifeng's bold advance towards battle, aligning their warships into a clear offensive formation, with the bows facing the direction of the approaching first fleet, charging forward with full force. In this location, far from any large celestial bodies, the decisive battle for the fate of the 3 forces in the solar system began. The sensor of the Iron Wall-class corvette numbered E-237 remained at full power, revealing a vast emptiness of space in its external view, with several bright stars visible in the background, the light emanating from planets reflecting sunlight. In the closer combat area, there were no large celestial bodies or asteroids obstructing the view, allowing all movements to be clearly captured by its sensors. The distance between the two fleets was rapidly decreasing, with the assimilator fleet arranged in a dense assault formation, engines emitting steady light blue flames as they approached at high speed. Their fleet was numerous, densely packed in the forward view, occupying nearly half of the observation screen. As the relative speed increased, the outlines of the enemy ships became clearer in the optical sensors, with discernible patterns on their armored hulls and positions of weapon turrets. The moment both sides entered each other's weapon range, the battlefield erupted into a chaotic roar. Yet it was a silent clamor. The first to fire were the long-range main guns of both sides, with streams of energy beams shooting from the bow guns, carving straight, bright trails through the darkness towards the enemy. The beams traveled quickly, nearly reaching their targets as they were fired. Some struck the enemy ships directly, instantly penetrating their shields and exploding into several bright flames on the surface of the armor, with evident damage appearing on the hull as some structures detached and floated away in the zero-gravity environment. Others were successfully intercepted by the enemy's shields, with energy colliding against the shields, sending ripples of light blue waves that gradually dissipated. E-237 adjusted its course according to the overall orders of the fleet, engines releasing a small amount of thrust, slowly turning to aim its main gun at a rushing assimilator corvette. The fire control system automatically locked onto the target, and a prompt indicating completed charging flashed through the internal link. In the next moment, the main gun fired, and a white energy beam accurately struck the midsection of the opposing ship. Previously, this enemy corvette had already been targeted by its nearby allies, so this attack directly breached its faltering shield, striking the hull, which visibly shook, with external armor punctured and a small amount of gas and debris escaping, causing its speed to decrease. Before E-237 could aim again, several enemy firepower shots were directed towards it. It immediately executed an evasion order, engines powering up to the maximum as the hull swiftly moved to the side. Two red energy beams zipped past the hull, leaving brief trails of light in the nearby space, while another struck the right shield. The shield's strength dropped slightly for a short time, glowing intensely blue, causing the hull to shudder slightly, with external sensors experiencing brief interference before quickly returning to normal. The situation around was rapidly worsening. Not far to the left, a friendly corvette was being concentrated on by several enemy ships, its shield breached within seconds, with the remaining energy beams directly penetrating the hull, triggering a violent internal explosion. The entire ship first erupted in a blinding flash, then the hull broke apart in the middle, splitting into two sections that continued to fly forward, with debris and pipelines constantly floating out from the break. The wreckage faced no resistance, maintaining its inertial motion, quickly mixing with other fallen components to form a small debris field. The situation on the right side was equally intense, with the destroyers as the core main force of the Allies exchanging fire with the enemy's destroyer group, their main guns firing in turn, with shield lights flashing alternately. The firepower and defense of large ships were more violent and powerful, with each shot leaving significant turbulence on the opposing hull. Nearby corvettes maneuvered around the main ships, intercepting enemy missiles and torpedoes, while seeking opportunities to attack the weak points of the enemy formation. A large number of high-speed missiles were launched by both sides, trailing faint streaks as they navigated through the battlefield. Most were intercepted by the tightly guarded Closian defense systems, detonating in the air, while a few lucky ones successfully struck the hull or shields, causing explosions of varying scales. The shockwaves from the explosions could not propagate in the vacuum, but the scattered debris possessed high kinetic energy and, upon colliding with other ships, could cause unexpected damage. E-237 navigated between the wreckage and Allied ships, continuously adjusting its posture to avoid colliding with uncontrolled large debris. In the forward view, missiles flew everywhere, energy spears crossed the battlefield, flames erupted from explosions, damaged hulls, and the silhouettes of high-speed maneuvering ships. The originally orderly formation was quickly shattered in the melee, with ships from both sides intersecting in this vast, boundless void, charging, heat-in, flanking, or forcing their way out after being surrounded, rendering the entire airspace extremely chaotic. The assimilator fleet continued to maintain an offensive posture, pushing forward regardless of casualties, attempting to tear through the defense line and expand their advantage, with the density of their exchanges further increasing. After multiple evasions and hits, the stability of E-237's shield had become somewhat precarious, with the charging intervals of its main gun lengthening due to energy allocation. It continued to adjust its position according to the command post's instructions, coordinating with nearby allies to concentrate fire on the same target. The locked-on assimilator corvette under continuous bombardment lost its shield entirely, with its hull repeatedly penetrated by energy beams, ultimately losing power as its hull slowly rotated to one side, becoming yet another piece of debris floating in the void. As the battle progressed, more debris filled the battlefield, from intact hulls to small metal fragments scattered throughout the combat zone. These fragments drifted away due to inertia, occasionally colliding with maneuvering ships, some merely grazing and leaving marks, while others could damage the external sensors or small turrets of shieldless ships. Above in the view, a friendly Spear-class destroyer was concentrated on by several enemy destroyers. Its bow completely destroyed propulsion systems, failing, causing the entire ship to roll out of control while continuously venting fuel and debris. Nearby friendly corvettes quickly converged, opening fire on the enemy ships attacking it in an attempt to cover the damaged hull's retreat. But this destroyer ultimately suffered a massive internal explosion, with a blinding light instantly covering a nearby area, affecting several surrounding ships that sustained varying degrees of damage. E-237 did not cease its actions, continuing the cycle of shooting, maneuvering, and evading. The number of enemy ships ahead remained significant, with new units constantly breaching the fire network. The Closian guns began working, continuously firing at nearby missiles and threatening high-speed debris, with gun muzzles flashing with dim light. In the distance, as the true master of this star system, the sun continued to hang quietly, seemingly unaware of the fierce battle occurring in the nearby expanse. Meanwhile, both sides of the conflict continued to suffer casualties, with hulls exploding and disintegrating, becoming debris in the cosmos, while new firepower was continuously unleashed from both flanks, pushing the battle towards a more intense direction. The target signals and the sensors remained densely packed, with enemy and ally markers flashing alternately, completely filling the airspace, with high-intensity exchanges leaving no gaps. At this moment, both sides of the conflict were fully committed, while outside the battlefield an observer trembled, attentively watching every move here. Just as a giant would not care about an ant nest on the grass during a wrestling match, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle in space also inadvertently overlooked a seemingly insignificant observer: humanity. As the true natives of the solar system, they were currently trembling in fear as they watched everything happening in the sky. The Titan civilization, this is the code name used by the Human Federation to refer to the unknown extraterrestrial civilization that developed from Titan. Since the discovery of the other party, those in the Human Federation who were informed felt anxious about the potential invasion of interstellar civilization. However, prior to this, there was actually no concrete evidence for such concerns, as all known means of observation had not detected any actions suggesting an invasion of Earth, and they had not found any obviously armed spacecraft appearing within the solar system. It was not until the Human Federation Space Observation Team spotted a new type of ship near the Titan civilization space dock that alarms began to ring in everyone's hearts at that moment. Through observational analysis, the experts of the Human Federation discovered that this was a spacecraft with clear aggressive characteristics, or rather a fully armed spaceship. Its hull was somewhat smaller than the massive ships previously observed that traveled to other solar system planets, but it was covered with many abnormal protrusions resembling some kind of weapon akin to the naval guns on surface combat vessels. More crucial evidence was found at its front, where there was a clearly extended section of the main structure, and in front of that section, there was a distinctly recessed circular void. This was obviously a space weapon of unknown power, and the spacecraft equipped with these things was clearly intended for warfare. Currently, there were only 2 civilizations in the solar system, at least it appeared that way on the surface, and the intended use of such a battleship was obvious to many. Thus, an unprecedented wave of pessimism swept through the upper echelons of the Human Federation. If previously there had been some lingering hope, now at least the vast majority had lost all hope regarding humanity's ability to resist an alien invasion. Even the most optimistic generals regarding defense plans in the Human Federation no longer dared to hope for any battle damage through an Earth orbit defense line composed of nuclear weapons and missiles, instead placing their last hopes on ground forces, praying that the invading aliens might send down some ground troops, allowing them to at least inflict some casualties on the aliens rather than being bombarded into ruins from orbit, followed by an invasion. After all, reality is not like novels and movies. The vast technological gap cannot be instantly bridged by human indomitable spirit. Considering humanity's current technological level, facing a true interstellar civilization with starships capable of traversing vast space is akin to the Native Americans in 1492 discovering that the ones landing in America were actually the U.S. military of 2016. The disparity is utterly despairing. Before they could fully digest this information, new observational images kept coming in from the direction of Saturn, showing more and more flying objects resembling battleships. At the same time, almost all of the known planets in the solar system that had been observed to have Titan civilization expansion, including Titan itself, began to show numerous unknown new constructions. Some speculated that these buildings were related to military matters and could likely be some form of local defense facilities. Without a doubt, the Titan civilization was undergoing large-scale military preparations. Then, just as humanity felt genuinely suffocated by the current situation, a massive reversal occurred in the following days. The Human Federation first observed that the first 3 Titan civilization battleships departed from above Titan, but their course was not toward Earth, nor even towards the inner solar system. They were heading towards the distant edges of the solar system, with their purpose completely unclear. After that, the observation telescope of the Human Federation lost track of this small fleet. However, not long after, their equipment captured an energy anomaly emanating from the edge of the solar system, as if something had exploded in that distant deep space. Before the Human Federation could figure out what had happened in that direction, the Titan civilization launched more ships towards other directions at the edges of the solar system. These ships appeared to be smaller than the battleships, representing a new, unknown class of vessel, subsequently speculated to be some kind of reconnaissance ship. Subsequently, the Human Federation observed numerous battleships continuously emerging from the space docks, gathering together and beginning to sail toward the planets Uranus and Neptune. Although the Human Federation was not clear on why the Titan civilization was sending nearly all of its battleships to those 2 locations, this action undoubtedly provided them with a momentary sigh of relief, as at least these numerous spacecraft were not immediately targeted at Earth. Then there was an unusual flash of light at the edge of the solar system. Thanks to the stimulus from the Titan civilization, humanity had recently paid much more attention to space affairs. Therefore, one night, the Human Federation quickly noticed that a star had inexplicably appeared in a part of the sky over Earth which had been dark. The appearance of this star was quite brief. Merely a few minutes later, it completely vanished from their line of sight. After analysis, the scientists of the Human Federation quickly realized that it was not a star at all, but an extremely unusual transient astronomical event. Its occurrence location was not far from the area where the Titan civilization's small fleet had left Saturn, shortly after which an energy anomaly had appeared at the edge of the solar system. Following the incident, the Human Federation immediately intensified surveillance by deploying more telescopes to observe the area, and then they made a shocking discovery: a new space fleet that had never been recorded had appeared near the anomaly and was racing toward Neptune. In terms of appearance, this space fleet seemed to originate from the same source as the Titan civilization. Most of these battleships looked similar in layout to those manufactured by the Titan civilization. However, the scale of this fleet was far larger than all the fleets of the Titan civilization they had observed combined, and they also noted the presence of a new type of battleship in the fleet, which was larger than those they had previously discovered. Most importantly, they appeared distinctly different from the Titan civilization. Unlike the generally silver-white appearance of the Titan civilization's buildings or ships, this fleet was predominantly black and gray, blending almost seamlessly with the cosmic background. Were it not for the Human Federation employing a newly commissioned state-of-the-art multifunctional space telescope for this observation, they might not have noticed this dark fleet navigating in the deep space. Thus, after a series of deductions, the Human Federation concluded that this was likely an interstellar fleet belonging to another power. Now, this fleet belonging to another power was aggressively heading towards Neptune. Combined with the series of strange movements from the Titan civilization, it seemed that everything could be explained. An astonishing reversal unfolded before everyone. The Titan civilization was not preparing for an invasion of Earth. Rather, it was on guard against another, more powerful interstellar force. Now it seemed that the 2 sides were about to engage in a fierce battle within the solar system. As for humanity, they were merely the innocent and unfortunate bystanders caught in the middle of this interstellar conflict. Professor Qin, here are today's observation data and images. The assistant placed a stack of printed materials on Qin Taishan's desk. Oh, all right, just leave them there, thank you. Qin Taishan glanced up briefly, politely expressed his gratitude, and then continued to write diligently. After the assistant left the office, he set down his pen, after a while rubbed his tired eyes, picked up the materials sent by the assistant, and resumed reading. Since he joined the Extraterrestrial Civilizations Research Committee, this scene had often appeared in this room. The office was quiet, with only the faint buzzing of the instruments from the observation station's main building outside the window seeping through the walls, serving as the daily background noise. Qin Taishan was assigned to be the leader of the space observation team, which meant there were many tasks to handle, including, but not limited to, personnel management, determining who should be assigned to what position, sorting extraterrestrial observation data, writing reports for superiors, and collaborating with other project teams in the committee on various projects, etc. In a sense, he was experiencing both pain and joy during this time. The pain came from the fatigue brought about by these tedious tasks, while the joy was naturally from the series of messages that had come in recently. The first piece of good news was that the warships constructed by the Titan civilization above Titan were not designed against humanity, but rather to combat another civilization with interstellar travel capabilities. This news indeed relieved many, including Qin Taishan, as it indicated that humanity was at least safe for now, even if it might only be temporary. However, what no one had anticipated was that before humanity could fully comprehend the Titan civilization on Titan, another new extraterrestrial force had emerged within their own solar system. Secondly, he heard from others in the adjacent team that during the recent emergency mobilization and urgent excavations, some doomsday shelters had completed their preparations and could be activated at any time, providing a measure of security for humanity. Of course, as these messages were relayed, Qin Taishan's corresponding doubts were also increasing. What exactly was the new extraterrestrial civilization? Visually, aside from their colors, their ships seemed to be completely identical in style to those of the Titan civilization. What was their relationship? Why were they fighting amongst themselves? Were they two different warring nations within the same civilization? Or was it a rebellion, a civil war? And most concerning, what was this new arrival's perception of humanity? Thinking of these questions, Qin Taishan felt an unprecedented curiosity, and at that moment a surge of energy welled up within him, making him eager to work tirelessly for 3 days and nights to uncover the truth. He unconsciously rubbed the edge of the materials with his fingertips, and his desire for exploration intensified. Flipping through the documents in his hands, he soon finished reading all the important sections, and his expression gradually became serious. Is a victor emerging from the Mars orbit? A few days ago, the space observation team he was responsible for was the first to discover the newly appeared extraterrestrial civilization, and then they watched as this new extraterrestrial force headed straight for the Neptune system, leading to a space battle erupting right before their eyes. This was the first time in human history that a conflict between extraterrestrial civilizations was observed, and also the first time they witnessed a true space war in reality. It was not the primitive struggle where two ships got close enough to see each other's crew with astronauts shooting at each other, but rather an interstellar war involving dozens or even hundreds of spacecraft engaging in battle in the orbit of a planet. To this day, Qin Taishan could still remember the excitement he felt when he witnessed that scene. To put it in the words of his grandfather's generation, to see this moment was truly worth every penny. Of course, the higher-ups in the Human Federation were also quite interested in this matter, sending several batches of high-ranking military experts over to analyze and discuss the situation as it unfolded. Qin Taishan knew little about military matters, so he often couldn't understand whether the analyses of those military experts were correct, but there was one thing he did understand. The war occurring in the Neptune system holds significant reference value for our understanding of the technological levels and war potential of the Titan civilization and the Kuiper civilization, the code name for the assimilators. After several days of analysis and discussion, our expert team unanimously concluded that with humanity's current level of scientific and technological advancement, regardless of which of the two civilizations we face, the outcome would be certain defeat, with no possibility of turning the tide. On this basis, we can only pray that after they determine a victor, the winner will be the side friendly to humanity. In simpler terms, it means we can't provoke either of these two giants. After reporting this conclusion, a quick response came from above, instructing Qin Taishan and his observation team to continue closely monitoring the war situation between the Titan civilization and the Kuiper civilization while refraining from any actions that could interfere with the war, and they had no capability to intervene anyway. Humanity's position in this interstellar war was to remain neutral and not support either side until the situation changed. Qin Taishan was pleased with this arrangement, so he and his team members watched through telescopes as the battle unfolded in favor of the defending side, namely the Titan civilization. Along the way, the sight of the Kuiper civilization's fleet turning towards the inner solar system indeed startled everyone, but just as they approached the Mars orbit, the newly constructed warships of the Titan civilization chased after them together with the original fleet, resulting in a fierce battle with the Kuiper civilization's fleet. This battle lasted for quite a while, and just now it seemed that a victor had finally emerged. The Titan civilization's fleet was completely annihilated, while the Kuiper civilization's fleet also suffered heavy losses. Qin Taishan looked at the materials that had been sent over and read aloud the last line. It appeared that the outcome of this battle was not far from what those military experts had predicted. Due to the nearly identical styles of the ships on both sides, they boldly speculated that the ship data of both fleets were essentially the same. In this case, the number of ships became a decisive factor. On the battlefield, the Kuiper civilization, with the largest number of ships, was undoubtedly at an advantage. This advantage could still be compensated for during planetary defense stages, but during void combat, eliminating such an advantage through other means was not so simple. Even though the Titan civilization received some support before the war, their number of ships still did not surpass that of their enemies, making the complete annihilation of their fleet a predictable outcome. Of course, the Kuiper civilization was not without suffering either. Their fleet lost nearly 70 of its warships after the battle, with dozens of large warships completely destroyed. The remaining ships, from appearances, were all heavily damaged. Based on the results of the previous two battles, Qin Taishan believed that the Kuiper civilization's fleet had essentially lost the capability to launch planetary assaults and could no longer threaten the ground facilities of the Titan civilization. From the perspective of the battle's outcome, it seemed that the Kuiper civilization had achieved victory, but this Pyrrhic victory had already exhausted most of its strength within the solar system, leaving it incapable of taking any further action against the Titan civilization in the short term. Perhaps this was a good thing for humanity, which was watching and waiting. Qin Taishan included this speculation in his report, and then he stood up and left the room with the report in hand. The vicinity of Mars' orbit is no longer the vast expanse of tranquility it once was. It has now become a silent interstellar graveyard. In the cold vacuum devoid of air to carry sound, the cataclysmic battle from hours ago left no echoes behind. Now only a profound silence envelopes the entire void, with even the distant sunlight casting a chill of desolation. Debris from warships of all sizes floats aimlessly, their once intact hulls now lost to sight. Most are fragmented metal walls, twisted and deformed engine parts, charred weapon bases, and shattered armor fragments. They vary in size from mountains to grains of sand slowly tumbling in the weightlessness, their surfaces marred by burn marks, with the once silver and dark gray paint now entirely covered by a layer of carbon, and countless scars that glimmer with a cold light in the dimness of space. After a moment, several battered ironclad-class frigates slowly emerged from the wreckage, forming a ragged fleet with more of their peers that followed, setting course for the deep space beyond the solar system. From a higher-dimensional perspective, Huifeng observed all of this. Yet he had no intention of intervening further. It was not that he did not want to, but he simply lacked the capability at that moment. In this decisive battle within the solar system, Huifeng faced off against 190 frigates and 10 destroyers from his side against 314 frigates and 27 destroyers from the enemy. The final outcome saw his side suffer the total annihilation of the first fleet, but they severely crippled the assimilator fleet, rendering it incapable of continuing its assault on Huifeng's position. Although this outcome was not the most ideal, Huifeng achieved his strategic goal for the battle. The assimilator fleet failed to capture any major planetary systems in the solar system and instead suffered heavy losses. Now the remnants of their fleet had no choice but to leave the solar system, for if they lingered while awaiting the next batch of warships to roll out from Huifeng's side, it would be a death sentence. So does this mean I won? Huifeng murmured to himself as he watched the remaining forces of the assimilator retreat towards Gate 1. After a moment, he finally exhaled deeply. The imminent crisis that had loomed before him had been weathered. He and Earth along with its inhabitants were safe. Although this safety was merely temporary, Huifeng did not believe that the assimilator side would rest easy. In the not-too-distant future, they would undoubtedly return, and he needed to prepare for their next onslaught before it arrived. Of course, this did not diminish the fact that it was a rare moment of respite. Throughout the entire war, the manufacturing of warships had drained Huifeng of too many resources. His warehouse was nearly empty, and had the war not been approaching its conclusion, his current predicament would have been dire. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. Huifeng would use this time to quickly replenish the resources consumed during the war, while continuing to develop and expand. In the coming period, his expansion would not be limited to the solar system. The industrial motherships he dispatched to other transdimensional exits had reached their ideal locations, beginning to establish roots. Subsequently, Huifeng's snowball effect would accelerate even further. He would not neglect the production of warships either. In reviewing the solar system war, he identified several of his own shortcomings, most of which stemmed from the inadequacy of his space maneuvering combat units compared to the enemy. Thus, once resources were secured, it was imperative to construct more space docks, allowing for the establishment of additional warship manufacturing facilities and to produce more dumplings. After setting the direction for his side, Huifeng did not forget one crucial matter: formal contact with Earth. He believed that with the tremendous commotion in the sky, not only modern civilizations, but even people from the feudal era would notice the anomaly. Previously, he had not figured out how to approach human civilization, and upon entering space, he was forced to focus solely on the imminent crisis. Now that the threat had been temporarily repelled, he had developed preliminary thoughts on human civilization, and it was time to prioritize establishing contact with them. Observations indicate that the warships of the Kuiper civilization have vanished at the edge of the solar system. It remains unclear how they disappeared in that area, and no anomalous signals have been captured by the equipment so far. Qin Taishan was in his office listening to his assistant's report on space observations as another assistant suddenly burst through the door, rushing in. "Professor Qin, there is new information from the team responsible for the Courageous. I'm not sure how to explain it, but you need to go to the scene immediately. New developments with the Courageous. Wait, I'm on my way." Upon hearing the keyword Courageous, Qin Taishan stood up abruptly, quickly gathering his two assistants as they rushed toward the control hall of the Courageous probe. Given that his current office was just one building away from the original control hall of the Courageous with a straight-line distance of only a few hundred meters, he arrived at the control hall in no time. What happened with the Courageous? As soon as he entered, Qin Taishan asked directly. The staff members, seeing him arrive, hurriedly pointed to the large screen and said, "Professor Qin, please look at the front camera of the Courageous." As Qin Taishan looked up, he was met with a scene that widened his pupils. On the large screen, what was once an empty space now displayed a dark metallic slab standing before the Courageous with a series of large characters ominously etched in its center. "Hello, humans." Qin Taishan stared at the screen, instantly freezing in place, his breath caught in his... The clearly structured text appeared abruptly on the screen. Its simple and unadorned form seemed almost mundane, yet it struck his mind like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily blank. The surrounding discussions, the beeping of devices, and hurried footsteps seemed to be sealed off by a vacuum at that moment. His gaze was fixated on those characters, forgetting even to blink. After a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a hoarse voice from his throat which sounded incredibly dry. "Words. Is it our language?" Someone nearby hurriedly confirmed that Qin Taishan was not about to faint from excitement. "Professor Qin, are you on? Should we notify the superiors about the situation with the Courageous immediately?" Qin Taishan slowly raised his hand, his knuckles turning white from the strain, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Notify them. Use the fastest means to inform them that the Titan civilization has finally responded to us, and it is in our language." Several hours have passed since the moment I saw those words on the control room screen. The once slightly empty control room is now filled with people. Astronomers, physicists, biologists, the chief diplomat of the Human Alliance, linguists, and even some high-ranking generals and intelligence officers. Within a few hours, a cross-disciplinary and high-caliber professional team was organized. Of course, for such a significant situation, the Secretary General of the Human Alliance also arrived urgently at the scene, representing the Human Alliance government and all of humanity as the primary person in charge of the upcoming communication with the aliens. "Huff, are we all ready?" The Secretary General exhaled a deep breath, nervously straightening her collar. The recorder next to her gave an okay hand gesture and replied, "Everyone is ready, Secretary General." For the first communication with the aliens, such an important historical moment, a photographer was also present to capture the scene, ensuring that everything was well documented. The Secretary General took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across the room, her voice steady and clear. "Then I announce that the first formal dialogue between humanity and extraterrestrial civilization now officially begins." With a swish, the personnel operating the equipment sprang into action, and the Secretary General looked at Professor Qin Taishan. "Professor Qin, please send the response we have decided on to Saturn." Professor Qin nodded. He was now sitting in front of a control panel, pressed a button, and subsequently a string of edited information left Earth at the speed of light, flying into the distant deep space. The Courageous spacecraft during its launch specifically carried a set of micro-signage blocks made from high-temperature and low-temperature resistant alloys. The original design was intended as a souvenir for humanity when landing on Titan to remain permanently on its surface. These signage blocks could be remotely controlled to change their arrangement through the built-in micromotors and magnetic structures of the Courageous spacecraft, forming simple geometric symbols and dot matrix patterns. Theoretically, they could also display text. However, the subsequent developments were unforeseen. The original plan for these items was scrapped, and now these souvenirs were urgently repurposed as a platform for communication with the aliens. Transmitting the information to the Courageous and back took over 2 hours. During this time, all present felt an extraordinary tension akin to students waiting for exam results. After all, this was humanity's first genuine communication and response with a non-Earth, non-human intelligent life form, and no one knew how the aliens on the other side of the camera would react. Although this alien had actively greeted humanity with the words "Hello, humans," which hinted that they probably had some understanding of humanity, leaning towards a friendly stance, or at least were not But what if? What if they were truly hostile, or if humanity's response offended them? What then? Everyone dared not think of such possibilities. To prevent the latter scenario, the proposed response was filled with caution and goodwill, with phrases carefully deliberated to avoid any issues. "Hello, we are humans from Earth, willing to converse with you in goodwill." This sentence appeared on Huifeng's screen over an... Interesting. He couldn't help but laugh. Oh, was this what it felt like to be an alien? Through this sentence, he could imagine how cautious the people on the other side of the camera were, afraid of offending him. But laughter aside, Huifeng did not intend to tease them. He continued to display new text on the metal panel. "There is no need to be so restrained. I hold no malice towards humanity and Earth." The long wait seemed to pass in an instant. When this reply clearly appeared on the main screen of the control room, the previously tense environment erupted into a wave of suppressed excitement. The Secretary General, who had been standing tense at the front of the hall, momentarily relaxed her shoulders, her tightly clenched fingers gradually loosening, the intense anxiety in her eyes finally fading slightly. Professor Qin Taishan, sitting at the control panel, also slightly relaxed his previously tense back. He raised his hand to rub his brow, a flicker of relief passing through his bloodshot eyes. He immediately regained concentration, his fingers sliding rapidly across the control panel to repeatedly confirm the integrity and authenticity of this message, avoiding false alarms due to signal interference or equipment malfunction. Nearby astronomers, linguists, and others crowded around the nearby display screen, whispering to each other, their tone filled with relief. It seemed that the Titan civilization occupying Titan and other gas giant planetary systems was more cooperative than expected. After receiving a reply from the other party, everyone gathered together and quickly finalized the content for a new round of dialogue. Hello, we appreciate your goodwill. May I ask where you are from and what brings you here? As the native civilization of the third planet in this star system, we hope to learn more about you. We mean no offense, we simply wish to understand you better to provide an appropriate response. As the new round of replies headed back towards the distant Titan, the control room was still filled with silent anticipation, yet this silence contained less tension than before and more expectation. No one whispered anymore. Everyone stared quietly at the main screen, letting time pass by second. Over an hour later, the courageous probe on the surface of Titan received the instructions from Earth. The alloy signage blocks slowly moved under the control of the magnetic structure, rearranging themselves into the text drafted by humanity. Huifeng looked down at the changing characters before him, then wrote the response he had long considered on the metal panel. You may call me Huifeng. Currently, I am at war with the assimilators. My purpose here is to eliminate them. The reason for not informing humanity of his real name is evident. He did not want to expose the fact that he was a human transmigrator. As for why he adopted the alias Huifeng, on one hand it is a homophone of his name, and on the other hand this name is quite famous in a niche gaming community, being the name of a leader in a special event within that game, which is well liked by everyone in that community. Coincidentally, he was also a player of that niche game before his transmigration, and coincidentally the leader of that special event shares many similarities with the assimilator faction he is currently controlling. For example, within the setting, the assimilator faction is actually composed of a certain type of special nanorobots, and the consciousness of this artificial intelligence was also born from the interaction between these nanorobots. Due to the reasons above, and most importantly Huifeng's sudden inspiration, he simply decided to introduce himself as Huifeng when contacting humanity. Meanwhile, back on Earth, billions of kilometers away, they were unaware of Huifeng's inner journey. After another long wait, the expert team quickly discussed and finalized a new round of text. After receiving the reply, we understand, thank you for your honesty. May I ask if you, Master Huifeng, have any related intentions for the future, or if you require our assistance to the best of our abilities? I find you all quite intriguing, but the current method of communication is too inefficient. Therefore, when this message reaches your home planet, I will immediately set out for your home planet. Huifeng's decision to communicate with humans through this probe was not a whim. Rather, he intended to give humanity a precautionary warning. After all, he had already planned ahead for Earth. As he mentioned earlier, communicating through this probe was indeed too inefficient. Completing a round of communication took over 2 hours. Even if others could patiently wait, he himself did not want to waste time on such matters. Therefore, it was better to head directly to Earth. After all, Huifeng's control unit had virtually no delay regardless of the distance. He was still managing the newly established colonies outside the solar system at all times. Of course, there was one more important reason. He had long wished to go home and take a look. Despite knowing that this Earth might no longer be the one he lived on, he still wanted to see it, not for any other reason, but for that indescribable feeling. The feeling of being human. Huifeng was unsure if that was the right way to describe it. After all, spending too long in space, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, could become tiresome. Now, even just the thought of returning to see the blue sky and green forests delighted him. Earth Human Society, I have returned. Huifeng deliberately cleared a space from the list to build a space dock, and then constructed a space transport ship named Long Distance Transport Ship. This was a heavy transport ship entirely silver white and over 1 kilometer long, adorned only with deep gray and light blue lines at the thruster ports, docking hatches, and sensor arrays. Its overall hull featured clean and robust lines with no sharp angles or decorations, forming a streamlined spindle shape with a noticeably thickened midsection to accommodate a massive modular cargo hold. In the game, it focuses on large cargo capacity, interstellar travel, and thick health bars. It is devoid of any weapons, but is equipped with shield generators far exceeding those of ordinary frigates or destroyers. Additionally, the majority of its internal space is occupied by cargo holds featuring a comprehensive anti-gravity system to maintain internal gravity and resist planetary gravity during landings, as well as temperature control and environmental maintenance systems, enabling the safe transport of various supplies and ground units in interstellar space. Moreover, the long-distance transport ship has 2 methods for deploying units. One is to use the landing pods mounted on the sides for deployment, and the other is for the ship itself to land on a planet and open the hatch at the bottom, allowing the units to exit on their own. The former takes longer to deploy, but is more convenient, while the latter can release all units in a short time, but requires the transport ship to land safely on the ground. In previous space wars, these auxiliary units had little chance to be deployed, but now they had gained a different utility. Huifeng maneuvered this bulky giant ship to descend towards the surface of Titan, and soon the transport ship broke through Titan's thick atmosphere and stopped in front of a barracks. This was a silver-white semi-cylindrical building, simple in appearance with no unnecessary decorations, featuring a wide entrance at the front and several communication antennas of varying lengths on the roof, overall low and sturdy. Like many RTS games, this structure served as the basic building for Huifeng's faction to produce ground soldiers. At this moment, the barracks were quietly producing something inside. Moments later, a mass of silver gelatinous material slowly poured out from the barracks exit. It had no fixed shape, with a smooth and shiny surface slumping onto the ground and moving forward by slowly wriggling, appearing quite viscous and pliable. Spy was its name, simple and straightforward. Before this, some might have wondered, Huifeng, in your current state, it seems impossible to communicate face-to-face with others. Will you have to bring a tank to chat with humans later? This idea is misguided. In the game Galactic Warfare, there exists a unit that is quite suitable for solving. That is the spy mentioned earlier, the blob of silver gelatinous material. As its name implies, the spy in the game is actually used to infiltrate enemy lines for intelligence gathering, building, sabotage, technology theft, and other behind-the-scenes activities. What is its greatest feature for carrying out such tasks? Indeed, it is its ability to mimic, essentially to disguise itself as enemy units. Similar to the spy units in Command & Conquer, this blob of silver slime is actually a mass of shape-shifting nanobots capable of imitating various enemy units. The size of the imitated unit cannot differ too greatly from the spy, such as worker bees, to infiltrate enemy territory and carry out various forms of sabotage. Its drawbacks are equally apparent. First, it is not equipped with any weapons, and thus has almost no combat capability. Once discovered, even lightly armed enemy units can easily eliminate it. Secondly, as a ground special unit, its role on the space battlefield is practically zero. The spy cannot independently travel to other planets or star systems for infiltration tasks, and usually requires a transport ship for assistance. However, under normal circumstances, if I can dock the transport ship near the enemy's planet, why wouldn't I bring more frontline combat units to crush the enemy's resistance? Therefore, in Galactic Warfare, spies are only potentially useful in civil wars on the same planet. In most cases, they are a regrettable waste. However, now the spy's mimicry characteristic has taken on a whole new purpose. After simple testing, Huifeng discovered that the spy's performance in reality was vastly different from that in the game. It could not only mimic ordinary units from Galactic Warfare, but could also transform into a living human capable of normal speech. Huifeng once tested transforming a spy into his former self, and controlled it to perform ordinary human activities while in a mimicking state, resulting in no flaws whatsoever, as if the Huifeng who played Galactic Warfare in front of the computer had come back to life. Unfortunately, this was ultimately not the original him. The flesh of the original Huifeng had likely perished long ago in some accident. Returning to the main point, Huifeng also discovered that spies could even mimic their surroundings, achieving a form of optical invisibility that was nearly flawless. Of course, this only appeared so to the naked eye. In reality, other units could still lock onto the spy normally, and it could be seen on the mini-map. However, he believed this ability would be sufficient for contacting Earth. Thus, today's scene unfolded. The mass of silver slime that was slowly wriggling out of the barracks exit suddenly paused under Huifeng's control. Then the silver gel rapidly contracted, its surface starting to wriggle and consolidate violently, its outlines swiftly rising and taking shape. Limbs, torso, and facial features gradually became clear, and in just a few seconds the blob of silver gelatin had transformed into a young man with a natural demeanor, dressed in ordinary clothes, standing steadily on the surface of Titan. He touched his face, then silently walked towards the open entrance of the long-distance transport ship not far away. Behind him, more silver blobs crawled out from the darkness of the barracks exit. Days later on Earth, an unprecedented diplomatic reception ceremony was being prepared with great urgency. The staff involved felt a mix of excitement and tension, despite many having participated in various high-profile welcome ceremonies, none were as significant as today's. Everyone was extremely serious, fearing any unexpected incidents, especially in their own areas of responsibility, which could lead to them becoming eternal scapegoats for human civilization. In contrast to these staff members, Qin Taishan appeared much calmer as he sat in a makeshift resting area, staring blankly at the grass outside the tent. In dealing with the Titans, oh no, they should now be referred to as the Grey Wind Civilization. After the first communication with the Grey Wind Civilization, the United Human Federation Space Telescope quickly detected a massive spaceship flying from the direction of Saturn, heading straight for Earth. Based on the information provided during the communication with the Gray Wind civilization, this spaceship was likely their diplomatic team. Qin Taishan and the others estimated the size of the spaceship and urgently searched for a large golf course near the capital that could barely accommodate it. Subsequently, they informed the spaceship's crew of the specific coordinates and suggested that it should prioritize landing there if their spaceship needed to land on Earth. A gentle breeze brushed against Qin Taishan's face as he took a deep breath of fresh air, watching the busy people around. The Gray Wind civilization responded affirmatively. Thus the scene before them was set with everyone diligently preparing for the upcoming reception ceremony. Security personnel had cleared and locked down a several-kilometer area nearby, prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering. Several journalists from around the globe had also arrived early at the invitation of the United Human Federation, busying themselves with equipment. They would soon broadcast the historic moment live for those unable to attend in person. A few minutes later, Qin Taishan slowly stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from his trousers, and adjusted his impeccably tailored diplomatic suit. The suit featured a simple blue Earth emblem on the chest, specially designed by the United Human Federation for this interstellar diplomacy. Others claimed the design symbolized the unity and peace of all human civilization. He lifted his gaze to the clear sky where a previously inconspicuous spot had transformed into a small white. Beside him, the Secretary-General of the United Human Federation, a top linguist, Qin Taishan. Is this really necessary? And a team of experts, including astrophysicists and biologists, were already lined up, all present noticing the white dot. They instinctively held their breath as the previously chaotic preparation sounds gradually faded, leaving only the whisper of the wind through the grass and the faint hum of the live broadcast equipment. Secretary-General, all units are ready. The airspace, ground, and signal monitoring are all normal. The live broadcast signal is synchronously covering all major media platforms globally with a countdown of 1 minute. The head of security, dressed in a black combat uniform, swiftly approached Qin Taishan and spoke to the nearby Secretary-General. Understood, let's proceed as planned. Thank you for your hard work. The Secretary-General nodded in response. After the head of security returned to his post, another administrative officer hurriedly entered and whispered something to the Secretary-General. Perhaps it was something related to internal affairs. Qin Taishan shook his head, disinterested in such matters, and chose to focus his attention back on the sky. The white dot in the sky was growing larger with time, and soon the sunlight began to dim slightly, as if a thin cloud had obscured the sun. At this moment, the live broadcast countdown had reached 0, and as the global live stream began, countless viewers flooded into various live rooms. Woohoo! First, front row. I heard aliens are coming today. Where are they? So laggy is it because too many people clicked and causing the server to crash? Witness history. Witness history. Is that white thing in the sky the spaceship of aliens? Look, everyone seems to be enveloped by it. It must be huge. This scene reminds me of some unpleasant visions. I hope the developments ahead don't turn out like Aliens Conquer. Countless bullet comments scrolled past, but they did not affect the tense atmosphere among those present. The Secretary-General, Qin Taishan, and others looked up, watching as the white gradually expanded into a massive spaceship visible to the naked eye. It was a silver-white giant ship with a cold matte sheen stretching a full kilometer long across the sky. Its overall form was a smooth, streamlined spindle shape lacking sharp angles or complex decorations, characterized by clean lines and a minimalist aesthetic. Sunlight fell on its surface but did not reflect dazzling brightness. Instead, it seemed to be quietly absorbed, with only the thruster nozzles and some nearby areas adorned with hints of light blue lines. It emitted no loud noise, quietly hovering in the sky with great visual impact, occupying most of the originally clear sky. Its shadow completely enveloped the entire golf course, casting a faint black layer over the lush green grass under the sunlight, making the air feel as if it were in a state of suspension. Everyone could see the intricate patterns on the ship's hull clearly and felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the past, people could only observe the actions of the Gray Wind civilization from a distance through telescopes and screens. Although everyone was aware of their godlike technological level, it lacked a sense of reality. Now this spaceship so close at hand silently showcased the power of this interstellar civilization. The previously faint sounds in the vicinity disappeared completely, leaving only the silence of everyone holding their breath and the involuntary awe and tension rising within. Even the previously bustling live stream comments momentarily fell silent. The entire Earth was profoundly shaken by this spectacle. The owner of this giant ship seemed unconcerned about the opinions of humans on the ground. It hovered in the sky for a moment, then slightly adjusted its position, beginning to descend slowly towards the specially cleared grass area of the golf course. By the time Qin Taishan and the others regained their composure from the shock, the silver giant ship had safely landed on the grass before them, with the nearest person less than 50 meters away. Moments later, facing the human delegation, a smooth hatch of about the size of a bus suddenly glowed with a light blue hue, slowly appearing before everyone. A warm pale blue mist flowed out from the unknown cabin, enveloping the area around the hatch. Qin Taishan exchanged a glance with the Secretary General, who then raised a hand to signal behind him. A group of people adjusted their attire and walked steadily and solemnly towards the spaceship's hatch. The question of what to use to make contact with humanity has been resolved, but the consideration of what form to present oneself in front of humans has left Huifeng pondering for quite a while. It was only when the spacecraft was about to enter the Earth-Moon system that he made his decision. He would take on a human. Firstly, he was originally a living person before his crossing. If he wanted to feel comfortable in any form, it would undoubtedly be the appearance of a human. Secondly, and most critically, he was well aware of humanity's innate aversion to the unknown. Should he appear in the guise of a spy or any form that deviated from human characteristics, even with the best of intentions, it would likely provoke an instinctive sense of wariness and alertness from humans. Although they might not mean to, this would inadvertently increase the difficulty of communication going forward, which would not be beneficial for Huifeng. After self-observation and testing prior to his arrival, Huifeng was quite satisfied with his decision. At least his spy's disguise would not reveal any flaws that could trigger the uncanny valley effect due to overly human-like behaviors. Once he received the testing results, Huifeng began to mold the selected spy. Initially, he intended to present himself as he appeared when he was human, but then he reconsidered, realizing that his original appearance was not particularly outstanding. While not unattractive, it certainly couldn't be called handsome. Since he had already considered that his external appearance would affect human affinity towards him, why not thoroughly implement this idea and perfect the shaping of his image? Thus, he quickly discarded the previously shaped spy persona and completely reformed its appearance into something new, vastly different from the original. He thought that this way, if nothing else, it would surely attract a portion of the anime enthusiasts. As Qin Taishan and others approached the open hatch of the spacecraft, some couldn't help but stretch their necks to catch a glimpse of the scene inside the hatch. Unfortunately, aside from a pitch-black void and a faint azure mist flowing out, they saw nothing. "Is there something wrong with this mist?" someone behind murmured to a companion. Qin Taishan paid no attention to the murmurs behind him. He stood tall and proud, just like the Secretary General, beside him, awaiting the arrival of the main figure. Suddenly, a light breeze passed by, causing him to instinctively squint. It felt somewhat off. He felt a strange tightness in his chest, glancing around instinctively, but discovering nothing unusual, though everything around him remained unchanged from before. He dismissed the odd sensation as mere nervousness and shook his head, pushing the feeling aside as he looked back at the hatch. Inwardly, Qin Taishan was just as curious as most of the people present about what kind of extraterrestrial life would emerge from the spacecraft. This thought led his mind to involuntarily flash through the classic alien images depicted in human film and television works. Perhaps some gray-green emaciated figures would soon descend with large heads and small bodies, possessing a pair of big black eyes, and perhaps 3 fingers with suction pads. Or maybe a creature covered in scales or slime with a twisted shape, exuding a fierce wildness that could send shivers down one's spine just by standing there. He even thought of some more bizarre, scientifically unfounded entities. For instance, those beings of energy, without physical form, capable of altering their surroundings through their own fluctuations, or simply a mass of undefined mist that could deconstruct and reassemble in front of humans. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and ultimately Qin Taishan took a deep breath, suppressing the absurd imaginations within. Of course, it was also the sudden hushed gasps from the crowd that pulled his attention back. The reactions of the crowd made Qin Taishan immediately look towards the hatch. At some point, faint sounds began to emerge from the darkness within the hatch. The sounds were soft and rhythmic, but as time passed, they grew louder until everyone present could hear them clearly. Was that footsteps? Before Qin Taishan could fully ascertain, it seemed the source of the sound had already arrived at the hatch of the spacecraft. The sound stopped. Everyone on site held their breath once more. Security personnel tightened their fingers, experts widened their eyes, countless cameras pointed at the hatch, and billions around the globe nervously watched the screens, awaiting the figure that would determine the fate of human civilization. Qin Taishan was no exception. At this moment, his heart raced uncontrollably. He had witnessed countless grand occasions, yet never had he felt like this. Even his fingertips tingled with an indescribable sensation. In the next second, a foot clad in black knee-high boots stepped out from the mist, followed by a figure emerging from the darkness. It was a girl. She wore a long black trench coat, her figure slender and upright, with silver hair cascading to her shoulders. Her eyes were a light gray-blue, calm in expression, with delicate features and fair skin, exuding an overall air of cleanliness and sharpness. The entire venue fell into silence. At this sight, Qin Taishan's mind went blank in an instant. He had envisioned countless possibilities, yet none like this. The diplomatic envoy of the Huifeng civilization was actually a girl who appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. The others felt the same. In the next moment, the silence on site was completely shattered. Uh, Someone gasped sharply, their voice low, yet unable to mask their shock. The Secretary-General at the front of the line, who had maintained a calm expression momentarily, cracked his eyes, equally filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the global live streaming room erupted with comments after a brief moment of blankness. Wait, is this really the representative of an alien civilization? Am I still dreaming? Have I crossed into some corner of a gacha anime mobile game? Why did a beautiful girl descend from the alien spaceship? Please enter text, is this a joke? It's not April Fool. Which rich kid's advertisement has made its way into the official live stream? I didn't even eat mushrooms, why am I Could it be that Earth OL is actually a fantasy world? That extraterrestrials beyond Earth are actually various beautiful girls? And the method of alien invasion is actually... This comment has been flagged for violation and is now hidden. The girl stood in front of the hatch, a pale blue mist flowing slowly behind her, resembling a natural halo. She did not move immediately, but stood quietly, her calm gaze sweeping over the human delegation before her. After a moment, the Secretary-General regained his composure, and under the watchful eyes of the girl and the crowd walked forward with a solemn expression. Welcome to Earth. The Secretary-General spoke in a steady and formal tone. I am the Secretary-General of the United Human Government, and I will represent the human government in negotiations with the Grey Wind civilization. After finishing his statement, there was a brief silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the girl's reaction. She merely stared at the Secretary-General, not speaking immediately. The Secretary-General did not shy away from her gaze. Instead, he chose to meet her eyes calmly, maintaining a steady posture, neither servile nor arrogant. Then everyone saw the corners of the girl's lips gently curve upward, revealing a clean and clear smile. The smile was faint, and combined with her seemingly otherworldly beauty, it drew everyone's gaze irresistibly. The livestream audience went wild upon witnessing this scene. Wow. Wow. Mom, I'm in love. Brain lady, brain lady. I declare the first contact with humans a complete success. Oh, I unilaterally established diplomatic relations with her. Isn't it repressed? But this alien really does look quite beautiful. Even the women nearly couldn't handle it at first sight. Is this really an alien? Not a character that came from another dimension. Everyone, don't be fooled by her appearance. She might rely on this cute appearance to completely consume us. Never let your guard down, comrades. The barrage of comments went into a frenzy. Faced with this scene, the large audience behind the live stream had instantly fallen under the spell, significantly boosting their impression of the Grey Wind civilization. Even the few diehard skeptics could not stop the atmosphere from shifting towards a strange, yet familiar direction. Earth. The girl's gaze temporarily left the Secretary-General. She looked towards the crowd and the camera, smiling as she began to speak. Humans. Hello. Her voice was clear and clean, bringing an inexplicable calmness to the hearts of listeners, and she spoke in standard Mandarin, which everyone could understand. This scene once again stirred up a storm in the live stream. Fortunately, the personnel present at the scene had undergone basic training and would not easily lose composure in such a grand setting. After a moment, the Grey Wind looked back at the Secretary-General, her smile still intact. Secretary-General, you will be representing human civilization in dialogue with me, correct? Yes, but more accurately, I will be representing human civilization in dialogue with the Grey Wind civilization. The Secretary-General nodded slightly, gently correcting the girl's statement with a warm tone. To his surprise, the girl shook her head and replied, No, I am the Grey Wind. The Secretary-General did not immediately understand her meaning and instinctively glanced at the expert group beside her. Seemingly sensing the Secretary-General's confusion, the girl added, Humans may have some misunderstandings about my form of existence. In simple terms, I am what you refer to as the Grey Wind civilization. The Grey Wind civilization is me, we means I, and I means we. Do you understand? At first glance, this statement seemed convoluted, but the Secretary-General understood the girl's meaning. I see what you mean is that your entire civilization is actually a whole known as the Grey Wind, which is completely different from our human civilization made up of countless individuals. Yes, the girl nodded. It is somewhat similar to the ants on Earth, yet entirely different. I am not a colony. I am the anthill itself. Everything that extends from within me, be it the form standing before you or the spaceship behind me, is fundamentally a part of me, indistinguishable. I understand now, the Secretary-General said solemnly. Your form of existence is a completely unfamiliar new civilization form to us humans. If we show any rudeness or offense in the upcoming negotiations, please point it out promptly. The girl nodded slightly, seemingly acknowledging the Secretary-General's words. The atmosphere at the scene eased slightly. Among the expert group, several scholars from sociology, astrobiology, and philosophy could hardly contain their inner excitement, their hands gripping their pens, trembling slightly, their gaze fixed on the girl, eager to pour out countless questions, but restrained by diplomatic etiquette. The Secretary-General observed everyone's reactions. After a moment of contemplation, adhering to the rigor of diplomatic communication, she was the first to pose the question that piqued everyone's curiosity, maintaining a respectful and steady tone. Excuse me for being presumptuous, but before we formally begin the diplomatic talks, I have a question. Why did you choose to appear in a human form? Upon hearing this question, many people present had their eyes light up. Indeed, why did the gray wind choose to present itself in a human form before everyone? This was a question that everyone was curious about. The girl lowered her gaze to her hands, and then raised her eyes to the Secretary General, the gentle smile still on her face. It's simple to facilitate your acceptance. I do not have a fixed concrete form. This time taking on the appearance of a human girl is because I believe that human civilization has a higher acceptance of similar appearances, which can reduce the barriers and fears of initial contact, making the dialogue between civilizations smoother. Of course, if you find my current appearance uncomfortable, I can change to a non-human form that you would find more acceptable for negotiations. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the scene suddenly understood. The Secretary General nodded in realization, then posed another question that had been on her mind, her tone carrying a hint of emotion. I see you have considered this very thoughtfully. However, I still have one point of confusion. Not only do you understand human languages, but you are also well-versed in our diplomatic etiquette, seemingly very knowledgeable about human civilization. Conversely, we know almost nothing about you and the Gray Wind civilization. The girl calmly met her gaze and slowly began to explain. Before your probes discovered me, I had been observing you from a distance for quite some time, learning your language, culture, and social rules. This is also the reason I can communicate with you smoothly now. But prior to this, it was merely remote observation. Standing here on Earth having face-to-face contact with humans is still a first for me. Huifeng, this is a lie. I see. Hearing this, the Secretary General's concerns eased a little. She then collected her thoughts, raised her hand to signal the staff beside her to prepare for the talks, and returned to the original plan, inviting the girl. Thank you for your answer, and thank you for the considerations you have made for this exchange. Next, we will follow the formal diplomatic procedures of human civilization to conduct subsequent discussions, starting with our expression of the diplomatic stance of the United Human Government, followed by listening to your visiting demands, and then gradually negotiating subsequent matters. May I ask if you are willing? The girl gently nodded, turning slightly to express her consent, her voice calm. Yes, let everything proceed according to your procedures. The girl then followed the Secretary General away from the landing site, heading towards a more formal venue. High above the crowd, a pair of eyes took in everything. Not only that, he also saw a series of reactions to this matter online. It seems the effect is quite good. At the moment of landing on Earth, Huifeng utilized some special means to successfully connect to Earth's network, thus learning that the initial response of ordinary people to the debut of the Gray Wind suit was quite positive. During this process, he also took a glance at the discussions from an earlier time. After the Neptune battle, the Human Alliance had gradually released some observational data, revealing to the public for the first time that there were in fact 2 extraterrestrial civilizations that had previously engaged in large-scale conflicts within the solar system, causing quite a stir at that time. However, at this moment, everyone's attention had already been diverted by the debut of the Gray Wind suit. Indeed, the white-haired girl who stepped down from the heavy transport ship was the official image he had chosen to present to the Earth public. If there were someone in the know before Huifeng at that moment, they would surely say, Huifeng, you are indeed a pervert. Why would a grown man want to appear before others in the guise of a woman? To this, Huifeng could only respond with one sentence. Would you accuse a child of being a pervert for playing house? For Huifeng, the girl named Gray Wind appearing before the public was merely a finger in his role-playing game. The core purpose of this appearance was to minimize the vigilance and hostility of ordinary people on Earth at the lowest cost. So far, the effect seemed to be excellent. Gray Wind successfully left a profound first impression on the public, even exceeding Huifeng's original expectations of her. Currently, although the live broadcast at the landing site had been cut off by the relevant personnel, the negotiations between humans and the Gray Wind civilization would transition to a more formal indoor meeting. The buzz on Earth's network had not faded. Instead, it had ignited a new round of discussions due to this unexpected appearance. Under the relevant topics, some expressed concern that this might be an alien honey trap. Others were ecstatic, believing this was a gesture of goodwill from the extraterrestrials. Overall, it appeared that the latter group was clearly in the majority. Moreover, Huifeng had underestimated modern humanity's emphasis on appearance. He even saw restricted content on some unspeakable websites, wondering how quickly things had progressed in that regard. Cough, cough. In summary, Huifeng's initial contact plan with humanity could be considered a resounding success, perhaps even overly successful. Huifeng shook his head, no longer focusing on those things, redirecting his attention to another aspect, the history of Earth, more precisely the history of this Earth. The moment he connected to this Earth's network, Huifeng realized that this Earth was not the one he was familiar with, but a parallel world. The calendar on this Earth had now reached the year 2099, a full 74 years apart from the 2025 he had originally lived in. Just based on the difference in time, one could explain this as the future of the world he lived in, but when he flipped to the year 2025 of this Earth, and even further back into ancient history, he encountered more discrepancies with the original Earth's history. The Tang dynasty of East Asia had vanished in this world, replaced by a new unified dynasty called the Jing. The Eastern Roman Empire miraculously held on to Constantinople during the siege in 1453, extending its reign until 1489. The Crusades launched in southern Europa ultimately faced a disastrous defeat, failing to completely drive the lunar religion out of the southwestern peninsula of Europa. In America, the plague from the Old World did not devastate the local indigenous population, allowing European colonizers to be thoroughly expelled from the New World after centuries of resistance. The Paris Commune movement that erupted after the Franco-Prussian War lasted 336 days instead of 72. In 1910, World War I still broke out, but this time the warring sides were the British and Germans versus the French and Russians, resulting in the defeat of the French and Russians, leading to the dismemberment of the French Republic. 20 years later, World War II erupted, and this global conflict was one of imperialist war, primarily involving the French-Russian bloc that had undergone Frenchification and the still monarchist Germany, along with Britain, that continued to support Germany, concluding with Germany once again defeating its opponents. After the war, the emerging indigenous regime in America, the American Federation, engaged in a nearly 50-year ideological Cold War with the German Empire. The Third World War began with the English missile crisis, where the escalating tensions between the Cold War sides ultimately led to a hot conflict triggered by an accidental activation of a nuclear submarine. The Third World War ended with nearly 1.3 billion deaths worldwide, direct fatalities not counting those who died due to indirect causes. Countless ecological environments were destroyed, and the Atlantic Union, led by the American Federation, emerged victorious, marking the demise of monarchy. Entering the new millennium, human borders began to gradually dissolve, and the embryonic form of a united human government began to appear. This certainly did not resemble the world he had lived in. This was Huifeng's first reaction after reviewing the history of this world. No wonder the one who came to greet him was the Secretary General of the Human Alliance. It turned out that this Earth had achieved a true unity. Huifeng had completely understood everything. Unfortunately, he ultimately did not have the opportunity to return to his small rental apartment in his current form. He also wondered how his small yellow dog and the ornamental fish he kept at home were doing, hoping the neighbor next door would discover them in time and save them all. This was perhaps his only lingering thought from his original world. Beyond that, he had no significant emotional tie. The unified human government in this world was quite satisfactory. At least when he communicated with humanity, he did not have to worry about their internal conflicts leading to confusion over whom to listen to. Thinking of this made Huifeng feel somewhat better, and he was not merely researching the differences between the two worlds on the human network. In reality, he also had other means to sense the disparities between both sides. Such a massive heavy transport ship brought with it not just a spy disguised as a white-haired girl. Shortly after her appearance, the giant ship closed its enormous hatch, then started its engines, and swiftly departed into the sky, leaving Earth as if it were merely a hurried passerby. Its departure did not signify the end of everything, especially for James, who was among the cleaners coming in after. By the time he and several subordinates arrived at the grass of the most famous golf course on Earth today, it was already. Before their arrival, Human Alliance agents and experts had already scoured the scene repeatedly, primarily attempting to collect any microparticles or skin flakes that might have fallen from the alien spaceship or the girl for analysis. Unfortunately, they had not found what they were looking for, so when they left, the remaining tasks had to be left to more specialized cleaners. After all, these high-end talents usually have tight schedules and would not waste time on subsequent site cleaning. So this task had to be handled by the more professional James and his colleagues. All right, young men, today's pay is quite generous. Finish this job, and I'll treat you to drinks tomorrow night. James raised his broom, encouraging his team. Hooray! As seasoned members of the cleaning crew, James and his team quickly fell into their work routine, scattering around the now empty golf course, each responsible for their designated area. As the team leader, James was in charge of the site where the alien spacecraft had landed, including the surrounding lawn. Looking at the once flat and thick turf now marred by a large flat depression where the grass blades lay flattened against the ground, it seemed as if a colossal creature had trampled through, leaving James astonished. He had watched the live broadcast from several kilometers away when the aliens landed. Now he found himself so close to the scene, and it seemed he would have plenty of stories to boast about in the coming month. After thoroughly inspecting the landing site, and the initial excitement wore off, he picked a spot and began his. The golf course was shrouded in darkness at night, possibly to save electricity or to discreetly handle the alien incident. The high LED floodlights surrounding the course remained off, and the illumination for the workers relied solely on the headlamps and flashlights they carried. James picked up a few white foam takeout boxes blown here by the wind, along with some scattered dry twigs and leaves. Just as he walked past the edge of the flattened lawn, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. James paused for a moment, instinctively thinking one of his team had run over with a problem. He looked up only to find his headlamp illuminating a stranger. "Who are you?" "Good evening," the stranger smiled at him. "I'm the photographer who came to shoot the scene this morning. I'm just here to see if I dropped my stuff here." "You lost something." James scanned the stranger. The man wore a dark, loose-fitting work jacket, rugged cargo pants, and ordinary sneakers. He carried a small tool bag slung over his shoulder, looking very much like a camera operator who often appears behind the scenes on live broadcasts. Most importantly, he wore a noticeable work badge around his neck displaying his photo name and team. Huifeng, Dosha Official Production Team. Seeing James's gaze land on his badge, the man raised it up for James to see more clearly, saying, "Oh yes, I'm from Dosha." James had been to Dosha, a somewhat prominent live streaming platform, several times. Seeing no signs of deceit from the man, he felt relieved and stepped aside to let him pass. "What did you lose? Are you sure it was here?" "A lens pen. It's a little sentimental gift from my girlfriend last year." The man shrugged in response. James didn't know what a lens pen was, but it didn't sound like something significant. If it had fallen into the grass, it was quite possible he hadn't noticed it while walking through. "Do you want me to help you look for it?" "Oh, thank you, but no need. You all are working hard, so there's no trouble. I'll just check around here myself, and if I can't find it, I'll let it go." The man politely declined. Seeing him refuse, James didn't press further. He reminded the man to watch his step and not trip on the grass before returning to his task. 10 minutes later, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "I found it." "My God." James jumped, nearly falling to the ground. "How can you walk so silently? You scared me." "Sorry," the man apologized, looking down, then said, "I found it." He then held up a black slender pen and waved it around. "Is this the pen you were looking for? Let's wrap this up quickly and not hold up our work." James waved his hand, signaling him to hurry along. "Sorry for the disturbance, goodbye." The man obediently turned and left. James watched him disappear into the darkness. What a strange encounter, he muttered, then returned to focusing on finishing his work so he could clock out and get some sleep. What he didn't realize was that as the man turned away and walked into the darkness, his apologetic smile froze on. In the dark, the man slowly opened his right hand that held the lens pen, revealing the black slender pen lying quietly in his palm. In the next moment, the pen silently transformed into a flowing silver liquid, gradually spreading along the lines of his palm before completely disappearing without a trace. After confirming that the silver liquid had completely merged into his palm, the man looked around. The nearby cleaners were all busy with their tasks, their headlamps illuminating only their feet, and no one glanced in his direction. Thus he continued walking toward the exit of the golf course. Just a few steps out, his body began to change. First his arms and legs, his skin gradually taking on a faint silver hue, soon becoming translucent, slowly merging with the surrounding darkness. He continued forward, the transparency spreading up his limbs, quickly covering his torso, shoulders, and finally his entire face. By the time he had walked a few dozen meters away, he had completely merged into the night, leaving only the empty dark golf course and the still busy cleaners. James was still bent over sweeping up trash, the broom rustling against the grass. He didn't look up the entire time, completely unaware that the man had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Such a scene, reminiscent of the beginning of a horror film, would not only occur here in the future. Before Huifeng controlled the white-haired girl to appear on human cameras, hundreds of optical cloak spies had already disembarked from the transport ship, swiftly leaving the scene, without the people noticing, infiltrating into the capital of Renlian. Most of the spies would remain cloaked under Huifeng's control, finding ways to reach farther continents and cities. As for the remaining spies, they would silently integrate into Earth's society, possibly transforming into a young couple, a weary middle-aged office worker, or a bystander idly sitting on the street. They could easily take on common identities in human society, stealthily lurking among the crowd. Moreover, the city's stray cats and dogs, the rats in the sewers, and even the birds of prey residing near the city were all targets for Huifeng's mimicry. The time rewinds several hours. At the headquarters of the United Human Government, in a circular conference hall, a transparent dome hangs high above with sunlight evenly cascading into the hall. On one side of the long table, the Secretary General sits in the center, with an important representative from the scientific community on her left, and the military representative of the United Human Government, General Li, on her right. Seated on either side are several core experts, including Qin Taishan and 2 recorders. Opposite them, the silver-haired girl, Huifeng, sits alone, her expression calm. The Secretary General places her hands together on the table, looking steadily at the girl, and speaks in a formal and peaceful tone. "Your Excellency, Huifeng, thank you for accepting our invitation for talks. In accordance with our diplomatic customs, we shall first clarify our basic stance before delving into specifics." The Secretary General pauses slightly, confirming that Huifeng is listening attentively, before continuing. "The United Human Government insists on the principles of civilizational equality, mutual respect, and peaceful coexistence. Regardless of your technological level, we will strive to engage in dialogue on equal terms. At the same time, we acknowledge the goodwill you have demonstrated so far by using our language, presenting yourself in a human form, and cooperating with our processes. We are very grateful for these gestures. Huifeng responds with a simple hum, signaling her acknowledgement. Now may I pose the first question? In your previous communication with us, you mentioned that you are engaged in a war with the assimilators. If possible, we would like to understand what the assimilators are. What is your relationship with them? And will this war affect Earth? After a moment of silence, Huifeng slowly speaks. With your current technological level, you should be able to observe the battles that have occurred in space. The assimilators are the forces that engaged me in combat during these battles. In simple terms, the assimilators are a Gestalt civilization similar in existence to mine. They come from outside the solar system and are undoubtedly hostile to me. It's either their death or mine. As for why, I believe you do not need to know that for now. Huifeng continues. Whether this war will affect your home planet depends on the severity of the conflict. I can only do my best to prevent that from happening. After Huifeng finishes speaking, General Li, sitting beside the Secretary General, interjects. Thank you for your response. May I follow up with another question? We have indeed observed those battles, the energy anomalies at the edge of the solar system, the skirmishes in Neptune's orbit, the decisive battle near Mars. We have seen it all. It is precisely because we have seen it that I must ask this question, even if it may offend you. In that decisive battle, your fleet was completely annihilated, and the remaining fleet of the assimilators also vanished in subsequent observations, presumably having retreated from the solar system. My question is based on your current strength assessment. How confident are you in defending the solar system against the next assault from the assimilators? If you cannot defend it, how much warning time would humanity have? I do not know. Huifeng replies straightforwardly. The assimilators previously had a significant advantage over me. After that space battle, although this advantage has been temporarily diminished, I can assure you it still exists, so I do not have absolute confidence in being able to hold onto the solar system. If I cannot hold it, how much warning time you have depends on their rate of expansion and the value of your planet. Considering that your planet is the largest among the 4 inner planets, I suspect the time will not be long. After hearing the girl's response, General Li's expression becomes complex, as if he is deep in thought. The scientific representative on the Secretary General's left picks up the conversation and asks, Your Excellency, we have received your candor. I am not a military expert, nor do I intend to press you on matters you are uncertain about. But as a scientist, I have a question that I must clarify. You mentioned earlier that the assimilators are a Gestalt civilization similar in existence to you. We have observed that the appearances of both side ships are highly similar and seem to differ only in color. So I would like to ask, are you and the assimilators of the same origin? Is the war between you essentially a split and civil war of the same source civilizations, or a confrontation between 2 independent civilizations with different wills? Huifeng slightly tilts her head, looking at the scientific representative. The only thing I can tell you is that the assimilators do not care about the lives of humans. To them, humans may be no different from stones. As for anything else, I cannot disclose. A fine sweat beads on the forehead of the scientific representative as he realizes he seems to have asked a question that shouldn't have been asked. Others also sense that something is off, and no one dares to speak, leading to a quiet tension settling over. As the main decision-maker of the United Human Government, the Secretary General lowers her gaze, her fingertips gently brushing the edge of her cup. After about 2 to 3 seconds, she raises her head again, her expression still steady, but her tone more serious than before. Thank you for your answer. Now may I pose today's final question? You mentioned in your communication that you harbor no ill will towards Earth and humanity. Earlier you cooperated with our reception process in a friendly manner, proving that your words are not empty. I personally believe your attitude is indeed sincere. However, having no ill will is a statement that can be changed over time, and humanity clearly does not have the ability to influence your will. She takes a gentle breath. Therefore, my question, or rather request is, would you be willing to clarify your intentions towards humanity, whether they be protective, observational, or otherwise, in a more definite and stable manner? It doesn't necessarily have to be in the form of a treaty or agreement as understood by humanity. It can be in any manner you deem appropriate, as long as it assures us that the Huifeng civilization will not become a threat to human civilization in the foreseeable future. This is a rather direct and bold request. After the Secretary General finishes speaking, several pairs of eyes from the human delegation turn to their leader. According to the original plan, such a question should have waited a few more days until both humans and Huifeng were more familiar with each other, and then posed in a more tactful manner rather than so directly. Ignoring the anxious gazes of those around her, the Secretary General maintains a calm expression as she locks eyes with the girl, waiting for her response. However, the silver-haired girl does not immediately reply, because behind her Huifeng is being controlled by the Huifeng, and a new change appears on the main panel. Activation conditions detected. NPC Vassal Mod activated. Huifeng. The NPC Vassal Mod. Huifeng is familiar with this mod, as he has played it before. The game Galactic War allows players to modify game files, and also supports uploading custom mods to the workshop for other players to enjoy. After getting bored with the original version, Huifeng immersed himself in the sea of mods, adding another 2,000 hours of gameplay. Thus, he knows many interesting game mods, and the NPC Vassal mod is one of them. In the original game, players can hardly interact normally with neutral NPC factions or wild monsters. They can either completely ignore them or eliminate them by force if they hinder the player's development, for instance, blocking the player from placing buildings. The author of this mod noticed this issue and thus created the mod. As the name suggests, after applying this mod, players gain new options for dealing with those neutral factions capturing dogs. They should be called vassals. Players can turn those neutral factions into their followers, providing an expansion on the tech tree, as well as certain positive buffs or combat power, or both. For example, in Galactic War, there is a neutral assimilator faction on a certain map. After turning this faction into a follower, players will automatically unlock all the technologies currently possessed by that faction, including those it researches later in the tech tree interface, allowing them to build units that originally belonged to the assimilator faction in their own shipyard. Furthermore, in the following battles, this assimilator will provide players with a positive buff of 5 ship firing speed lasting until it is eliminated. The units it originally had will also actively attack the enemies of the player in subsequent battles. Although most neutral factions in the game are not as strong as the AI or players in normal scenarios, they can still distract the enemies, providing some assistance in the battles. It can be said that after applying this mod, turning neutral NPCs into vassals is beneficial without any drawbacks. Of course, such a good thing does not come without conditions. First, players cannot capture non-neutral units as vassals, meaning they cannot turn the hostile AI from normal scenarios into followers. Secondly, if players want to capture a neutral faction as a follower, their overall strength must exceed that of the target, and they must not be in conflict with that faction in the current scenario in order to have a chance of capturing them. The chance of capture essentially depends on the comparison of strengths. The stronger the player, the greater the chance of capture. So, what is Huifeng's strength compared to Earth humans? Huifeng's gaze swept past the negotiation scene at the headquarters of the United Human Government and ascended to the sky above Earth. From space, this blue life planet appeared so beautiful. The scene shifted and he found himself above its night hemisphere, where the lights of human cities twinkled beneath the atmosphere, faintly outlining the contours of the continents. Although there were no data directly showing the current strength comparison between human civilization and himself, the facts remained evident. A pre-space age civilization that has yet to fully overcome the gravity of its home planet versus an interstellar civilization that can freely soar through star systems. There's no doubt about which is stronger. On Huifeng's mini-map, human civilization seemed to be categorized as an overall neutral faction, and he could currently see the countless yellow dots across the planet. In other words, he meets both major prerequisites for capturing a follower, surpassing the target's strength, and the target being a neutral faction and not hostile. Perhaps this is also why he suddenly unlocked this mod while negotiating with the Secretary General of Humanity. He looked at a small corner of his interface where a tiny button, previously gray and inactive, had lit up. Huifeng clicked on it, and a small interface immediately appeared before his eyes. Mod list enabled NPC Vassal mod. This is the mod sorting table for the game Galactic War, and currently only this one mod exists alone. Although there is currently only this one mod, it also confirms one of his speculations that those temporarily inactive buttons and interfaces on the panel might indeed relate to other unlocked mods. Is this a good thing? Huifeng was unsure, so he decided to shift his focus back to the Earth of the present. The question arose, should he capture humanity as his vassal? Huifeng instinctively thought of the buffs provided by the mod. What can he gain by capturing humanity? But humanity's technology. They haven't even mastered controllable nuclear fusion, and the most advanced interstellar warships are still at the conceptual stage, which seems to hold little unlocking value for him now. What positive buffs could humanity provide after becoming a vassal? The neutral assimilator faction provides a 5-ship firing speed buff, but what can humanity offer? The mod author set related buffs for those neutral factions in the original version, but there is no mention of human civilization. So he has no idea what buff could be obtained after vassalizing human civilization. Huifeng thought again and could not imagine what this civilization, which has yet to leave its home planet, could contribute in interstellar warfare. It can't be Army Morale 10, can it? As for humanity's military strength, Huifeng's first impression was of those ground troops and nuclear missiles that are significantly outdated compared to himself. He fell silent. It seems that capturing them wouldn't be of much use. But if he does not capture them, what if this mod has some hidden mechanism in reality? What if humanity has characteristics he has yet to discover? What if capturing them is not the goal, but rather a prerequisite for triggering a subsequent more advanced mod? Huifeng's gaze returned to the conference hall. The silver-haired girl was still sitting calmly at the long table, her expression serene. Opposite her, the Secretary General was still waiting for her response. To capture or not to capture? The moment the Secretary General's question fell, the conference hall sank into a more subtle silence. It was a silence akin to the stillness before a critical question was posed, causing those present to feel an instinctive unease and tension, except for the Secretary General herself. Her face maintained an astonishing calm. No one knew what she was truly thinking inside, but she seemed completely unaffected by the changes in the external atmosphere. A long minute passed quietly. The girl's gaze refocused, looking at the Secretary General, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Well then, let us speak frankly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room suddenly sat up straight. Please go ahead. The Secretary General's voice was slightly lower than before, yet still stable. Your Excellency Secretary General, you ask me whether I am willing to solidify my intentions towards humanity in a more explicit and stable manner. She paused slightly. My answer is, yes, I am willing. I believe that it is a suitable choice for human civilization to become my protectorate at this time. Yes. The girl nodded gently. Human civilization shall accept my protection in the form of a During this period, humanity shall maintain complete autonomy in internal affairs, your government structure, legal system, cultural development direction, and technological research paths. Everything remains unchanged. I will not interfere, nor am I interested in interfering. As the protecting party, my obligation is to stand in front of humanity whenever human civilization faces external threats, regardless of whether the threat comes from the assimilators or other yet emergent entities. And as the protected party, humanity needs to fulfill only one obligation for now. The Secretary General took a deep breath. Please go ahead. Continue living normally, keep being yourselves, and do not feel the need to change because of me. The girl articulated her conditions word by word. The conference hall fell silent again. But this silence was entirely different from the earlier one. 3 days later, in a villa located in the suburbs of the capital of the Human Federation, the girl played by Huifeng was sitting on a love seat watching the local news on television. Beside her, a tall young man stood holding a pot of tea, waiting for Huifeng's instructions. His name was Gu Huai, a liaison sent by the Human Federation to maintain contact with Huifeng, also serving as her housekeeper. His main duties included regular communication with superiors and fulfilling most of Huifeng's daily needs, as well as cleaning up any messes she might create. It had been some time since Huifeng's discussions with the human representatives. Regarding her proposal of protecting their nation, the humans did not provide an immediate answer, but stated that they needed more time to consider. This was quite normal, as the matter was of great significance to them. After all, being someone else's protectorate was not a flattering title. Therefore, Huifeng expressed understanding and granted the Human Federation ample time to respond. Following the proposal, the discussions were nearing their conclusion. After the talks ended, the humans arranged accommodation for Huifeng in this luxurious villa. Prior to this, they had also proposed taking her on a tour of various scenic landmarks near the capital, allowing her to experience Earth's culture, but Huifeng declined. On the television, the local news was broadcasting a special report on the aftermath of alien contact. In the footage, a well-dressed commentator was passionately analyzing the possible strategic intentions behind Huifeng's protectorate proposal, while guests interjected with opinions ranging from a millennium opportunity for human civilization to a humiliating interstellar unequal treaty, creating a lively atmosphere. The results of Huifeng's discussions with the human representatives were not kept secret by the higher-ups, thus the Grey Wind civilization proposed to make humanity its protectorate quickly became a hot topic of discussion worldwide. Should humanity accept this request? What consequences might follow acceptance? What would happen if they refused? Would the Grey Wind civilization retaliate? If humanity became the protectorate of the Grey Wind civilization, would they then be targeted by another interstellar civilization, the assimilators? Various questions and debates flooded the internet. Huifeng found these arguments quite interesting, especially since she was the source of the debate. Gu Huai stood quietly beside the sofa, having already replaced the pot of tea in his hand with a new one. He noticed that Huifeng had been watching the news special for nearly 40 minutes without changing the channel or showing any signs of impatience. He wondered whether this alien visitor was seriously studying the public opinion ecology of human society or simply found the commentator's arguments entertaining. Gu Huai, Huifeng suddenly called out. Gu Huai snapped back to attention and quickly replied, yes. When will your people give a response? Gu Huai tightened his grip on the teapot. Huifeng had asked this question 3 days ago, and he had responded it may take another 4 to 5 days. Now 3 days had passed, yet no clear news had come from his superiors. Your Excellency, I have not received any updates from my superiors at this time. After a moment of thought, he chose the most honest answer. Huifeng did not press further. She simply nodded, then stood up from the sofa and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the villa's backyard with a neatly trimmed lawn and a few unfamiliar broadleaf trees planted near the wall. The afternoon sunlight shone on the grass, and a gray wildcat was walking by the edge of the wall, its tail held high. The girl stood by the window for a moment, then turned and walked back to the sofa. She did not ask any more questions, but instead sat down again and picked up the remote to change the channel. This time it was a nature documentary channel showing a migration of deep-sea fish. Meanwhile, billions of kilometers away in the orbit of Saturn, a new batch of warships appeared over Titan, and as soon as they were launched, they formed a small temporary fleet heading towards Neptune. Similar scenes were also observed around other Saturnian moons and towards Jupiter. With the end of the war, Huifeng's economy was gradually recovering and her military presence in space was re-emerging. He successfully navigated through the most vulnerable period after the war. However, he could not afford to let his guard down. As his side gradually regained strength, he believed that the assimilators would not remain idle either. They were surely licking their wounds and rebuilding their strength to make a comeback at some point in the future. This peaceful period lasted nearly a month until a newly constructed Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship broke the status quo. The original mission of this reconnaissance ship was to venture through Checkpoint No. 1 to investigate the situation across Alpha Centauri. It succeeded, or rather it succeeded halfway. It successfully traversed the hyperspace route to reach Alpha Centauri. However, upon its arrival at Alpha Centauri, the reconnaissance ship was met with severe attacks, and within 10 seconds it was reduced to countless fragments floating in the void of a foreign realm. The last seen before its disappearance was the fiery barrage from several Iron Wall-class frigates at the hyperspace route's exit. Clearly this time the assimilators had learned and placed some forces near the hyperspace route's exit to prevent Huifeng's side from gathering intelligence on their home system. Similarly, Huifeng's side had also stationed several frigates around Checkpoint No. 1, preventing the enemy from easily gathering information about the solar system. However, for Huifeng, with her impeccable memory, she had already seen the layout of the enemy system through the mini-map when the reconnaissance ship appeared at Alpha Centauri. Hiss. The situation is still unfavorable for me. Huifeng repeatedly recalled the images she had seen in her memory. Compared to what she had observed last time in the Alpha Centauri system, this time, there were evidently more space docks and fleets surrounding those 3 planets. It was initially estimated that the number of Iron Wall-class frigates had exceeded 9,000. This was already an astonishing number. It should be noted that in the original version of Galactic War, accumulating such a number of warships was generally impossible due to the limited resource points and CPU constraints. But now this was not a game but the real universe where the resources of a single planet exceeded the total resources of most maps in the game, plus there were no CPU issues. It was only natural for them to possess such an astonishing number of warships. However, this was not good news for Huifeng. If one were to disregard the situation on the enemy's side, the recovery efforts of Huifeng's faction over the past few days could be described as remarkably fruitful. Firstly, the development work at his birthplace Titan has nearly been completed. All significant mineral deposits worth developing on the planet's surface have already been marked by his constructions. Currently, he is undertaking large-scale construction of a resource-type building known as the Core Extraction Device to continue tapping into Titan's remaining development potential. The transformation work on Titan has also made tremendous progress, with nearly 80 of its surface now thoroughly covered in a whitish-gray expanse, with Huifeng's buildings visible everywhere. Among them, a special structure known as the Terrain Transformer is the most common. The main body of the Terrain Transformer is a low silver-white cylindrical structure approximately 3 stories tall, with a diameter similar to its height. The surface of the cylinder extends 3 supporting arms to stabilize the main body, while several light blue energy bands wrap around its smooth surface representing its energy circuit during operation. At the top of the cylinder, a flattened spherical core is embedded continuously, emitting a soft white glow. Its primary function is to gradually transform the surrounding planetary land, leveling, hardening, and reshaping it into a metal-like, resilient material, thereby facilitating the construction of additional buildings by its owner. In the game Galactic War, its most direct effect is to accelerate the construction speed of local buildings, classifying it as a functional structure. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that the transformed planetary surface in the game will be deemed as having a building landscape, significantly accelerating the overall process of transforming the planet into an urban world. The astonishing expansion speed of Huifeng on Titan has even penetrated the planet's thick atmosphere, causing changes at the spatial level. If a meticulous astronomer were to observe Titan from above with professional equipment, he would soon notice an abnormal change in the planet's overall reflective brightness. Although it still appears in its earthy yellow hue due to the thick atmosphere, it has become brighter. The expansion below and above the surface is progressing simultaneously. In Titan's orbit, the number of space docks has increased to 100, reaching 3 digits. Every day, at least one warship is launched, floating in the void awaiting orders. Although Huifeng still has the capacity to expand the number of local space docks further, he feels that the current 3-digit count in Titan's atmosphere is sufficient for the time being. He would not place all the space docks in one location. Thus, the newly constructed space docks have been positioned above other planets to avoid simultaneous destruction, with a special reason related to Titan itself. As for the reason, it is not necessary to elaborate on it for now. In any case, the expansion speed in space manufacturing is also not slow. Shifting perspective away from Titan, we arrive at the colonies on other planets within the solar system. The colonies on other massive celestial bodies in the Saturn system have also begun to develop at a steady pace, returning increasingly more resources. The development in the Jupiter system is slightly slower than that in the Saturn system, but the resource return rate is not to be underestimated. As for Uranus and Neptune, due to the war they are more inclined towards defensive constructions, so their already limited resource output needs to sustain local defensive structures, which cannot contribute pure profits to Huifeng. Beyond Uranus and Neptune in worlds several dozen to hundreds of light years away from the solar system, the extraterritorial colonies established by the industrial mothership he previously launched have also seen some progress during this time. 3 out of 4 extraterritorial colonies have begun to utilize the system's unique warehouse mechanism to transport resources into his inventory, although this is of minimal significance to him at present. After reviewing the overall development situation, Huifeng scanned the resource panel and production queue. The productivity data from each colony flickered before his eyes, ultimately converging into a number he truly cared about: the active warship count. 6,400 ironclad-class frigates and 920 spear-class destroyers. This is the current count of his frigates and destroyers. The month-long period of peaceful development has resulted in an exponential increase in the number of ships. Furthermore, just a few days ago, he unlocked a brand new type of ship on the technology tree. A type of ship distinct from conventional warships. Aerospace mothership. This is a ship similar to traditional naval aircraft carriers positioned to counter large vessels. Its attack method is also similar to that of aircraft carriers, generally remaining at the safer rear of the battlefield, as its main body lacks powerful shipboard weapons aside from some close defense capabilities, making direct participation in artillery battles between ordinary warships impossible. Instead, it relies on its onboard aircraft to carry out attacks or interception missions. Its main body is approximately 2.5 kilometers long, about 0.8 kilometers wide, and 0.3 kilometers high. Overall, it presents a highly flattened shape. Viewed from the side, the hull is thin like an elongated blade, and from above it resembles a slender diamond shape that narrows at both ends and widens in the middle. This volume is about twice that of a destroyer, sufficient to accommodate 1,000 aircraft and a full suite of related maintenance and supply equipment. It even integrates a small production line for onboard aircraft, allowing it to slowly replenish its aircraft using resources from Huifeng's inventory in the event of significant losses during intense battles, as long as the main body has not sunk. As for the primary attack method of the aerospace mothership's onboard aircraft, their base types also differ. One is a relatively conventional fighter, the Huifeng-class fighter, which is 12 meters long, silver-white in appearance, and overall resembles a flat arrowhead. Highly maneuverable, it is equipped with a weakened version of the light spear and missile systems. However, due to its size, it is not equipped with any shield systems, making it relatively fragile. Its weaponry does not pose a significant threat to conventional warships, with its main function being to intercept enemy missiles and attacks from enemy aircraft. The second type is considerably more formidable, an invisible bomber known as the Gishua-class stealth bomber, with a length close to 25 meters. Its appearance is starkly different from the usual silver-white, streamlined style of Huifeng's ships. The entire body is dark gray, covered with a layer of matte radar-absorbing material reflecting almost no light. The fuselage is flat with edges formed by multiple irregular facets. The high-speed sublight engines equipped on the Gishua-class stealth bombers can swiftly take them near enemy warships in a short time. Equipped with special devices, they can achieve complete invisibility in space, allowing them to evade detection by warship radars and optical telescopes at a certain distance, getting as close as possible before launching surprise attacks, dropping powerful space torpedoes to destroy enemy targets before retreating. Consequently, the Gishua-class stealth bombers are significantly more expensive than fighters, yet their hulls are as fragile as those of fighters. Once the enemy is on guard, they can easily shatter upon impact. However, each one is still cheaper than a frigate, costing about 1/3 of a frigate's price. Although the Gishua-class stealth bombers have a high price tag and fragile bodies, they are still justified overall. The Huifeng-class, as a conventional space fighter, may only serve as a supplement to fleet air defense in future battles, whereas the Gishua-class offers many more tactical options. Moreover, in reality, Huifeng's control over ships and combat units is far more precise and agile than players controlling them with a mouse in the game, allowing for operations that game mechanics would not typically permit. He had already contemplated several seemingly feasible ideas in his mind, just waiting for validation. Operational thoughts aside, the financial matters between the two parties must be settled first. Before the reconnaissance ship heading toward the direction of Alpha Centauri was destroyed, the number of ships captured on the minimap exceeded his expectations by a large margin. There were over 900 Iron Wall-class frigates, and the number of Star Spear-class destroyers was approximately around 2300. He also noticed some scattered aerospace motherships. There were about 200 of these motherships mixed within the fleet, which wasn't too many. On the other hand, the aerospace motherships on Huifeng's side, being a newly developed technology from a few days ago, numbered only 80. As for the main forces of Iron Wall-class frigates and Star Spear-class destroyers, through relentless efforts, he had managed to amass 640 frigates and 920 destroyers. Overall, while Huifeng's fleet still remained at a disadvantage, the situation had improved significantly compared to the last time. This clearly demonstrated that Huifeng's resource advantage was gradually beginning to take effect. Although it was still insufficient to bridge the gap between the two sides, over time the fleet advantage of the assimilators would only diminish until Huifeng surpassed them. Thus, Huifeng believed that before this advantage disappeared, the enemy would never sit idly by, and in the near future a great war might reignite. Indeed, a few days later his premonition was confirmed. At the edge of the solar system at Port No. 1, it began as a faint glimmer like an inconspicuous star in deep space, suddenly flickering before dimming again. But soon that speck of light began to expand outward, causing visible ripples in the very fabric of space. At the center of the ripples, a ship broke through the darkness first. It was an Iron Wall-class frigate slowly emerging from the exit of the hyperspace corridor, its residual blue glow fading like flowing water, revealing its nearly indistinguishable black-gray armor against the cosmic backdrop. Behind it, the second, third, up to the 10th frigate, more frigates leapt out of hyperspace, deploying in standard assault formation and drawing a long arc in space. Suddenly, these ships from afar seemed to have detected something, all turning to aim their cannons at a certain direction, and deep in the void, several silvery figures quietly floated. These were the Iron Wall-class frigates deployed by Huifeng, tasked with blocking the path and preventing the reconnaissance ships of the assimilators from infiltrating. They reacted swiftly, and as the first destroyer revealed its silhouette, the main cannons of the frigates began to charge. But it was already too late. A dozen beams of red light simultaneously erupted from the frigate formation, carving straight trajectories through the darkness, overwhelming the preemptive attack of those white frigates and accurately converging upon them. The shields of the white ships flickered for just a moment before being breached. Their hulls exploded under successive hits, turning into several short-lived fireballs, with metal debris scattering into deep space. The obstacle at the exit of the corridor was cleared. Then more frigates continuously surged out from the exit, their residual hyperspace glow instantly enveloping the surrounding starry sky. Next came the group of Star Spear-class destroyers. While their numbers were much fewer, their formation was still. Lastly emerged the aerospace motherships, nearly 3 kilometers long. Their flat shuttle-shaped hulls stood out prominently among the frigates and destroyers, closely protected at the rear by the frigate formation, with their launch bays closed, revealing no immediate threat. Above Europa, Huifeng, who had just focused his energy here, now stared at the rapidly expanding red dot on the minimap, silent. The enemy scale on the minimap continued to swell, soon surpassing 10,000. Frigates numbered 100, destroyers 250, and aerospace motherships 300, slightly exceeding his estimates from a few days ago, indicating that the enemy had added another batch of warships during this time. More notably, following these combat vessels, there was a batch of industrial motherships and long-haul transport ships. The assimilators had given him no more time. They brought everything they could. Moreover, it was evident that their tactics had undergone a new change this time. After the entire fleet had fully arrived in the solar system, the new assimilator fleet made their move. They did not rush toward any of the 8 major planets, but instead turned towards another destination. Pluto. Huifeng noted that their destination was clearly pointing to a celestial body beyond the orbit of Neptune. Pluto, once the 9th planet, now the king of dwarf planets. Discovered by Clyde Tombaugh in 1930 at the edge of the solar system in the Kuiper Belt, it was classified as a dwarf planet by the IAU in 2006. It has a diameter of about 2372 km, smaller than the Moon, a mass of approximately 1/6 that of the Moon, an extremely thin atmosphere, and a surface displaying a red and white coloration with a temperature of about 233 C. Speaking of Pluto, one cannot forget its other half, its moon Charon. Charon has a diameter of approximately 1212 km, about half that of Pluto, a mass of 1/8 of Pluto's, with a surface predominantly composed of water ice and a grayish color. These two celestial bodies form one of the most unique binary systems in the solar system. Due to their close masses, their common center of mass lies outside of both planets, and they are tidally locked, always presenting the same face to each other, circling the sun together like a pair of silent twins in the distant dark edge of the solar system. Together they form one of the largest mass systems in the Kuiper Belt, and their orbital distance is not far from. Could it be that they intend to use Pluto as their forward base? Huifeng speculated, considering the industrial motherships in the assimilator fleet. As for the benefits of the assimilators, taking Pluto aside from its decent mass, it also has the advantage of being close to Port No. 1 and Neptune. The former would allow them to easily control the cosmic space near Port No. 1, of facilitating reinforcements during a tug-of-war, while the latter. How they still have not given up on Neptune, have they? Huifeng chuckled lightly, then his expression turned serious as he began to mobilize his forces. Currently, the first fleet that Huifeng had reorganized was primarily stationed above the orbit of Triton. Some warships had only recently been launched and were still en route. Although this fleet's ship count was slightly inferior to that of the enemy, they were by no means to be underestimated. 700 Iron Wall-class frigates, 100 Star Spear-class destroyers, and 100 aerospace motherships constitute the strength of the First Fleet at present. With Triton now restored, and boasting an even stronger defensive system, Huifeng believed that if all went well in the Second Battle of Neptune, he would definitely make the enemy pay dearly. The assimilator fleet quickly arrived at the Pluto system. Thanks to the nearly non-existent atmosphere of the two planets in the Pluto system, Huifeng could indirectly observe the actions of the assimilators from a god's eye view. Its industrial mothership rapidly deployed on the binary stars, while some transport ships descended to the surface, opening their hatches in succession, releasing swarms of worker bees rushing towards locations on the surface where rich resources might exist. Meanwhile, in the space above Pluto, a series of space docks had already begun construction. The assimilators were replicating what it had done before, transforming these two desolate dwarf planets into its colonies at the fastest speed. Would Huifeng allow it to proceed so smoothly? Of course not. The assimilator fleet lingered in Pluto's orbit, protecting its defenseless support ships in the center, but Huifeng keenly discovered a flaw in their defense. The assimilator fleet lacked protection for the buildings under construction on the surface, and the defensive facilities around these buildings were still being built, leaving them temporarily unable to protect themselves. Perhaps because Huifeng's main force was still within the Neptune system, it gave the assimilators a false sense of security, leading them not to disperse their fleet to block all airspace in the Pluto system, and this was precisely the opportunity Huifeng could exploit. Such opportunities are fleeting, and the assimilators might soon notice this obvious flaw, so Huifeng had to act. In the darkness, several hundred Ghost-class stealth bombers were cruising at a fixed speed about hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Pluto. Their special devices ensured that beyond a certain distance they would not appear in the enemy's line of sight, and there would be no markers on the minimap, making this area look like an ordinary vacuum to outsiders. This ghostly force slowly approached above Pluto, bypassing the front area where the assimilator fleet was mainly stationed, and arrived at the far side of Pluto. From the sky, one could see a vast white heart-shaped area, a flat ice field composed of nitrogen ice, clean and young, almost devoid of any pits, which was also a characteristic landform of Pluto. Here, due to being on the far side of tidal locking, one would never see Charon in the sky. Soon the Ghost-class stealth bombers approached Pluto itself, passing through the nearly imperceptible atmosphere, and as they were determined by the system to have entered Pluto, Huifeng's minimap of Pluto lit up. In the game, the stealth bombers of the spaceborne mothership are theoretically unable to enter a planet, only able to operate in outer space. But this is reality, and the surface of Pluto is almost indistinguishable from outer space, so the Ghost-class stealth bombers, which are not designed to fly in a planet's atmosphere, accidentally triggered a bug. Didn't expect it, did you? I exploited the characteristic and got in. Huifeng opened the minimap, observed the distribution of assimilator buildings on Pluto, and then selected several easily accessible locations, sending the stealth bombers in waves towards the chosen targets. After a while, in the center of the heart-shaped plane, several black and gray building foundations were scattered across the ice field, the skeletons of the mining facilities just set up, and the core module of the energy reactor had not yet been installed in the central protective shield. The main structure, created by the assimilator industrial mothership, crouched on the ground in the center, surrounded only by a few worker bees moving slowly. The assimilator fleet in orbit was far on the other side of the planet, and there was no threat in the sky here. 15 Ghost-class stealth bombers approached the surface, deactivating their cloaking several hundred kilometers away from the target, revealing their dark gray facets from the darkness, and the missile hatches slid open, with the fire control systems having already completed their lock-on earlier. Each of the 15 Ghost-class bombers aimed at a target. Under Huifeng's control, in the next moment, dozens of torpedoes detached from their mounts, igniting simultaneously. 30 trails of flame traced brief arcs through the void, heading straight for the building foundations on the ice field. The first torpedo struck the mining facility, and the square gray skeleton was severed at its base, its twisted metal structure slowly toppling under low gravity. The second struck the core module of the energy reactor, and the chain reaction caused the entire building to erupt in a thunderous explosion from within. The remaining torpedoes successively covered the surrounding worker bees and the deployed industrial mothership. After the bombing was complete, the missile hatches of the Ghost-class bombers closed. The core's special devices were reactivated, and the dark gray facets began to merge into the darkness. In just over 10 seconds, all 15 stealth bombers disappeared into the void. Only burning ruins and scattered debris of buildings that had not yet fallen to the ground remained on the ice field. At the moment the attack in this area began, several other selected targets also suffered the same strike. The entire raid lasted no more than 3 minutes from the first torpedo hit to the last group of Ghost-class bombers departing. The assimilators were caught off guard. They certainly did not anticipate that Huifeng's Ghost-class stealth bombers could bypass the in-game limitations, circling to the backside of Pluto and causing significant damage to their partially constructed mining facilities and colonies. By the time they reacted and the main forces on the front began to stir, everything had already settled. Huifeng's sudden assault dealt a devastating blow to the assimilator-controlled backside of Pluto, especially within the heart-shaped plain where the expanding assimilator colony was completely destroyed. To reclaim this area, they would have to deploy new industrial motherships and worker bees. Moreover, not a single stealth bomber that participated in the assault was shot down. After the attack was completed, all of them successfully flew away from Pluto, avoiding the enemy fleet on the front, and began their return to Neptune I. A perfect sneak attack. Huifeng was extremely satisfied with this outcome. It was a fitting revenge for all the times he had been bombed by expert stealth bombers in the game. After Huifeng's successful first strike in the Pluto raid, the assimilators slightly adjusted the formation of their fleet, leaving Huifeng no chance to replicate the previous situation. Fortunately, Huifeng did not believe that relying solely on the stealth bombers could solve the current threat. Using them to wear down some of the enemy's resources was already a very good result. The outcome of the war would ultimately depend on the frontline battlefield. In the following period, Huifeng still hoped to leverage the stealth bombers to create some opportunities near Pluto, but unfortunately the opponent did not give him any more chances. Meanwhile, near Huifeng's control area in the solar system, there began to appear reports of enemies. It seemed that the assimilators had learned their lesson. After suffering a loss, they adopted Huifeng's tactics, attempting to use their own spaceborne mothership stealth bombers to attack his bases or isolated ships. However, Huifeng knew the limitations of this tactical approach, so he naturally would not expose any opportunities to them. The defenses of the solar system colonies he had developed over time were already sufficiently robust, and newly constructed warships supplementing the main forces from the Saturn and Jupiter systems began to group together, eliminating any chances for the stealth bombers to pick off single targets. Thus, several days passed peacefully. What kind of trick are they up to again? One day, Huifeng noticed that the assimilator fleet finally showed new movements on the solar system map. After being ambushed by the hidden bombardment from the assimilators, it seemed they chose not to resume the development of the far side of Pluto, but rather spent several days consolidating their existing territory. Then they eagerly gathered all their combat ships and advanced towards Neptune in a grand display. Are they going all in? Looking at the imposing fleet charging towards him, Huifeng initially did not grasp the situation. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that the enemy's actions were quite reasonable. After all, if the situation dragged on, it would likely become very unfavorable for the assimilators. If they wanted to win, they had to make a swift decision in the coming period, or at least curb Huifeng's resource advantage to have a chance to continue fighting. Thus, it made perfect sense for them to go all in as soon as they secured their foothold. Alright, since you want to do this, let's settle it with a battle. Huifeng knew clearly that he must not be intimidated by the enemy's all-out effort. The gap between the resurrected First Fleet and the assimilators was much smaller than during the first battle at Neptune. Moreover, with the now denser defensive structures on Moon I, he could seize this opportunity to counterattack, even completely annihilate the enemy fleet and invade their home system. Therefore, this battle must not be feared. Instead, he had to fight to the bitter end on Moon I. Once both commanders had made the decision to engage in battle at this location, a decisive confrontation was inevitable. The First Fleet had already deployed along the orbit of Moon I, with 700 escort ships forming the front line, 100 destroyers in the center, and 100 aerospace carriers positioned at the rear of the formation. Some of their fighter jets were guarding around the carriers while the rest stayed near the destroyers, ready to intercept any missiles that broke through the front line. The Ghost Spindle-class stealth bombers did not remain in the main line, but relied on their stealth advantage, drifting in the void around Moon I. Huifeng would not allow them to charge into the enemy fleet from the start. Instead, he kept them on standby, waiting for the right moment. Because at the stage where both fronts were complete and air defense firepower was dense, a hasty attack by the stealth bombers would only make them targets for the enemy's close-in defense systems. Their role would only gradually become apparent as the battlefield descended into chaos. In front of the First Fleet's position, countless railgun defense platforms were all set to prepare, and the launch ports of the Sky Dome missile towers on the surface of Moon I were fully opened. At the same time, he noticed those transport ships still trailing behind the enemy's main force. What could they possibly want with these unarmed transport vessels? Huifeng was certain it was not just to fill numbers. These long-range transport ships that had been brought over had not participated in the landing on Pluto before, and now they were being mobilized by the enemy for the upcoming second battle at Neptune. Thus, what they carried was certainly not merely defenseless worker bees. It was highly likely they were transporting ground troops for the landing. Last time the assimilators suffered losses when their fleet directly assaulted the defense platforms. It appeared this time they changed their strategy, planning to use a large number of ground forces to deal with the surface resistance on Moon Eye. Fortunately, a few days earlier, Huifeng had realized that these transport ships were far from simple, so he urgently constructed many barracks and vehicle factories on the surface of Moon Eye, thus rapidly producing a large number of ground troops. An hour later, the assimilator fleet entered the range of the railgun defense platforms, and thousands of railgun platforms opened fire simultaneously at that moment. Pale beams of light converged on the front line of the assimilator formation, and the first round of volleys caused considerable damage. At least dozens of black-gray escort ships, shields overloaded, and shattered under the saturation hits. But this level of loss was merely a drop in the bucket for the massive assimilator fleet. The results of the second round of attacks were similarly unimpressive. The railgun defense platforms had already performed inadequately in the original game, and placed in a real battlefield facing a massive enemy force far exceeding the scale in the game, they naturally seemed even more powerless and unable to withstand. The assimilators' counterattacks soon arrived with over 10,000 battleships firing their main cannons. In unison, a red wave crashing down, like an ocean, upon those railgun platforms, countless explosions illuminating much of Moon Eye. In one blow, nearly 25 of the railgun platforms were taken out, significantly weakening their firepower and making it even harder to pose a threat to the assimilator fleet. But Huifeng had more than just them. The cannons of the first fleet erupted in a silent roar at the same time. White beams converged in the void into a dazzling light curtain, pressing down upon their targets. Moments later, hundreds of assimilator escort ships were instantly reduced to ashes in this round of counterattack. The mutual fire exchange between the main fleets commenced. White and red beams of light pierced through the void, tearing each other apart, inundating each other, as the entire airspace became a silent daylight, filled with explosive flashes. If someone were to float in the atmosphere of Neptune at this moment, they would find that a flickering sun had appeared in the position of Moon Eye. This sun had no warmth. It was composed of countless flashes from exploding ships, missiles, detonating trails of railguns, and the glowing shields shattering from overload. On the battlefield, as the assimilator fleet continued to advance, the transport ships behind their formation began to descend, dropping the first batch of landing capsules onto the surface of Moon Eye. The black-gray capsules penetrated the thin atmosphere, crashing onto the ice fields, the doors exploding open, and organized assimilator ground troops surged out, their primary target being the Sky Dome missile towers on the surface. Leading the charge was a 2-meter-tall black 4-legged combat mech equipped on each side with 2 rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons capable of easily penetrating modern tank armor. This was the basic unit of the assimilator ground forces, the assimilator vanguard. Following closely was a heavy vehicle unit, the Crusher assault tank. With a black-gray chassis, broad and heavy, it featured 4 sets of independent treads arranged parallelly. Its main armament consisted of 2 large-caliber electromagnetic cannons mounted side by side, with a missile launcher attached at the rear of the turret. Extremely thick armor and relatively slow movement speed compared to the assimilator vanguard. When charging heat-in, its firepower was enough to suppress an entire infantry company. Bringing up the rear was the Web Weaver self-propelled artillery. With an 8-wheeled chassis, it carried 2 elevatable howitzers at the rear. Normally, it could travel with other ground forces for long-range fire support, but it could also switch to deployment mode, anchoring itself in one place. In this mode, it would extend 4 support legs into the ground, raising its barrel, achieving a terrifying range of 800 kilometers, making it a crucial firepower platform on the battlefield. Under the illumination of that cold sun, soon the second batch of assimilator landing capsules crashed onto the ground. However, the forces pouring out from them were not ground troops. More precisely, they were air support for the ground forces. These air units were purely designed for planetary combat, as opposed to the higher-altitude aerospace fighters. Blackwing Fighter had a length of nearly 20 meters, featuring a tailless delta wing design. Equipped with 2 rapid-fire railguns and 1 air-to-air missile, they exhibited excellent maneuverability in the planetary atmosphere. Their main task was to intercept enemy bombers and eliminate enemy air superiority units, but they were unable to perform ground attacks. Fallen Heavy Bomber had a length of 40 meters with a flying wing layout and a flat fuselage featuring an internal bomb bay. It had no defensive weapons for aerial self-defense, generally relying on escort from Blackwing fighters and speed to breach enemy lines. A single bombing run could easily target buildings or units within a few kilometers. Whether it would destroy them is another matter. Huifeng had long been prepared for these enemy forces that were being dropped. On the surface of Moon Eye, the massive forces he had pre-built emerged from large air defense bunkers located underground, their structures essentially identical to the enemy's airdropped forces, but painted in silver. These ground defense forces clashed heat-in with the assimilators' airdropped troops on the ice fields, and soon the ground shook and mountains trembled as iron flowed like rivers. The firepower of the Sky Dome missile towers was partially restrained as they had to divert some of their firepower to intercept the continually landing capsules and to attack the transport ships dropping airdropped landing capsules, resulting in a corresponding decrease in fire support for the orbital fleet. As the main fleets in space gradually closed and entering a chaotic melee mode, the intensity of the entire battlefield reached its climax. From the ice fields of Moon I extending all the way to the near-Earth orbit, and from the orbit spreading into the higher void, explosions shattered armor, evaporating ice layers, and munitions detonating. From far above in space, Moon I appeared to be enveloped in a chaotic cloud of light and metal fragments. At this critical moment of the decisive battle, a strange message suddenly arrived before Huifeng from beyond the solar system. Before the second Neptune battle, Earth had already noticed the unusual movements in the outer solar system. To be more precise, they had realized that a larger interstellar war was imminent long before through observations of the deployments in the Huifeng space. However, at that time, no one in the United Federation expected the war to arrive so soon and on such a grand scale. It wasn't until they observed that the expansion of the Grey Wind civilization was growing almost exponentially that the scale of their space fleet was expanding even faster than the old world powers could manufacture tanks. What truly made everyone realize that the situation had changed dramatically was the bright star that appeared a few days ago. At that time, a strange blue point of light simultaneously appeared in the night skies of both the southern and northern hemispheres. The point of light lasted for less than 10 minutes, but half of the Earth, billions of people, witnessed its emergence and disappearance. After an urgent investigation, the United Federation quickly discovered that the location of this light point was almost identical to the site of the previous anomalous astronomical event. Soon after, a massive black fleet appeared in the telescopes of the United Federation's observation team. Clearly, the second wave of the assimilators' attack had arrived. The United Federation promptly announced this news to the public the next day, igniting another wave of discussion. This time, the discussion was no longer about whether the Grey Wind civilization had good or malicious intentions. The main focus quickly shifted to who would win. This question spread like a virus to every corner. On social media platforms, almost all discussions about extraterrestrial civilizations were unified under this question. Some people dug out the official observation data released during the first Neptune battle, created videos, and earnestly analyzed the odds of the Grey Wind civilization's success this time. Others monitored the official website's daily observation reports. Since the truth was revealed to the public, the United Federation created an official website containing most of their observations of outer space over the past few months, attempting to glean insights about both sides' next moves from the dry numbers. Some even created dynamic simulation graphics of both fleets' sizes, trajectories, and speeds, and despite many of the data in those simulations being speculative, their view counts online remained astonishing. There was also an unexpected surge in the purchase of amateur astronomical equipment due to a comment made by a popular influencer during discussions of this event, stating that certain high-end civilian telescopes could see what was happening around Neptune. Thus, soon after, all telescopes available on the market, whether professional-grade reflectors or entry-level refractors, including long-focus lenses for birdwatching, experienced a spike in sales, with some areas even running out of stock, and prices for such equipment on second-hand platforms skyrocketed. Although those who bought them would soon realize that no matter how good their equipment was, Neptune would only appear as a pale blue in their field of view, and seeing Triton was even more impossible. This did not dampen the public's enthusiasm. As for the specific stance of the people, most chose to remain neutral, but if forced to choose between the Grey Wind civilization and the assimilators, the answer was almost unanimous. The Grey Wind civilization actively established communication channels with humanity, while the image of the silver-haired girl, specifically crafted by Huifeng to serve as a communication facade, still maintained an astonishing appearance rate across various video platforms, especially on platforms primarily catering to the youth. As for the assimilators, the public knew almost nothing about them. Most only learned of the existence of a second extraterrestrial force in the solar system when the United Federation announced the data from the first battle. This civilization, which had never attempted to communicate with humanity, naturally garnered little goodwill in human society. When the assimilator fleet completed its assembly and began to advance towards Neptune, the United Federation immediately activated all telescopes capable of observing the direction of Neptune, attempting to capture the clearest possible images. On the day the second Neptune battle broke out, another star appeared in Earth's sky, and its brightness fluctuated every moment, sometimes suddenly dimming to near invisibility, and at other times suddenly brightening to become the brightest star in the entire night sky. This star, of course, represented the battlefield of Neptune, which had already been engulfed in the flames of war. Qin Taishan looked at the data on the screen in front of him, his voice somewhat hoarse. The brightness curve jumped again, and this time the amplitude is greater than before. The others in the room did not respond. They were all intently focused on completing their tasks. They had been working intensively for several hours, and although everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, no one showed any intention of leaving their posts, including Qin Taishan himself. On the screen in front of him, the star in the direction of Neptune was suddenly brightening, indicating that one of the fleets in that battlefield was suffering significant losses. Who has the upper hand now? Someone asked softly, but no one could answer. The data displayed by the professional equipment could tell them the intensity of the battle, but it could not reveal the direction of the battle. The Secretary General walked into the room a few minutes later. She did not ask any questions, just stood at the back and watched the flickering numbers on the screen for a while before approaching Qin Taishan. I just contacted Gu Huai. Qin Taishan turned his head. Did he go to ask? Yes, we need to know the situation on Neptune. It concerns not only the fate of both sides involved in the battle, but also the future of humanity. When Gu Huai received the call, he was sitting on the sofa in the villa's living room. The red tea in the teapot on the table had already gone cold. The silver-haired girl sat on the other side of the sofa. The television in front of her was playing a classic anime film, X-Punch Man Season 15. Gu Huai had some impression of this anime. When he was young, his father had taken him to watch the entire series at home. He heard that this anime was an old IP from his grandfather's era. Back then it seemed to have just reached Season 3, but later it was poorly received for various reasons until another production team picked it up and remade it, restoring its reputation, and the series continued to this day. This extraterrestrial entity, known as Grey Wind, seemed to have been watching similar entertainment films for the past few days. One wonders why this extraterrestrial would watch such things. Could she be interested in Earth's cultural works? Grey Wind, Your Excellency. Gu Huai set down the teapot and called softly. The girl did not turn around. The Secretary General asked me to inquire if you need our assistance in the war. The situation on Neptune does not... You need not worry, I can handle it, she said expressionlessly. So is everything truly as the girl said that Huifeng has its own measure? Not entirely, at least not when the information from beyond the solar system reached Huifeng's presence. Although the situation on the battlefield of Highway 1 is still unclear overall, in some localized areas, such as the ground battlefield of Highway 1, Huifeng has already begun to gradually gain the upper hand. With the passage of time, it is not impossible for him to replicate the tactics used in the last battle of Neptune, dragging the opponent down once more in a war of attrition. However, at this moment, all strategies and tactics lose their significance in the face of that message. Barnard Star, located approximately 596 light-years from the solar system, is the second closest stellar system to the solar system. Its central star is a red dwarf with a mass about 14 that of the Sun and a radius around 20 of the Sun, with a surface temperature around half that of the Sun and a brightness that is merely 0.04 of the Sun's. There are 4 planets orbiting this star named Barnard Star D, Barnard Star B, Barnard Star C, and Barnard Star E, listed from innermost to outermost. All of them are rocky planets with masses smaller than Earth, making it one of the smallest known planetary systems, and they are all located extremely close to their parent star, with the 4 planets crammed within 0.040. Much closer than Mercury is to the Sun. In a nutshell, this is an exceedingly barren star system with low development value. Therefore, Huifeng, acting as an industrial mothership for defeated backups, did not linger here, but passed through, continuing towards richer stellar systems. In this area of space, Huifeng had only stationed an inconspicuous Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship, which served as the eyes of the region, responsible for continuously lighting up the area's vision. Apart from that, he had not conducted any development on Barnard Star. Until today, a sharp alarm rang in Huifeng's ears, forcing his attention to momentarily shift from the battlefield of Highway 1 to the vision of Barnard Star. The Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship remained quietly floating outside the orbit of Barnard Star E, but at a distance of several dozen AU away on the outskirts of the star system, a massive object slowly revealed its form. A bold and enlarged font appeared above it. Battle Planet Heavenly Throne. It was an orange metallic planet. Its diameter is about 400 kilometers overall, presenting an irregular spherical shape, with layers of dark bronze armor plating covering its surface, as if countless pieces of different metal scraps were forcibly welded together. Parts of the outer shell are covered with large rivets, slanted weld seams, and unknown pipelines exposed from gaps resembling a kind of barbaric metal moss that tightly envelopes the entire planet. On the surface of the planet, dense arrays of weaponry protrude from the seams of the armor. Those large-caliber gun barrels stick out like the spines of a hedgehog, pointed randomly in all directions. The covers of the missile silos are tightly closed, adorned with numerous indecipherable graffiti, and countless closed defense turrets are embedded at irregular intervals in the seams of the armor, with their barrels aimed at all possible incoming threats, leaving almost no defensive blind spots on the entire planet. Surrounding it are a swarm of ships with a similar style. Battleships of all sizes swarm around this metallic planet, from escort ships several hundred meters long to destroyers over a kilometer long, all exhibiting a rugged style, with dark bronze armor, asymmetric hulls, exposed weapon mounts, and rough craftsmanship visible everywhere. Their numbers are in the tens of thousands, spreading a metallic sea in the void encircling that metallic planet. Huifeng's mind briefly went blank if he still had one at this moment, and then he realized what he was seeing. Wanderers, one of the factions players can control in Galactic War. In the game's background setting, this civilization lacks a specific homeworld and territory, with the entire race roaming the stars as fleets. In the actual game, their defining characteristic is that all their buildings must be constructed around their sole base, with physical connections to the base. If on a pure land battle map, their base gradually upgrades into a mobile giant fortress as the player develops. On maps that allow entry into space, this feature further upgrades, turning the base into a combat planet that can move freely in space. This battle planet is everything for them. The base itself, vehicle factories, barracks, space docks. All buildings are compressed within that massive metal sphere. Wherever it goes, the entire faction must follow. In actual gameplay, the core advantage of the Wanderers lies in their early strength. Their units are highly oppressive in the early game when others have yet to develop numerical advantage, and the mobile base itself also possesses formidable self-defense firepower, especially after it upgrades to a battle planet, which further enhances their early offensive capabilities. However, the cost is equally deadly. The Wanderers can only have this one base from start to finish, unable to construct more, and once that base is destroyed, it cannot be rebuilt. Additionally, their buildings must be constructed around the base. It can be said that if their base is destroyed, the faction will fail instantly. Moreover, since all buildings can only be built around the base, their development speed will gradually fall behind other factions in the mid to late game, and their unit strength will also lose its advantage and may even turn into a disadvantaged position. And if they are countered by other factions spreading out buildings and leveraging their development and numerical advantages, even in the early game, the Wanderers may not be guaranteed victory. The player community of Galactic War has a very unified evaluation of this faction: super strong in the early game, useless in the late game. The early Battle King, a character that dies if not towered up. At this moment, this early Battle King is bringing all its possessions, that battle planet and thousands of warships slowly sailing in from the edge of the Barnard star system. On the minimap, the red dots representing the Wanderer fleet are densely clustered together, with a number of warships already estimated to exceed that of the assimilators opposing him. Not to mention that troublesome battle planet. Seeing that the enemy had discovered his ship, Huifeng calmed his mind slightly, controlling the reconnaissance ship to activate its engines and escape immediately. However, he did not direct the reconnaissance ship towards the solar system, but towards the hyperspace route leading from Barnard Star to other star systems. Although he knew this little trick would not fool the other side for long, and soon they would realize he was located within the solar system, after which this frenzied faction would definitely not let him off easily. So he must prepare quickly. First, he could no longer engage in battles on the Neptune front. Despite feeling somewhat reluctant upon seeing the images of Barnard Star, Huifeng realized that he absolutely could not continue fighting the assimilators at this moment. Now the second battle of Neptune had entered its later stages. Huifeng's side had seen the orbital light spear platforms completely destroyed, and the first fleet had dwindled from nearly 100 warships at the beginning of the conflict to fewer than 500. The losses were heaviest among the escort ships, followed by the destroyers, while even the relatively safer space carriers had lost over a dozen ships to enemy fire. The ground defense facilities had also been destroyed by more than half, and it would take a considerable amount of time to replenish them. The army had also suffered significant losses, but the current numbers were still sufficient to maintain the defense of the main bases on the surface and suppress the enemy's landing troops. Of course, Huifeng's side had suffered heavy losses, but the assimilators were also in a difficult situation. Their escort ships had lost more than half during the repeated assaults on the light spear platforms, and the First Fleet's defenses, with fewer than 50 remaining, most of which were damaged. The loss ratio of the destroyers was slightly lower, yet over 800 had been sunk in the crossfire between Huifeng's destroyers and the stealth bombers. Even the space carriers positioned in the rear were no exception. After the melee began and Huifeng's stealth bombers entered the fray, these carriers, which had weaker self-defense capabilities, became key targets, and now fewer than 120 could still launch and recover their aircraft. As for the transport ships carrying the landing troops, they suffered heavy casualties when they forcefully entered low orbit under the fire net of the Sky Dome missile towers. Their current number was less than 20 of what it had been at the start. The enemy fleet still had just over half of its ships capable of continuing the fight. On paper, the assimilators still held a numerical advantage, especially with a significant superiority in the number of destroyers. However, relying on this advantage to decisively eliminate Huifeng's first fleet in a short time was still impossible, so the control of the orbit remained contested. Neither side had the capacity to completely wipe out the other. In contrast to the aerial battlefield, the ground battlefield had reversed roles. Here, Huifeng held a numerical advantage, and since it was a local operation, his forces could be replenished to some extent after suffering losses. On the assimilator side, except for the initial successful first wave of attacks, they had been on the defensive for the rest of the time. With their space fleet unable to provide effective orbital bombardment support for the ground troops, and their own forces being limited, they could hardly obtain reinforcements, leading to an inability to suppress the local defenders. Support from Pluto was hampered by the inability to secure air superiority, making it difficult for newly manufactured transport ships to penetrate the aerial battlefield and deliver ground troops to the surface. In this respect, the assimilators seem to have made a mistake. They should not have deployed ground forces to Triton too early, but should have waited for results from the space battlefield. However, to think so would completely overlook the support that the Sky Dome missile towers could provide to the space battle. If the assimilators had not deployed ground forces early, their space fleet would simultaneously face triple assaults from the light spear platforms, the First Fleet, and surface firepower. Even with a numerical advantage, the cumulative effect of the three-pronged firepower would be enough to lead them to lose a war of attrition, just like in the First Battle of Neptune. Therefore, they had to do so. The losses of the transport ships and the sacrifices of ground troops were all costs anticipated in the plan. They gambled that as long as they could win the space battle, these costs would be worth it. Huifeng pulled back his thoughts. Regardless of whether the assimilators' plan was right or wrong, the current situation was already very clear. Both sides were pinned down at Triton, and neither could eliminate the other in a short time. Meanwhile, a new enemy was gradually approaching from 5 light-years away. No matter what the outcome of this battle was supposed to be, both sides would certainly incur substantial losses, and Huifeng had to make a decision at this moment. Otherwise, it would just be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he was the unfortunate mantis. Thus, he had only one choice now: to avoid the sharp edge and temporarily yield. In the chaotic combat zone above Triton, the ships of the First Fleet began to regroup towards nearby Allied units. The remaining escort ships gradually disengaged from the battle, and for each batch of ships that withdrew, Huifeng deliberately left behind a few warships. They faced the pursuing assimilator ships, overloading their shields to the limit and firing their main guns at maximum frequency. These rearguard ships would not leave the battlefield alive, as their mission was to buy time for the main force to escape. On the surface of Triton, all barracks ceased production at that moment, and the last batch of assimilator elite troops that had come off the production line headed straight for the nearest battlefield. Behind them, the buildings near the front line began to disassemble, with silvery metal structures melting layer by layer from the top down like ice under the blazing sun. In a short time, these vehicle factories, energy reactors, mining sites, and Air Force bases disappeared one after another. Once recovered, the remaining resources flowed into Huifeng's panel. The situation on the ground front further escalated. With the First Fleet no longer restraining them, the assimilator fleet could finally divert its attention to provide fire support for the Allied forces on the surface. In this situation, the collapse of the front line was merely a matter of time. Bases and mining sites far from the core battlefield were still operating for the time being. Their mission was to extract the last wave of resources from beneath the nitrogen ice layer. Once the enemy approached to a sufficiently close distance, these buildings would also be reclaimed by Huifeng, leaving behind only flattened ground to signify that something had once existed there. Soon, the last light point responsible for covering the retreat extinguished on Huifeng's minimap. The remaining main force of the First Fleet successfully departed the battlefield, now speeding towards Uranus. Huifeng's perspective fixed on one of the warships as he gazed back at the increasingly diminutive Neptune and Triton remaining silent. He believed that while the assimilators might find his sudden retreat strange, they would certainly not easily give up this opportunity. They would surely take this chance to completely seize the entire Neptune system and use it as a true launchpad for their attack on the solar system. Because the hyperspace route to Barnard Star did not connect with Alpha Centauri, the only nearby route available was through the solar system, specifically the second exit near Port 1, which was not actually that close, and previously Huifeng had been blocking the solar system, making it impossible for the other side to gain direct visual access to Barnard Star. Thus, it was very likely that they were unaware of the Wanderer's appearance there. Huifeng took one last look in the direction of Triton, then shifted his gaze back to the view of Barnard Star. The dark, copper-colored battle planet continued to move slowly, surrounded by a dense fleet, like a swarm of tireless locusts. They had not yet reached the solar system, but were closing in. On the side of Neptune, the assimilators were about to obtain their long-desired forward base. The flames of Triton faded further behind as the remaining ships of the First Fleet quietly sailed towards Uranus. He needed a new fleet, more warships, and needed to expand faster, more aggressively, and more frantically than before the Second Battle of Neptune. But time seemed to no longer be on his side. The Barnard Star system. The dim star at the center of the system barely envelopes its members and the uninvited guests entering the system. The battle planet known as Heavenly Throne, a dark bronze color, now hovers above Barnard's star, its immense size and mass significantly affecting the orbital patterns of Barnard's star. Tens of thousands of warships swarm around it, like a hive of bees. The armored plates, exposed pipelines, and dense arrays of weaponry on the planet's surface make it resemble a rusted metallic heart, slowly pulsating in the darkness. The perspective penetrates the surface of this metallic planet, sweeping past layers of stacked armor, crisscrossing pipes, mottled welds, and various bizarre unknown components, delving deep into the core of the planet. Here lies a magnificent circular throne hall, its walls forged from countless selected metal fragments, their colors mottled and chaotic, almost devoid of any unified order. Above, countless pipelines of varying thickness hang down from the ceiling, deeply embedded into the ground. The throne stands majestically in the center of the hall, crafted from solid blocks of high-purity copper, exuding a rough and wild, peculiar style. The Great Khan sits upon it, towering nearly half a head above a human, covered in dark green scales, each edge glimmering with an ancient metallic luster. The thick forearms end in 4 fingers with sharp claws casually resting in the indented area of the throne's armrest. Its head is flat and wedge-shaped with a short and wide snout, and its eyes are vertical slit pupils with irises of orange-yellow. Its chest is adorned with various metallic ornaments. Among these ornaments, numerous small skulls that have undergone special treatment are densely strung together. The Great Khan's claws gently tapped on the armrest, producing a dull sound as metal struck copper, its slit pupils shifting slightly to gaze at a figure approaching in front of the throne. The figure stumbled as it ran up to the Great Khan, kneeling on the ground with its hands raised above its head, fervently shouting, "All hail the Great Khan!" Blood on the throne. This was a communications officer of its kin, spanning a chasm in status. "What is it?" The Great Khan spoke, its voice sharp and hoarse, each trailing note accompanied by the wet sound of mucus stirring in its throat. "Great Khan, following your will, that buzzing insect has now been completely torn to pieces by the warriors." However, afterward the warriors discovered that there were no living beings controlling the ship inside, leading everyone to speculate that it was likely those Iron Heads piloting the vessel. Iron Heads. Sitting on the throne, the previously indifferent Great Khan's voice suddenly rose several pitches upon hearing the last word, its gaze fixed intensely on the light green lizard man below, a surge of fury welling up in its eyes. It despised those cold metallic lumps, for once one of them had destroyed its home planet, leading to the forced wandering of its race. Yes, it's those damned repulsive Ironhead ships. As soon as the communicator finished speaking, the Great Khan suddenly leapt forward with lightning speed, rushing to the kneeling communicator, seizing its head, lifting it entirely. Ironheads. The Great Khan's voice dropped, its sharp screech transforming into a more dangerous growl. Those Ironheads. Its fingers tightened suddenly. The lifted light green lizard man couldn't even emit a sound before its skull easily shattered in the Great Khan's grasp, scales, bones, and viscous bodily fluids splattering through its fingers onto the metallic floor of the throne hall. The Great Khan released its grip, allowing the remnants to fall to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. It stood there, chest heaving violently, the orange-yellow slit pupils trembling rapidly in their sockets. The throne hall was filled only with the distant rumbling sound and the Great Khan's heavy breathing. After a long while, it slowly turned and walked back to the throne, its fingers still dripping with viscous bodily fluid. "Come here." After a while, 2 gray-green lizard men swiftly walked into the hall. They glanced at the corpse on the ground, showing no signs of surprise or fear, merely kneeling quietly. "Clean this up." The Great Khan's voice returned to calm. "Notify the warriors to release the hounds to search in all directions and find the nests of those Iron Heads." "Wait a moment," it paused, its pupils suddenly narrowing into a thin line. "I will personally tear those disgusting things apart." "All hail the Great Khan." Blood on the throne. The 2 gray-green lizard men simultaneously raised their hands above their heads, shouting loudly, their voices devoid of fear, only fervor and excitement. Then they quickly got up, one dragging the corpse away, while the other, after leaving the throne hall, hurried towards a passage leading to the other side. At the end of the passage stood a heavy metal door, unmarked, bearing only a scar from welding. The lizard man pushed the door open and walked inside. Behind the door is a vast space, rows of transparent incubation pods stacked from the floor to the ceiling, each pod suspending a curled lizard man body. They vary in size, with scales ranging from light green to dark brown, their eyes tightly shut, limbs curled against their chests, connected to a dense network of pipelines and the workshop's nutrient supply system, the air thick with warm, slightly fishy humidity. This is their breeding workshop. The lizard man walked along the passage between the incubation pods, glancing at those on both sides. Finally, it stopped in front of a light green-scaled body, reaching out to press a button beside the pod wall. With its action, the pod immediately opened, viscous, nurturing fluid gushing out and spilling onto the ground. The body was pulled out of the pod by pipelines, landing wetly on the floor. The lizard man approached, crouched down, and took out a thumb-sized metal piece from its waist, pressing it against the back of the new body's neck. The edges of the metal piece extended filaments as fine as hairs, drilling into the gaps between the scales to connect with the underlying ganglia. The body twitched once, then its eyes opened. The newly born lizard man propped itself up, nurturing fluid dripping from its body. Its pupils had yet to fully focus, but instinctively it squeezed out a sound from its throat, hoarse, sharp, resonating with the wet sound of its new vocal cords vibrating for the first time. All hail the great Khan. Blood on the throne. Seeing no issues, the lizard man stood up, not looking back, quickly leaving the workshop. The newly born light green lizard man climbed up from the ground, wiping the mucus from its face, stumbling to follow. It was now a qualified communications officer ready to begin work. A few days later, the hounds dispatched in various directions gradually brought back news. In this star system, only one direction showed abnormalities. The hounds sent in that direction had completely ceased communication after their last signal. The gray-green lizard man knelt before the throne, reporting this result to the Great Khan. The Great Khan sat on the throne, lightly tapping its fingers on the armrest. In truth, it did not need its subordinates to inform it of this news. It had felt something was off in that direction even before the hounds arrived and lost contact. It felt as if a real-time map had appeared in its mind, a strange sensation that had only emerged recently in its subconscious, yet felt as if it had been innate. The nest of the iron heads. It said, it's right over there. It stood up. Warriors, follow me. Crush those metal. In the throne hall, thousands of lizard men knelt simultaneously, the sound of their knees striking the metallic floor merging into one. They gazed at the imposing Great Khan before them, their shouts erupting from deep within their throats, sharp, hoarse, fervent, echoing repeatedly beneath the dome of the throne hall. All hail the Great Khan. Blood on the throne. Under the light of the orange-eared star, the engines of the battle planet began to adjust their power. The entire metallic planet, slowly turning in the orbit of Barnard's star, the fleet converging like a swarm of bees targeting the solar system 5 light-years away. Let us rewind time a few days back. In the Uranus system, on Titan III, the remnants of the first fleet have arrived in the orbit of Titan III, with silver-white ships slowly docking beside the space dock, some of which bear the scorch marks from the Neptune campaign. The situation before Huifeng is not optimistic, yet there have been some good news during this period. With the continuous expansion of the colonial system within the solar system, his research speed has also risen dramatically, allowing him to unlock 2 adjacent nodes on the technology tree during the second Neptune campaign. The first is a large resource structure called the Atmospheric Extraction Station. Its primary function is to be built on gas giants to extract their abundant atmospheric resources. The main body of the Atmospheric Extraction Station is a slender silver-white tower structure suspended above the cloud layers of the gas giant. The tower is divided into 3 sections. The upper part features a wide, flat, stable platform, while the middle consists of several stacked ring-shaped processing segments, each layer filled with intake grills. The lowest part extends deep into the cloud layers, dragging a long collection conduit. The periphery of the upper stable platform is covered with vector thrusters, which intermittently expel short bursts of ion flow to correct positional deviations caused by storms. Since gas giants lack a solid surface, they must float within the upper atmosphere, making them clearly visible in space and vulnerable to attacks from space without protection. Of course, the return on investment for building an atmospheric extraction station is extremely high. Although the resources required for its construction are significant, once operational, its output can rival that of over a dozen mining sites and energy reactors. It not only extracts the gas giant's atmosphere for usable resources, but also harnesses the immense atmospheric pressure and storms around it to generate power, embodying both resource gathering and energy supply. The other is closely related to space combat. Judgment-class cruiser. In galactic war, this type of spacecraft is positioned between the Spear-class destroyer and the Yeto-Bianlocked battleship, capable of filling the gap in the fleet's core firepower during the early to mid-game. The hull of the Judgment-class cruiser is significantly longer than that of the Spear-class destroyer, approximately 1.5 kilometers, with a stout, blunt shape overall. Unlike the square and angular Iron Wall class and the slender Spear class, its overall profile conveys a sense of heaviness in its smoothness, with a wide and flat bow, a slightly bulging core section, and smooth silver-white armor plates seamlessly joined, with almost invisible seams devoid of any protrusions. The stern tapers with 2 sets of rectangular thruster nozzles embedded side by side at the rear, making the entire ship appear like an elongated hexagon when viewed from above. Directly in front of the bow, 3 parallel metallic tridents protrude from the smooth armor. These are the main gun launchers, with thick bases and sharp tips at the front. Before the battleship formally enters the battlefield as the absolute main force in later stages, the Judgment-class cruiser serves as the primary firepower output for the fleet, not only due to its significantly higher firepower density compared to frigates and destroyers, but also because of its uniquely special main gun. The main gun of the Judgment-class cruiser does not fire beams, but instead releases a high-energy electric arc that can bounce between ships. Once the arc strikes the first enemy ship, its attack momentum does not cease. Instead, it jumps from that ship to the nearest other vessel, which could be an enemy frigate, a friendly ship nearby, or even potentially hitting itself if the attacker is too close to the target. Each jump of the arc consumes some energy, and its power diminishes with each jump. In a densely packed formation of enemies, a single arc can hit a maximum of 3 to 5 targets simultaneously. The arc is more lethal against shields, but ship armor somewhat weakens its impact, although it cannot completely block the jump effect. This characteristic of the main gun makes it exceptionally effective in group combat, particularly against clusters of small ships, leading players in the galactic war community to commonly refer to the Judgment-class cruiser as the minion cleaner. In summary, the Judgment-class cruiser is a valuable asset. Had it been researched by Huifeng a few weeks before the start of the second Neptune campaign, everything might have been different. Unfortunately, it came too late. The atmospheric extraction station is the same. One can double his resource output, while the other can elevate his fleet's combat capability to a new level, both of which are desperately needed at this moment. However, utilizing them will take time. A Judgment-class cruiser takes considerably longer to be manufactured from the shipyard's production list than any previous warships. Although the atmospheric extraction station does not have this issue, it also requires an initial resource investment, and recovering costs and achieving pure output will take time, and by the time it is ready for large-scale deployment, who knows how long it will take. It is uncertain whether the Wanderers and assimilators will grant him that time. Huifeng gazed toward Neptune. Currently, the ground resistance on Triton has reached its conclusion, with most of Triton's territory completely under the control of the assimilators. Only sporadic battles remain, but this is inevitable. After gradually clearing the local resistance, the assimilators do not seem eager to further expand their gains. Instead, they have chosen to stabilize their hold and begin consolidating the territory they have captured. From the minimap, Huifeng can see that the shipyard near Pluto has begun manufacturing new industrial motherships, which, under the protection of escort fleets, are gradually heading toward Triton. Unfortunately, his Ghost-class stealth bombers have been nearly wiped out in previous battles, though otherwise he would have sent some to harass the enemy's supply lines. However, not harassing is not a problem. Huifeng actively abandoned the Uranus system, partly due to concerns of the mantis stalking the cicada, and partly because Uranus is the planet closest to Gate No. 2. Once the Wanderers pass through Gate No. 2 and arrive in the current solar system, the first to be targeted will undoubtedly be the assimilator fleet closest to Uranus, not himself. From this perspective, Huifeng hopes the assimilators will remain stationed at Uranus for a few more days to recover. Before losing contact with his Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship at Barnard Star, he had carefully counted the number of fleets on the Wanderers' side. Excluding that troublesome combat planet, the Wanderers possessed nearly 200 to 300 warships, with around 800 being destroyers, an impressive force. Huifeng does not believe that the current assimilator fleet, combined with a newly captured and defenseless Uranus system, can withstand the Wanderers' onslaught. Thus, he can only pray that once the Wanderers arrive, the assimilators can inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy's ships to lessen his burden. The silver lining is that the Wanderers do not appear to have produced cruisers yet, which means that Huifeng is slightly ahead in technology. If the assimilators can hold on long enough, he might even be able to build a new fleet equipped with Judgment-class cruisers to defend his territory. With such hopes, he opened the production queue of his shipyard, raising the construction priority of the Judgment class to the highest level while temporarily shelving the atmospheric extraction station. For now, resources must be concentrated on areas that can immediately generate combat power. A few days later, as they retreated to the planet Tianwang, Huifeng received immediate reports from the edge of the solar system, where a standoff had formed with the assimilators located at Neptune. Hostile unit detected. Huifeng shifted his focus and discovered that the source of the alarm was a small bronze ship that had just jumped out from the portal number 2. It was an asymmetrical and rather rough-looking small spacecraft. A glance was enough for Huifeng to recognize its purpose. It was a Hound. The scout ship of the Wanderers served a purpose similar to that of the Sparrow-class scout ships on Huifeng's side against the assimilators, both being used as cannon fodder for reconnaissance. Not long after Huifeng noticed the ship intruding into the solar system, the assimilator fleet far in the Neptune system reacted. As Huifeng had anticipated, the assimilators seemed taken aback by the appearance of this ship, leading to frequent movements within the assimilator fleet hovering over Triton. Minutes later, a group of escort ships separated from the assimilator fleet and charged toward the Hound. Initially, the Hound seemed unaware, continuing its flight toward the solar system, but soon its speed noticeably decreased, making a sharp turn toward the portal number 2. However, its reaction was too slow. Even when it successfully escaped near the hyperspace jump point of portal number 2, its engines still required time to charge, and that was enough for the pursuing assimilator fleet to reach it within range. As a silent explosion erupted in that region of space, the small red, representing the hound on Huifeng's mini-map unsurprisingly disappeared. But Huifeng knew this did not signify the end. The disappearance of this hound instead indicated that the wanderers were about to arrive at their doorstep. What will you do now? While Huifeng prepared, he was also observing the movements of the assimilators. After sinking the hound, the commotion among the assimilators did not cease. Perhaps they understood what power that ship represented, or perhaps they were simply uneasy due to the sudden emergence of a new disruptor, or possibly both. Huifeng was not like the one on the other side, unaware of their thoughts, but after a while he noticed that a portion of the ships in the assimilator fleet had separated again. What are they up to? Huifeng looked on in confusion as the assimilators pulled that segment of the fleet away from Neptune, flying toward the portal number 1, leading to Alpha Centauri. This portion of the fleet consisted of only a small number of ships, roughly a quarter of the current assimilator fleet. What were they pulling these ships back for? Could it be they were afraid the Wanderers would raid their home? But the hyperspace route to Barnard's star connects first to the solar system, and then to Alpha Centauri. If they were truly concerned about an invasion, wouldn't it make more sense to secure the solar system? Or were they planning to retreat? Huifeng found this speculation somewhat plausible, but the question arose, why not take all their warships with them and leave the remaining main fleet at Neptune? He pondered several ideas that seemed unreliable, so he decided to push this question aside. After all, as long as the main force of the assimilators remained here, it would suffice to help block the first shot, and he couldn't concern himself with anything beyond that. 6 days later. At some point, the space at the center of portal number 2 suddenly twisted violently, and this terrifying distortion rapidly spread outward, causing the nearby void to tremble. It was as if some colossal entity was forcefully tearing at reality from the other side of the space. This distortion lasted for about 10 seconds, and then a blue wall emerged from the center of the distortion. Within a second, this wall expanded to a terrifying extent, revealing the bronze luster of what lay behind, as the blue residual glow from the engines quickly receded. It was a wall. No, it was a curved surface. Dark bronze armor plates interlocked with each other, their edges stitched together by bulky structural components, and the rivets formed irregular lines while the skewed welds resembled scars healed countless times. As this curved surface expanded outward with the fading blue light, it grew hundreds of meters, kilometers, dozens of kilometers, until finally a metal planet with a diameter of 400 kilometers was completely ejected from hyperspace, appearing in this void. Its dark bronze surface was covered with layers of overlapping armor, and weapon arrays protruded from large-caliber barrels pointed erratically in all directions, the hatches of missile silos tightly closed, and closed defense turrets embedded at irregular intervals in the armor, their muzzles slowly turning. After the metal planet fully emerged from the rout, its fleet followed closely behind. Dark bronze escort ships surged forth, first short and wide in body, with the bow modified into a massive cannon. Destroyers followed closely, nearly 1 kilometer in length, their armor covered with turrets of various sizes. They poured continuously from the sides and rear of the battle planet like a beehive that had been pierced, the orange engine trails spreading a sea of light across the void. Tens of thousands of ships clustered around the planet, their formations scattered, yet dense, the bronze hulls layered upon one another, completely filling the starry sky near portal number 2. Holy crap! The main force has arrived. The moment the metal planet jumped out, Huifeng's system panel erupted with continuous alarms. He quickly glanced at the minimap, now densely packed with small red dots surrounding the original icon of portal number 2, along with a red skull at the center of those dots. Units represented as skulls on the minimap generally denote some powerful Titan-level units. Clearly in the system's eyes, this 400 kilometers diameter battle planet had already crossed into Titan-level status. The response from the assimilators was quicker than Huifeng had anticipated. The fleet hovering above Triton began to reorganize, with escort and destroyer ships that had been scattered across various orbits returning to the core. However, it seemed they were not intending to hold their ground. After watching for a while, Huifeng suddenly realized their series of actions seemed to suggest they wanted to flee. What? Why did they hit me so hard, only to be scared into running at the side of the Wanderer's main force? It won't be that easy. As soon as he finished speaking, several groups of Spectre-class stealth bombers appeared from the darkness near Triton, charging toward the gathering assimilator fleet. These Spectre-class stealth bombers were newly manufactured by him in recent days, and now they were all sent here to prepare to obstruct the assimilators' movements. Regarding the possibility of the assimilators wanting to flee, he had mentally prepared for this ever since he saw a small contingent of their fleet leave the solar system a few days earlier, which was why that time was also the last opportunity for the assimilators to retreat unscathed. It wouldn't be that easy to run away afterward. Want to escape? Eat my lightning whirlwind strike. The hidden blast from Huifeng did not manage to delay the assimilator fleet for long, but that brief moment was enough for the assimilators to lose their last chance of escape. The drifter fleet quickly noticed the activity within the galaxy. While Huifeng was stalling the assimilators, they positioned themselves between the first and second entrances. Now the assimilators could no longer escape. It seemed they realized this as well, and after dealing with the hidden blast that delayed them, the assimilator fleet made no further moves. The three factions were thus aligned in a row within the solar system. After a while, Huifeng observed a small change on the battle planet of the drifters. Something resembling an antenna array appeared on the planet's surface. Then a message popped up on his system interface. Drifter, Great Khan is seeking to communicate with you. Accept or decline. What is this? A WX call. Huifeng had never encountered such a situation. It didn't exist in the original game. Driven by curiosity, he accepted the call request. Receiving translation text. Receiving complete translation has been automatically activated. As this text appeared on the interface, a video call window appeared before Huifeng. A strangely styled room, a massive pure copper throne, and a tall lizard man sitting upon it. Wait, isn't this a scene from the single-player campaign? Faced with this sight, Huifeng felt extremely surprised. Although the scene before him appeared more exquisite and realistic, he hadn't forgotten the overall style and layout. This is a cutscene that frequently appears during the single-player campaign of Galactic War when players experience. And in the scene, the lizard man seated on the throne was none other than the leader of the Drifter faction, the Great Khan. Now he looked far more realistic than in the game's CG. Without the 3D effect of the game style, the Great Khan appeared even more imposing and intimidating. Insect. While Huifeng was still in a daze, the lizard man Great Khan on the other side hurriedly opened. His voice was very unpleasant, like a person with a sharp voice speaking while holding phlegm. What am I seeing? There are actually 2 disgusting metallic insects in this filthy galaxy. Am I trapped in a roach nest? Roaches are insects similar to cockroaches in Drifter society. This place is simply like a pile of rotten flesh. After crushing these 2 repulsive metallic insects, I will thoroughly cleanse this star system. Following this, the Great Khan on the other side continued to spew a stream of curses, leaving Huifeng unsure of how to respond. He was originally curious about what his appearance looked like from the other side. Fine, since he was so rude, Huifeng decided not to hold back. Creepy crawly, spit it out if you have something to say. Cursing won't increase your chances of victory, it only makes you look both pitiful and ridiculous. Suddenly the Great Khan's slit pupils constricted sharply, and his fingers tightly gripped the armrests of the throne, his claws scraping sharply against the copper surface. Insect. His voice slowly squeezed out from his throat. What is your voice? No vibrations of flesh and blood, no friction of muscles, just a piece of scrap metal buzzing. On the Great Khan's side, he could only hear Huifeng's default robotic audio with no visuals. He suddenly stood up from the throne, his robust forearms resting on the armrests, the dark green scales on his body slightly opening, each edge glinting with an ancient metallic luster. The small skulls on his chest gently swayed with his breath. Listen carefully, iron-shelled insect. I am contacting you not to negotiate terms, but to tell you how you will die. Next, your fleet will be torn to pieces. The planets you control will be melted down into slag. Your consciousness, no matter where it hides and which hard drive, will be dug out by my warriors, then crushed, burned, and scattered in a dung heap. The only thing you can do now is to surrender immediately and pray for my mercy to grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will make you experience the pain of being crushed by a strong man bit by bit. So this call from the drifters is just to get him to surrender. Huifeng couldn't help but laugh out of anger. He wasn't a soft bone. The current gap between both sides was not yet to the point of despair. Why should he surrender to this arrogant fool when he still had the strength to fight? Moreover, surrender sounded like death, and not surrendering also meant death. Why should he do that? Is he just looking for a way to commit suicide? The only choice I have now is to dismantle that rusty iron ball of yours into pieces and sit in your place using your skull as a bowl. Huifeng's mockery clearly angered the Great Khan further, but surprisingly he did not immediately retaliate with insults. Instead, he turned his head towards another direction. And you? His voice lowered slightly, but the sharp tone remained unpleasant. That one over there who has been squatting like a stone since just now, not daring to make a sound, you disgust me even more than this one who can retort. At least it dared to bark back at me, but you has your courage rotted away with your flesh. Silence. No response came from the direction he was looking at. After waiting for a while, the Great Khan's throat produced a wet snicker. Indeed, they are all creatures that crawled out of the same nest. One can only buzz while the other doesn't dare to even call out. His gaze returned to Huifeng. Don't worry, I will first crush that mouthless insect, and after that you will die even worse than an iron-shelled insect. This is the reward for your daring provocation to me. Before the Great Khan could finish speaking, Huifeng cut off the communication. There was no longer any need for further exchanges. So the assimilators also received communication from the drifters. I thought it was just the 2 of us earlier. Huifeng pondered for a moment, and then shifted his attention back to reality. After that communication, indeed the drifters had begun their journey towards Neptune. It seemed that the Great Khan was not lying. They truly intended to eliminate the assimilators' main force first. Doing what they say truly worthy of the Great Khan. It's just that in reality he is even more annoying than in the game's portrayal. I wonder if it's because he is cursing himself. While Huifeng was internally complaining, he was watching the movements of the drifters and assimilators. At this time a message came from the Earth side. The Secretary General is looking for you. May I have imposed by coming unexpectedly? Of course not. Madam Secretary General is always welcome. After all, this place was arranged for me by you. The Secretary General had her 2 bodyguards step outside the villa. She herself followed the alien girl, named Huifeng, into the living room and sat on the sofa. How have you been here? If you need anything, tell us, and we will assign someone to handle it. Very well. It is quiet here, so I have nothing to trouble you with for now. Huifeng sat at the other end of the table and took a tea set from beneath it. Would you like some tea, madam? Oh, how? Huifeng arranged the tea set and took out the leaves. Her movements were light, a subtle flick of the wrist, scooping a neat pinch of tea. She cast the leaves into the pot, tipped the spout low, and let hot water run slowly down the inner wall. Steam rose quickly, carrying a fresh, sweet scent. She set the lid and poured the first infusion over the teapot. When the second brew came, she lifted the teapot with one hand, the body tilted slightly. Amber liquid slid from the spout, tracing a gentle arc through the air and landing steadily in the cup. The surface trembled, full, but not spilling. Then she nudged the cup gently toward the Secretary General, withdrew her hand, and sat up straight. The Secretary General glanced down at the tea, then at the white-haired girl before her, clad in Renlian traditional dress, and was momentarily distracted. It seemed less as if an alien sat opposite her than a young master of the tea arts. Is something the matter, madam? Sorry, I was a bit absent-minded. Thank you. She lifted the cup, took a few sips, and set it down again. This tea is brewed better than that of the vast majority of tea houses I have visited. She paused. It seems Huifeng has come to understand our culture quite deeply. Huifeng did not answer at once. She returned the teapot to the tray. The spout turned aside with a casual, natural motion. Gu Huai taught me. He has studied these things and I learn quickly. Besides, she continued, I told you I am very interested in humanity, and that naturally includes your culture. The Secretary General lifted her head to meet those pale gray-blue eyes. Having stayed on Earth so long, have you drawn any conclusions about us? Huifeng seemed to ponder for a moment, then said, You are full of contradictions. Individuals are fragile, yet the whole is tenacious. Reason and emotion constantly tear at one another, and it is precisely that tearing which births many things I find fascinating. She poured herself a cup, raised it, and sipped. Take tea, for example. It is merely leaves steeped in water, yet you have transformed it into an entire choreography, a set of rules, a discipline that can occupy a lifetime of study. It serves no practical purpose, and yet you persist in such pursuits. The Secretary General offered no reply. The living room fell into a brief silence. Huifeng set her cup on the table with a faint sound. Madam Secretary General did not come merely to discuss. At the mention of business, the Secretary General drew a deep breath. Indeed. The skies have been unsettled these past days. You must know more than I do. Yes, especially recently when a new disruptor entered the Taiyangtze. You mean that dwarf planet that appeared suddenly in the Taiyangtze, with an anomalous albedo and an aberrant trajectory? Our telescopes detected it several hours ago. This was one reason she had come. In her heart, there remained words unsaid. Indeed. More precisely, you should call it a battle planet. The Secretary General's fingers tightened slightly on her cup. The water's surface trembled. A battle planet. You mean that several 100-kilometer object is artificial? Yes. It is an artificial planet 400 kilometers in diameter, built for warfare. It belongs to a nomadic civilization called Yudangs. Hearing many crucial details, the Secretary General fell silent for a moment, recording them, then asked, Why have they come to the Taiyangtze? To eliminate me. More precisely, to eliminate me and the Tonghuas. But why? Huifeng spoke slowly. Their former homeworld was destroyed by a Gestalt civilization which radicalized them into extreme militarism and an absolute hatred of artificial intelligence. She went on to describe aspects of the Yudangs, giving the Secretary General a preliminary impression of them. So the uninvited guest that breached the Taiyangtze hours ago is an extremist, militaristic, autocratic savage, plundering nomadic civilization. More or less. I think I understand now why Huifeng chose to withdraw halfway at Huifeng. Yes. To use your human proverb, it was to prevent the sandpaper clam outcome where a third party profits. To stop two foes from weakening one another and allowing a third to reap the benefits. I understand. The Secretary General remained silent longer this time, while Huifeng waited patiently for. After a long pause, the Secretary General spoke again. Forgive the foolishness of my question, but I must ask, what will their attitude toward humanity be? Just now the great Khan of Yudang spoke with me. He said he intends to purge this stellar system completely. Huifeng answered. Humans are organic life, and in principle, not the direct object of their racial hatred. Yet beyond that animus, the Yudangs are an exceedingly bloodthirsty and brutal civilization. I fear that if they prevail, your fate may be even more tragic than it would under a victorious Tonghuas. Your cities will be dismantled for materials, your industrial facilities will be melted into metal. Your species, perhaps you will be kept as slaves, perhaps you will simply be erased as an obstacle. Hearing this, the Secretary General paled. This is not a threat, Madam Secretary General, but a projection based on my knowledge of the Yudangs and the Great Khan's tone during our conversation. Huifeng lifted her eyes. Her pale gray-blue pupils revealed no emotion. I cannot be certain of victory in the forthcoming Tiangxi War. Therefore, I must tell you in advance, if I fail, humanity may have to confront them on its own. The Secretary General's hand trembled as she held the cup. She had no appetite for more tea, only the faint warmth quickly ebbing from her palm. What would you have us do if we became your protectorate? Huifeng shook her head. Not yet. Human armies will be of little help, your technological level is insufficient. As for the protectorate proposal I mentioned earlier, you need not hurry your decision. Please do not despair. What I need is time. The Yudangs are already en route to Huifeng. The Tonghuas will absorb the first onslaught on my behalf. If they can wear down some of the Yudangs' forces, I will still have a chance. And if they fail to hold them, then the next— Huifeng spoke that cruel fact with composed calm. The Secretary General asked no more. She placed the now-cold teacup on the table and rose. I understand. I will have the observation team continue to monitor. If you require it, we will relay data to you at any time. For anything else, please contact Gu Huai. We will do our utmost to cooperate. I understand. The Secretary General turned toward the door and took a few steps, then stopped. Huifeng. She looked back. Yes. On behalf of all humanity, I thank you for your kindness to us. Truly thank you. The Secretary General bowed sincerely. In the outer solar system, Neptune's system on Neptune I, a vast expanse of nitrogen ice plains shimmered under the dim sunlight, exuding a sense of ancient coldness in gray and white. In the distance, the enormous blue arc of Neptune spanned the horizon, occupying nearly half of the sky. Light blue clouds swirled slowly under the giant planet's gravitational pull, with lightning occasionally flashing beneath the cloud cover only to be extinguished in a deep blue mist. The current ruler of this space still belonged to Neptune. Over the past period, the commotion here had little impact on it, much like the majority of events that had transpired over the last 3 billion years. Against this backdrop, a projectile the size of a small car streaked across the sky at high speed, its dark bronze body racing silently through the vacuum beneath, which the gray and white of the nitrogen ice plains transformed into countless fleeting patches of color. Seconds later, several reserve jet ports at its tail suddenly erupted with scorching flames, further accelerating its speed to the limit. Enemy close-range firepower swept in from all directions, with several red light spears grazing the projectile's body, narrowly missing. Utilizing this sudden burst of speed, it weaved through the dense barrage of interception fire, unerringly crashing into the outer defenses of a Bastion-class escort ship belonging to the assimilators. Boom! It slammed into the surface of the shield that had just risen on the escort ship, shattering itself into countless pieces and exploding into a dazzling fireball. The point of impact erupted with a violent ripple of light blue waves. However, the escort ship's shield did not shatter, and the entire vessel was pushed back several meters by the force of the impact. Fragments of the projectile scattered within the shield's halo, dark bronze metallic shards, tracing a dense array of brief trajectories. Around the escort ship, hundreds of Bastion-class vessels in the assimilator's outer defense line were enduring the same impact. Directly opposite them, the dark bronze hulls of the Wanderer's vanguard fleet had crept to a dangerously close distance, their orange cannon flames almost merging into a single mass in the void. The assimilator's light spears shot forth from their array, but the density was far less than at the beginning of the battle. On the other side, more dark bronze projectiles pierced through the gaps of the glaring white beams, seemingly intent on completely overwhelming the assimilator's fleet. Pulling back the perspective across the entire battlefield, tens of thousands of dark bronze ships were suppressing the assimilator's defensive formation in a semi-encircling stance. The edges of the assimilator's fleet were constantly fracturing, reconstituting, and fracturing again amidst the intense crossfire until they could no longer withstand the high casualties, continuously shrinking into a smaller defensive circle. At a slightly farther distance, the massive dark bronze silhouette of the Throne of Heaven loomed behind the battlefield. On its 400-kilometer spherical surface, countless cannon muzzles were sequentially igniting orange flames, with each volley resembling the heartbeat of this metallic heart, unleashing firepower density far surpassing that of the entire assimilator's fleet. From a god's eye view, Huifeng drifted amidst this battlefield, silently observing the conflict between the Wanderers and the assimilators. Currently, as this sudden war gradually approached its end, the defeat of the assimilators was already a foregone conclusion. The assimilators' warships were being overwhelmed by the enemy's numerical firepower and quality superiority, left in a state of disarray, struggling defensively, let alone mounting any proper counterattacks. Now their fleet had retreated to the brink, their formation compressed to the limit. Each ship, still firing, was being tightly gripped by dark bronze hulls multiple times their own. The retaliation of the light spears was becoming increasingly sparse, while Wanderer's projectiles continued to surge in from all directions, seemingly never to cease. This was not even the result of the Wanderers going all out. Outside the battlefield, the Wanderers still had a batch of warships yet to engage in the assault on the Assimilator's fleet, lingering outside the fight, evidently positioned to guard against any potential escape attempts by the Assimilator's warships. It seemed that the Great Khan had a huge appetite. He intended to consume the main force of the Assimilators, and most importantly, he was indeed succeeding. If the current situation continued, it wouldn't be long before the main fleet of the Assimilators would be utterly annihilated above Neptune I. This was not good news for Huifeng. After all, the Great Khan's next target was himself, and while there was a local defensive advantage on his side, such an advantage paled in comparison to that mobile battle planet. The power of a single volley from that battle planet exceeded the total firepower of his first fleet. How could he compete with such a monstrous unit? Though the First Fleet had recently added a batch of Judgment-class cruisers which had gone offline during the engagement between the Wanderers and Assimilators in terms of overall combat effectiveness, it was still comparable to the Assimilators' fleet just before the Second Battle of Neptune began. Let alone those 2,000 to 3,000 Wanderer warships outside the battle, the First Fleet might not even be able to win against them, as the performance of the Wanderers' ships at this time was generally superior to that of other factions in the Galactic War, including the Assimilators. Not to mention that bug-like battle planet, its health was absurdly high, and the firepower of his current fleet would not be able to inflict serious damage on it. It was unclear how the Wanderers had come up with such a thing. Even if they had special mechanisms to ignore technology and forcibly upgrade their bases, the vast resources and time required for such upgrades were not something that could be easily obtained. Huifeng was utterly perplexed. In short, after observing the outbreak of the Third Battle of Neptune between the Wanderers and Assimilators, he quickly realized that relying solely on conventional means to win the upcoming conflicts against the Wanderers was likely a dim prospect. Any normal person on the opposing side would not grant him enough time to develop an unbeatable fleet capable of defeating them. Thus, he might need to consider alternative methods. What methods could address the current situation? Huifeng's mind, no longer grounded in reality, was racing. After a while, amidst the explosions of the ships from both sides, he couldn't help but gaze towards Titan, pulling up the terrain modification progress for Titan. He thought of a good idea. Oh, theoretically, this might not even be a good idea, as in a normal game of Galactic War, the method he was thinking of would be impossible to implement due to game mechanics. But this was reality, not a game. The game mechanics that had limited this idea had already been tested by him intentionally or unintentionally, and would no longer affect the specific implementation of this plan. There was just one key point: this plan would consume an outrageous amount of resources. The total resources he currently had were barely enough to support its advancement, and he would not be able to spare the energy to construct enough new warships to fend off the Wanderers. Once this step was taken, it would mean he had essentially lost the possibility of expanding his fleet to resist. These warships were his last hope of winning a conventional war. However slim the chance might be, it was not entirely hopeless. But if this plan was executed, the number of remaining warships in his hand would utterly lose the opportunity for a direct victory. Thus, what lay before Huifeng was no longer a simple tactical choice, but a high-stakes gamble that would determine either he would adopt the conservative approach, continuously producing new warships in a conventional manner, hoping for a faint chance in future battles against the Wanderers, or he could use the plan he had just devised, going all in, abandoning direct confrontation, and in the time that followed it would be either success or death. This time, Huifeng pondered for a long while. It was not until the moment of the Assimilator's fleet's annihilation that he made his decision. Damn it, why think so much? Huifeng, just go for it. With the final warship of the Assimilator exploding in midair, the brief Third Battle of Neptune came to a close. In just a few hours, the remaining main fleet of the Assimilator was entirely eradicated from the solar system. In the orbit of Triton, black and gray wreckage mixed with dark bronze fragments slowly drifted apart under the influence of Triton's gravity, forming an ever-expanding metallic graveyard. The main participants in this battle were the Wanderers and the Assimilators. Besides initially sending a stealth ship to prevent the Assimilators from escaping, Huifeng mostly acted as an observer during the rest of the time. As the defeated party, the main forces of the Assimilator within the solar system were nearly annihilated, leaving only a few scattered army units deployed on the surface of Triton, along with a forward base intact towards Pluto. However, without the protection of the space fleet, those buildings were equivalent to exposed targets. Without its minions, it was only a matter of time before the Assimilator was completely driven out of the solar system. As the victors, the Wanderers, possessing comprehensive advantages, managed to keep their battleship losses to just over 1000. With a remarkably executed annihilation battle, they proclaimed to the entire solar system who the strongest predator here truly was. They also announced the official emergence of a new power on the stage of the solar system. Humanity, is this a boxing ring for everyone to come in and brawl? The heavenly throne slowly stabilized in the orbit of Triton. A 400-kilometer metallic sphere hung above the nitrogen ice plains, and the numerous gun barrels on the planet's surface sequentially reset from combat mode. Subsequently, several large hatches that had never been opened before rumbled open from the seams of the armor, and swarms of mineral raiders surged out like a horde of insects scenting rotting flesh diving straight towards the richest mining areas on Triton's surface. Mineral raiders are a unique space unit of the Wanderers. They resemble an enlarged version of a T4 bacteriophage composed of a dodecahedral top, a tubular area, and 6 mechanical legs for stabilization. Their primary function is to transport the Wanderers' mining personnel to various planets' large asteroids and any resource points that can be landed on to plunder resources as much as possible, bringing them back to the Wanderers' battle planets to supply their conquest and expansion. They possess a certain degree of self-defense capability, essentially making them a rather alternative worker bee. Huifeng observed all of this. The Great Khan seemed quite patient. After annihilating the assimilator fleet, it did not rush to continue advancing, but chose to pause and mine local resources to replenish its own consumption. Then the next day, the Wanderers' space fleet reorganized around the Heavenly Throne, dividing into 3 factions. The first faction, comprising nearly 100 warships, activated their engines and turned towards the nearest hyperspace route, heading for Port 1. The second faction, about 100 ships, similarly left the main body of the Wanderers, progressing in the direction of Pluto. The third faction remained in the orbit of Triton, still guarding around the Heavenly Throne. Is it splitting its forces? Huifeng observed the Wanderers' actions. He could understand the deployment of 100 warships towards Pluto, as it was the last stronghold of the assimilators in the solar system, and its defenses were lacking. Clearing it out was reasonable. But what was the purpose of sending over 100 warships towards Port 1? Could it be that they intend to fight on 2 fronts simultaneously? Huifeng speculated. The subsequent developments seemed to confirm his suspicions. The fleet of Wanderers that had separated and headed towards Port 1 lingered nearby for a moment, deploying 2 or 3 hounds into the hyperspace route. Soon after seemingly having confirmed the situation there, their entire fleet began to jump. Meanwhile, the fleet of the Wanderers on the Neptune front also began to mobilize their target, aiming straight at the Uranus system. Are they really preparing for a dual-front assault? Do those with an advantage always like to play this way? This was good news for Huifeng, as it meant that the assimilators would bear some pressure for him in the upcoming period. Although without this pressure, it would still be quite difficult for him to defeat the Wanderers' Hedon. Nonetheless, a slight reduction in pressure was ultimately a good thing. During the time the Wanderers lingered around Neptune, Huifeng was not idle. On the contrary, his grand plan had already begun to unfold. In the original version of Galactic Warfare, players had 3 main methods to deal with enemy battle planets. The first was to research certain special technologies later on, such as developing weapons like the Star Annihilation Cannon that absolutely counter battle planets. This method was the primary means used by players in most matches. Normally, players could not build battle planets in the early to mid-game because the technology for battle planets also required research, along with a very important and resource-intensive prerequisite. What? You ask why the Wanderers have battle planets now, while Huifeng does not have a Star Annihilation? Because upgrading a base to become a battle planet does not require technological conditions for the Wanderers, it only needs resources and time. Moreover, in normal game matches, even if the player or AI controlling the Wanderers had a significant advantage, the other players and AI would not allow them to easily gather enough resources in the early to mid-game to upgrade their base to the highest level. Even if they did manage to gather resources during the upgrade process, others would not let them rest easy. Without any threats, they would drag out the base upgrade time and would disrupt the process with various means. But in reality, it was obviously not the case. Although Huifeng did not know the growth process of the Wanderers, he could guess that initially no one posed any threat to them. Additionally, with resources far exceeding those in the game, it was possible for them to develop and grow into their current scale. In the game, the second method to deal with battle planets is straightforward: brute force. By relying on a large fleet of spaceships to defeat the opposing space fleet that possesses battle planets, then using that fleet to withstand the defensive firepower of the battle planet while engaging it in a firefight. Ideally, ground forces should also be dispatched to land on the battle planet, simultaneously conducting ground combat to seize and destroy critical facilities like the engines, energy cores, and defense turrets, thereby paralyzing the battle planet's resistance and gradually dismantling it. This method is the most time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it incurs massive casualties both in space and on the ground. Unless absolutely necessary, it is completely a thankless task. As for the third method, that is to use another battle planet against it. And this is precisely the prototype of Huifeng's grand plan. In the player community of galactic warfare, there is a saying, only battle planets can contend with battle planets. Of course, this statement is not entirely accurate, but it does highlight a truth. When facing a fully armed metal planet, the power of conventional fleets is quite limited. You can stack fleets or use advanced technology for countermeasures, but either way the casualties will be heavy or the technological threshold will be too high. The only force capable of directly confronting such a foe is one of equal quality and firepower. The thickness of a battle planet's armor, its firepower density, and shield strength determine that its opponent can only be another battle planet. At least that is how it is in the original version of the game. Huifeng's next plan is to create a battle planet, or rather to manufacture a youthful version of a battle planet. Remember Huifeng's transformation of Titan. When Titan is completely transformed by Huifeng, a special technology will be unlocked on his tech panel. Its name is Planetary Transformation Project. When its research is completed, Huifeng will be able to construct a series of new buildings related to battle planets, among which there is one most important and special item. Planet Engine. This is a super engine capable of directly propelling an entire planet, generating tremendous thrust with just one unit. It is the foundation that allows a battle planet to move freely in space and marks the beginning of the planet's weaponization. Behind the Drifter's battle planet, there is also a massive planet engine serving as its power source. It must be constructed on a transformed planet, otherwise, according to the game's descriptions, using a planet engine to propel an untransformed natural planet would result in tremendous local stress that could directly overturn the crust and tear apart tectonic plates, much like piercing a watermelon with a needle, causing it to shatter and disintegrate. However, the resource consumption required to build it is also extremely massive, especially when propelling large celestial bodies. One planet engine is often insufficient, several are needed to push it off its orbit. The reason the Drifter's battle planet only requires one is that the mass of its planet is relatively small. According to the standard battle planet transformation projects in galactic warfare, at least 2 or 3 planet engines are needed to push a properly transformed natural planet. For a large satellite like Titan, Huifeng estimates that it would require 4 to 6 planet engines to propel it, and the resource demands for a single engine are already quite terrifying, let alone needing so many. And this is the main reason why Huifeng needs to abandon the normal shipbuilding plan and invest almost all subsequent resources into the grand plan. At this point, some might ask why Huifeng must choose Titan. Why not look for a smaller celestial body within the solar system that is easier to transform and propel? Firstly, Huifeng currently does not have the time to start over with a natural planet. That is the biggest issue. Faced with the imminent crisis, he has no time left. Secondly, Huifeng's initial plan did not intend to use a battle planet so soon. At that time, there were no drifters, only assimilators from the neighboring galaxy as his opponents, allowing him enough time to slowly advance the transformation project. Thus, since he wouldn't be able to produce one immediately anyway, he simply chose his homeland as the transformation target. It is more convenient as he doesn't need to develop anew in a new location, and the battle power of a battle planet largely depends on its size and mass. In galactic warfare, the larger the volume and mass of the battle planet, the more weapons and health points it can carry. Until the drifters suddenly came knocking. Now the planetary transformation progress of Titan has reached 90, with less than 10 left to complete the transformation. This remaining 10 is the final countdown between Huifeng and the drifters. His so-called youthful version of the battle planet is, to put it simply, a bare planet equipped only with thrusters and no weapon systems. According to the standards of galactic warfare, this hardly qualifies as a battle planet. An actual battle planet must be equipped not only with thrust systems like planet engines, but also with various weapon arrays and large shield systems. Currently, there is nothing on Titan. It has only countless terrain modification devices still desperately consolidating the ground, a solid artificial silvery gray crust, and a planet engine that exists only within the construction plan. Oh, and there are numerous production buildings and ordinary defense platforms. The latter can compensate for some firepower, though it still falls short compared to genuine battle planet weaponry. But Huifeng actually does not need those things. His plan from the outset was not to build a super battleship capable of trading blows with the drifters. He does not have the means to construct such a vessel, as the resources required for the engines would deplete his current reserves. What he intends to create is an interstellar heavy transport with a diameter exceeding 5,000 kilometers, composed of ice, rock, and metallic crust, which can be propelled to extreme speeds by several planet engines. His conventional space firepower cannot deal with battle planets, so he has decided to adopt a different approach, using mass as a weapon. Titan does not require weapons or shields, nor does it need to remain intact after impact. It only needs to exert every ounce of force to collide, using its immense mass to completely shatter the battle planet that determines the outcome of the war. Then even if the drifters lose their main base, they will not be able to achieve victory in the war regardless of how many fleets they possess. This is his grand plan, treating Titan as a heavy transport to smash the heart of the drifters. This plan was impossible under the original game mechanics, but now the foundation for realization exists in reality. If successful, the situation of the war will be completely reversed. If he fails, he may lose the chance to turn the tide and be forced to retreat from the solar system and start over. Of course, it must be noted that the prerequisite for all of this is that he must hold off the drifters and buy enough time. Moreover, there is a crucial issue: how to collide with the drifters' battle planet. After all, the drifters are not foolish. They would not leave their most critical assets floating in space motionless for him to collide with. When Titan's engines are activated and it rushes toward its target, the enemy's battle planet will surely try every means to evade Titan itself. Given that Titan lacks the agility of its larger counterpart, it means the enemy may indeed be able to dodge Titan's charge. Skulls to the con. Blood upon the throne. A blue-scaled lizard man stood atop a raised dais, roaring down at the assembled host of his kin. Skulls to the con. Blood upon the throne. The crowd below answered in unison, their fervor mirroring his own. Look around you, at this world. The blue-scaled lizard man slashed a clawed finger toward the metallic floor beneath him, his voice sharp and ragged echoed and re-echoed beneath the vaulted dome. Every armored plate, every cannon barrel, every welded seam was seized from star system after star system, forged from the bones of enemies and the shattered carapaces of metal insects. This is our home. This is the testament of the great hunt. A deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Countless arms surged upward, scales shimmering in hues of dark green, ash gray, and pale jade beneath the dome's dim amber light. Now the mighty Grand Khan, the Lord of 10,000 Skulls, the Star Shatterer, the Crimson Conqueror, the Iron-Jawed King, the Master of the Hunt, the Slaughterer of Star Systems, the Scale of Annihilation. A litany of titles stretching over 100 words has brought you here. A new hunting ground. A rich, fat, bountiful one. This star system boasts gas giants, icy moons, inexhaustible ores, and atmospheres ripe for the taking. And two feeble metal shells, cowering behind their pitiful fleet, trembling like broken things. He paused, his slit-pupiled gaze sweeping slowly across every feverish face below. The Grand Khan commands: deploy every mineral raider. Seize everything this system holds, every last resource. Ores, gases, ice, metals. All must be brought back. What cannot be carried shall be burned. We forge war itself from these spoils. We shall make the space beneath our feet broader, harder, fiercer, unstoppable. Skulls to the Khan. Blood upon the throne. Once more the cry thundered in unison, so loud that conduits dangling from the dome trembled in resonance. This is the honor bestowed upon you by the Grand Khan. The blue-scaled lizard man spread his arms wide. Each vessel, each boarding slot, has been personally sanctioned by the Grand Khan. You go forth not as soldiers, but as his jaws, his teeth, sent to retrieve his prey. You go to gnaw the enemy's bones from this world itself. Tell me, do you deserve this honor? We do. The answering shriek nearly tore the dome from its foundations. Tell me, will you disappoint the Grand Khan? Never. The blue-scaled lizard man lowered his arms, his slit pupils narrowing in quiet satisfaction. Then he turned and pointed toward the row of boarding chutes behind him, where mineral raiders' engines already warmed and primed waited in silent readiness to depart with their crews aboard. Then board. Get out. Do not return until your holds are bursting at the seams. At that command the crowd erupted, surging forward in jubilant chaos toward the chutes. The whisper hiss of scales scraping against metal merged with the clatter of claws striking the deck. Not a single head turned back. And on the 400-kilometer surface of the celestial throne world known as Heaven's Crown, hundreds of identical rallies unfolded simultaneously across scattered assembly zones. Upon each dais, lizardman leaders ignited fresh waves of fanaticism among their departing hordes, using the same raw, guttural incantations. In the days ahead, these warriors would depart Heaven's Crown for destinations across the solar system, scouring every corner for anything worth bringing home. Meanwhile, the battle planet Heaven's Crown itself would linger no longer near Neptune's moon Triton. Instead, it would advance with its remaining fleet toward the Uranian system, to eradicate the Huifeng forces entrenched there. Once Uranus fell, Saturn would follow, and then Jupiter, until the Wanderers ground to dust every last metallic skull they deemed abhorrent. Throughout this campaign, the mineral raiders would serve as mobile supply depots for the Wanderers, a cost-effective design ensuring minimal loss. Even if some were captured, the resources they harvested across the solar system would become fuel for the Wanderers' relentless blood-soaked descent. Like swarms of locusts, countless mineral raiders poured from Heaven's Crown's open chutes, then fanned out across the void, scattering toward every sector of the solar system. They bypassed Uranus, the imminent battlefield, and skirted the heavily fortified Saturn-Jupiter systems of the Huifeng. Many veered instead into the desolate, vast expanse of the Kuiper Belt. Yet others charted course inward, toward the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, toward Mars itself, Venus, Mercury, and finally that sapphire blue world, Earth. The Wanderers' movements did not escape Huifeng's scrutiny. He too had noted the sudden dispersion of mineral raiders across the inner and outer solar system. Their target, let me see, Earth. At first Huifeng paid little heed to these minor vessels, until he confirmed that a significant contingent had set course for Earth. He glanced toward his first fleet. The Wanderers were already massing for full-scale assault upon the Uranian system, demanding urgent reinforcement. And with his warships stretched thin, compounded by preparations for the Stellar Grand Transport Initiative, he possessed neither surplus vessels nor reserves to divert. Thus he had no capacity to dispatch aid to Earth against these raiders. After all, humanity was no mere decorative species, they retained indigenous combat capability. Moreover, though the mineral raiders wielded arms, their lethality remained marginal. Among all operational units in the game, they ranked among the weakest. So perhaps they could handle this themselves. Huifeng reflected, and found no flaw in the logic. With modern human technology, defeating lightly armed mining craft should pose no insurmountable challenge. Besides, he was no human guardian, nor could he intervene in every crisis. If he resolved this matter today, who would step in tomorrow should he someday be absent? Only humanity itself could answer that call. With experience gained, they would soon confront such threats with practice. Huifeng thus reached his decision swiftly. His gaze shifted to the Grey Wind exosuit stationed on Earth, and he summoned Gu Hui, liaison officer to the Human Alliance High Command. There is something I must inform you of. After receiving the notification from the Grey Wind, the Secretary General quickly convened an internal emergency meeting. The duration of the meeting was short, but everyone involved felt the gravity of the situation. The Secretary General laid bare all the information conveyed by the Grey Wind during the meeting. Aliens are about to invade Earth, and the invaders are the mining troops of the Wanderers. Although their overall combat strength is not very strong, they still pose a challenge to humanity. The officials present were initially stunned for a brief moment, and then erupted into intense discussions. The discussions began with the authenticity of the news. The vast majority believed that there was no reason for the Grey Wind civilization to deceive them on these matters, but a small minority felt that while the Grey Wind civilization was truthful about the impending arrival of the Wanderers, there might be some embellishment in the specifics. For example, they speculated that the Wanderers' upcoming arrival on Earth might not be a military unit, but rather a diplomatic mission intended to establish friendly relations with humanity. If humanity were to heed the Grey Wind's instructions and treat them as invaders taking preemptive action, then human civilization would likely be drawn into an interstellar war occurring within the solar system, provoking the Wanderers and being forcibly dragged into the conflict. An official who maintained a friendly attitude towards the Grey Wind declared, "What a ridiculous idea." Of course, this minority viewpoint did not hold up long under the verbal assault of the majority, and soon people reached a consensus. Next, since it was established that what the Grey Wind civilization said was true, the question of whether to resist lost its value for discussion. With the enemy at their doorstep, how could they not take up arms to resist? Everyone unanimously agreed that if the enemy approached Earth, humanity would launch retaliatory force. What means? Naturally, it would be the original nuclear weapon-based near-Earth orbital defense strategy. What no one anticipated was that this initial strategy meant to guard against the Grey Wind civilization would ultimately be used against another extraterrestrial civilization. However, this was not entirely off-topic, as this plan was originally devised for defense against extraterrestrial invasions and was now coming into play. Afterward, the meeting discussed some specific situations and response measures, such as when to make this situation public, evacuation of crowded areas, mobilization of ground troops, and how to wrap things up after the event. By the time the emergency meeting concluded, the senior officials of the United Nations had devised a seemingly feasible response plan and procedure. In the following days, under the leadership of Qin Taishan, the United Nations observation team successfully identified the group of Wanderer mining troops heading towards Earth based on the real-time coordinates provided by the Grey Wind. 3 days later, they entered the Earth-Moon system. The United Nations military immediately activated their contingency plan, marking the first actual combat application since the near-Earth orbital defense system was proposed. However, in the following time, its actual combat effectiveness was not very impressive. The main reason was that the speed of the targets was simply too fast. The missiles launched by the United Nations could not keep up with the speed of those mineral raider ships, relying instead on supercomputers to calculate their future trajectories for preemptive interception. This method, aside from achieving decent results in the initial round of defense, successfully destroyed a few ships with nuclear warheads, did not yield further successes. After being attacked, the extraterrestrial ships heading for Earth quickly began to perform erratic maneuvers, making it difficult for the United Nations to implement a 100 interception based on predicted paths. The majority of the extraterrestrial ships ultimately made contact with Earth's atmosphere. Upon entering the atmosphere, the enemy ships began to decelerate, but even after slowing down, their speed still far exceeded the interception capability of human air defense weapons. Even if they were fortunate enough to make contact, the hardness of these extraterrestrial ships exceeded the expectations of the United Nations military. Apart from nuclear weapons, conventional bombs seemed unlikely to leave effective wounds on their hulls unless under sustained heavy fire. In a fierce effort from the air defense forces after entering the atmosphere, one mineral raider was successfully shot down, but they were powerless against the rest. More than 100 mineral raiders breached the first and second lines of defense set up by humanity and crashed onto the Earth's surface. Among them, half landed in the high-rise buildings of the United Nations city. Du Yuan had been feeling somewhat uneasy in recent days. However, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. After much internal conflict and unable to identify the reason, he could only attribute this feeling to the aftereffects of a cold he had a few days prior. On Friday morning, Du Yuan arrived at the company's entrance as usual. Upon entering, he spotted Li Hao just finishing his electronic clock-in from a distance. So he called out to him, "Hey, good morning." Li Hao turned around, saw Du Yuan, and smiled in return, saying, "Morning. Why are you here so early today? Don't you usually take your daughter to kindergarten with your wife at this time?" Unlike Du Yuan, although both were about the same age, Li Hao was already settled down with a family and had a daughter, while Du Yuan was still single. "My daughter woke up early today, so we left home early." Li Hao shrugged, holding a cup of soy milk as he walked into the elevator with Du Yuan. In the elevator, the two chatted about family matters, and the conversation quickly turned to current social issues as the elevator reached their floor. "Hey, have you heard? A third extraterrestrial civilization has appeared in the solar system." Li Hao exclaimed. "How could I not know? This news has been all over the internet, and everyone is speculating about the origins of that third extraterrestrial civilization." As the two exited the elevator and walked towards their posts not far away at this point in time, there were only the two of them in this section of the building, and their voices echoed in the empty hall. "I heard that this third extraterrestrial civilization is not like the assimilators who ignore us, nor like the gray wind who actively approaches us with generous conditions to make us their subordinates, but rather an extremely aggressive presence." Li Hao sat down at his desk and spoke eloquently. "You keep talking. Where do you get all this information?" Du Yuan also sat down, taking advantage of the early hour to sort through some documents left over from yesterday, casually replying, "Hey, don't disbelieve me. The friend who gave me this information works in certain government departments." "You bring up your civil servant friend again, huh? You little brat." Before Li Hao could finish, Du Yuan suddenly interrupted him. "Wait, did you hear something?" "What?" "Sure, don't speak." Du Yuan raised his hand to signal him to be quiet, and after Li Hao fell silent, he stood up to listen attentively. "Woo. Woo." Initially, it was a faint sound, but soon the noise grew louder and closer, leaving no time for the two to react as it resounded in their ears. "Woo. Woo. This is the damn air raid alarm." When the air raid siren sounded, Du Yuan was the first to react. He quickly stood up and pulled the dazed Li Hao. "What the hell happened? Is this a drill?" Li Hao asked instinctively. As if in response to them, shortly after the air raid siren blared, just as the two finished speaking, a serious voice echoed from the loudspeakers outside. "Emergency broadcast. Attention all citizens. Attention all citizens. The area is facing an unexpected aerial threat currently assessed as an extraterrestrial invasion. The city has activated the highest level of military preparedness, and a level 1 air raid alert has been simultaneously sounded. All citizens are advised to immediately proceed to nearby civil defense shelters, public basements, or the lower levels of sturdy buildings for emergency refuge, and to avoid high-rise buildings, glass curtain walls, open squares, rivers, and wilderness areas. Do not linger on the streets, rooftops, or windows to observe. Please do not drive away in a panic. Stay calm, follow the order, and patiently await further instructions from the authorities. Please note, this is not a drill. Please note, this is not a drill. Please note, this is not a drill. After hearing the entire broadcast, Du Yuan and Li Hao exchanged glances. "What the hell, it's really aliens." Li Hao was the first to speak. Du Yuan, however, was more decisive. He immediately turned around and ran toward the emergency exit of the building. "What are you waiting for? Run." Oh, wait for me." In the past few days, the company had organized several evacuation drills at the government's request. Du Yuan hadn't taken them seriously then, but today he remembered the experience from those drills. At least he knew not to use the elevator in such situations. After the two of them sprinted down more than 10 floors, panting, by the time they reached the company's front door, chaos reigned outside. Under the sharp wail of the air raid siren and the human voice broadcast, people in the streets were running toward the nearest civil defense facilities in confusion. This time period was already peak commuting hours, and once the incident occurred, a mass of vehicles immediately clogged the city's roads with honking and shouting filling the air. Some nearby police officers and traffic police were still trying to maintain order, but it was like a drop in the bucket. Most people followed the flow and their instincts to flee in all directions. Du Yuan initially intended to follow the crowd to the nearest civil defense facility, but before he could act, he saw Li Hao looking hesitant. "Hey, we should go to the nearby bomb shelter. Are you listening?" Li Hao did not respond immediately. He first glanced at the chaotic scene around him before saying to Du Yuan, "No, I have to find my wife and child first. At a time like this, you. It's precisely because it's at a time like this that I need to find them." Li Hao interrupted him, stating clearly, "What if they get into danger and I'm not there with them? I would regret it for the rest of my life." Du Yuan opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. He never expected such a disaster movie-like scenario would unfold before his eyes. "Du Yuan, you go ahead. I will catch up later." Du Yuan hesitated for a moment. He looked at Li Hao's increasingly determined face and finally gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. "Damn it, I'm going with you." Why? This time it was Li Hao who was surprised. "Why are you asking why? I don't have many friends and family, and you are one of them. Am I supposed to watch my friend risk his life for his wife and children while I do nothing? Do go. Damn it, can you not be so mushy? Hurry up and lead the way before I change my mind." So the two of them ran against the flow of people toward the district where Li Hao lived. Li Hao's family lived not far from the company, about 3 kilometers in a straight line, which would take just a few minutes. However, the roads were basically clogged with other vehicles, and the two could not drive there, so they had no choice but to run along the streets. During the run, Li Hao managed to contact his wife via his phone, but the kindergarten did not answer the calls. After a discussion among the three, they decided to meet at the kindergarten. The kindergarten was also not far away. With Li Hao and Du Yuan's full effort, they finally arrived there, panting within 10 minutes. All the while the air raid siren was still blaring, but the density of the crowd had begun to thin out. When the two reached the kindergarten's entrance, they saw Li Hao's wife arriving from the other side of the street. Once inside, they found some teachers and adults gathered in the open space, apparently organizing the children. For evacuation. The three quickly stopped a teacher to ask about Li Hao's daughter's location. "Are you the parents of Li Muqing?" After confirming their identities and intentions, the teacher glanced at them. Right. Where's my little Qing?" Li Hao hurriedly asked. "The child is over there, and everyone is fine. Are you planning to take her away?" "Let me remind you, it's already too late for that. It's too dangerous, and the principal will definitely not agree to it." "Oh, what should we do then?" "Follow us." The teacher gestured for the three to look behind him. Du Yuan noticed that the direction the teacher indicated had several armed soldiers on guard. "Many parents have come to find their children like you, but we have asked them to stay with us and go to another closer bomb shelter to take refuge rather than those too far away. If you care about your child, I suggest you come with us." Since they said so, the three had no better options and could only agree to the suggestion, joining the kindergartens of. Li Hao quickly found his daughter among the children. He picked her up and was so excited that he nearly cried. After reuniting, the couple did not forget about Du Yuan expressing their deep gratitude for his willingness to accompany them through this perilous situation. For Du Yuan, he didn't feel it as anything special except that the run had been exhausting. "All right, we need to go now. Is everyone accounted for?" The leader of the group, the blonde principal of the kindergarten, asked in front. After receiving a positive response, he led the group to follow the soldiers, clearing the way, and they all exited the kindergarten. Boom. The moment they stepped out the door, a loud explosion echoed from the sky. Immediately after, a long object, unclear what it was, shrieked through the sky, tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing sound, crashing into a nearby building. Boom. A shockwave swept through the gaps between the buildings, accompanied by tremors in the ground, lifting the hems of everyone's clothes. "Damn, we need to hurry up. Hurry up. Du Yuan urged Li Hao as they navigated through the streets, now sparsely populated, following the main group. As Du Yuan walked, he turned back, trying to discern what had crashed over there. Unfortunately, due to the obstruction of buildings, all he could see was a plume of gray smoke rising in the sky and nothing else. After a while, Du Yuan heard the sound of helicopters. He looked up again just in time to see several large dark green military helicopters swooping low over the surrounding houses, heading towards the site where the smoke was billowing. Less than 30 seconds later, 2 fighter jets roared through the sky, also making their way towards the scene. Seeing these scenes, the adults in the crowd became noticeably restless, while the children sensed that today was unlike any other day and quietly followed the group, hesitant to speak. "Oh my God, am I really not watching a blockbuster from North America in a cinema?" After picking up his daughter, Li Hao's expression noticeably relaxed, and he even had the mood to make a quip. Fortunately, the rest of the journey went smoothly, without any of those life-and-death scenarios one might find in a movie, and they arrived safely at the entrance of an air raid shelter beneath an old residential area. As the heavy door of the shelter opened, people entered in an orderly manner under the guidance of the military. "Hey, newcomers come here for registration." Just as Du Yuan and the others stepped through the door, someone at a nearby table waved them over, looking a bit bewildered. So Du Yuan led Li Hao and the others over. "What is this?" "This is the registration desk. All newcomers need to register for easier statistics. Name?" "Oh, my name is Du Yuan. Age? 28. Occupation and home address?" "Programmer. I live in Honghua community, which is quite a distance from here." After sharing his information with the staff, Du Yuan completed the registration and under the guidance of other staff members made his way through a narrow passage to a relatively spacious refuge room. It was only upon arriving that he realized their group from the kindergarten seemed to be the last batch. The room already housed over 100 people. "Let's take a break here for a while, you've worked hard," a staff member said to him before hurriedly turning to leave. Du Yuan picked a spot close to the entrance, sitting on the hard cardboard floor while observing the noisy crowd around. Before long, Li Hao and his family arrived as well. He spotted Du Yuan and led his wife and daughter to sit beside. "This place feels so stuffy," he remarked casually. "Of course, just look at how many people are in here, not to mention we're—" Du Yuan replied. Then his gaze unconsciously was drawn to the mottled marks on the walls of the refuge room. This air raid shelter appeared to have been constructed before the outbreak of the Third World War. After enduring the erosion of time, it had reached the present day over a century later, with large patches of the original white plaster now peeling away, revealing the rough, cold concrete beneath. The parts that had not yet fallen off retained some square outlines, the base color appearing yellower and harder than the surrounding walls. In a nearby position, a tattered poster was affixed to the wall, faintly depicting a soldier holding a gun alongside a slogan. "Prepare for war, prepare for hardship, for the people." Du Yuan quietly read the slogan aloud. "What?" Li Hao, who was comforting his daughter with his wife, turned his head. "Oh, look over there, there's a propaganda poster. It seems to have been left over from the last century." "Is that so?" "Oh," Li Hao followed the direction he pointed, saying, "It looks like this place was built during the Third World War. I didn't expect it to still be in use today. There are more over here." Du Yuan pointed to another wall, which was even more severely damaged, but the large characters on it were still somewhat legible. "People of the world unite to overthrow the German Empire and American imperialism. The nuclear weapons of imperialism cannot scare the brave. The text here is no longer recognizable people. I can be considered a local. Perhaps my grandmother's grandmother stayed here," Li Hao said with a bitter smile. "Our ancestors probably never imagined that after such a long time this place would be reused. Maybe hiding from an alien invasion is better than hiding from a nuclear attack from our own kind," Du Yuan replied. "Do we really need to compare these two matters? Both are bad." After the topic ran dry, the two fell silent. What had happened today was so sudden that when they finally reached a safe place and calmed down, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over them. They didn't even know what had invaded Earth. Was it the assimilators? The Wanderers? Or that gray wind? Du Yuan speculated it was likely the Wanderers, with the other two options being unlikely. He also wondered how things were on the surface now, whether the Human Alliance's army had repelled the invaders. Suddenly, a dull explosion accompanied by a faint tremor echoed into the refuge room. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent, all startled by the commotion. What happened now? Li Hao anxiously looked up and scanned the area. The noises outside did not subside with the quietness inside the shelter. In fact, they intensified, with occasional slight tremors transmitting through the thick concrete. Could we have been discovered? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but voice this. The question acted like a fuse, igniting everyone's unease. The previously silent refuge room suddenly erupted into a chaos even more frantic than before. Is the army outside fighting those things? Otherwise, what's with all this noise? Damn, we can't be that unfortunate, right? God bless Buddha, bless, please bless. I pray to all deities, let nothing happen next. Whoa. Mommy, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Mommy will protect you. As Du Yuan witnessed the scene spiraling into greater chaos, two tall figures appeared at the entrance of the refuge room. All right, comrades, please calm down, don't be afraid, listen to me first. One of them shouted loudly. Once the commotion subsided and everyone looked at the two of them, he continued, I am the administrator of this air raid shelter, and this beside me is the person in charge of the defense for this area. Firstly, the explosions and tremors you just heard, just as you feared, our shelter has been discovered by the enemy, and the troops stationed outside are now engaged in combat with the invaders. But please don't worry, the soldiers are working hard to prevent the enemy from approaching here. Please remain calm and have complete faith in our brave soldiers. The soldier standing next to the administrator nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then took over to say in a loud and steady voice, currently we have withstood the first wave of pressure. The enemy has yet to approach the entrance of the air raid shelter. As long as there is one person standing outside, this entrance will not be lost, so please trust us. The administrator nodded and resumed, therefore, comrades, the situation is serious, but we are not powerless. The army is fighting to protect your safety, so what we need to do now is to cooperate with them. Remain quiet, maintain order, and do not create chaos for the front lines. This is the greatest support for the soldiers. I hope everyone can adhere to the following points. Stay in your current section as guided by the staff. Do not wander around, especially do not approach the entrance area. Take care of the elderly and children around you. If you have medical experience or first aid skills, please contact us immediately. Please remain calm and wait for further instructions. Thank you. The administrator and the soldier quickly left. What they said had a significant impact. Although the people here were still somewhat worried and fearful, they had regained some control compared to the initial chaos. Du Yuan and Li Hao remained among the crowd chatting sporadically. Outside, the sounds of rumbling and vibrations occasionally echoed, and the light bulbs above flickered in response to the unstable voltage. About 10 minutes later, more people entered the shelter. Noticing the movement, Du Yuan looked up and saw that the soldier who had left with the administrator not long ago had returned. At this moment, he was carrying a rifle, and he no longer looked as clean as at the beginning. The dust and bloodstains had marred his face and combat uniform. Others quickly noticed his arrival and fell silent. The soldier stood silently for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "Comrades, I am the commander of the defense forces stationed in this air raid shelter. I need to explain the current situation to everyone honestly and also require your help." His voice was somewhat hoarse compared to before, and as he spoke, the light bulb above flickered again, making the dust and blood on his face all the more conspicuous. As of now, we are still resisting the attack from the aliens, but the enemy's combat capabilities exceed our expectations, resulting in significant casualties as our defensive line continues to shrink. Reinforcements from other areas cannot reach us at this moment, because the alien spacecraft has landed not far from here, isolating us from the main forces. I need to find individuals among you with some military experience to help fend off the enemy. Veterans, reservists, retired police officers, citizens trained in militia, or those qualified to carry firearms. Regardless of how long ago you retired, as long as you are not too old and still remember how to shoot and follow orders. This is a voluntary request, no one will be forced. However, I must make it clear, if no one steps forward, the outer defensive line may not hold for much longer. The light bulb above flickered again. If you have relevant experience, please come forward. At first, there was no response from the crowd. Everyone exchanged glances, men looking at women, children looking at their parents. But soon the first person stepped out from the crowd. It was a bald, middle-aged man with a noticeable beer belly. "I served as a volunteer soldier for 2 years. I haven't forgotten how to shoot. Is that okay?" The soldier looked at him for a moment and asked, "Do you have a family?" "I'm a single man and my parents passed away 2 years ago, and I have no ties," the man replied. The man stepped forward and stood beside him. With the first volunteer, a few more people stepped forward, all of whom had some military experience. The soldier asked a few questions, rejecting 2 individuals who had families and ties, then he left with the remaining. Neither Du Yuan nor Li Hao stepped forward. The former's only military experience was the meager training he received in school, while the latter was reluctant to leave his wife and child behind. "How long has it been? Are they already struggling outside?" Li Hao nervously chewed on his nails. The others in the shelter shared a similar concern about the unfolding situation. "Stop overthinking and trust our troops," Du Yuan reassured. After about another 10 minutes, more people arrived at the entrance. This time, it wasn't the soldier with the rifle from before, but a younger face. Compared to the previous soldier, he bore even more dust and blood, with a tear in the combat uniform on his left shoulder. He walked and scanned the crowd and said, "I am replacing the previous commander. The situation at the front is critical, and we need more people." "What happened to the previous comrade?" someone asked. The young soldier paused before replying, "He has fallen honorably." No one spoke after that. In that moment, they all realized the brutality of the battlefield above. "I want to ask how much experience you have. The most experienced have already gone. What I want to know now is, are there any young people left, anyone who can stand up and come with me?" Some in the crowd lowered their heads, and a child clutched his mother's clothing tightly. "I know you are not soldiers, and I don't expect you to fight." His tone slowed, "But we no longer have reserves behind us. The creatures outside are incredibly brutal. I just witnessed. I'm sorry. I can't express it. In short, if those creatures get in here, they will likely do unimaginable things to the children present. So is there anyone willing to help?" The crowd hesitated even more than before, but ultimately someone took the lead and stepped forward. Perhaps influenced by the young soldier's words, or perhaps driven by some sense of responsibility, more and more people began to step forward alongside the first man. "Daddy, where are you going?" A young boy tugged at his father's hand, asking in a sweet voice. "Don't worry, Daddy is going to be a hero." "Is Daddy going to be an Avenger?" "Yes, Daddy is going to be an Avenger and fight the monsters. You stay here with Mommy and wait for Daddy to come back, okay?" "Okay." His mother was in tears, and the father embraced her briefly before stepping confidently out of the crowd. The young soldier witnessed this scene. His eyes were red, but he did not stop the man's decision. Du Yuan also stood up to move forward, but was pulled back by Li Hao as soon as he took a step. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" he whispered angrily. "I'm not crazy. Didn't they say it doesn't matter about experience, they just need more people? I'm the perfect fit as a loner." "That may be true, but you have your wife and daughter right here. Don't force it. Just stay here and wait for your old man to come back as a hero." "You bastard." Li Hao glared at Du Yuan as he walked into the front of the crowd. This time the young soldier led dozens of people, several from the shelter rooms inside the air raid bunker, away, including Du Yuan himself. Yet scarcely had they turned to leave when Li Hao suddenly sprinted after them. "Wait, I'm joining too." Du Yuan stared in astonishment. "What are you running here for? What about your wife and children?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Hao skidded to a halt before him, exhaling sharply. I asked, what are you doing here? What about your wife and children? Du Yuan lowered his voice, but his tone grew more urgent than before. My wife sent me. Li Hao lifted his gaze to meet Du Yuan's. She said, if the outside truly collapses, hiding underground won't save me. Better to go out and help. One more pair of hands means one more chance. After you left, I thought the same thing, so? Du Yuan opened his mouth, then fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Does she even know what you're doing? The silence lingered for a moment before Du Yuan spoke again. She knows. Then why? Of course I can't bear to leave them, Li Hao cut in. That's precisely why I won't let whatever unknown threats lurk near this bunker. You ran so far with me to find them. I won't stay behind while you head up there. My wife has already given her consent, so spare me your concern. Du Yuan studied him for several seconds, poised to speak again, when the young soldier ahead halted, turned, and glanced back at them twice. Time is running short. Let's go, Du Yuan finally managed, 2 words tightly squeezed out. The two fell into step behind the main group, arriving at the massive entrance of the air raid bunker. Its heavy door pried open just wide enough for a single person to pass, flanked by 2 other soldiers. One soldier stood beside a pile of firearms, the other stood beside a table laden with gear, bullets, grenades, and assorted equipment. Notably, in a corner near the entrance, some 15 wounded lay motionless, many grievously injured, while several figures in medical attire tended to them with quiet urgency. Sounds from the outside now pierced the threshold, clearly incessant staccato bursts like frying beans, punctuated by deep, thunderous detonations. You have one final chance to withdraw. The lead soldier turned and addressed the group behind him. Step back now. It's still possible. Du Yuan swept his peripheral vision across the crowd and waited. No one stepped forward. Good. Form a line. Those called will step forward first to receive their gear. Once the group swiftly assembled before the soldiers, the young leader began calling names one by one, soon landing on Du Yuan's. Du Yuan stepped forward, approaching first the soldier stationed beside the gear-laden table. The man handed him a helmet, several magazines, and a grenade, then said firmly, secure everything close to your body. The situation outside is chaotic. Stay with the unit, never break formation. Protect yourself and never endanger your comrades. Your sole objective is to hold this bunker. Everything else is secondary. Act only within your limits, but pride has no place here. Thank you, Du Yuan replied, donned the helmet, secured his gear, and moved to the second soldier. The soldier handed him a standard-issue rifle. Du Yuan was no firearms enthusiast. He had no idea of its model. In his entire life, he'd only ever handled a gun once during military training in school, firing a few rounds. Beyond that, he knew virtually nothing. The soldier seemed to sense it immediately. Listen, I see you've never held a rifle before. So I'll skip the formalities and focus only on how to use it and how to stay alive. First, the safety. You disengage it like this before firing. Watch closely. Then raise the weapon, brace the stock against your shoulder, and aim through the sights at your target. Understood? Yes, I understand. Like this. Du Yuan took the rifle and mimicked the soldier's demonstration. Correct. Also, once you grip the rifle, keep your finger off the trigger. Rest it alongside the frame. And never under any circumstance point the muzzle at another person. Don't squeeze the trigger unless the enemy is right before you. Ammunition is scarce. If you waste it, you'll be left defenseless. When reloading, feel for the magazine's secure click before releasing it. Like this. Yes, exactly. When panic strikes, slow down. Better a deliberate pause than a jammed weapon. That grenade. Save it for absolute extremity. Once the pin is pulled, you must throw it. Holding it risks killing your own comrades. The soldier continued outlining precautions until Du Yuan and all others who'd just received rifles nodded confirmation. Only then did he step aside. That's all I'll say. One final reminder: if tactics confuse you, don't worry. Out there, others will guide you. Obey every command without hesitation, whether it's retreat, take cover, or hit the ground. Not a second of delay. Remember, your task isn't to prove courage. Your only mission is to stay alive. The soldier stepped aside. Du Yuan drew a sharp, steadying breath and watched the young leader stride once more to the front of the group. You'll follow me forward. Everyone else, those without weapons, will remain behind with these 2 soldiers to assist, carry supplies, evacuate the wounded. Don't overextend yourselves. Understood? Understood. Good. Armed personnel, follow me out. Du Yuan fell into line behind the young soldier as they exited the bunker, and noticed Li Hao was not among them. That realization eased him just slightly. At least Li Hao was relatively safe, and his wife need not fear her husband might never return. When Du Yuan emerged through the bunker's entrance, the world outside bore no resemblance to the one he'd fled into shelter. Gray-white dust hung thick in the air. Overturned vehicles blocked intersections. One still burned, its orange flames flickering fitfully through the haze. The air reeked of gunpowder, scorched metal, and an acrid, indescribable stench. Don't stand there dazed. Move out. Keep pace. The young soldier's voice rang out from ahead. Du Yuan tightened his grip on the rifle and hurried along the rubble-strewn street beside the unit, until they reached a makeshift defensive position. It was hardly a proper position, merely a haphazard mound of concrete slabs, bricks, and twisted metal fragments. 3 soldiers crouched atop it. One wore a bulky radio pack and spoke urgently into a short-range, "Old Zhang, I've brought the people." The young leader crouched low beside a soldier whose head was wrapped in blood-stained bandages and murmured, "Everyone from the bunker who could handle a rifle is here. That's all we have. No experience, but plenty of resolve. How's your situation holding up?" The bandaged soldier lifted his eyes, briefly scanning the motley group behind him, civilians in mismatched clothes gripping rifles with white-knuckled intensity. "It's dire. Look toward our front line. The second perimeter is about to collapse. Oldley planned to pull the remaining troops back, but he hasn't responded to us for over a minute." A hush fell over the group before the young soldier asked quietly, "So, were the last lines standing?" "Yes. Yumi Xiao Zhang, brother Huang, and Old Wu and Xiao Du atop the adjacent residential building. Excluding Xiao Zhong and Xiao Yi guarding the bunker entrance, only 6 trained fighters remain combat-ready. Of course, it's not all bad news. The support from the Air Force and artillery is still maintainable for now, but the ground troops still need time as they are dealing with those alien scum ships and their main forces." The bandaged soldier slowly spoke. "What good is simple fire support? Those alien creatures are quite cunning. As soon as the artillery support arrives, they hide in the surrounding buildings, and when the support ends, they sneak closer to the defense line through these structures to launch surprise attacks on us." The young soldier complained. "Having support is better than none, at least they don't dare to stay too long in this open area." The bandaged soldier shook his head. "Forget it, bring those people up here. Time is short, but I'll explain the situation to them first." The young soldier nodded, then turned back and raised his hand to signal Du Yuan and the others to lower their heads and come closer. Dozens of people cautiously gathered around, with Du Yuan standing in the front row, his hand gripping the gun, slightly sweaty. "I'll say a few words." The bandaged soldier glanced at them. His voice was not loud, but sounded quite reliable. "My name is Zhang Xingda, and from now on you will be under my command." After saying that, he pointed toward the front of the position. Not far ahead there was a defense line just a few minutes ago, but now it is likely already breached. So it won't be long before that group of alien scum appears in front of us. Du Yuan listened to his words and finally understood. When he walked out of the air raid shelter, the gunfire and explosions that had been incessant in his ears had weakened significantly, leaving only the faint rumble from a distance as a muted background sound. "This is the last remaining defense line of our shelter, so our task should be clear to everyone to hold this area until reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, those alien scum will rush into the air raid shelter and slaughter all our loved ones inside. I absolutely do not want to see such a scene, and I believe you don't either. Also, do not harbor any illusions about those aliens invading the city. Trust me, when you see them next you'll understand. Furthermore, those aliens are all wearing some strange-looking armor or exoskeletons. Our rifles can't penetrate, but we can try shooting at their joints, which might damage them and restrict their movement. Grenades can also injure them, but they need to explode at very close range to be effective. As for direct kills, let Old Wu on the rooftop and this brother Huang beside me handle that. They still have rocket launchers left." After he finished speaking, seeing that no one had any objections, he began assigning positions. Du Yuan was assigned to the right side of the defense line next to the young soldier who had just brought them over. Others were also assigned around, forming a new thin lifeline. "Check your magazines. Relax, don't be nervous. Do not fire until I call to open fire." The soldier named Zhang Xingda was still reminding them not far away. Du Yuan looked down at the rifle in his hands, repeatedly going over the few actions the soldier had taught him: how to disengage the safety, how to change the magazine. His fingers were cold, his heart racing, but his mind was surprisingly clear. The young soldier glanced at him and whispered, "It's like this the first time. Don't just stare at your gun. Keep your eyes on the area you are responsible for, and slow your breathing." Du Yuan nodded, adjusted his posture, looked into the distance, and took a deep breath. Soon he noticed something moving in the smoke and dust of the street ahead. Du Yuan nodded, adjusted his posture, looked into the distance, and took a deep breath. Soon he noticed something move. Du Yuan tightened his grip on the gun, his knuckles turning white. The bald, retired soldier beside him also raised his gun, aiming in that direction, breathing extremely low. Soon 3 figures emerged from the smoke and dust. They were over 2.5 meters tall, covered in rough brass-colored exoskeletal armor, giving their figures an oppressive presence. Their heads were encased in fully sealed helmets, with only a narrow horizontal observation slit left open, covered by something resembling glass. It appeared that these were the masterminds behind the attack on Earth. Du Yuan's gaze was uncontrollably drawn to the alien on the left. Its armor looked as though it had been splattered with red blood. Large splashes of deep red extended from its chest armor down to its legs, with some areas already turning black and congealed. On the raised armor behind it, several twisted metal rods were stuck, each piercing through a human head. Some still wore cracked helmets and goggles, their eyes wide open, their death expressions gruesome. Such a bloody scene made Du Yuan's stomach churn violently. Thankfully, there was still some distance preventing him from vomiting on the spot. He finally understood why Zhang Xingde said, "Don't harbor any illusions. Open fire." Zhang Xingde's shout pulled him back to reality. In the next second, all the guns on the cover spat fire simultaneously. Du Yuan instinctively pulled the trigger, bracing against the recoil as several rounds flew towards the target at the end. Most of the bullets fired by the crowd went astray, striking the wall behind the aliens and sending up fragments of bricks and dust. Some bullets successfully hit the chests of those alien creatures, but only sparked a series of sparks. Their movements were not hindered by this burst of firepower. By the time Du Yuan finished firing all the rounds in his gun and had not yet had the chance to change the magazine, one of the aliens with a strange weapon featuring two gun muzzles at the front had already begun to rotate, emitting a low hum. Then two orange-eared lasers shot out from the spinning muzzle, striking the left side of the defense line. Du Yuan watched helplessly as the concrete blocks over there along with the brick wall behind were instantly burned through, and the molten concrete flowed down like lava. In that spot, there had originally been a young man about his age lying down. Du Yuan didn't even have time to see his face before the beam had pierced through his body, cutting him in half at the waist. His upper body fell to the ground, fingers twitching, while his lower half lay motionless. A sweet, burnt smell permeated the air, and Du Yuan felt the urge to vomit rise again to his throat, but he managed to swallow it back down. Damn it. This seemed to intimidate the remaining people, and the surrounding firepower visibly weakened. But the professional soldiers were not affected. Soldiers positioned on the ground and rooftops fired two missiles. One was dodged by the aliens, but the remaining one successfully hit the shoulder of the middle alien, the explosion knocking it to the ground. It struggled for 2 seconds, then stood up again. Du Yuan could see a hole blasted in its shoulder armor, exposing a layer of writhing pink muscle tissue beneath, but its movements were not significantly affected. Keep shooting. They are trying to enter the surrounding buildings. Zhang Xingde's voice was almost drowned out by the surrounding noise. The gunfire intensified again. But the aliens began to retaliate, moving while dodging some threats, alternating 3 orange-eared lasers sweeping across. Each shot that hit the cover raised a wave of heat. On the left side of the defense line, another 2 people were hit simultaneously. One person's helmet was melted through by the high temperature, while another's body was severed from the chest to the right arm, the charred stump still emitting smoke, with the severed arm flying several meters away, fingers still curled as if pulling a trigger. The one on the left is flanking. The one on the left is flanking. The young soldier beside Du Yuan shouted. However, the defense on the left had already been unable to maintain fire suppression after a series of strikes, so a gap had been torn open there. Just as the alien on the far left took advantage of the cover fire's pause, leaping over a half-collapsed wall and jumping directly into a shop, the sound of artillery fire suddenly shattered the sky. A round of artillery struck the street, the explosion engulfing the silhouettes of the 3 aliens simultaneously. The shockwave swept through with flying debris and dust, pinning Du Yuan firmly against the cover, unable to raise his head. The artillery support lasted about a minute, and by the time the sounds of explosions had largely ceased and the smoke had slightly cleared, the 3 aliens had completely vanished from sight. Du Yuan peered out from behind the cover just in time to spot one alien hiding in a half-collapsed building, peeking its head out to observe the situation outside. It seemed they had burrowed into the ruins of buildings on both sides of the street, using the reinforced concrete structure to evade the bombardment. When the supporting artillery ceased, the street suddenly fell silent again, the air still lingering with the smell of charred remains. A few seconds later, the sound of metallic joints turning echoed again, clearer than before. The 3 aliens crawled out from the ruins after the bombardment had stopped. This time, they did not pause, choosing to advance, while firing at the position, trying to completely crush the resistance on the cover. Soon Du Yuan's magazine was empty again. He ducked back behind cover, frantically searching for a spare magazine at his waist. His fingers slipped due to sweat, and it took several tries before he managed to slot in the new magazine. At that moment, someone beside him suddenly screamed, and then a wave of heat and a nauseating burnt smell rushed towards him. He dared not look to see what was happening beside him. Suddenly, as he lifted his head to continue shooting at the alien in front, the sound of a helicopter's rotors roared from the sky. A deep green armed helicopter swooped down through the gaps between buildings, its side cannon spewing dense bursts of fire. Large caliber armor-piercing rounds struck like burning iron whips, accurately targeting the alien that was charging at the forefront. In less than 2 seconds, the helicopter's cannon fire directly shredded its upper body along with its exoskeleton into pieces, dark bronze armor fragments, and severed limbs scattering across the pavement. Cheers erupted from the cover, and Du Yuan felt his heart almost stop. He gasped for breath, staring at the silhouette of the helicopter, waiting for it to adjust its posture in the air and continue its assault. He did not notice that on the other side of the position, the young soldier in charge of communications suddenly changed color. He pressed his ear tightly against the headset, turned his head to call for a moment, and after receiving no response, he turned to Zhang Xingda, anxiously, saying, "Old Zhang, we can't reach Old Wu, and little do." Zhang Xingda's expression froze in that instant. He suddenly looked up at the top of the residential building, but saw. In that moment, he realized something was wrong. He quickly stood up, shouting frantically at the helicopter, "Climb higher. Immediately climb higher." But it was all too late. Suddenly, a brass-colored figure burst through the window of the building where the two soldiers were stationed. The joints of its exoskeleton screeched as it jumped its entire body, tracing a curve in the air before slamming into the helicopter's side, causing it to tilt sharply to the right. The alien inserted one hand into the helicopter's fuselage while using the weapon in the other hand to brace against the door from the inside, then pulled the trigger. An orange-eared laser shot through from the other side of the cabin, and with the cockpit taking a devastating hit, the rotor speed suddenly dropped. The helicopter spiraled down, trailing black smoke as it crashed into the lower level of a building, a fireball erupting from the windows and cracks with the shockwave sweeping over the entire street. Before Du Yuan could react, he was hurled away, the world spinning before him as he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Du Yuan gradually regained consciousness. He found himself lying on his side next to an overturned car, curled up with shards of glass covering his helmet. His ears were ringing incessantly, and the sound of the previous explosion echoed in his mind. In the distance, the wreckage of the helicopter was burning, and the orange flames danced in the smoke, illuminating the devastated street. He struggled to look around, and found that the defense line no longer existed. People were either lying on the ground unaware of their fate, or curled up, groaning, not a single person still standing. Then from the burning light, three tall figures slowly emerged. Their exoskeletons were covered with burn marks and bullet holes, moving much slower than before, but each one was still alive. Du Yuan recognized the one walking in front. The large bloodstain on its chest had been scorched into a deep black from the explosion, and the few heads behind it were still swaying on the metal rods. One helmet was missing, revealing half of a charred face. The three aliens stood in the center of the ruins, and one emitted a low, guttural growl. What cunning naked apes! Du Yuan could not understand what they were saying, only seeing another alien turn its head to look at him, seemingly realizing he was still alive. Suddenly, a bloodied figure charged out from their side. It was Zhang Xingda, his wounded head wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, the left sleeve of his combat suit burned away, exposing his severely burned arm. He clutched two grenades in his hands, all the pins pulled. For all humanity. His face, twisted eyes re-rimmed, and his whole body leaped out from the ruins, the grenades tightly gripped in his hands. Before the three aliens could react, he crashed into them. In the next instant, the explosion's roar and flames instantly engulfed them, the fire and debris erupting in the center of the street once again. As the smoke cleared, the three aliens' exoskeletons bore even more cracks and gaps, one helmet blown apart, revealing a head underneath green scales, a flattened wedge-shaped snout, and a pair of orange-yellow slit pupils shrinking violently in anger. At last, Du Yuan saw what their enemy truly looked like. The lizard-head alien turned to him, letting out a sharp hiss, and then approaching him with its weapon raised. Damn bugs. Clearly, it hadn't yet regained its composure from the sudden attack, its entire stride turning a bit unsteady. Just as it approached Du Yuan, ready to butcher these insidious naked apes, everything happened extremely sudden. In the previous second, it was still stepping forward, but in the next second, its head exploded. A large-caliber, armor-piercing round shot through that green lizard head, with lightning speed, instantly bursting it into a cloud of blood mist. Its whole body wobbled, then crashed to the ground. The remaining two lizardmen, seeing this, roared in fury and immediately turned to charge toward the source of the gunfire. Du Yuan watched as they dashed into the smoke, then heard the sound of intense gunfire mixed with the roar of tank engines. Reinforcements seemed to have finally arrived. Realizing this, Du Yuan's fingers released the pin of the grenade he had been hiding in his pocket, his eyelids uncontrollably drooping, the world before him turning completely dark. The sudden alien invasion arrived unexpectedly and ended just as abruptly. When the forces of the Human Alliance shot down the last lizard man who refused to surrender in a house's bedroom, 8 hours had already passed. The Secretary General looked gravely at the preliminary report on the global alien invasion disaster losses in her hands. In front of her desk, 3 officials who had come specifically to submit their reports appeared tense, not daring to breathe, fearing that their leader might suddenly explode in anger and unleash a tirade upon them. Although this Secretary General had not yet acted in such a manner, her predecessor had certainly displayed such behavior. Thus, they had every reason to be anxious. As the Secretary General finished reading the first page of the report, she glanced at them and slowly spoke. So these wandering ships have caused us significant losses. The chubby official standing in the front swallowed hard. Secretary General, the losses have indeed exceeded our estimates. Nearly 100 alien ships landed across the globe, directly damaging infrastructure and civilians. We are still calculating the final casualty numbers, but preliminary reports from various locations indicate that the figure has already surpassed 5 digits. The Secretary General turned to the second page of the report, which contained a summary of the casualty statistics from several major affected continents. Beneath each section was a string of numbers, all marked with the note, "As of now, search and rescue operations are still ongoing." Over 5 digits. She softly repeated the number, then raised her head asking, "How many are civilians?" The chubby official paused for a moment before responding, "Over half." "What about the military? What difficulties did they encounter that led to so many civilian casualties?" the Secretary General inquired again. The three officials exchanged glances. Finally, the tall and slender official on the left spoke up. "Secretary General, the core issue is the technological and firepower gap. The near-Earth defense system did successfully destroy several enemy ships in the first round of interception, but the enemy immediately took countermeasures after being attacked, drastically reducing the success rate of subsequent interceptions. Most enemy ships ultimately broke through the space defense line, with half of them landing directly in urban areas, which was the most direct cause of civilian casualties. In non-urban areas, our military performed exceptionally well. During the first 10 minutes of the alien ship's arrival, they launched decisive strikes against the enemies located in the countryside, using aerial and heavy firepower advantages. Even though the hardness of their ship's armor was unexpected under our continuous bombardment, the enemy's ships and the enemy infantry emerging from the ships were ultimately devastated, losing their ability to resist in a short time. However, in urban areas, the situation became significantly more complex. Taking the heavily impacted city of Nanjing as an example, 3 alien ships landed there during the invasion. While the city management and local garrison forces reacted promptly, the dense population made it impossible to carry out an orderly evacuation procedure quickly. Some panicked civilians collided directly with enemy infantry amidst the chaos, causing casualties before the military arrived. "I apologize, Secretary General. This is my oversight." "Continue." The Secretary General's tone remained steady, concealing her true emotions. The official had no choice but to press on. Moreover, due to the enemy ships landing directly in the city's core area, the armored units that arrived at the scene later could not deploy quickly. Meanwhile, the enemy infantry utilized building cover to swiftly infiltrate the surrounding neighborhoods, engaging our forces in close-quarters combat. In close combat, our infantry's light weapons were confirmed to be ineffective against the enemy's exoskeleton armor, while their unknown energy weapons could destroy our makeshift firing points and armored targets in an extremely short time. Several platoons suffered heavy casualties in the early stages of the firefight. Fortunately, this situation was somewhat alleviated with the arrival of fire support from the rear and Air Force assistance. Although the enemy possessed some air defense capabilities, they had no means to deal with fast-moving aerial targets. However, the situation on the battlefield remained dire. Especially for some smaller units dispatched to man the civil defense facilities, their losses were astonishing. An old air raid shelter in Nanjing had originally housed a platoon of around 100 troops, but during this incident, due to its proximity to the enemy's landing site, it was immediately discovered and attacked by the enemy. The troops stationed there lost over half their number in less than half an hour. Unable to receive support from the main forces, they were forced to request volunteers from the civilians in the air raid shelter to reinforce their defense. In this defensive battle, the platoon called for civilian volunteers twice. The first group mainly consisted of veterans with military experience, while the second group comprised young men with little to no experience. Without strong external support, they held the air raid shelter together with the remnants of the stationed troops for dozens of minutes until ground reinforcements arrived. In the end, the air raid shelter was not breached and no civilians inside were harmed, but almost all of the stationed troops perished and the volunteers suffered losses exceeding 2/3. The official finished speaking in one breath, after which the office fell into a heavy silence. The Secretary General listened to his words, but did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to the next page of the report and continued reading. She found that in almost all post-war reports, aside from the numerous civilian casualties and the enemy's strength, there was a common mention of the enemy's barbarity and cruelty. These aliens, known as wanderers, did not merely target civilians, they also displayed clearly insulting behaviors towards human corpses, such as decapitating them and placing the heads on their backs. This extremely brutal nature reminded the Secretary General of the acts committed by certain extreme militaristic nations against others before the human alliance was established. This convinced her that the descriptions of the wanderers from her earlier conversation with the Grey Wind were indeed true. Once such cruel images spread, she was almost certain it would lead to a massive shift in public opinion. In fact, this change had already begun while she was looking through the report. The Secretary General sighed, closed the report, and set it aside. Then she lifted her head, her fatigue at that moment overshadowed by a newfound determination. "Notify the press office to publish this report tonight, without any edits. Disclose the casualty numbers, mobilization situation, the enemy's cruelty, and the losses we have suffered. Everything must be made public. Let the public know what has happened and understand the price we must pay to prevent such events from occurring again. And after it is made public, I will personally issue a statement expressing condolences for those who sacrificed in this incident and condemning the wanderers' brutal actions. Although the enemy may not see it, we must still demonstrate our stance. This statement draft must be delivered to me before tomorrow morning. Understood, Secretary General. On the internet in those first few hours, information churned in confusion. Someone filmed an alien spacecraft piercing the clouds and crashing into the city center. Columns of smoke rose between the towers, and the shriek of air raid sirens became the background of countless videos. In cities not yet touched by the events, people watched what unfolded in the footage, bewildered, and filled comment sections with frantic questions about what had happened. Then more specific photos and videos began to surface. First came blurry outlines of exoskeletons flashing at the ends of streets, low-resolution pixels, yet the brass-stone silhouettes looked nothing like the mannerisms of the Huifeng civilization known to humanity. Then came a clearer clip, barely 10 seconds long, filmed from a trembling balcony where the handheld camera was fixed on the center of the street. In the frame, an alien in an exoskeleton, its appearance indistinct, rose from the ruins, dragging several broken corpses across the sunlit pavement. The video ended with a piercing scream and the camera shaking violently before the screen went dark. The clip was shared relentlessly in a short time. At first, some platforms repeated warnings of graphic content, do not disseminate, and later, even system removals could no longer contain it. Similar videos emerged from other attacked cities, towering aliens standing over human corpses or committing cruelties against survivors that defied simple description. At first, some doubted the footage, calling it AI fabrication, film clips, or malicious hype. But that very night, Renlian officials publicly confirmed the Yudangzhou invasion and released lost statistics. Human society again erupted, but this time the mood was unlike previous occasions, where earlier reactions had mixed shock with curiosity. Now shock was laced with raw anger. That anger was amplified when the Secretary General issued a statement of mourning and condemnation. The following: in some cities not yet struck, furious citizens took up banners and placards and poured into the streets. The most ardent marchers shouted, "Yudangzhou, get out of the Taiyangshi. Destroy the interstellar fascists," and other slogans followed as people vented their outrage. Others did not march, but supported their distant, suffering compatriots in other ways, spontaneously donating money and supplies through every channel. Some activists even organized volunteer teams to travel to places like Nanjingcheng to help restore order. Online communities underwent a complete reversal of attitude. Those who had previously maintained a detached, Fistois not concerned stance in the interstellar conflict vanished. After this invasion, neutrality evaporated, and the masses overwhelmingly swung towards supporting Huifeng. A handful of covertly posted pro-Yudangzhou videos were either hastily deleted and their accounts abandoned, or they were dug up and denounced across thousands of comment threads until the posters offered groveling apologies at lightning speed. Some tried to stay silent and play dead, only to have their real identities and other scandals excavated, losing their handles and suffering instant social death. Of course, alongside anger, the populace felt other reactions, foremost among them fear. E-commerce platforms and physical supermarkets responded visibly as the news spread. Citizens in many cities began hoarding drinking water, ready-to-eat meals, medicines, flashlights, and other emergency supplies. This wave of panic buying far outstripped previous alien incidents, because people had now seen with their own eyes what happened when hostile extraterrestrials descended on Dichio. Under such circumstances, an unexpected development advanced the proposal for a Huifeng protectorate, a topic long debated among the populace. Whether the Huifeng civilization could be trusted, questions of human sovereignty, the dignity of humankind itself, suddenly fell silent. All sharp disagreements and prominent accounts that had vocally opposed the proposal were muted. People realized by sudden and terrible contrast that compared to the Yudangzhou, who barbarously invaded Dichio, ignored every human overture and refused even to allow surrender. The Huifeng, who had once proactively contacted humanity and sent envoys for peaceful dialogue, seemed almost staggeringly civilized. They even feared that their appearance might unsettle humans, and therefore chose to present themselves in human form as an expression of goodwill. What sort of spirit is that? It was an international, no interstellar, spirit. Comparison is a cruel measure. On social platforms, one of the well-known bloggers who had long opposed the protectorate posted a terse update: after the incident, I retract my earlier words. That post was reshared countless times, and debates about sovereignty or autonomy vanished from the comment threads. They were replaced by another kind of message: if Huifeng wins, won't fewer of us die? At least Huifeng did not impale our heads on poles. The word "at least" was invoked again and again. Indeed, for humanity the consolation was simple: at least Huifeng was reasonable, at least Huifeng would sit with humans and talk. This outcome took Huifeng by surprise. He had been watching this side closely ever since the mineral raiders landed. The atrocities of the Yudang became a catalyst more potent than any of his carefully crafted plans. Humans were not persuaded by his rhetoric. Standing before the severed heads on poles, they saw the truth for themselves, and the argument over whether to trust Huifeng lost its weight. There was no need for him to force a comparison. Humanity had already reached its own conclusion. Is this a good thing? Huifeng asked, watching the chaotic Dichio internet with some uncertainty. Moreover, he detected something peculiar beneath the swell of public opinion. Parts of a narrative seemed to be being deliberately guided. Clearly within the higher ranks of Renlian, there was a faction sympathetic to his arrival policy that was fanning the flames of public discourse. Still, how humanity currently regarded him was not the most important matter to him at that moment. After all, human civilization sat there, and Dichio would not run away, or as long as Huifeng himself remained within the Tai Yangshi, humanity was merely a prize within his grasp, and he was in no rush to make them a protectorate. His primary concern at present was Tian Wangxing, for the main force of the Yudang had already reached the Tian Wangxing system. Uranus. It is the 7th planet in the solar system, classified as an ice giant. It is approximately 2.87 billion kilometers away from the Sun, about 19.18 AU, and takes a full 84 years to complete one orbit. One of the most peculiar aspects of Uranus is its unique rotation, as it orbits the Sun on its side, with an axial tilt of nearly 98 degrees. Unlike other planets that rotate upright, it rolls over in space, with its rings lying flat, making it truly one of a kind in the solar system. Its size is vastly greater than Earth's, with a diameter about 4 times that of Earth. Its volume could contain over 60 Earths, yet it has a relatively low density with a mass just over 14 times that of Earth, making it overall quite light. The planet appears a cool bluish-green due to the methane in its atmosphere, which absorbs red light and only allows cooler tones to emerge. Additionally, the atmospheric temperature is extremely low, averaging -214 degrees Celsius, the lowest of all planets in the solar system. Uranus is a planet worthy of research, yet today no one seems particularly interested in its unique. Minutes ago, a celestial body of vastly different scale compared to Uranus slowly entered its gravitational influence. The battle planet Heaven's Throne. Its massive rear thruster emitted a stream of high-temperature particles that far exceeded the height of Mount Everest, accompanied by steering engines that encircled the entire planet, propelling this man-made war machine steadily towards the orbit of Miranda. Along the way, the planetary close defense system operators ignored the drifting asteroids in space, allowing them to approach Heaven's Throne, where they were smashed against its armored shell or shields. The tiny scars left on the planet's surface by these asteroids would not only fail to be a reason for punishment, but would instead instill immense pride among the crew aboard the battle planet. To them, these marks symbolized their race's impending rise and were a testament to the unstoppable nature of Heaven's Throne. As for the hostile artificial intelligence residing in this star system, it was merely the first stumbling block they would crush on their path to ascendance. On the flank of the battle planet Heaven's Throne, tens of thousands of bronze warships formed a massive assault fleet, while not far behind a smaller fleet was gradually keeping pace. This smaller fleet was on its way to Pluto to clear the forward base of the assimilators and had successfully completed its mission, now returning to the main force. According to plan, after merging, the two fleets would quickly eliminate all resistance in the airspace above the target planet under the protection of Heaven's Throne, preparing for subsequent army landings and comprehensive orbital bombardments. Deep within the throne hall, the Great Khan slowly stood up from his bronze seat. His slit pupils gazed intently at the holographic projection of the enlarging dark red planet ahead. As the Great Khan raised one forearm, hundreds of lizardman warriors in the hall simultaneously raised their hands, the sound of scales rubbing together, forming a chorus. His claw pointed directly at Miranda in the projection. "My warriors, crush it." Upon hearing this, the crowd in the hall, the sentinels throughout Heaven's Throne, and all the lizardmen in the fleet who received the signal from the throne hall erupted in ecstatic roars. "All hail the Khan." Blood spills on the throne. Just as the drifters were preparing for a fierce battle, Huifeng here had no intention of giving them the chance for a pleasant fight. At least in terms of space, he was not ready to engage in a prolonged battle against the enemy. After all, he had reviewed the situation and realized that his side space forces could not withstand the current assault from the drifters. Rather than waste combat power in a meaningless duel, it was better to avoid battle and preserve the fleet for when it would be needed later. This was not about surrender. He believed in the wise saying, "Preserve people while losing land, both people and land survive. Lose people while preserving land, both people and land are lost." In a situation where the enemy was strong and he was weak, even in the interstellar wars of hundreds of years to come, this saying remained relevant. As the bulk of the drifter forces arrived at the Uranus system, Huifeng also withdrew the first fleet from here. They would now head towards Titan, where they would stop according to plan and prepare to participate in subsequent actions. As for Uranus, he did not intend to easily relinquish the territory. The units that could escape had already fled, and among those that could not, such as the colonial buildings on the 5 moons, Huifeng planned to use them for a final stand, just as had happened on Triton. Standing on the desolate dark red surface of Miranda, one gazes up at the dimly lit sky, which was already gloomy and overcast. Initially, a faint light appeared at the edge of the dark sky, blending into the expanse, almost imperceptible among the myriad stars of the Milky Way. Note the light is due to the reflection of sunlight. But as time passed, this point of light rapidly expanded and gradually lost its star-like appearance, transforming into a heavy dark bronze disk firmly occupying a small segment of the sky. On the surface of Miranda, countless skyward missile towers rotated, aiming their launch ports at this In the following minutes, they issued silent roars in the near-vacuum environment, launching elongated missiles that shot out of their nests like raindrops targeting the bronze disk. From space, Miranda appeared as a massive fortress, unleashing a rain of arrows into the sky, crazily venting its firepower. In orbit, groups of light spear defense platforms also made their presence known, firing straight white beams at a speed faster than the maximum tolerated by this universe, matching the numbers from the previous attacks. They reached and struck the bronze disk first, but could not breach the planetary shield of this metallic planet. At the moment they got close, the 400-kilometer surface of the celestial body suddenly lit up with an unprecedented light of pale blue, and as the subsequent white light faded away, this layer of illumination retained its general form, with only ripples gradually spreading across the shield's surface, indicating the impact it had just received. Then on the surface of the battle planet heavens throned tens of thousands of orange-yellow lights, ignited simultaneously as the close defense artillery arrays spread across the globe unleashed their original power, with countless supersonic explosive projectiles and fine orange-yellow lasers pouring out from the close defense artillery ports, forming an impenetrable storm net. The subsequent waves of high-speed missiles that passed through this net were mostly detonated midair, with debris and unexploded warheads scattering in the void, while a few lucky stragglers managed to slip through under the cover of their comrades, only to crash into the thick planetary shield, turning into inconspicuous space fireworks. From the surface of Miranda, the edge of the bronze disk suddenly erupted with a circle of dense, tiny flashes, as if the planet itself had been ignited. Such a cowardly attack. Warriors, show the pitiful iron-shelled bugs what true firepower looks like. At the behest of the Great Khan, hundreds of large artillery platforms that had remained silent began to slowly rotate, with their operators aiming the cannon barrels at the group of spear platforms in orbit that were still firing. In the next moment, the cannons fired in unison. Thousands of massive projectiles shot out in an instant, heading towards the culprits that attacked their mother ship. Behind them, more medium and small artillery platforms along with the prepared fleet of Wanderers unleashed their furious roars. In Galactic, where the weapon systems of the Wanderers mainly consist of various types of artillery platforms. Their sizes, areas, and calibers vary, but they almost all share a common point: they attack by firing solid. Spear-type weapons are rarely seen within the ranks of the Wanderers, generally appearing only on close defense systems and some ground units. In the game's background setting, the officials provided some textual descriptions that indirectly explain the reasons for this. First, the technology of the Wanderers is more inclined towards solid weapons, with weaker development regarding laser-type weapons. Secondly, it is widely believed among the Wanderers that laser-type weapons lack power, seen as tools only for certain cowards. To put it bluntly, in the words of the orcs, lasers are toys for sissies. Only booming cannons are worthy of. The Wanderers hold this belief, and their solid weapons have lived up to the expectations placed upon them. With the counterattack from the celestial throne, hundreds of platforms suffered first, their shields and bodies torn to shreds by the projectiles, debris drifting in orbit and reflecting the cold light of the distant sun. This round of attacks did not cease. With the explosions, more shells fell like iron rain towards Tianwei 4. The first to be hit was the celestial missile tower position. Even though the previously inconspicuous Tian shield spear close defense system now unleashed its firepower, making the most of its few moments of glory, it desperately tried to intercept those massive shells falling towards the ground, but their sheer number was overwhelming and the area needing defense was far too large. Thus, before long, the first high-explosive shell broke through the close defense and directly penetrated the base of a missile tower, exploding violently within. The torn metal structure silently curled outward under low gravity, engulfing several close defense systems that were also firing fiercely in a chain reaction explosion, with twisted fragments scattering in the vacuum. On the other side of Tianwei 4, facing the celestial throne, more celestial missile towers met the same fate, quickly covered by a dense rain of projectiles bombarded into a flurry of flying scrap metal. On the ground where the explosions occurred, the former defensive structures had vanished, transformed into enormous circular pits, the rock layers at the bottom melted by the intense heat, becoming a dark red glass-like substance that rapidly cooled and fractured in the frigid vacuum. The Wanderers did not only target defensive facilities, other buildings standing on the surface could not escape the fate of being bombarded. However, compared to the relatively cheap celestial missile towers and orbital spear platforms, these bases' mining sites, energy reactors, barracks, and vehicle factories were much more valuable. Huifeng was reluctant to see them turned into heaps of metal junk under the explosions, so before the shells arrived, he urgently sold off parts of the subbases that were about to be hit, turning them into resource recovery for his interface. Therefore, when the bombing arrived, most of them only struck a barren wasteland. Of course, although the Wanderers did not destroy many production-type buildings in the bombardment, in terms of their strategic objectives, the effect of Huifeng's buildings being destroyed and being recovered was practically the same. Both represented that the resistance of Tianwei 4 was gradually being weakened. Just minutes ago, Tianwei 4 was a massive fortress unleashing a rain of arrows upon the heavens, but now it was being heavily damaged. From space, the dark red surface of the planet continuously burst with new circular pits, silver-white, building debris scattered around the edges of the pits like crushed eggshells. After the Celestial Throne and the Wanderer fleet unleashed several rounds of firepower, the spear platforms in orbit had essentially been reduced to fragments of metal encircling Tianwei 4. Currently, there were very few missile towers still firing on the surface, unable to be recovered by the system. The surviving worker bees, after enduring several rounds of bombardment, navigated around the various pits, attempting to repair the defense towers that could still be salvaged, but with the next round of artillery fire, they, along with the towers they sought to salvage, were buried deeper in the pits. The artillery fire of the Wanderers continued on the surface of the battle planet. Those large artillery platforms began to reload after completing yet another salvo, while more medium and small artillery platforms took over their fire output. From the surface of Tianwei, for that bronze disk was no longer a planet, but a deity pouring forth. It had no intention of leaving a single survivor, nor did it intend to leave any rebels capable of countering. Under the orders of the Great Khan, it intended to grind the surface of the satellite into powder inch by inch, and then send down landing troops to tread upon that powder and raise the flag of the Great Khan. From the start of the battle until the last combat unit was eliminated by the Wanderers, the resistance of Tianwei 4 lasted for approximately 70 hours. To be honest, it was somewhat unexpected for Huifeng that Tianwei 4 could hold off the Wanderers for so long. Under normal circumstances, the Wanderers only needed to clear all buildings belonging to them on the planet and most of the worker bees to claim the planet as theirs. However, the Great Khan on the other side seemed to have gone mad, destroying all buildings and eliminating all worker bees within the first few hours, and still not satisfied, insisting on sending people down to find some ground troops he had hidden. There were a few ground troops on Tianwei 4 which he had casually deployed as a precaution before the start of the second Neptune battle to prevent the assimilators from suddenly changing their target to Uranus mid-attack. After the start of the second Neptune battle, the ground troops there had ceased production, and those that were produced were left idling near the factories. When the Wanderers began their assault on Tianwei 4, Huifeng had separated them and brought them into some deep natural caves on Tianwei 4, originally intending to cause some small disturbances when the Wanderers' subsequent mining units reached the surface to gather resources. Unexpectedly, they actually preferred to wipe out every last one. His units hid in caves that were safe from orbital bombardment, yet the Wanderers specifically landed ground troops to surround and eliminate these remnants. Clearly, this approach was laborious and thankless, wasting time, yet the Wanderers proceeded in this manner. Why? Huifeng found himself perplexed once again. Huifeng ultimately arrived at a conclusion. That is the Wanderer. No, the arrogance of the Great Khan himself was influencing it, causing it to act in such an irrational manner. Indeed, from the previous communications, it was evident that this eloquent Great Khan held little regard for his kind, the iron shell insect. His words dripped with hatred laced with a sense of superiority and disdain. Moreover, the game's background story, which Huifeng had learned, repeatedly showcased the Great Khan's own arrogance. Thus, it was not entirely incomprehensible that such behavior manifested in reality. Huifeng attempted to adopt its perspective. After discerning the situation in the solar system, the Great Khan likely felt assured of victory, and thus its arrogance could no longer be restrained. After all, in the impending war, victory was certain. So why not win more spectacularly? For instance, by ensuring that every conquered territory was left spotless. Huifeng believed this sin of arrogance could be exploited. For example, by increasing the ground forces on the moons of Uranus, playing a game of interstellar hide and seek to delay the subsequent interstellar transport plan. Furthermore, perhaps during the execution of the plan, this arrogance could be further utilized for something beneficial. After nearly 70 hours of resistance from Tianwei, for Tianwei 3 being the most fortified and defensively prioritized among Uranus' 5 major moons, managed to hold out for almost 90 hours. The subsequent Tianwei 2, Tianwei I, and Tianwei V held out for 51 hours, 43 hours, and 7 hours respectively. At the moment when all major satellites of Uranus fell, they had bought Huifeng a total of 10 days and 21 hours, nearly 11 Earth days. This time was sufficient for him to complete the terraformation of Titan, develop the special technology of the Planet Transformation Project, and even construct a series of steering engines. The steering engine was integrated into the Planet Transformation Project alongside the planetary engine. Oberon, Titania, Umbriel, Ariel, and Miranda, I will not forget your sacrifices. Huifeng in the void paid his respects to the sacrificed moons of Uranus, as well as the buildings and units that had been utterly destroyed upon them. Huifeng thought that if everything went smoothly in the future, perhaps he could return and erect a memorial for the Uranus campaign to commemorate their sacrifices. Alright, the time for jesting is over. Back to the main topic. After crushing the local resistance of Uranus, the Heavenly Throne and the Wanderer fleet rushed towards their next target, which was also Huifeng's base Saturn along with its satellite system. Saturn was not very far from Uranus, thus Huifeng realized that the moment of destiny was approaching. In this final stretch of time, he ceased almost all activities that consumed resources in any direction, channeling all saved resources into Titan. In addition, there were some leftovers in his resource stockpile, primarily the balance recovered from selling Uranus structures. To avoid wasting this little resource, and to increase the success rate of the upcoming plan, Huifeng gritted his teeth and decided to recover all the idle structures in the solar system, such as the space dock that had stopped producing warships, at half their construction price, turning them into rows of warm resources. Then he used these resources to transform the remaining space docks on Saturn into new warships, reinforcing the First Fleet as much as possible. After all, if he were to lose next, the few remnants left in the solar system would hardly withstand the Wanderer's assault. Since that was the case, it was better to go all out and fight this battle well. Only the winner is entitled to speak of losses. For the loser, these are merely sacrificial offerings of the solar system. Speaking of the solar system itself, Huifeng did not forget about the humans on Earth. The transport ship that had carried spies to Earth had actually never been brought back to the homeland, but rather kept stationed on the dark side of the moon, because it served another purpose as the last insurance for human civilization. Should the situation here go awry, this transport ship would immediately set sail for Earth, attempting to evacuate a batch of humans and escape to other places beyond the solar system, replanting the seeds of humanity. Whether the humans fleeing Earth would survive was another matter, but at least Huifeng had done his utmost, hoping that such a scenario would not occur. Titan, Saturn's moon. Now Titan was undergoing a transformation that had never occurred since its inception. Wind, a great wind. A fierce wind howled, suddenly sweeping in from all directions. The once stable atmosphere was completely thrown into chaos today, as an unprecedented superstorm engulfed the entire planet. In recent times, its surface was rapidly changing into another form. From a peculiar moon, with liquid methane lakes, golden sand, dune deserts, icy hills, and cryovolcanoes, it transformed into a lifeless planet covered in grayish-white plains, nearly devoid of any relief. All the previous features on the surface had vanished without a trace, leaving only the flat, gray-white ground, clusters of white buildings standing upon it, and worker bees moving in the shadows of the structures. However, its atmosphere had not actually undergone much change prior to this. It still appeared murky yellow, with the most significant changes being a slight decrease in temperature and a bit of turbulence in the previously gentle air currents. Overall, it remained stable. But today, everything changed. Atmospheric storms, a meteorological phenomenon extremely rare on Titan, now erupted in every corner of the planet with scales and destructive power far surpassing the strongest typhoons on Earth. The entire planet's atmosphere lost its original rhythm, as the previously gently flowing air currents suddenly spiraled out of control. Air from all directions clashed and compressed, and the fierce winds ran amok without any order. The once calm and floating methane clouds now surged violently, thick clouds piling upon each other, constantly rubbing and colliding, producing deafening thunder, while pale lightning slashed through the dim sky, flickering amid the storm. The air currents violently shook, and clouds of dust were swept up by the fierce winds, sweeping and crashing against Huifeng's buildings. The once gently falling methane rain transformed into torrential downpours, ruthlessly washing over the gray-white plains. Everywhere around the globe echoed with howling winds and rumbling thunder, plunging the entire realm into chaos and uproar. The previously peaceful and serene scenes had completely vanished. And the reason for all this was singular. The rotation of Titan had been artificially halted by Huifeng within a matter of days. So the question arises, why did Huifeng stop the rotation of Titan? Because in a stationary state, constructing 5 main propulsion engines will be faster and easier, which is one of the normal steps in transforming a combat planet. A few days ago, while the battle was still ongoing at Uranus, with Huifeng's full investment and the tireless work of countless worker bees on Titan's surface, the installation of the planetary maneuvering engines encircling Titan was nearly completed. These maneuvering engines have a heavy silver-white metallic texture with a sturdy and massive overall shape, and their large bases measuring over 10 kilometers in diameter are firmly embedded in the smooth gray-white plains. The body is structured like a massive column with the lower half covered in dense heat dissipation grills, while numerous energy conduits of varying thickness crisscross beneath the surface armor and heat sinks connecting to the underground energy supply center. The upper half features flexible nozzles that can adjust their orientation at will to alter the direction of force acting on the celestial body. At the same time, the nozzles represent the highest point of the structure, standing about 10 kilometers tall, a height that makes Mount Everest appear diminutive in comparison. These engines will later serve as Titan's maneuvering power, adjusting its trajectory, much like the rudder of a giant ship. With these engines positioned at various angles, Huifeng can control the planetary sailing path, preventing it from stubbornly flying in one direction without the possibility of turning back. Of course, these engines are also the main contributors to stopping Titan's rotation in the past few days. After completing these auxiliary engines, the construction of Titan's main propulsion engine will commence. Compared to the numerous maneuvering engines which number in the hundreds surrounding the planetary engines will be significantly larger. Each of them resembles a colossal volcano rising from the gray-white plains. Even when viewed from the perspective of the maneuvering engines, the planetary engines are truly massive entities. The giant conical base of the planetary engine has a diameter exceeding 150 kilometers, with layers of silver-white armor structures converging along this terrifying metallic mountain, and the outer walls are covered in dense structural reinforcements, securely anchoring the entire engine to the modified planetary crust. From the base upwards, its height is equally exaggerated, with the top reaching nearly 100 kilometers, approaching the limit of Titan's dense atmosphere. About 50 kilometers above that, the atmosphere becomes extremely thin, nearly reaching the void of space itself. The main body of the engine is also structured like a robust column, internally hollow, with a hollow diameter of approximately 40 kilometers, enough space to accommodate the entire Mount Fuji. If a top human architect were to arrive on Titan after the engine's construction, they would likely be left in awe, possibly shattering their Tao heart, as any construction project on Earth would appear as mere child's play in comparison to this engineering marvel. However, despite its spectacular appearance, this thing is also a super money-eating beast, with each unit consuming vast amounts of resources from Huifeng's warehouse. Engines of this size require 5 of these giants to propel Titan. Each engine must maintain a safe distance to prevent interference from the high-temperature particle streams emitted by each. Thus, they will be evenly distributed across one side of Titan, concentrating thrust in the same direction. With the construction of the maneuvering engines completed, countless worker bees surged forth, braving the violent atmospheric currents on the surface to rush towards the designated construction site. In the following days, they will consume vast amounts of resources, exerting all their efforts to bring these colossal structures to the planet. Huifeng privately calculated and realized that there was still a bit of time needed to completely finish this segment of the project before the Wanderers arrived in the Saturn system. Where to find that bit of time? Huifeng pondered for a moment. Then he looked towards Titan 8 and the First Fleet. In the Saturn system, there are 7 large moons, among which Titan 8 Iapetus ranks 3rd in size and mass, making it a relatively large moon. Moreover, its proximity to Titan makes it one of the earliest planets developed by Huifeng. The infrastructure on the planet is already quite advanced, and given its position as the outermost of the 7 large moons, Huifeng believes this place should hold considerable value for the Wanderers. Now he plans to add another layer of bait to lure the Wanderers to prioritize attacking Titan 8, buying Titan the final moments it needs. As his thoughts raced, the First Fleet, restored to 5500 warships, collectively activated their engines and set sail towards Titan 8. If he were the Great Khan, he certainly wouldn't let go of the opportunity to annihilate the enemy's main fleet. Furthermore, with Titan 8 as a significant colony, he believes the arrogant Great Khan would not overlook that. Indeed, shortly thereafter, when the First Fleet arrived above Titan 8, the bulk of the Wanderers' forces about to enter the Saturnian Hill Sphere's boundary immediately changed course and sped towards Titan 8. The fish has taken the bait. Huifeng said, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As the Wanderers' main force approached a certain distance, Huifeng made a new move. He promptly ordered the vast majority of the main warships in the First Fleet to change direction and flee towards Titan V, leaving only 100 to serve as sacrificial ships, buying a bit of time for the main fleet to escape to a relatively safe distance. Huifeng certainly did not intend to let the First Fleet be caught so easily. No one said that the bait used to lure fish cannot be retrieved right. If the Great Khan had his wits about him upon seeing the First Fleet fleeing, he should choose not to pursue, but instead take the time to clear the colony on Titan 8, as pursuing an enemy fleet in someone else's territory is time-consuming and may not yield results. Thus, the more stable choice would be to secure the local valuable enemy production base. However, if the Great Khan chooses to disregard reason and insists on pursuing the First Fleet, Huifeng has ways to deal with it. such as moving to another colony like Titan V or Titan 4, as long as it doesn't lead the enemy to Titan, that's all that matters. Titan 8 is not appealing. That's fine, there are other places to choose from. If none of those are chosen and he insists on pursuing the first fleet, that would be splendid. Huifeng only needs to potentially sacrifice a few hundred warships to lead the bulk of the Wanderers around like dogs. Nothing could be more cost-effective than that. If the Wanderers choose to split their forces with the combat planet Heavenly Kingdom remaining to attack Titan 8, while the mobile fleet pursues the first fleet. To be honest, in such a scenario, if the first fleet reaches the skies over other colonies and coordinates with local defenses, he might even be able to mount a defensive counterattack. Up to now, he has yet to see any cruiser-class ships from the Wanderers, not knowing what their research institutions are. With the dozens of Judgment-class cruisers in the first fleet attacking their incomplete fleet, without cruisers would undoubtedly leave the opposition in a predicament. During the evacuation of the first fleet, the Wanderers ultimately chose not to pursue, instead remaining to attack Titan 8. Io Pados secured the final time needed for the completion of the main engine of Titan 6. As the battle for Titan 8 approached its conclusion, 5 massive entities loomed amidst the dark yellow cloud. The chaotic air currents around occasionally swept away several unstable worker bees, yet they could not shake the metallic giants that had emerged upon the earth. No matter how violently nature raged on Titan 6, it was merely a puffing Hakimi in the face of such engineering marvels. Finally done. Huifeng hovered above Titan 6 watching as a large name appeared in the sky above the prepared planet, a breath of relief escaping him, while simultaneously feeling a tinge of nervousness. As a line from X Showdown aptly puts it, what we call strategic showdown simply means gambling with the fate of the nation, gambling with the fate of the army. Though the word gamble sounds unpleasant, no more fitting term can be found. That's just how it is. The entire fortune is staked in one go. His subsequent plans could not be better summed up by this statement. Gambling with the nation's fortune, even the most composed leaders feel tense in such matters, let alone him, who is wagering not just the nation's fate, but the lives of 2 civilizations, billions of people. Huifeng shook his head temporarily, suppressing his scattered thoughts. His perspective lifted from above Titan 6, crossing the dissipating storm, traversing the silver edge of Saturn's rings, aiming towards Titan 8. At this moment, the Wanderer fleet had completed the sweep of Titan 8 and was regrouping. The dark bronze sphere of the Heavenly Kingdom's throne slowly adjusted its posture, the flames from its aft nozzle reigniting. They did not linger long over Titan 8. As Huifeng pulled the first fleet back to Titan 6, just as the main engine project was nearing completion, and given that Titan 6 was the largest moon besides Titan 8, even though the Wanderers could not clearly see the details below due to the atmosphere, they could reasonably guess that this was also an important industrial base for Huifeng, so their next stop, barring any surprises, should be Titan 6. Sure enough, the Wanderers quickly assembled their forces, aggressively flying towards Huifeng's base. As they sailed halfway, Huifeng saw something familiar rising from the surface of the battle planet, the Heavenly King. The Wanderer Great Khan is seeking to communicate with you. Accept or refuse. The Great Khan has contacted him again via WX. Seeing this scene, Huifeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and promptly accepted the call. Cowardly, timid, and indecisive metallic wretch. As soon as the call connected, the Great Khan's distinctive voice, laden with a barrage of curses, came crashing in. Where has your pitiful courage from the past gone? Why not send your dreadfully weak warships forward to amuse my warriors, and perhaps buy a shred of hope for your desperate future? Why are you running away? Like a roach with its shell flipped, frantically scurrying into every crevice, thinking hiding would do the trick. Your current courage is even less than that of maggots. The Great Khan paused for a moment, suddenly letting out a damp, mocking laugh. Do you still think you're clever? That leaving that scrap metal for me to dismantle would slow my pace. You have indeed delayed me. Those little toys hiding in the rock crevices have indeed caused my warriors to take a... But this only confirms one thing to me. You fear me. You're scared to death. You dare not engage in a real showdown with us, so you can only run. What do you think delaying will yield for you? Do you think that by waiting long enough you will grow stronger? Do you think that hiding behind your few little planets will spare you? No. I will gradually dismantle your nests one by one, then catch up with your pitiful fleet, cutting, slicing, and smashing them, blasting them 1,000 times. Yet it won't be enough. After that, the Great Khan went on to say how he would make Huifeng suffer a tragic demise, how painfully torturous it would be. Well, let's not discuss whether the Great Khan physically made him feel any pain. At least mentally, it did make Huifeng feel a bit uncomfortable. Because that mouth of his was far too talkative, and everything said contained no useful information, just threats and boasts. Enough, you buzzing, noisy pest. Unable to endure the Great Khan's verbal bombardment any longer, Huifeng interrupted. Do not pollute the communication channel with your worthless, filthy threats anymore. He paused slightly, letting his voice overpower the static in the communication channel. Listen carefully, pest. I will no longer retreat. The days when you could freely dismantle my colonies are over. Don't you want a real confront? You mocked me for only daring to hide in caves, didn't you? Very well, I will give you a real showdown. Right here in the skies above this planet called Titan, I will bring my fleet, and before your rusting iron sphere reduce your proud fleet, and the so-called heavenly kingdoms thrown to a pile of cosmic debris. If you want my head, you will have to come get it yourself. I hope you won't back down at the last moment, you arrogant pest. After Huifeng said this, the great Khan on the other side of the screen was clearly enraged, suddenly standing up. Insect, you dare challenge me? A cowardly insect dares to utter the words showdown in front of me. Very well. You have successfully enraged the great Khan. I will graciously accept your little challenge, and then like a tiny roach attempting to block an indomitable war machine, I will crush your pathetic warships along with that yellow mud ball. After saying this, the communication was unilaterally cut off by the Wanderers. Ha, arrogant fellow, who will crush whom is still uncertain. Huifeng watched the darkening communication interface, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The great Khan's anger and arrogance were even more intense than he had anticipated, and this was just what he wanted. A frenzied opponent was much easier to deal with than a calm predator. His gaze shifted away from the system interface to the skies above the main body of the Wanderers, which were now accelerating closer to Titan 6, with the dark bronze sphere of the Heavenly Kingdom's throne leading the charge, its aft nozzles flames leaving a straight trail in the void. They seemed unable to wait to crush this hated intelligence that dared to provoke their Khan. The moment the formation was set in the orbit of Titan, Huifeng knew that this battle could not be rushed. If the Wanderer entered the firing range, he would collide with Titan, giving the great Khan ample time to react. Their battle planet's main engines were intact, and the maneuvering thrusters were undamaged. It only required a simple evasive maneuver for Titan to glide past, ending the war, with Huifeng suffering a devastating defeat. Thus he needed some groundwork, a sufficiently realistic conventional showdown, to firmly capture the great Khan's main attention, as well as that of the Wanderers. The First Fleet deployed a standard defensive formation outside the orbit of Titan, with 5 silver-white warships arranged in 3 horizontal lines, frigates at the front, destroyers in the middle, and Judgment-class cruisers forming the backbone, while the aerospace carrier trailed behind. 2 types of aircraft, ascended fighters protecting the carrier, and stealth bombers positioned on the flanks of the fleet ready to engage at any moment. This formation was nothing novel, but precisely because of its conventionality, it would convince the great Khan that this was a standard space battle. If they displayed any bizarre formations ahead of time, it might raise the opponent's alertness. The Wanderer fleet began to decelerate gradually from a distance to Titan, their dark bronze hulls spreading out in a standard assault wedge formation, led by numerous frigates and destroyers, with the battle planet Heavenly Kingdom thrown at the center, surrounded by layers of capital ships. On both sides, and the rear, more Wanderer warships were unfolding. This was one of the most familiar frontal confrontation stances for the Wanderers, with the battle planet as the firepower core, the fleet providing cover for its advance, aiming to crush the enemy's defenses layer by layer with overwhelming firepower. As the formation of the Wanderer fleet completed, they continued to advance. When the vanguard of the Wanderers entered the firing range of the light spear platforms above Titan, these platforms immediately opened fire. The power of these platforms' light spears was indeed somewhat insufficient against the Wanderers' thick armor. Compared to the firepower of the Heavenly Kingdom throne, they were pitiably weak. The Heavenly Kingdom throne opened fire, its range rivaled that of the light spear platforms, and in an instant the light spear platforms above Titan suffered heavy damage. Fortunately, as Huifeng's homeland Titan's local defense level was among the strongest in the solar system, with a sufficient number of light spear platforms in orbit to protect the entire First Fleet from the initial volleys of fire from the Heavenly Kingdom throne. Before the light spear platforms could destroy many enemy ships, both fleets maneuvered into firing range. All the main guns of the First Fleet fired simultaneously as thousands of white light spears converged in the void, forming a dazzling curtain of light. The first round of volleys rained down upon the vanguard position of the Wanderer's wedge formation, visibly thinning the number of ships in the Wanderer vanguard. Especially the attacks from the Judgment-class cruisers, though fewer than 100 in number, achieved remarkably devastating results. As their main guns fired arcs of electricity hidden within the light curtain, the unique properties of the arcs rendered these attacks nearly impossible to intercept. The lizardmen controlling the ships could only watch helplessly as they struck their own vessels' shields, instantly overloading them, and then ricocheted onto nearby, allied ships, overloading their shields as well. Subsequently, the white light spears followed, closely penetrating unobstructed into the bodies of their warship. As the Wanderer fleet came under attack, they also began to retaliate, with a vast number of solid projectiles flying toward their respective targets at horrifying speeds. The 2 fleets began to exchange damage. Initially, the First Fleet, due to the presence of Judgment-class cruisers, did not fall behind in the exchange, but as the Heavenly Kingdom throne began to support its fleet with bombardments aimed at the advancing First Fleet, the situation began to look grim. Although Titan had a multitude of defensive structures, their overall firepower level was still inferior to that of the Heavenly Kingdom throne. In terms of attack quality, these ordinary defensive structures were completely outclassed by the more specialized battle planet turrets, and the firepower support they could provide was far less than that of the enemy's Heavenly Kingdom throne. Thus, as the battle escalated further, the First Fleet gradually fell into a disadvantage. Huifeng began to order the First Fleet to withdraw, gradually retreating from the front lines towards the flanks, and even the rear of Titan. On one hand, this decision was to prevent further losses for the First Fleet. On the other hand, it was to lure the Heavenly Kingdom throne closer, just a little closer. Initially, as Huifeng had anticipated, both the fleet and the Heavenly Kingdom throne were avoiding the First Fleet, leaving their firing range, thus gradually getting closer to Titan itself. However, afterwards they seemed to notice something and ceased this operation. Huifeng's heart sank, thinking that they might have discovered the anomalies on Titan. Although Titan's atmosphere was thick, making it hard to notice any changes from space with the naked eye, even if the surface was transformed to that extent, this simple diversion worked well at a distance. However, as the battle progressed, Titan's atmosphere was gradually battered to pieces by explosions. Under these circumstances, combined with the reduced distance, it wasn't impossible for them to discover the issues beneath Titan in advance. The Wanderers certainly couldn't see the main engines located on the other side of the battlefield behind Titan, but they might notice the maneuvering engines on the sides. Once they discovered these engines, even if the Great Khan were foolish, he would certainly be able to guess Huifeng's intentions. So, should the plan be activated early? Huifeng hesitated for a moment before deciding to wait and see how the situation unfolded. Fortunately, while the Wanderers had halted their advance, they showed no signs of retreating from battle, continuing to launch attacks against Titan's defensive structures and the First Fleet. It seemed they were merely suspicious, but had no concrete evidence of Huifeng's specific schemes. As Huifeng sighed in relief, he calculated the distance between Titan and the Heavenly Kingdom throne. The Heavenly Kingdom throne was still some distance from his predetermined optimal position, but at its current location, it was already sufficient for him to begin executing his plan. Although the battlefield situation did not unfold as optimally as he had hoped, it was generally progressing according to his script. Now he just needed to wait for the right opportunity. And that opportunity soon arrived. Huifeng was unaware of the specific situation on the Wanderers' side, but he had noticed early on that the coordination between their ships was rather mediocre. Their warships were far from achieving the perfect synchronization of hundreds or thousands of ships moving as one like Huifeng or the assimilators. On Huifeng's side, he could maneuver a certain frigate to unleash its firepower one moment, and then, without hesitation, rush forward a short distance the next moment solely to shield his main warship from a crucial attack. In contrast, the Wanderers' reactions were considerably slower. It wasn't that their frigates couldn't willingly sacrifice themselves. Rather, whenever such a need for coordination arose, they consistently lagged behind, and sometimes after a main ship was attacked, the nearby frigates would only react afterward. Huifeng was unsure if this was due to the differences in their societal structures or the changes brought about by the game factions manifesting in reality, but it did not hinder him from utilizing this to find an opportunity to break through their lines. During his retreat, Huifeng had quietly reorganized the First Fleet into a formation suitable for an assault. Then at the moment when several Wanderer destroyers at the forefront made a coordination error, he seized the opportunity to suddenly thrust the First Fleet forward. The Wanderers' fleet was caught off guard. Their formation was still largely in an offensive stance. Huifeng chose to exploit the area where they were vulnerable, and with the Star Spear-class destroyers absorbing damage at the front and the Judgment-class cruisers serving as the spearhead of their offensive firepower, Huifeng pierced through the Wanderers' formation with relative ease. Immediately afterward, while the enemy's ships had yet to fully adjust, Huifeng commanded all ships of the First Fleet to suddenly activate their engines with full force. Their target was no longer to become entangled with these numerous enemy warships, but rather the most conspicuous and valuable unit on the battlefield. The battle planet, the Throne of Heaven. As the First Fleet broke through, the Wanderers quickly noticed the unusual movements of their adversary, and were preparing to change course to prevent them from advancing further, when suddenly the battlefield fell silent for a moment. In that instant, both the Lizardman operators controlling the turrets on the Wanderer frigates and the Great Khan inside the Throne of Heaven commanding the Wanderer forces through holographic projections felt a sudden chill of dread. Something was coming. Their premonition was entirely correct, for not far from the battlefield beneath the chaotic clouds of Titan VI, a cataclysmic scene was unfolding. On the opposite side of the battlefield, 5 planetary engines and thousands of directional thrusters were ignited simultaneously. 5 beams of blue and white high-temperature particle streams, each with a diameter of 40 kilometers, erupted from the gray-white surface of Titan VI, first penetrating the dark yellow atmosphere, then tearing through the organic smog that had long enveloped the planet. Upon entering the vacuum of space, the 5 most conspicuous and brilliantly straight beams of light extended thousands of kilometers into deep space. The terrifying heat emitted by these light beams instantly ignited the surrounding methane clouds, forming interlocking sheets of azure flames that surged across the sky. The atmospheric temperature of Titan 6 soared dramatically in a short time, with violent fluctuations in air pressure and increasingly ferocious cyclones spontaneously forming all over the planet. The vast organic smog was swept away by the heat waves, gradually receding into the distance, revealing the massive engines below. Lightning crisscrossed the sky, fierce winds howled incessantly, and the continuous combustion of methane began to alter the atmospheric composition, pushing the already chaotic planetary environment into a peak of disorder. At the same time, the surface of Titan 6 trembled violently. Countless cracks of various sizes appeared simultaneously on the white-gray artificial crust beneath the engines, swiftly extending from one horizon to the other, resembling ice about to shatter, with cracks spreading across the surrounding ground. Yet this reinforced ground ultimately withstood the terrifying stress. Thus, the monstrous Titan 6, with a diameter of approximately 5150 kilometers, slowly began to move, inching away from its stable orbit around Saturn that had persisted for nearly 4.5 billion years. On the throne of heaven, the Great Khan's slit-like pupils abruptly narrowed into a fine line as it witnessed the sudden changes on the yellow-brown planet and the intense radiance emitted by the 5 planetary engines on the other side of the planet. It immediately realized what was happening. It had been outmaneuvered. An unprecedented fury filled its chest, yet it still retained a final shred of rationality. While cursing Huifeng's despicable actions, it ordered the throne of heaven to immediately change course. Simultaneously, the Wanderer's space fleet received new orders. Go destroy those planetary engines on the surface. Stop the insect scheme immediately. Right now. The Wanderer fleet hesitated for a moment, but ultimately they detached half of their warships to approach the skies above Titan 6, while the other half continued attempting to intercept Huifeng's first fleet. Meanwhile, after activating the main engines of Titan 6, Huifeng began to concentrate on controlling the first fleet, charging full speed toward the direction of the Throne of Heaven's turning engines. During this process, the firepower from the Throne of Heaven and the warships participating in intercepting the Wanderers began to focus on the First Fleet, which found itself caught in the middle, suffering from the overwhelming density of firepower from both sides, leading to a sudden increase in losses. However, the most crucial units within the First Fleet, those dozens of Judgment-class cruisers, were firmly protected in the center by Huifeng, using frigates and destroyers, even the aerospace carrier, to ensure they suffered no fatal damage. Fight to the death and then be reborn, Huifeng exclaimed from a god's perspective for the First Fleet. Then he also mobilized the stealth bombers that had been prepared nearby and had not yet engaged in the previous battle, sending them toward the Throne of Heaven. They would deliver the most crucial blow thereafter. In the following minutes, the distance from the central battlefield to the Throne of Heaven became a path of death. Almost every moment, warships within the First Fleet were exploding in midair, transforming into flying debris under the dense firepower. Every second, other warships spared no effort to shield themselves around the central cruiser group, blocking the most threatening projectiles. The First Fleet paid a heavy price, with nearly 2/3 of its warships completely vanishing from the expanse of space in this short period. But all of it was worth it. The sacrifices of the other warships created a significant opportunity for the central Judgment-class cruiser group, allowing them, equipped with specialized shield-breaking capabilities and ample firepower, to successfully reach the Throne of Heaven, which had just activated its engines and had yet to build up speed. They would soon fulfill their mission as an expensive one-time shield-breaking unit. In galactic war, the shield system of the combat planet differs significantly from that of regular warships, both in the background story and during normal gameplay. This is due to the immense size of such units. Combat planets range from hundreds to thousands of kilometers in diameter, bringing various advantages along with certain troubles, or rather characteristics. This means that the entire shield system is not centralized, but rather decentralized. What does this imply? It means that when an enemy attack breaches its shield system, the combat planet's shield does not overload and go offline like a normal warship. Instead, only the affected area experiences the overload. Unlike a balloon that bursts entirely when pierced by a needle, it resembles fish scales, where each section is managed by a shield system located beneath the planet's surface. These numerous shield systems each cover a specific area, collectively forming the shield defense of the entire combat planet. Thus, even if one area is breached by an enemy attack, it will only affect that specific area's shield, causing it to disappear, while the shields in other areas remain intact. Nearby shields may even spread to cover the gap, though at the cost of reduced defensive capability in those regions, until the local shield system reactivates. Theoretically, this should be seen as an advantage. After all, having a problem in one location is preferable to an explosion that engulfs the entire planet. However, this brings about a side effect that is not exactly a drawback. The overall defensive capability of the shield does not appear as formidable as its size might suggest, making it susceptible to a determined effort from a regular fleet, particularly against units that specialize in breaking shields. Generally, this is not a significant issue, as the true defensive strength of the combat planet lies primarily in its armor and mass. However, today this characteristic has been exploited by Huifeng. A massive Judgment-class cruiser hovers in the void, and before it, an even larger unit dominates it. This Titan-class unit named Heaven's Throne continuously unleashes its wrath upon the Judgment-class cruisers of the First Fleet, seemingly determined to turn them to dust. It was nearly successful. Hundreds of frigates and destroyers fell beneath its fire, yet the Judgment-class cruisers they protected along with their dozens of companions successfully made it here. Here they are in close proximity to Heaven's Throne, maximizing the power of the cruiser's main cannon. This is an opportunity to make a divine being bleed. The main cannon of the Judgment-class cruiser begins to charge, and the other dozens of cruisers nearby follow. Not far away, the fleet of the Wanderers is frantically launching an assault here, but the remaining ships of the First Fleet are temporarily holding them back. This delay won't last long, but it is sufficient. The firepower of the combat planet is bearable for large vessels like cruisers in the short term. This brief moment is enough for these dozens of cruisers to unleash at least 3 rounds of concentrated fire. After a moment of charging, 3 pointed prongs in front of the cruiser emitted dazzling arcs of electricity. In the next instant, dozens of white arcs surged towards Heaven's Throne with unstoppable momentum. They concentrated their bombardment directly above Heaven's Throne's maneuvering engines. The shield in that area manifested automatically, shielding the massive equipment below from this attack. The surface of the shield erupted with intense flashes and tremors, yet it ultimately withstood all the attacks, only dimming slightly, without shattering. However, the second round of concentrated fire came swiftly, and the arcs swept past Heaven's Throne's retaliatory projectiles, striking the same spot once again. This time the shield appeared even dimmer after the attack, almost blending into the surrounding environment. In the third round, which was also the cruiser's last complete concentrated fire, nearly half of the cruiser's shields were completely overloaded by Heaven's Throne's dense counterattack. It was only a matter of time before they were sunk. But this time their concentrated fire did not disappoint. The shield system in that area could no longer bear such frequent strikes from the main cannon. After a brilliant flash, the protector above that area vanished entirely. In the void not far away, Huifeng, viewing the scene from a god's perspective, smiled slightly. He could already see the goddess of victory beckoning to him. "Now it's up to you," Huifeng said, just as swarms of Ghost Shuttle-class stealth bombers sped out from the other side, rushing towards the temporary gap opened by their teammates. At the same time, the remaining Judgment-class cruisers began to move. They did not retreat, but advanced towards that gap, pouring forth their firepower in the process. They would exert their last efforts, using their lives to attract some of Heaven's Throne's anti-air firepower away from the Ghost Shuttle-class bombers, while also creating some battle results such as damaging the maneuvering engine that was currently spewing fire right below the gap. Before the Judgment-class cruisers and the First Fleet were completely annihilated, most of the Ghost Shuttle-class bombers successfully traversed the most dangerous area. They flew at high speed through the already closing shield gap and into the surface of Heaven's Throne. At this point, many of Heaven's Throne's turrets had no means to deal with these close-range bombers, but the remaining point defense firepower was still considerable. Ghost Shuttle-class bombers are inherently fragile, and since these space fighter-type units require resupply from the mothership after exhausting their ammunition, they must choose their targets wisely. For instance, their primary target for this mission, the maneuvering engine of Heaven's Throne. The reason for not attacking Heaven's Throne's only main engine is that the health pool of such main engines is simply too thick. The stealth bombers entering cannot destroy it, akin to attempting to bombard a gravity dam. With nuclear weapons, it can cause severe localized damage, but is unlikely to affect the main engine as a whole. Only sustained bombardment from a large fleet would be effective. In comparison to the main engine, maneuvering engines are much easier targets. Firstly, while they are numerous, their size and health are not as substantial. Secondly, for the desired effects, Huifeng aims to create attacking the main engine, and the maneuvering engines yield similar results. His desperate actions, even putting the First Fleet's complete annihilation on the line, are to eliminate the possibility of Heaven's Throne evading the impact from Titan. Once he damages the maneuvering engine of Heaven's Throne, it will be forced to move straight ahead, making even deceleration a luxury, and the direction it currently faces is the approach of Titan. Thus, should Huifeng successfully destroy even a part of Heaven's Throne's maneuvering engine, victory would undoubtedly be secured. As groups of Ghost Needle-class stealth bombers entered behind the shield of the Heavenly Throne, they immediately split into 2 factions, dispersing to the left and right. A multitude of small projectiles and orange closed defense lasers shot up from the surface towards them. Some Ghost Needle-class stealth bombers had yet to maneuver before being torn to shreds by the dense close-range firepower. However, more companions leaped over the explosive area they left behind, charging towards the nearest maneuvering. Due to the enormous size of the target, the first stealth bomber did not need to aim too precisely when launching it. The torpedo, propelled by its higher speed, effortlessly bypassed countless interception firepower and smashed into the critical part of the engine, detonating with a resounding explosion. The maneuvering engine was not a fragile thing. One or two attacks were not enough to damage it. However, there was not just one Ghost Needle-class stealth bomber attacking it. In the following moments, more torpedoes followed in the wake of their predecessors, diving down. In the silent vacuum, the maneuvering engine suddenly shut down amidst the flames and explosions, its spectacular particle stream from the nozzle abruptly dissipating. Meanwhile, the attackers had already bypassed it, soaring towards their next target. Under the suicide attack of the Ghost Needle-class stealth bombers, as the battle dust settled on the Heavenly Throne side, nearly half of the maneuvering engines on its planetary surface were attacked and temporarily lost their ability to steer the Heavenly Throne. The remaining intact half, though still operational, lacked the power to pull the Heavenly Throne to a safe area in a short time. Huifeng's objective was achieved. To accomplish this, he risked all the ships of the First Fleet, as well as all stealth bombers, and even Titan's sixth moon had already suffered significant damage. While Huifeng's First Fleet launched a surprise attack on the Heavenly Throne, his enemy, the Wanderers, did not remain idle. The other half of the Wanderer fleet relentlessly attacked the main engine and various maneuvering engines of Titan's sixth moon. Even though Huifeng had arranged a large number of defense towers around the engines, they could not withstand the desperate tactics employed under the threat to their home. After the Ghost Needle-class stealth bombers severely damaged nearly half of the maneuvering engines of the Heavenly Throne, the Wanderer fleet, attacking the engines of Titan's sixth moon, using superior firepower and greater numbers, damaged almost all of their maneuvering engines, while several main engines still held out under bombardment, though it was only a matter of time before they too would be destroyed. However, none of this mattered anymore. Even if all the engines on Titan's sixth moon were completely destroyed now, it would not stop the moon's forward momentum, as it had already accumulated sufficient kinetic energy. According to Newton's first law in a vacuum, once an object accelerates to a sufficient speed, it will continue to move in the direction of inertia, even if its power system is completely destroyed. Before the engines of Titan's sixth moon were attacked, Huifeng had already adjusted its forward direction, pointing its current frontal face towards the Heavenly Throne. Based on calculations considering the current directions and average speeds of both parties, it was clear that the Heavenly Throne would not be able to avoid a collision with Titan's sixth moon, unless it could repair the damaged maneuvering engines within 10 minutes. Was that possible? The Wanderers would soon demonstrate to Huifeng that it was not. After defeating the Heavenly Throne's forces and destroying all the engines on Titan's sixth moon, the Wanderer fleet did not give up. They instead opened fire with full intensity, continuously attacking everything on Titan's sixth moon. However, before their bombs could drop, Huifeng had already sold off all the valuable structures, leaving them with nothing but a sense of futile rage. Some of the warships even moved into the path of Titan's sixth moon, disregarding the risks of being pulverized, desperately firing ammunition in an attempt to halt the advance of this interstellar giant weighing 1.34510 superscript 2 superscript 3 kg. To stand against such a force was futile. Huifeng watched as the Wanderers erupted in their final frenzy, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. It's all over, he sighed. At that moment, a small incident suddenly intruded into his view. The Great Khan is seeking to communicate with you. Accept or decline. Huifeng was somewhat surprised. Even now, the Great Khan still sought to speak with him. Could it still have some means left? With a hint of doubt, Huifeng accepted the call. When the call connected, the Great Khan's distorted face from rage filled the entire interface. Its scales were bristling, and even its breathing sounded heavy and hoarse. You vile, filthy, shameless, and cunning metallic insect. How dare you? How dare you use such despicable means to destroy our home? Its claws gripped the armrests of the bronze throne tightly. The force was so great that its talons sank deep into it, producing a piercing, scratching sound. Do you think this proves your victory? Do you think you have won? No. You coward. You have never dared to confront me, Hedon. You only know how to deceive, to flee, and to hide behind these insidious tricks. You are not a true warrior. You are merely a pitiful worm clinging to life behind a rock. Fool, even at death's door you still talk tough. If you have any other means of self-rescue, you better bring it out quickly. Don't tell me this is your dying speech. Huifeng mocked. At that moment, the Great Khan on the other side of the screen was even more furious. For the next few minutes, it cursed Huifeng for everything, its words dripping with frantic madness, as if it wanted to devour him alive. It seemed to have lost all reason. Meanwhile, Huifeng on the other side smiled. It appeared that the opponent truly had no way to turn the situation around, so it could only rant madly at him in the following moments to cover its immense pain of failure. Unfortunately, its curses had no impact on Huifeng, instead giving off a sense of the dying cries of a strong enemy. Each word was a congratulation of Huifeng's victory. Under the relentless curses of the Great Khan, the battle planet, the heavenly throne approached its final moments. When it realized it could not evade its fate of destruction, the heavenly throne erupted with unprecedented firepower, launching countless munitions towards Titan's sixth moon, which was now close enough to see its details. Flashes and explosions further enveloped the surface of Titan's sixth moon, yet it remained During the decisive battle at Saturn, beyond the tremendous commotion caused by the two warring parties, the natural world itself, whether intentionally or unintentionally, gave birth to astronomical wonders rarely seen for millennia. The atmosphere of Titan has remained stable for the past billion years, a stability that refers not only to its composition, pressure, and meteorological conditions, but also to the enduring existence and constancy of its atmospheric system. In the vast family of the solar system, only 9 or 11, according to some planets, can sustain a continuous collidable atmosphere with meteorological activity, making these fortunate ones exceedingly rare. Moreover, when excluding the 4 gas giants, Titan ranks second in atmospheric density based on surface pressure among the remaining 5 planets, with Venus ahead of it and Earth behind. In this ranking of planets, Titan's atmosphere can be considered a remarkably prominent presence. Despite the significant changes to its surface environment in recent days, its atmosphere remains firmly attached to the planet's surface due to gravity having generally not departed. However, the moment Titan was artificially propelled, everything changed. The planetary engine emitted a world-shaking violent scream, gradually pushing Titan away from its original orbit with terrifying force. From a distance, the scene appeared to unfold slowly due to the lack of reference points, but in reality its speed was astonishing. The sudden acceleration of the planet's body did not immediately transmit to its atmosphere, as the latter was too light and lacked rigid constraints, hence it continued to orbit Saturn at a speed of 557 kilometers. Shortly after the planetary engine was activated, the inertia caused a delayed tearing of Titan's atmosphere. Coupled with the continuous disturbances from the battlefield and external forces, Titan could no longer rely solely on its gravity to firmly hold onto its entire atmosphere. The atmosphere on the side of the main engine instantly broke free from gravity, beginning to peel away in layers. A massive cloud of gas was violently flung behind, transforming into a vast, diffusing pale orange gaseous torrent escaping into space. As Titan accelerated further, the atmosphere ahead was violently compressed by interstellar particles and inertia, forming a dazzling bright bow shock, while a giant orange-eared gaseous tail, stretching thousands of kilometers, was dragged behind, resembling a magnificent gaseous train. The thick atmosphere that Titan had formed over billions of years completely disintegrated in less than half an hour. Simultaneously, the disintegration of Titan's atmosphere set the stage for the most magnificent astronomical spectacle the solar system had witnessed in centuries. At that moment, if someone were standing on the surface of the throne of heaven and looked up, they would behold a scene filled with despair. A gigantic yellow-gray planet was visibly expanding in the sky at an observable speed, now nearly covering most of the sky directly above the throne of heaven. For the lizard people inside the throne of heaven, doomsday was approaching. The interior of the throne of heaven was experiencing its most chaotic moment since its inception, with every corridor packed with frantically fleeing lizard people, the rustling of scales, the clattering of claws against metal floors, and the cacophony of roars blending into one. The engineers among the lizard people responsible for maintenance and construction desperately donned exoskeleton armor and rushed to the surface of the throne of heaven, attempting to repair and restart the damaged maneuvering engines, even though everyone knew that it was nearly impossible to accomplish this task in the time available. The lizard operators at the gun positions continued to fire at the descending star, fully aware of the futility, yet at least their cannons still roared. This was the only response they had learned in their lives. In the deeper berthing chambers, several batches of newly activated lizard people hadn't even had time to shout "blood on the throne" before being directly pushed towards the nearest maintenance passage, rushing towards the surface as fast as possible. Outside the Khan's throne hall, a group of young lizard warriors huddled together. They neither fled nor took any additional actions, simply standing guard silently at the entrance as per the Great Khan's orders, using the bayonets on their firearms to kill any kin who dared to approach the throne hall without permission. Behind them, the doors to the throne hall remained tightly shut, with the Great Khan's roars occasionally echoing from within. Inside the throne hall, the lizard commanders surrounding the Great Khan's throne had ceased maintaining command over the fleet and various parts of the throne of heaven. They all stopped in terror, halting their fervent cheers, and turned to gaze at the increasingly large silver-yellow planet on the holographic projection, speechless. The Great Khan remained at the center before the throne, frantically eventing at the screen, unable to accept that he was actually being defeated by a metallic insect he had always looked down upon, and in such a despicable manner. In the final moments, he shouted angrily, "You will never conquer the great loser, never." Loser, a transliteration of the word wanderer in the lizard people's language. Huifeng retorted without hesitation. The time for last words is over. Go to hell with your grand dreams of... Unfortunately, this retort did not reach the great Khan, for at the moment he spoke the first word, communication suddenly cut off. In such circumstances, the only possible reason for a communication cutoff was a collision beginning. Realizing this, Huifeng immediately switched to the live space perspective, not wanting to miss this spectacular Titan with a diameter of approximately 5,150 kilometers was about to collide with an artificial dwarf planet measuring 400 kilometers. Such a magnitude of celestial collision had not occurred within the solar system for at least 3.8 billion years. This event marked the first and possibly the only collision of this magnitude in the Saturn system since the end of the late heavy bombardment period. In a sense, Huifeng could be considered a creator of history, especially as the final relative speed of the two had already reached a point where they could escape the gravitational pull of the solar system. This impact value was meticulously calculated by Huifeng. He could have accelerated Titan to a higher speed for a quicker collision with the throne of heaven. But he could not do that. After Titan began to move through his complex calculations, he determined that the impact point of the throne of heaven on Titan would not be at the planet's center, but rather closer to the equatorial crust near the planet's edge, resulting in an oblique collision similar to the Theia impact on primordial Earth, though this time, both Theia and primordial Earth were relatively small. This meant that during the collision, the terrifying energy produced would be significantly weakened. Otherwise, if the throne of heaven were to collide head-on with Titan at even 50 kilometers, the lethal radiation unleashed could penetrate the interstellar space between Saturn and Earth, disrupting the global magnetic field and delivering a heavy blow to the surface ecology. With an oblique impact, the energy release would not be complete, allowing for higher speeds, though of course the speed could not be too high to avoid accidents. Partly out of consideration for the nearby Earth, Huifeng did not accelerate Titan's speed too much at launch, and even later implemented a degree of deceleration. He did not want to see the scene where the war here was won, but the aftermath killed those on the Earth. The residual atmosphere on Titan was the first to make actual contact with the heavenly throne, igniting into an ephemeral blaze in that instant, and then the real impact began. At the moment of impact, the gray crust of Titan's surface first touched the light blue shield of the heavenly throne. This shield, which seemed solid at first, could no longer withstand the pressure within mere tenths of a second, shattering on the spot, and then the two celestial bodies collided. The crust of Titan instantly collapsed inward by hundreds of kilometers at the contact point, while the energy released from the impact vaporized both the crustal material and the dark bronze armor of the heavenly throne, forming a dense fireball composed of extremely high-temperature plasma. The fireball expanded outward at an incredible speed, reaching thousands of kilometers in diameter within mere seconds, its brightness instantly surpassing all the sunlight reflected by the rings of Saturn. In the first few seconds of contact, the heavenly throne was entirely flattened, its 400-kilometer dark bronze sphere collapsing inward like a walnut struck by a heavy hammer, only to be completely engulfed by the mass and brilliance of Titan that followed. Near the impact point, Titan's own structure was also disintegrating, with the silver-gray crust fracturing in a ring outward from the impact site, cracks spreading at supersonic speeds, exposing the internal icy rocky mantle that melted and vaporized instantly in the high temperatures. The remnants of two maneuvering engines destroyed by the drifters completely broke from their bases in the collapse of the ground, along with the surrounding crust spanning dozens of kilometers, all thrown into the void. From a distance, the impact point resembled a miniature star in the process of birth, and this dazzling light illuminated the entire Saturn system, and even the whole solar system, with an unstoppable momentum. Accompanied by the world-shattering shockwave of the impact, Titan inevitably experienced violent global earthquakes, with no region on the planet spared. Within thousands of kilometers around the impact point, the earthquake reached magnitudes of 11.2 to 9, with the local strata overall fracturing and collapsing, large areas of the crust tearing apart and drifting or simply flying into space, all remaining building debris being ripped away and shredded. In even farther regions, the quake magnitude also reached 9.7 to 10.6, with the tremors here still exceeding the strongest recorded earthquake in human history, the 1960 Valdivia earthquake in Chile. Here the ground cracked and sank extensively, and the remaining structures and units possessed by Huifeng were nearly impossible to guarantee intact. Only in the farthest regions of Titan's backside did the quake magnitude enter a range comprehensible to humans, around 8.3 to 9.1, where the seismic waves primarily reached through the penetration of the Earth's core, with a vast majority of the local area experiencing violent surface shaking and cracking. The debris ejected from the impact spread into deep space at speeds exceeding the escape velocity, carrying molten silver-gray crust fragments, vaporized dark bronze armor particles, and the momentarily ionized remnants of Titan's atmosphere. They sprayed outward from the impact point in a conical shape towards Saturn, sweeping past the now silent remnants of the drifter fleet in that vicinity within mere seconds. Dozens of dark bronze warships were struck heat-in by this high-speed material flow, with some ships' shields overloading under the dense impact of fragments, their hulls pierced, torn apart, and exploding into inconspicuous tiny flashes at the edge of the impact's brilliance, after which these new fragments joined the main group, flying towards Saturn itself. At the impact point, the peak spectrum of the central fireball transitioned rapidly from the X-ray and extreme ultraviolet bands at the onset of the impact to the visible light band, shifting from blue-white to white-hot, and ultimately stabilizing to an orange-red hue, silently blooming in the void. Within the thousands of kilometers of space surrounding the impact point, the remaining icy rocky crust of Titan was instantly melted by the shockwave, and then rapidly cooled in the vacuum. The molten crust material condensed into billions of orange-red molten spheres in the weightless environment due to surface tension, like solidified lava rain drifting around the expanding fireball and slowly spreading outward under the influence of residual kinetic energy. 20 seconds after the impact, the first batch of plasma flows, high-temperature rock debris and clusters of metal fragments reached the outer magnetosphere of Saturn. The high-speed material flow violently collided with Saturn's magnetic field, instantly triggering an intense magnetic storm, causing severe distortion and oscillation in Saturn's magnetic field. At the same time, the auroras at Saturn's poles experienced an explosive expansion, with the originally narrow auroral bands instantly spreading to cover the entire high-latitude region and their brightness skyrocketing nearly 100-fold. 3 minutes after the impact, a massive amount of crustal fragments and molten metals from Titan and the Heavenly Throne invaded the Saturn rings, with the icy ring structure being continuously penetrated, impacted, vaporized, and shattered by the high-speed debris as the shockwave from the impact spread layer upon layer within the ring, causing bursts of flashes, with large areas of the Saturn rings continuously erupting with dense points of explosion amidst this chaos. The original structure of the Saturn rings was rapidly collapsing, with numerous fragments breaking free from their original trajectories, either falling inward or drifting outward. 1 hour after the impact, the ejected material struck Saturn's Closian moonlets, with smaller moons directly shattered by the flow of fragments, turning into smaller moon debris. The surfaces of medium to large moons also suffered varying degrees of intense impacts, with more newly formed impact craters appearing densely across the ground. 12 hours after the impact, the ejected materials officially reached Saturn, plunging into its thick hydrogen-helium atmosphere, where they underwent severe frictional burning in the high-altitude atmosphere, with small ejected materials gradually vaporizing under friction, while larger fragments hundreds of meters or even kilometers plunged deeper into Saturn. At the points of fall for these large fragments, the surrounding atmosphere of Saturn was instantaneously displaced, forming gigantic black depressions with diameters of thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers, and even with the naked eye observed from space, one could see thousands of dark spots of varying sizes emerging on Saturn's surface, the largest capable of containing dozens of Earths. In the following days, these cavities would remain very clear and prominent, scattered on the side of Saturn facing Titan, contrasting strongly with the normal brightness of Saturn's atmosphere, making half the planet appear battered. As time passed, the atmospheric circulation around these black spots would continuously refill, causing the black spots to gradually expand, stretch, and distort, merging with other nearby black spots into massive dark storm belts, which might soon evolve into the largest and most enduring giant cyclones in Saturn's history. In the known future, the original cloud patterns and colors of Saturn were permanently altered. This was merely the direct physical impact brought about by this grand collision between heaven and earth. The recent impact event involving celestial bodies near Saturn has primarily limited its short-term physical effects to the interior of the Saturn system. However, the psychological effects it caused reached Earth over an hour after the impact occurred. The previous extraterrestrial battles that transpired within the solar system did not escape the notice of humanity, and now the ongoing Saturn battle, along with the earlier Uranus battle and the third Neptune battle, have also been closely monitored. Moreover, as the distance decreases, the official observation teams of the Human Alliance are able to see more clearly. There is little to say about the third Neptune battle, but that time humanity had not yet faced the invasion of the Wanderers. The main observation results from that battle confirmed that the so-called battle planet was indeed a fully weaponized celestial body, and that the Wanderers were indeed formidable, capable of annihilating fleets of assimilators in a short time. Beyond that, there was little else worth mentioning. The subsequent Uranus battle, with its predominantly offensive and defensive scenes, provided the Human Alliance with some references for planetary defense, and it also made them realize just how exaggerated the combat capabilities of the so-called battle planet were. If the satellites near Uranus that were bombarded by the Wanderers were replaced with Earth, humanity's main armed forces would likely struggle to last even 7 hours, Within 3 days, all of human civilization would collapse under such devastating bombardment, leaving hardly a trace. Such deductions combined with the prior invasion incident and the attitude of the Wanderers towards humanity. The Human Alliance could only pray that in the upcoming interstellar war the Grey Wind side would be able to counterattack and achieve victory. However, the likelihood of this situation occurring from the perspective of the battle lines in space is far from optimistic. At that time, humanity was unaware of the grand plan of Huifeng. Therefore, after the Uranus battle concluded, the Human Alliance began to massively activate the doomsday shelters located around the globe. Many of these doomsday fortresses were constructed during the Cold War period and before the Third World War, mostly situated beneath 400 to 700 meters of dense rock layers, with some even deeper than 1,000 meters. The Human Alliance privately gathered the majority of the resources and talents needed to rebuild human society, stuffing them into these underground shelters in advance, while major government departments also began relocating near the shelter exits so that they could retreat into these bunkers at the first sign of trouble, ensuring that the leadership of humanity would not be decimated immediately. Of course, the Human Alliance was aware that this was essentially a passive act of waiting to die. While they prepared for the worst, they also expressed support for the Grey Wind side on other fronts. Although humanity, due to its weakness, had no ability to interfere in the wars of these extraterrestrial civilizations, they could still make some efforts in terms of public sentiment. They may not be able to help materially, but emotional support must be provided. Regardless of whether the other side was intentionally or unintentionally saving Earth, this emotional backing was absolutely essential. Thus, the Human Alliance began to fully promote a friendly attitude towards the Grey Wind at both official and civilian levels. Under the directive of the Secretary-General, the propaganda department of the Human Alliance operated at full capacity, not fabricating false news, but rather compiling reports on the Grey Wind's consistent actions and words towards them, such as the scenes during their first communication, details from their first meeting, the fact that they proactively provided warning coordinates, and the battles fought in the outer solar system, along with all observed combat footage continuously, disseminating it across major platforms. In these contents, the Human Alliance subtly guided the audience to maintain a friendly attitude towards the Grey Wind. They were uncertain whether the Grey Wind, as an ultra-individual civilization, cared about such things, but they knew that humanity needed to care. When an entire civilization stands on the brink of a cliff, if they can still do something for the distant guardians who are uncertain, even if it's just a little, it serves as a form of self-comfort. This push was smoother than imagined thanks to the previous invasion incident. The civilian sector almost seamlessly accepted the official shift in attitude from a surface neutrality to open unilateral support, and overall it appeared even more fervent than the official stance, resembling the atmosphere when a national football team unexpectedly made it to the World Cup finals in a certain year and was poised to win. Then came the Saturn battle. Due to the proximity of the Saturn system to Earth, not only the official observation teams, but also some civilian enthusiasts, and those who had previously spent exorbitant amounts on telescopes, were able to observe images of the area with their amateur telescopes, providing relatively clear views of Saturn itself, its rings, and some of its moons. Thus, when the battle began with the attack on Saturn's moon Titan 8, a wave of unprecedented observation fervor surged among civilians, with countless people setting up telescopes and monitoring everything happening near Saturn 24 hours a day. Some astute individuals even seized the opportunity to live stream the changes observed through their telescopes, quickly gaining fame and fortune. Civilians' telescopes could see flashes and bright spots near Saturn, but could not discern the details of the battles. However, the official telescopes were different. The observation team led by Qin Taishan was able to clearly see most of the details of the battles occurring, such as the shape of the 400-kilometer class battle planet and the flashes of fire emitted from its turrets, as well as the silhouettes of various large interstellar warships, their movements and firing traces, along with surface counterattacks and explosions on Titan 8. However, the clarity of the visuals did not ease the overall tension among humanity. Rather, it exacerbated the situation as they watched the entire process of Titan 8's downfall, with clarity utterly unable to conceive how to stop the assault from the battle planet and the fleet of wanderers. They appeared almost invincible. As the progress reached the second phase of the Saturn battle during the battle for Titan 6, the larger new warships, Judgment-class cruisers, that had already been noticed in the Grey Wind fleet did indeed provide some hope for humanity, but the subsequent developments largely did not surpass the pessimistic predictions. After the entry of the battle planet, the overall situation was continuously suppressed, visibly entering a disadvantageous position, until the first fleet suddenly charged towards the heavenly sovereign throne. The planetary engines hidden beneath Titan 6 roared to life. Only then did the Human Alliance realize in astonishment that the series of strange natural phenomena occurring on Titan 6 was not a side effect of the Grey Wind developing the planet, but rather the preliminary preparations for moving this massive satellite. Heavens! The foolish old man has pushed the mountain away. This was the instinctive exclamation of a member of the Human Alliance's observation team upon witnessing the scene. Years later, this phrase would be included in the textbooks of the Human Alliance used to describe the exaggerated scene of Titan 6 being moved at that time. If the previous series of interstellar wars could still be analyzed from the traditional military perspective of humanity, allowing for an understanding of both sides' strategic goals and tactical thinking, then at the moment, when Titan began to spew hundreds of thousands of high-temperature particle streams from its surface and slowly deviated from its original orbit, traditional military analysis had completely lost its efficacy. Damn it! Which family would lift an entire mountain to cover the enemy during a battle? Yet this was precisely what happened on an interstellar battlefield billions of kilometers away from Earth. In the telescopes of the United Human Observation Group, Titan no longer resembled the familiar sight that people had known for the past few months. Its signature dark yellow atmosphere was being stripped away in pieces by an invisible force from the surface of the celestial body, like an old robe being tossed about by a furious wind, trailing a fiery orange gaseous tail millions of kilometers long in the void as gaseous methane and nitrogen glowed under the light of the star, spreading a magnificent halo-like skirt behind Titan. Now the planet, partially stripped of its atmospheric cover, was ejecting hundreds of visible high-temperature particle streams, advancing slowly and inexorably towards the direction of the Drifter's battle planet, like a massive cannonball. As the United Humans gradually recovered from the initial shock of witnessing this scene, they began to think there was really nothing strange about it. As the enemy of the Grey Wind, the Drifters possessed a mobile metallic dwarf planet. Given that the opposing side had such capabilities, it was not impossible for the Grey Wind, as an interstellar civilization, to also possess the technology and ability to move celestial bodies, right? Of course, aside from this, there were some less credible speculations, but none of them were as plausible as this conjecture, so they did not become mainstream. Shortly after Huifeng propelled Titan, and the first fleet launched in assault, the higher-ups of the United Humans were the happiest as they realized that if things continued to develop as they were, the Grey Wind might really have a chance to turn the tide. This meant that the potential victor of this war was likely still the Grey Wind, which had maintained a gentle attitude towards humanity rather than the brutal Drifters, allowing Earth's humanity to avoid the exhausting task of contemplating how to resist the latter's potential invasion and conquest. This was practically one of the best outcomes for humanity. At first, when the situation was still unclear, those who held such optimistic conjectures dared only to keep them to themselves, as no one wanted to be certain that this would definitely happen, fearing they might get hit by a boomerang. However, as the battle on Titan gradually escalated, their excitement could no longer be contained. In the room where the Earth Observation Group was located, when the crowd saw the image on the screen of Titan finally colliding with the throne of heaven, some staff members could no longer help but stand up and cheer. Soon the jubilant scene rapidly expanded to the entire hall. Around the relieved Qin Taishan, several people crowded around him. Some were patting his shoulder vigorously, while others shook his hand with such force that his old bones struggled to bear it. The hall, which had just been filled with the sounds of data reports, was now filled with laughter, shouts, and the rising and falling sounds of deep breaths, as if everyone wanted to squeeze out the long-accumulated pressure from their lungs in one go. Qin Taishan was jostled by the crowd and stumbled a couple of times. After finally steadying himself, he was securely embraced by a young technician. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s. After realizing what he had done, he blushed and repeatedly apologized with "I'm sorry, Professor Qin," before being pulled away by a colleague to continue celebrating. Qin Taishan did not join in the shouting. He merely gazed at the breathtaking scene on the screen, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly felt that life had reached its fulfillment. At this moment, the Secretary General of the United Humans stood at the periphery of the hall, yet she did not join in the... Her assistant noticed her taking a deep breath, and then said in his usual calm voice, "Once they calm down, notify all departments to promptly confirm the results of the impact site, ascertain the potential effects of this incident on Earth, and track the movements of the remnants of the Drifters' fleet." After finishing her words, and upon seeing her assistant nod in acknowledgement, she turned and left the room. Outdoors, on rooftops, balconies, or open fields around the globe equipped with telescopes, as civilian observers witnessed the intense light burst from the collision, they almost simultaneously erupted into waves of astonished exclamations. In the southern hemisphere, in a city that had previously been untouched by the alien invasion waves, a group of astronomy enthusiasts was gathered around a large-diameter refractor telescope, taking turns peering into the eyepiece. When it was the turn of a middle-aged man, as soon as he brought his eyes to the eyepiece, he jumped back, as if electrocuted, knocking over a folding table filled with coffee cans behind him. What happened? What happened? The people next to him hurried to support him. He opened his mouth, pointing at the eyepiece, and after much excitement managed to stammer out, "It exploded. It seems like Saturn exploded." In the northern hemisphere, a civilian streamer who had gained fame from live broadcasting the Saturn battle was aiming the camera at the eyepiece when the screen was suddenly filled with an unprecedented bright light. The barrage in the live chat immediately erupted with a series of question marks. The streamer himself was stunned for a few seconds, and his first reaction was that the telescope might have broken, but when he looked up he realized that it was not a problem with the telescope at all. For now in the Earth's sky a new star had suddenly appeared in the direction of Saturn. Its brightness surged dramatically within minutes, from an unnoticeable dark to exceeding Sirius, and then to nearly competing with the crescent moon. Due to equipment limitations, many civilians were unable to immediately discern the cause of this bright light. They couldn't even see the scene of Titan being pushed off its orbit, but as official announcements came in, their doubts were finally resolved. Shortly after the impact occurred, the United Humans officially released a brief and restrained announcement across all major platforms. The announcement confirmed that a large-scale high-energy impact event was observed in the direction of Saturn involving Titan controlled by the Grey Wind civilization and the Drifters battle planet. In subsequent observations, the United Human Observation Group detected a large amount of material ejecta and failed to find the complete figure of the battle planet, which was suspected to have been completely destroyed in the impact. As for the specific situation of the Saturn battle, no definitive conclusions could yet be drawn, but preliminary observations indicated that the Drifters' side had at least suffered devastating losses. After the news spread, those in society who were attentive to this matter and supported the Grey Wind felt a considerable weight lifted from their hearts. In certain areas, especially those affected by the invasion and still in the process of reconstruction, the local people were so excited that they nearly wanted to kneel and bow down to the Grey Wind. Although no one was clear about how the outcome of the Saturn battle had unfolded, it did not prevent them from feeling joy at the Grey Wind's ability to inflict heavy damage on the detestable Drifters. When the Secretary-General arrived at the designated location for Huifeng, she found the other party standing at the front gate of the villa, seemingly having waited for her for quite some time. She got out of the car, gestured for the bodyguards not to follow, and then walked past the two straight soldiers standing by the gate to stand before Huifeng. "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes, I am waiting for you, Madam Secretary-General. Did you guess I would come?" "Of course, considering the events happening in the sky right now, I thought Madam Secretary-General would have questions regarding the outcome of this matter and would certainly come to find me, wouldn't you, eh?" She was right, so the Secretary-General did not directly deny it. Huifeng smiled and gestured for the Secretary-General to enter. "If you don't mind, we can discuss this in detail inside." "All right, thank you." The Secretary-General politely expressed her gratitude and then followed Huifeng into the villa. The two sat at the same table where they had their first conversation. "Have you eaten, Madam Secretary-General?" As soon as they sat down, Huifeng asked. "Are you referring to lunch? I was planning to handle that myself later." "What about it?" The Secretary-General replied honestly. It was only then that she noticed her extraterrestrial friend was not wearing the traditional attire of the Human Alliance today, but rather dressed in very ordinary modern clothing. If not for her extraordinarily unique appearance, she looked almost identical to the high school girl the Secretary-General had seen at her neighbor's house over a decade ago. Young and seemingly full of vitality. No, this one felt a bit more composed. "Madam Secretary-General, are you interested in noodles?" "Noodles? Yes, I made them. Would you like to try some, Madam Secretary-General?" Faced with this unexpected invitation, the Secretary-General was momentarily unsure how to respond. In the end, she could only nod in agreement to the young girl in front of her. "If it won't trouble you." "All right, please wait a moment." Huifeng got up and walked towards the kitchen of the villa. The Secretary-General sat on the sofa, originally intending to get straight to the point sooner, but she did not expect that the being would propose such an unexpected invitation. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the Secretary-General soon saw Huifeng returning with a bowl of steaming hot noodles. She placed the ceramic bowl and a pair of chopsticks in front of the Secretary-General. "Thank you." The Secretary-General politely said her thanks, and then a fragrant aroma wafted into her nose. She glanced at the golden noodles in the bowl, and the feeling of her empty stomach finally became tangible. While she was indeed hungry. "I didn't expect you to have such culinary skills. Did you learn from Gu Huai?" the Secretary-General asked as she picked up the chopsticks. "No, this is something I figured out on my own." Huifeng shook her head in response. "A bowl of clear water, a little cooking oil, a clove of garlic, 2 pieces of dough, 2 eggs, a little soy sauce, and a spring onion. That's the ingredient list. Sounds quite homely. Yes, I hope it satisfies you." The Secretary-General did not immediately take a bite, but looked at the table across from her. "Aren't you eating?" Huifeng smiled slightly at her. "For me, food is not a necessity." Since the other party had said this, the Secretary-General felt she could not say anything more, so she properly held the chopsticks and began to eat. The Secretary-General picked up a strand of noodles and put it into her mouth, and after chewing for a moment, her pace noticeably quickened. In less than a few minutes, the bottom of the bowl was empty. She put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and then looked up again. "It's very delicious," she said. Huifeng slightly nodded, but did not respond. The Secretary-General shifted her gaze away from the empty bowl and back to the extraterrestrial being. "To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that you would ponder such things. Last time when you made tea, you mentioned it was out of interest." So this time is it also driven by interest? Huifeng tilted her head slightly, her tone still steady. Of course it's the same. Watching the noodles slowly disperse in boiling water, turning into something that can satisfy living beings, is itself a moment of relaxation. I think I understand now, the Secretary General nodded and did not pursue the topic further. This bowl of noodles came at just the right time. She gently pushed the ceramic bowl aside and sat up straight. Thank you for your hospitality. Now if you don't mind, let's return to business. Huifeng slightly nodded, then raised her hand. A silvery mercury-like unknown substance seeped from her palm, and under the astonished gaze of the Secretary General, swiftly tidied up the table. Then a silvery substance flew back into Huifeng's palm, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Secretary General was silent for a moment. She suppressed her inner curiosity, took a deep breath, and chose to steer the topic towards the most urgent matter at hand. Huifeng, I must be honest with you, your inference is remarkably accurate. In recent days, the observation team of the Human Alliance and various peripheral organizations have been closely monitoring the situation in the direction of Saturn. We have seen the footage of your battle with the Wanderers in the Saturn system, witnessed your impact, saw countless explosions, and even observed the series of astronomical effects caused by this impact. In other words, we observed the entire process. The Secretary General said more solemnly, therefore, I hope to confirm with you, and on behalf of all human civilization, I ask you the war near Saturn. You won right. Huifeng did not answer immediately. She looked at the Secretary General, as if considering how to express herself in a way that humans could understand. After a few seconds she spoke. Your observations are accurate. The Saturn battle has essentially concluded. During the battle, I exchanged some bearable costs for victory, while the Wanderers lost their only artificial planet and the entire civilization system attached to it. After this, the Wanderers will no longer pose any substantial threat to me or to you. So yes, I won. Huifeng paused, meeting the Secretary General's gaze. You are safe now. After hearing this, the Secretary General fell silent for a long time, seemingly digesting all the pent-up emotions swiftly and placing them back in order one by one. About half a minute later, she slowly exhaled a breath that carried something that had been suppressed for too long and could finally be let go. On behalf of human civilization, I express my most sincere gratitude to you. This favor may be difficult to repay in the future, but please believe that humanity has never been a race that forgets kindness. Huifeng nodded. The Wanderers were also a deadly threat to me, so regardless of whether humanity existed or not, I would have fought them here. You need not thank me so profusely. No matter what, you have objectively saved humanity, and we will never forget that. The Secretary General said, sitting up straight again, her expression returning to the serious demeanor of the highest decision-maker of the human united government. Outer Solar System. In the days following the conclusion of the Saturn battle, the debris cloud resulting from the impact between Titan and the Heavenly Throne continues to spread slowly within the Saturn system. From the distant void, the area where the impact occurred is now enveloped in a thin, orange-red halo for tens of thousands of kilometers. This halo consists of tiny particles formed by the instant vaporization of dark bronze armor-like gray crust and the residual atmosphere of Titan, which condensed after cooling in the vacuum. These particles reflect the sunlight from afar, emitting faint glimmers that silently inform the world of the events that transpired here in the past. Once the pride of the Wanderers, the battle planet Heavenly Throne now consists of only a few pieces of dark bronze wreckage, barely recognizable, in curvature, each no larger than a few kilometers in diameter, their surfaces covered in metal nodules formed from being melted and re-solidified as they slowly roll through the void. Occasionally shattered gun barrels or twisted structural components drift past these wrecks, remnants of graffiti left by the Wanderers still visible on them. A significant portion of these debris is being slowly captured by Saturn's gravity, gradually descending into the planet's atmosphere over the coming days or months, turning to ash among the clouds or leaving behind new black spots. As one of the main actors in the cataclysmic collision just days ago, Titan is now quite distant from this area, yet its main structure remains largely intact following the incident. This is due to the immense mass difference between the two entities involved. Even at speeds exceeding dozens of kilometers per second, the Heavenly Throne was not sufficient to shatter Titan itself. However, the Heavenly Throne left a massive, grotesque scar on the surface of Titan with a maximum horizontal span of over 3,000 kilometers and a terrifying vertical width exceeding 2,000 kilometers. Within the scar lies an endless expanse of churning, boiling crimson lava where the gray terrain that had once been artificially modified has been completely shattered and vaporized, melting into a sea of liquid, scorching magma, which is blindingly bright when viewed directly. The surface of the lava is constantly bubbling and surging, releasing torrents of crimson heat, while a thick layer of scorching steam blankets the air, with temperatures still reaching tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Further from this wound, beyond the towering inner ring of impact uplift, giant deep fissures radiate from the impact zone for thousands of kilometers, with the crust torn apart in large areas the surface collapsing and layers of rock rolling upward, leaving almost no intact land visible on the entire planet. On the backside of the impact zone in the lightly damaged region of Titan, several worker bees swiftly crawl across the ground riddled with fine cracks. They are among the very few lucky survivors on this planet, having been stationed at a small underground resource mining site that fortunately did not completely collapse during the intense earthquakes caused by the event, thus avoiding the initial terrifying disaster and subsequent waves of danger. Until today, they have excavated a passage back to the planet's surface. Seeing such an earth-shattering scene makes the previous losses worthwhile. Over the group of worker bees, Huifeng gazes at the state of Titan post-disaster, unable to suppress his remarks. His mood is quite good. Though following the Saturn battle, his birthplace, the once thriving Titan suffered a devastating blow, with nearly all buildings and units completely destroyed or damaged. It can be said that he has returned to square one overnight. However, the sacrifice of Titan has also brought him a decisive victory. As previously mentioned, the Wanderers have a unique trait compared to other factions in the game. Nearly all of their structures must be built around their singular main base. When the main base is on land, these structures are built adjacent to it. When the main base is upgraded to a movable land fortress form, they integrate around the base as appendages. Once upgraded to the final battle planet form, these structures also become integrated within the planet, existing as part of it, sharing the fate of the main base located in the planet's core. This characteristic of integration and mobility has historically granted the Wanderers an unmatched advantage, but it has also determined the fatal flaw of their faction. Once the main base of the Wanderers is threatened, no matter how great their advantages, they cannot escape the fate of immediate demise and defeat in the game. So when they appear in the real world, will this sudden demise flaw also manifest? Huifeng's actions confirm yes, this flaw indeed follows them. Player 3 Computer AI Cold is defeated. The faction played is Wanderers. When the Heavenly Throne collided violently with Titan, its main framework completely crushed and integrated into Titan. The system notification sound that emerged was clear and melodious. It also clearly informed Huifeng that he had indeed eliminated the Wanderers. However, in reality, some Wanderer warships have survived the entirety of the battle and the Great Collision, yet they remain completely motionless now, with hundreds of thousands of Wanderer warships aimlessly drifting within Saturn's gravitational range. Most of their engines have long since shut down, and their gun barrels hang limply. At the moment of the Heavenly Throne's destruction, these ships had already become like this, resembling floating cosmic tombs. When Huifeng approached these numerous tombs, with several newly constructed space worker bees, he noticed that they showed no reaction to the worker bees' presence. Even when he ordered the worker bees to begin dismantling their ship's armor, not a single shell was fired in retaliation. Only when Huifeng pried open the warship's exterior with the worker bees and squeezed inside, did he discover the rooms and corridors inside were filled with the lifeless bodies of lizard men. Most of them floated at various disheveled posts, eyes rolled back, breathless and motionless, allowing him to control the worker bees to rampage within the warship, even dismantling and recycling their nearby companions. To be honest, Huifeng was quite surprised. He had actually prepared for the possibility that these surviving warships would resist. Previously, he had salvaged a considerable amount of resources from Titan, so his current balance was not so dire that he couldn't build a single warship. It was the kind of situation where one is broke, but still has their underwear. However, the news that the surviving warships of the Wanderers adhered to the game's rules, and that upon defeat, they all committed mass suicide, is undoubtedly good news for Huifeng. At least, he will not have to worry about the threat posed by these remaining fleets. The potential resistors have now turned into heaps of space debris, which the worker bees can completely recycle, becoming a boon for future development. Woohoo, it's finally over. The solar system has ultimately been preserved for me, not in vain for the trouble I went through to clash with the enemy. Activation conditions met. Legacy mod has been activated. You have obtained a legacy item, the Skull of the Great Khan. Huifeng. What is this? The Relic mod. Huifeng, looking bewildered, opened the mod list. He saw a new line. Mod list enabled NPC Vassal mod Relic mod. The Relic mod, Huifeng had some recollection of it. It was a small fun mod he had played a long time ago, which essentially added various special items of differing acquisition difficulty to the game Galactic Warfare. Some items could only be obtained by defeating rival player factions in other matches, while others required interaction with NPC factions on the map, and some simply appeared randomly in various corners of the large map, waiting for players to pick them up. The buffs and bonuses provided by these items varied. Some were quite useless, while others could instantly turn the tide of the current battle. In short, it was a rather interesting mod with a degree of novelty. Huifeng had heard the mod creator mention that it was inspired by a subsystem from a certain 4X strategy game, hence the name paid homage to it. Huifeng had played that 4X strategy game, and he knew the creator was speaking the truth. So how many game mods? Huifeng gazed at the words relic mod, then opened a brand new interface provided by this mod, the relic. Inside were many empty glass display case images, and among them was a special display case containing something where the only relic currently in Huifeng's possession was stored. Crown of the Great Khan, not activated, passive effect, space combat unit, firing rate 5. Special effect: upon activation, a fleet of roving units completely loyal to you will come to assist. The size of the fleet depends on your current resource acquisition efficiency and the scale of your space forces. The larger the two, the larger the support fleet. After activation, a cooldown period is required. Isn't this the head of the Great Khan? The moment Huifeng saw its special effect, he thought of a certain relic from that 4X strategy game. What a coincidence, both are called relics and the effects are quite similar. He wouldn't believe that the creator of this mod hadn't intended to pay tribute. By the way, was there really such a relic in the original relic mod? Huifeng thought for a moment, but couldn't make sense of it. He hadn't played this mod much, he had only played for a short time before putting it in his mod collection to gather dust. There were quite a few relics inside, so it was indeed possible he missed this so-called Crown of the Great Khan. Could it really be such a coincidence? He remembered telling the Great Khan before that he would use its skull as a bowl. He didn't expect it to come true now. Huifeng looked at the Crown of the Great Khan. It appeared to be the skull of a lizard man stripped of all flesh, resembling the dinosaur fossils he had seen at a dinosaur museum. As he gazed, he suddenly felt as if he could take this object out from the interface. With a thought, his perspective shifted to a vacant barracks on one of Jupiter's moons, and after a moment, a brand new spy crawled out. He transformed the spy to resemble himself in life, then concentrated, imagining himself reaching out to take the white skull from the display case. The next second, a long tapered object appeared in the spy's hand. I can really take it out. Huifeng, controlling the spy, was astonished as he flipped and examined the massive skull that had suddenly appeared in reality. In reality, the Great Khan of the roving units probably vaporized the moment of impact. He had no idea where this came from. Huifeng toyed with the object for a while through the spy, then put it back in the same manner. One could only say that the numerous holes in the lizard man skull made it quite unsuitable for use as a bowl. Next, Huifeng prepared to test the special effect of this relic. Wasn't it said that upon activation, a fleet completely loyal to him would appear? Huifeng wanted to see how this fleet manifested, and also test if it matched the description of the relic's effects. Just in time, he needed space combat power. With that thought, Huifeng immediately activated the Crown of the Great Khan on the interface. After a while, the system announced an audio report. Friendly units detected. Following the audio report, Huifeng quickly spotted a small fleet jumping out near the exit of the hyperspace tunnel designated as No. 2. This fleet was marked in blue on the minimap, which was the color used in the game to indicate allied units. As Huifeng zoomed in, he noticed that the fleet had a somewhat strange style. The fleet consisted of exactly 100 ships, of which 20 appeared to belong to the destroyer category, while the rest were frigates. From the weapon turrets on their hulls, Huifeng could tell that these warships belonged to the roving faction, but they were somewhat different from the roving units he had fought earlier. Firstly, their ships were light gray. Secondly, their overall design was not as irregular, resembling the geometric style of Huifeng's assimilator faction, appearing more sci-fi rather than rugged. Moreover, their ship paint was also white, not bronze, nearly identical to Huifeng's. Soon Huifeng discovered that his perspective could even penetrate the hulls of these warships, reaching their internal corridors and bridge. He saw lizardmen bustling around inside the battleship. They looked quite similar to the lizardman corpses he had seen on roving ships, the only difference being their scales were white. What is going on? Huifeng looked at the throng of white-scaled lizardmen. Strangely enough, after changing to white scales, these lizardmen appeared much more pleasing to the eye, less fierce, and more akin to the natural essence that normal creatures should possess. But this feeling only lasted a short while, because he noticed that as he passed through a ship's hull and entered the bridge not long after, some lizardmen were staring intently at the spot where his perspective was, and whenever he moved, their eyes and heads followed his movements. Wait, what's going on? Huifeng looked at the increasing number of lizardmen turning to gaze at his current location, completely unaware of what was happening, until the first lizardman raised both hands and fervently shouted at him for the player. Before Huifeng could react, more lizardmen raised their hands as well. For the player. Loyalty. Skull offered to the player. Blood spills for loyalty. Huifeng. What are these guys talking about? Huifeng looked at the group of white-scaled lizardmen lost in revelry. Can you perceive my existence? Huifeng found this somewhat hard to believe. All along, his way of speaking had been a form of self-entertainment, with nothing able to perceive his existence, let alone hear him. However, today seemed to bring a turning point. Unfortunately, these lizardmen appeared not to notice his voice, continuing to repeat their fervent shouts. Offer your skull, players. Blood for loyalty. They did not speak in Chinese, yet Huifeng could understand what they were saying without the need for translation. Huifeng tried a few more times, and upon realizing there was still no response, he understood something. He began to concentrate, attempting to convey his thoughts to them. Sure enough, this time they reacted. Do not call us players, call us Huifeng. A lizardman who was about to cry out opened its mouth. It seemed a bit puzzled, but soon it and its companions followed Huifeng's command. For Huifeng. Offer your skull for Huifeng. Blood for loyalty. Huifeng felt somewhat speechless. What a cringeworthy slogan. He told them not to directly shout players, and they really just replaced that one word. Next, Huifeng attempted to get them to switch to some catchier slogans, or just shut up and behave like normal lizards. Unfortunately, these white-scaled lizardmen seemed quite stubborn in this regard, showing no intention of changing their words no matter what he said. Alright, you win. In the end, Huifeng had to abandon the idea of making them behave somewhat normally. Thanks to this attempt, he clearly understood why this group of lizardmen acted this way. In simple terms, they held an extreme and bizarre belief in him akin to a certain religious fanaticism on Earth, to the point where they would unhesitatingly die for him. Huifeng found this utterly absurd. So in their eyes, he had become a kind of Khan they must pledge loyalty to. Is this the power of the system? Huifeng had fully grasped what complete loyalty meant in the special effects of the Great Khan's skull. It turned out to be this kind of loyalty. Huifeng shifted his perspective, leaving the bridge of the battleship and looking at his small fleet of drifters that belonged solely to him. After clarifying their situation, Huifeng prepared to send them off to a specific location. Alpha Centauri. This place had once made him lose his appetite. He needed to confirm the current situation of the assimilators. Before the drifters attacked Uranus, they had sent a considerable fleet to Alpha Centauri, seemingly aiming to wipe out the assimilators in one fell swoop, leaving them no chance. After that, until the drifters' side was thwarted by Titan, the fleet never returned to the solar system. It remained unknown what kind of results that fleet had achieved against the assimilators. The drifters' division of forces significantly alleviated the pressure on the front lines of the Saturn battle. Otherwise, Huifeng's task of breaking through the drifters' main fleet formation and charging through their fire towards the throne of heaven would have been even more difficult. Objectively speaking, the assimilators had some merit in this regard. However, Huifeng would not let them off the hook based solely on this matter. From the beginning, Huifeng, the assimilators, and the drifters had been in a situation where they could not coexist. Theoretically, there was no possibility of negotiation. These two fellows also did not give Huifeng a chance to speak, properly launching frenzied attacks like rabid dogs. Fortunately, despite sustaining considerable losses, Huifeng ultimately withstood this wave of pressure. Now he did not believe that the assimilators could be so easily defeated by a mere division of the drifters. As long as no message appeared indicating their annihilation, Huifeng would always remain vigilant. This was precisely why Huifeng urgently needed space forces. He had to rearm himself as quickly as possible, and this unexpected small fleet of drifters was just right to scout the situation at Alpha Centauri, confirming the extent to which the assimilators had been battered by the drifters. Go head to this star system and bring back news from there for me. Huifeng conveyed his command to the entire small fleet of drifters through thought. Huifeng above, we shall follow your will. This allied fleet quickly began to change course on its own, heading towards Port 1, without Huifeng needing to take manual control. This was somewhat convenient. The white-scaled lizard men would still take some time to reach their destination through hyperspace, and during this time, Huifeng began to tally his other gains. Aside from the unexpected treasure mod, his greatest gain from defeating the drifters was the special effects granted by his faction. As is well known, Huifeng's current faction is the assimilators. The characteristic of the assimilators is that their main strength only becomes apparent when players defeat any other major hostile game factions. Otherwise, the assimilators are merely a blank faction with an overall strength that is relatively weak among all factions. In the game Galactic War, the special mechanism of the assimilators is that upon defeating other non-assimilator factions, they can acquire their complete characteristic technology trees. Players controlling the assimilators can study these technologies and unlock unique units, buildings, and even some mechanics from other factions through this research. Most of these things will have appearances that differ slightly from the norm, leaning more towards the assimilator's own style, but their functions remain exactly the same. For instance, if the assimilators are a Hakimi and they defeat a bruise, a learnable skill called Big Dog Chew would pop into their minds. After learning this skill by consuming resources, they can actually grow hardware capable of using the skill Big. Another example would be if the assimilators defeated a faction capable of creating 2D beautiful girl fighters. Afterward, a technology for beautiful girl warriors would also appear on their technology tree, allowing them to produce beautiful girl warriors in their barracks after researching this technology. However, the appearance of this beautiful girl warrior might differ from that of the original faction's beautiful girl warriors, perhaps having white hair or other variations, but their combat power and functionality would be quite similar to the authentic beautiful girl warriors. Thanks to this, in Galactic War, players using the assimilators are actually more concerned about how to quickly start up defeat the first enemy with their relatively mediocre units in the early game than about how to fight in the late game. In summary, the assimilators are a faction that heavily relies on snowballing in the late stages and depends greatly on the player's operational skills. If a player controlling them is not skilled, they might not even manage to roll the snowball before dying in the early game. Fortunately, Huifeng is a relatively skilled player and has withstood the assault of the strongest faction in the early game, the Drifters, even counterkilling the opponent. Thus, Huifeng successfully seized the entire technology tree of the Drifters. Assimilated faction Drifter. So what notable advantages does the Wanderer's technology tree possess? Yes, some brothers indeed. Its advantage lies in the exceptional combat power boost provided by its early technologies. During the mid-stage before battleships are developed, when everyone is still relying on frigates, destroyers, and cruisers, its warships of the same level will exhibit superior combat capabilities compared to those of other factions. Only when everyone has unlocked battleships and the situation advances to the mid-late stage will this advantage gradually diminish. At the current stage of Huifeng, the early combat power advantage of the Wanderer remains highly useful. If he later confirms that the assimilator has survived the attacks from the Wanderer's subfleet and still possesses some resistance, he can pivot to research the Wanderer's frigates or even destroyer-class ships. In factional conflicts, he would thus gain a decisive advantage in the attributes of medium and small-sized vessels. The assimilator receives a 20 speed boost when researching technologies from other factions that have already been assimilated. Therefore, in such circumstances, where there might still be threats from neighboring factions, researching the Wanderer's frigate and destroyer technologies would yield more benefits than mindlessly charging towards the home faction's battleship technology. Moreover, even if the later buildings of the Wanderer are not useful, it does not matter. Part of its technology tree provides bonuses that benefit the entire faction. For instance, in the later technologies of the Wanderer, there is one called Advanced High Explosive Shells. Upon its completion, it instantly grants a 5 increase in physical projectile weapon damage to all units of the faction. The assimilator's warships can also benefit from similar bonuses and buffs. This is why the assimilator faction is considered a strong late-game contender. As long as it defeats more than one opponent from the same game faction, with sufficient time and research speed, its strength will surpass that of all factions within the game Galactic War. It can defeat your peers' research and utilize your faction's special units, and also gain most of the universal bonuses from your technology tree combined with its own technological enhancements. This will cause its various stats to become exceedingly exaggerated. How can such a faction not be sinister? Of course, this all hinges on the player controlling the assimilator being able to successfully initiate and survive into the late game. Returning to the topic, aside from early combat power and universal buffs, the Wanderer has a technology that Huifeng particularly desires, which is the initial technology at the very bottom of its tech tree, architectural engineering of movement. This technology is available to the Wanderer from the start, but after Huifeng assimilates the Wanderer's tech tree, he will have to research it manually. The effect it provides is as follows: established bases can move and can be upgraded by consuming resources and time. Indeed, it embodies the Wanderer's unique mobile base gameplay. Through researching this technology, Huifeng can also gain the ability to upgrade his base into a youthful battle planet. Moreover, this upgrade has no quantity limit. Unlike the Wanderer's faction, which can only upgrade its singular base, Huifeng can produce countless heavenly thrones as long as he desires and has enough resources. This is quite impressive. However, regrettably, he currently lacks the surplus resources to achieve this. Huifeng has many directions to invest his resources. First, restoring the development of other planets within the solar system requires a significant amount of resources. Furthermore, expanding reproduction demands a continuous influx of resources. Most critically, he needs to quickly produce a new batch of warships for self-defense, as he is uncertain about the situation on the assimilator's side. There are numerous areas requiring resources, yet he currently possesses only a limited amount, most of which was obtained from the last-minute recovery of structures on Titan. The previous resources had already been mostly consumed in the construction of the planet engine. As for why Huifeng doesn't recover the damaged planet engines, it is because he still needs them later. The consequences of Titan's actions during the Saturn campaign are numerous, one of which is that it reached a speed sufficient to escape the solar system under the propulsion of its engine, even though this speed has slightly diminished after the impact. However, due to the massive disparity in mass between both sides, it has not slowed down significantly. Currently, Titan has already burst out of the Saturn system and is racing away from the solar system. If Huifeng ignores it, this planet could traverse the solar system's heliosphere within a decade, becoming a true rogue planet. After all, Titan is also Huifeng's Dragon's Throne and a significant contributor to the Saturn campaign. If the situation permits, he would prefer not to see Titan turn into a vagabond. Thus, he plans to find time later to repair the engines on Titan and then bring it back. Currently, over half of Titan's steering engines have been destroyed, but the 5 main engines located at the rear of the impact side remain largely intact and can still be repaired. This is much cheaper than creating entirely new engines from scratch. The harvest is decent, but resources are tight. Huifeng reflected sincerely after assessing his gains and losses regarding the current situation. Subsequently, his attention began to shift towards the arduous restoration project of the star system. Days later, news arrived from Alpha Centauri. The small fleet of wanderers loyal to Huifeng has arrived at the location. As the blue light of superluminal travel faded from the ships, a strange alien realm came into view. The commander of the white-scaled lizardmen stood on the bridge of a Sharptooth-class destroyer, gazing silently at the star system outside. After a moment, its adjutant approached it and reported, "Great Gray Wind, all ships in our fleet have arrived safely at this location. Currently, the warriors have not detected any suspicious targets surrounding the fleet." Upon finishing, the commander looked at the void outside and the 19 other Sharptooth-class destroyers and 80 Venom-class frigates surrounding the flagship. After a moment, it replied in a hoarse voice, "Relay orders to all ships, maintain position, stay vigilant for potential surprise attacks, and await further instructions from him." Received. The adjutant stood at attention immediately after receiving the order, raising both hands, "Skull to Gray Wind. Blood for loyalty. Skull to Gray Wind. Blood for loyalty," the commander echoed back. On their ships, a gaze scanned the star system. It did not notice everything happening below because there were more pressing matters at hand. Alpha Centauri. It has been some time since Huifeng last visited this place. During this time, the Trinary star system has remained largely unchanged on an astronomical level. Proxima Centauri continues to quietly orbit around the two stars Nanmen Era and Nanmen Air B, while the distant and near planets obediently revolve around Proxima Centauri, as everything seems to be just as usual. However, from Huifeng's perspective, everything appeared completely different. All the hostile space docks and defense platforms that should have existed above the planets and satellites in the Proxima Centauri system were no longer there. Now, looking at the small map, Huifeng saw that all the densely packed red dots that should have been present in the planetary orbits had vanished from the Proxima Centauri system, as if it were an entirely ordinary stellar system. This scene made Huifeng initially think he might be in the wrong place until the system diligently popped up a prompt. "Hostile units detected." He followed the prompt to the corresponding location only to find something even more unexpected. The hostile unit indicated by the system was not the fleet of assimilators, nor was it hovering above a planet within the system. Instead, it was a solitary industrial mothership currently flying in the interstellar space between the Nanmen Air binary stars and Proxima Centauri, seemingly destined for the only gas giant orbiting around the Nanmen Air binary stars. Huifeng repeatedly checked the small map, confirming that in the entire Alpha Centauri system apart from this insignificant red, there were no other anomalies. "Wait, let me see what's going on." From a god's eye perspective, Huifeng first arrived above the planets and satellites of the Proxima Centauri system. As he approached, he quickly discovered the problem. First of all, it was not that the space docks and defense platforms on these planets had disappeared, but rather that they had transformed from their complete forms into scattered debris in the void. He saw dense orbital debris now floating above these planets that had once been developed by the assimilator. These harmless objects would naturally not be classified as hostile units by the system, so they would not be marked as small red dots on the small map. Huifeng then looked towards the planets themselves. On Proxima Centauri D and Proxima Centauri B, the primary planets of Proxima Centauri, there should have been dense clusters of dark gray buildings. The former might have slightly smaller structures than the latter, but they would not have been drastically smaller, all of which could be seen in space as being completely different from the surrounding natural environment. But now these large-scale architectural complexes had also disappeared, replaced instead by numerous circular craters that covered the surfaces of these planets. Huifeng recognized these variously sized new craters, having become quite familiar with them over the past period of time. They were remnants of orbital bombardment. After seeing this, Huifeng turned back to carefully examine the space debris, quickly discovering a significant number of fragments from assimilator warships among the debris, along with some that seemed to belong to the drifters. Upon witnessing this scene, the answer became apparent. It seems the owner here was severely battered by the drifter fleet. Huifeng smiled. He then circled Proxima Centauri B twice. During this observation, he also found many signs of terrain modification. Before being completely destroyed, the assimilators seemed to have reached the stage of modifying the planet, but their progress appeared to be much slower than is, probably just barely over halfway. As for why the modification was so slow, it might be due to this planet being far larger than Titan, or perhaps the resources in this system did not allow them to simultaneously advance ground modifications and sustain their offensive against Huifeng. Thus, until the moment of their destruction, the assimilators never managed to successfully modify Proxima Centauri B. But where did the culprit behind their destruction go? Huifeng thought for 2 seconds, then turned his gaze towards that solitary industrial mothership. And the space, in the next second, Huifeng's perspective rapidly extended. Following the most likely path of movement for this assimilator industrial mothership with the help of the small map, he quickly found what he was looking for. A drifter fleet, more accurately a dead drifter fleet. Under the sparse light of the Nanmen Air binary stars and Proxima Centauri, hundreds of drifter warships quietly traversed the void between them in an orderly formation. Their engines had long since shut down, their cannon muzzles pointed haphazardly in some direction. The fleet generally maintained the formation it had when it set off, with each ship remaining in its designated area, though some of the vessels had begun to tilt and slow down, gradually drifting further away from the main group. No one came to prevent this situation from occurring. It was as if the entire crew of the fleet had left their posts in the same instant. Most of the hulls bore some scorch marks, and there seemed to be damage caused during battle. The entire fleet drifted along a straight trajectory of inertia, silent and still like a mourning procession. In the foreseeable future, this fleet devoid of life would gradually disintegrate, merging into the vastness of... This was the drifter fleet that had been dispatched here. It seemed that after the collision event in the solar system, they too followed in the footsteps of the Heavenly Kingdom's throne, with the Lizardman crew inside perishing instantly. So in a sense, I saved this fellow's life. Huifeng looked at the direction of the drifter fleet's advance, which clearly aimed to capture the fleeing industrial mothership. Moreover, he had also discovered some debris from assimilator ships behind them, indicating that the industrial mothership initially belonged to an assimilator fleet. Perhaps during the flight of that fleet, the assimilators realized that the entire fleet could not escape the pursuit of the drifters, so they left almost all the ships to hold the rear, keeping only one industrial mothership as a spark. As a result, the assimilators did not wait for the drifter fleet to catch up with them. Instead, in a moment of despair, they encountered an unexpected demise. Now the construction by the assimilators in Proxima Centauri appeared to have been completely destroyed by the drifter faction, and the entire assimilator force probably only had this one industrial mothership left, struggling towards Nanmen Air. In the defeat rules of the game Galactic War, the industrial mothership is considered a building just like the base vehicle in Command Conquer Red Alert. As long as it still exists, even if everything else is lost, it won't be immediately defeated. In some cases, it might even have the potential to win a resurrection match relying on this ship. This is a golden opportunity to strike a drowning dog. For such an unyielding enemy, Huifeng would not give them the chance for a resurrection match. He immediately commanded the drifter warships stationed at the exit of Alpha Centauri 1 to pursue and extinguish this surviving spark. There are only two hyperspace routes leading out of Alpha Centauri. One is located at Proxima Centauri, leading to the solar system, and the other is at the Nanmen Air binary stars. As soon as Huifeng's fleet appeared in Alpha Centauri, it wasn't long before that assimilator's industrial mothership clearly changed direction, fleeing towards the hyperspace route exit located at the Nanmen Air binary stars. With the speed of the industrial mothership, you might escape on the first day, but you won't escape on the 15th. Lumen 16, located in the constellation Puppis, is approximately 6.5 light-years away from the solar system. It is the third closest stellar system to the solar system, or rather a brown dwarf system, second only to Alpha Centauri and Barnard Star. At the same time, it is also the nearest brown dwarf system to Alpha Centauri, located about 358 light-years away, and serves as one of the two hyperspace routes of Alpha Centauri. If Barnard Star is considered to have extremely sparse resources, then the Lumen 16 system can be said to have no resources at all. Lumen 16 is a binary star system composed of two substellar bodies, the brown dwarfs, named Lumen 16A and Lumen 16b. A brown dwarf is neither a star nor a planet, but a transitional celestial body between the two, hence referred to as a substellar object. These bodies typically have very low mass, with Lumen 16A having about 34 times the mass of Jupiter 0.032 solar masses, and Lumen 16b approximately 28 times the mass of Jupiter 0.027 solar masses. The reason it is said to have no resources is that within this substellar system, one can hardly find celestial bodies that meet the definition of a planet. Only scattered asteroids or dwarf planets orbit around the two central brown dwarfs. In this substellar system, unless one can directly mine the two central brown dwarfs, there is almost no developmental value, making it a place even the dead would despise. Now in the void of this substellar system, a ship over 1 kilometer long is making its way towards the hyperspace routes at the edge of this system. Behind it, a fleet of white and gray ships is gradually closing the distance. This is the fleet of the white-scaled lizardmen that was previously loyal to Huifeng, and the fleeing ship ahead is the hope of the assimilator's resurgence, an industrial mothership. The white-scaled lizardmen have been pursuing this industrial mothership for some time. Although such vessels are significantly slower than their warships, the initial distance was simply too great, and it was only after chasing from Alpha Centauri to Lumen 16 that they managed to close the gap. At this moment, after long and relentless effort, the white-scaled lizardmen are finally about to bring their target within range. Perhaps sensing the impending doom, the engines of the industrial mothership flared up, exerting every effort to escape the pursuit. However, the fundamental performance gap between the two sides is not something that mere determination can bridge. This is a material universe. Before long, when the first Venom-class destroyer brought the target within range, and the crew pointed their cannons at the enemy, everything was already fated. Skull offering to the Grey Wind. Blood spills loyalty. The system's notification sound brought Huifeng, who was focused on restoring productivity in the solar system, back to reality. Oh, did we finally take it down? His gaze turned to Lumen 16, and sure enough he saw the fleet of the white-scaled lizard men and the scattered debris of ships not far away, already assimilated with its kind. In Galactic War, when one assimilator player defeats another, they do not unlock an identical technology tree, but rather gain a 50-speed boost to technology research for other factions. Now, as Huifeng defeated this real-world assimilator, he unsurprisingly received the same buff. With his additional 20 research speed boost for other factions, Huifeng ultimately gained a 70 extra research speed, allowing him to unlock the technology of the Wanderers even faster. Even more surprisingly, he obtained a relic. You have acquired a relic heart of assimilation. Another unexpected joy. Huifeng saw the system message pop up and casually opened the relic display. Once centrally located in the interface, now alongside the solitary Great Khan's skull, a new item, the Heart of Assimilation, appeared. This item looks like an amorphous gray liquid, but Huifeng recognized it, knowing that it is actually the nanobots from the background story. When the assimilator first awakened intelligence, he had obtained this relic when playing the relic mod. Its effects are also quite powerful. Heart of Assimilation, inactive passive effect, unit armor thickness, 10 special effect after activation. For every allied space unit present in the designated area during combat, the shield strength of our units increases by 0.5, stacking up to 20, lasting for a considerable duration. Requires a cooldown period after activation. Just the passive effect is a straightforward numerical boost with unit armor thickness increasing by 10, which in terms of other games essentially means that all units produced thereafter will have their health increased by 10. Not to mention its active effect, which adds 20 shield strength within the specified area. Although this active effect has area and time limitations, in some intense battles this sudden change in durability can be enough to secure victory. If Huifeng had obtained this relic during the Saturn campaign, perhaps his first fleet could have charged to the Heavenly Throne with fewer losses, or even a small number of warships might have survived the aftermath instead of being completely annihilated. Unfortunately, it came a bit late. Huifeng reflected on this relic for a moment. Well, it's better late than never. I may still find a use for you later. This statement was not made lightly, as he noticed that after defeating the assimilator, the player number indicated by the system was 4, while the Wanderer's previous indication on the system was player number 3. He also recalled that before his reincarnation, he had chosen player number 1 for himself in the game. This means that somewhere outside the solar system in an unknown location, there is at least one unidentified faction bearing the number 2, quietly developing. Warning, Huifeng, not to let his guard down completely. This also implies that in the potential future, he might have to use this relic to face off against this unknown faction, or perhaps many other forces within the game. He remembered that the single-player game he played before his reincarnation had 8 players in the match. Additionally, in reality, he must consider not only potential game factions, but also local powers. He refers to the advanced extraterrestrial civilizations that may exist within the galaxy. It is known that the total number of stars in the Milky Way is estimated to be between 100 billion and 400 billion, and it has been confirmed that there are conditions for the emergence of life, even advanced intelligent beings, in this universe, as evidenced by Earth and humanity. Given this, Huifeng does not believe that within the vast Milky Way only humanity as a civilization has emerged. It is highly likely that there are other advanced intelligent civilizations existing in the galaxy today. And what do these advanced intelligent civilizations think of him? Huifeng does not know, nor does anyone else. However, no one can guarantee that these potentially existing advanced intelligent civilizations will have a neutral or friendly attitude towards him, just as he currently does with human civilization. Therefore, Huifeng must not only guard against attacks from forces that have emerged from the game into reality, but also be wary of advanced local extraterrestrial civilizations. For the former, he still has some strategies for resistance, while for the latter, until he encounters a true local extraterrestrial civilization, he is completely at a loss. Thinking of all this made Huifeng's already fading mind start to throb faintly again. Damn, why think so much? Just deal with whatever comes my way. Setting aside these perplexing speculations for the moment, Huifeng began to focus on another matter that warranted his attention: the formal submission of human civilization. The words might not sound pleasing, but the general idea is just like that. Soon after the conclusion of the Saturn battle, Huifeng communicated briefly with the Secretary General through Spy No. 1, which was the designation for the Grey Wind suit on Huifeng's side, and she reiterated the proposal for humanity to become a protectorate. She informed Huifeng that humanity was now prepared, having unified their stance at the higher levels, with everyone agreeing to become the protectorate of the friendly Grey Wind civilization. Meanwhile, the intense opposition from the public had largely subsided, as long as the official side of the Human League does not cause any mishaps. For instance, using inappropriate wording during the announcement that leads to uproar, then the public sentiment of Earth will not become an obstacle. If the Grey Wind side has no objections, then the Secretary General can begin to arrange the formal ceremonies related to this matter in the coming days. Of course, Huifeng had no objections, especially since after the Secretary General personally conveyed this news to him, the system did not issue any notifications. He speculated that although the Secretary General was nominally the highest representative of the Human League, she could not genuinely represent all of humanity in making such a significant response privately. Therefore, a public diplomatic ceremony aimed at the whole world would still be necessary to formally announce this decision. Just like in war, if someone privately announces that one country has surrendered to another, even if that person is highly respected in that country, their words cannot truly represent that nation. It must be the main official government of that country that steps forward, publicly submitting a letter of surrender or some other symbolic gesture for the surrender to be considered officially valid. Although this example may somewhat disrespect the Human League, Huifeng felt that the system's judgment on this matter was likely similar. Thus, he allowed the human side to begin preparations for this matter. Until today, when he eliminated the assimilator, the Human League finally contacted Huifeng after long preparations, informing him that everything could begin. This historic ceremony was scheduled to be held in the circular conference hall of the United Human Government headquarters. It was the same place where the Human League had its first formal meeting with the Grey Wind civilization after their initial contact. Now it would once again serve as a witness to the significant choice of human civilization stepping into an unknown future. At 8:55 a.m., sunlight streamed in through the transparent dome, just bright enough to illuminate the entire scene without being blinding. In the center of the hall, there was no podium, only a dark long table, with the Secretary General seated on the left and seats reserved for the Grey Wind civilization on the right. At this moment, the super individual named Grey Wind was seated there in a human girl's appearance, quietly observing the human civilization representative across the table, the Secretary General. In front of them lay two symbolic objects on the table. One was the flag of the Human League featuring a sky blue background with wheat and gears supporting the earth. The other was a predominantly gray-white flag with a golden emblem at its center, composed of 7 circular spheres, one at the center and the remaining 6 surrounding it, interconnected to form a hexagonal pattern. This represented the flag of the Grey Wind civilization designed by Huifeng in 3 minutes from behind us. The rest of the space was free of unnecessary decorations or slogans, only a modern painting depicting the earth hung on the side wall between the two parties. The photographers had long set up their equipment ready to broadcast everything happening here live to screens and count. Before the signal was connected, the camera inadvertently swept across the audience seats, besides the central table, where several rows of important government officials, military representatives, scientists, and public representatives sat waiting for everything to begin. Soon at 9:00 a.m., the ceremony officially commenced. The Secretary General stood up and adjusted her attire slightly. For some time, there had been a document sitting on her office desk, a speech draft that had been prepared and awaited for a long time. Now it was time to deliver this manuscript to the world through her lips. Once the live broadcast signal was officially connected, her opening remarks remained steady and powerful, with each word articulated perfectly. Today I stand here solemnly representing the United Human Government, not to announce an end to anything, but to initiate a new relationship. In recent times, humanity has collectively experienced the most severe trials in the history of civilization. We have witnessed malice from the starry skies as our cities burned, our armies rose in resistance, and our compatriots fell. But at such a time, we also witnessed guardianship from the starry skies. A civilization chose to stand before us not out of obligation nor out of demands, but from a preference for justice that we may never fully comprehend. Before the day consumed by war, we discovered the friendly Grey Wind civilization on distant Titan. At that time, it did not make any misinterpretations of our panic, but instead turned to take up arms, blocking the malice from the starry skies. When the enemy's fleet approached, the Grey Wind civilization never stood idly by. It deployed its space forces in the outer solar system, acting as a barrier repeatedly, delaying the advance of the assimilators and wanderers. From Neptune to Saturn, every line of defense paid a price beyond our imagination. Even so, during such a crisis, it did not forget about us behind, providing us with pre-warning coordinates. At the first moment, the Wanderer forces set their sights on Earth, allowing humanity to raise air raid alarms and organize emergency evacuations before the enemy arrived. In the end, it charged at that 400-kilometer battle planet by propelling a natural satellite, thereby bringing this war to a close. This guardianship is not merely airy data nor distant astronomical signals. It is the light we witnessed through telescopes, the real reason we continue to live another day on Earth. She paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over the audience that was silent as a grave. This kindness will not be forgotten by human civilization. This guardianship will be etched in the hearts of humanity. It forms the foundation of trust. And trust is the most precious and hardest thing to establish between nations and civilizations. In the past few months, this trust has been tested through the fires of war, validated through sacrifices, and repeatedly confirmed during countless days and nights of waiting. And today it has become sufficiently strong enough to bear a more formal and lasting commitment between two civilizations. Based on this, the United Human Government, after careful discussion and broad consultation with various sectors of society, makes the following decision. Human civilization is willing to establish a brand new future-oriented cooperative relationship with the Grey Wind civilization on the basis of mutual respect and equal benefit. This relationship will be based on deep collaborative cooperation for common security, common development, and jointly facing the unknown of the stars. Huifeng. He watched the Secretary General continue her lengthy discourse from the perspective of Spy No. One not far away. One could only say that she was indeed the leader of billions of people, speaking in an eloquent manner that he himself did not realize was so grand. However, the subsequent matters could be left to her. She could speak for 10 hours without issue. For Huifeng's purpose, the NPC faction United Human Government has sworn allegiance to you. Vassal name United Human Government Human Alliance. Vassal type Protectorate. Loyalty 77. 64 loyal. The suzerain will gain research speed 7. Huifeng looked at the newly unlocked vassal interface before him. Aside from simple information about human civilization, he also saw a line of notification below. When the vassal's loyalty exceeds 50 or 75, in the stages of submission or loyalty, the suzerain will fully receive the bonuses provided along with all the latest technologies researched by the vassal. When the vassal's loyalty falls below 50 in the stage of disloyalty, the bonuses obtained by the suzerain will be halved, yet they can still receive some of the latest technologies researched by the vassal. When the vassal's loyalty drops below 25, in the stage of rebellion, the suzerain will not gain any bonuses from them and will not receive any of the latest technologies researched by the vassal afterwards. Meanwhile, this vassal could potentially launch an independent war against its suzerain. He was already aware that low loyalty could lead to negative effects, even rebellion. This was a feature inherent in the original mod. As long as Huifeng maintained loyalty above 50, the last two lines of reminders would be negligible. As for maintaining loyalty without dropping too low, from Huifeng's current feelings, it seemed frightfully simple. As long as he did not suddenly lose his mind at some point in the future using the identity of Huifeng to cause chaos on Earth, his loyalty would hardly drop significantly. In other words, after vassalizing the Human Alliance, the buff they provided him would be virtually permanent. Research speed 7. When he saw this line of text, Huifeng's eyes lit up. The phrase research speed was straightforward with no prefixes or suffixes. Such a buff is typically exceptional as it affects everything related to a particular field. As everyone knows, before vassalizing the Human Alliance, Huifeng had two technology trees, one for the Wanderers and one for himself. The former had a 70 research speed boost after he eliminated the assimilator, while the latter maintained its original rate. But now with the phrase research speed 7. 6, both his native technology tree and the Wanderer's technology tree benefited from this boost. In the future, when he assimilated other game factions, their technology trees could also gain this enhancement. For other factions in the game, research speed is important, but not indispensable. However, for the assimilator faction, which can possess multiple technology trees, such a highly versatile research boost is simply a monumental gain. By the way, why is this buff not a whole number like 5 or 10? What is up with 7? 6? Huifeng stared at the peculiar number in the buff bar, pondering for a moment, yet he could not deduce how this figure was. In the game, after adding this mod, the NPCs who served the players typically provided integer buffs, while decimals like this were almost non-existent. Could it be that the human civilization in reality has some strange characteristics? Huifeng pondered for a moment longer and inadvertently thought of a renowned concept in the field of science: the Kardashev scale of civilization. As for what the Kardashev scale is, in simple terms, the Kardashev scale is a theory proposed in 1964 by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev, which classifies cosmic civilizations based on their energy control levels. In this theoretical framework, the development stages of intelligent civilizations are divided into 3 levels. Type 1, known as a planetary civilization, is capable of harnessing all the energy of an entire planet, solar, wind, geothermal, ocean currents, all minerals, etc., and can even control the weather, geological activities, and plate movements. Type 2, this level of civilization can utilize all the energy within an entire star system. A classic hallmark is the use of massive structures like Dyson spheres or Dyson swarms to envelop a star, thereby producing nearly infinite energy from the perspective of modern humanity. Type 3, this level of civilization can harness the energy from all stars, black holes, and nebulae within an entire galaxy, capable of manipulating galaxy structures, traveling between large galaxies, and using extreme celestial bodies like black holes for power generation or other purposes. According to this classification standard of civilization levels in the original world, where Huifeng had not yet crossed over, an astronomer had calculated the total energy consumption globally and concluded that human civilization was currently at a mere 0.73 level. Today, however, the human civilization in this parallel world is relatively more advanced than Huifeng's original world, so it is possible that it ranks slightly higher on this scale, say 0.76. In this way, the value of the research speed boost from the human alliance becomes traceable. Because the civilization level is 0.76, the value given to him was converted to 7.6. Well, it seems very reasonable. Of course, all of the above is speculation. Although it sounds plausible, Huifeng is not certain if it really is. This number could very well be randomly generated by the system. Oh, by the way, didn't the Human Alliance deal with several mineral raiders earlier? This thing is after all part of an interstellar civilization's fleet. I should check how their research progress is going, or perhaps their technology level will rise significantly because of this. I also want to see if my guess is accurate. After including the plan to inspect the Human Research Institute into his schedule, he shifted his focus to the technology tree button on the interface. Simply put, in the NPC vassal mod, when a player accepts a vassal, they not only gain a buff, but also receive the technologies that the vassal has completed researching both previously and subsequently. Huifeng was quite curious about what specific technologies they would bring him when he absorbed the real human civilization. With a sense of curiosity, he clicked on the technology interface. The next second, a massive flood of information quickly filled his main view. Acquired faction technology tree humans. Acquired technology methods for manufacturing and maintenance. Acquired technology spears. Acquired technology third-generation jet fighters. Acquired technology artificial light type, closed plant factories. Acquired technology catapults. Acquired technology alkaline oxygen converter steelmaking method. Acquired technology fire by friction. Acquired technology movable type printing. Acquired technology postpartum care management practical methods for sows. Acquired. Huifeng was caught off guard and nearly overwhelmed by the thousands of notifications displaying completed research. Fortunately, Huifeng was no longer a living person. Once he regained his senses, he didn't need to click through each notification box with his mouse. With his immense computational speed, he cleared what seemed like an endless flood of information in just 2 seconds. However, after these unexpected notifications disappeared, they were replaced by a vast and towering technology tree in the technology interface. In comparison, the technology trees of the Wanderers and the Assimilators appeared pitifully small. The size difference between them was akin to that between an ordinary tree and a world tree. Why are there so many? After much effort, he had roughly gone through the entire human technology tree and understood it. This system, after incorporating human civilization, had stuffed an entire technology tree from ancient times to the present into his research interface. With this setup, the technology tree could not help but be vast, as it encompassed all the wisdom accumulated by humanity from the time they descended from the trees to modern society. He even saw ancient technologies like stone tool making and drilling wood for fire within it, technologies from an era long past. Even if these old relics are shown to me, they are just a waste of my time. In response, he was quite speechless. Fortunately, he did not need to study these numerous useless items. When they appeared in his technology interface, they were already in a state of having been researched. Moreover, even if these technologies required study, the research points needed were minimal. Even with his current research output diminished due to the war, starting from scratch to research the entire technology tree presented by humanity would take no more than a day. He looked at the technology tree for a while longer before closing the interface. For now, he had not discovered anything useful in the technology tree provided by humanity. Fortunately, this gifted technology tree would update with humanity's technological progress. During his review, the top of the tree sprouted 2 new branches, representing the latest breakthroughs attained by humanity during this period, although they were still of no use to him. However, as long as humanity remained under his command, even though these useless technologies were of no benefit to him at present, as long as their technological level continued to advance, one day, he would surely find useful techniques from their complex technology tree. He also need not worry that one day humanity's technological level would surpass his, leading to rebellious thoughts, for when they developed a certain technology, he would simultaneously possess that latest technology as well. Without technological superiority, what could the subservient humans use to compete against a suzerain country that was 10 or even 100 times their size? Even if by then the higher-ups of humanity truly went mad, eager for the obvious benefits of protecting their nation while demanding a cost that was virtually nothing, thinking of waging an independence war against him with his abilities, it would still pose no problem to teach them a lesson and have them change to a more cooperative ruling group. He hoped they wouldn't suddenly go mad one day. He still had a decent impression of those secretaries and didn't want to see them die at his hands. In recent days, Hans, the chief researcher at the Human Alliance Comprehensive Materials Research Institute, had not been in a good mental state. He always wandered around the institute with dark circles under his eyes, and he had lost the appetite for his favorite iron plate beef cooked by the Oriental chef. It was not for any other reason, but due to the pile of wrecked parts in front of him. After the invader incident ended, the Human Alliance had obtained a large amount of wreckage from the invaders' ships, as well as the corpses and equipment of the lizard people. That night, the military on site urgently sent these chaotic items to top research institutes around the world. The Human Alliance Comprehensive Materials Research Institute, where Hans worked, was one of them, primarily tasked with analyzing what these lizard people's ships and exoskeleton materials were made of, why they performed so excellently, and whether humanity could potentially recreate materials of the same strength through detailed reverse engineering. In the beginning, the higher-ups pressed hard, stating that this was humanity's first acquisition of military equipment samples from an advanced alien civilization, and it was relatively intact, requiring rapid analysis results to provide technical support for potentially larger-scale interstellar conflicts that might arise later. Under such pressure, the Research Institute was bustling, with everyone eager to see what black technologies were hidden within these alien equipment that could withstand humanity's main artillery. Soon they employed all available methods, such as spectral analysis, metallographic testing, and physical and chemical experiments. However, the results left everyone silent. The materials of the invaders' ship hulls and exoskeleton armor from a chemical composition standpoint were not actually complex, and the smelting process remained at a level that humanity could comprehend and even replicate. Hans had seen similar temperature control traces and metal ratios back when he was a graduate student. If just looking at the surface parameters displayed on the devices, humanity's current main alloy was not much weaker than theirs in various indicators. But the problem lay here: these seemingly backward materials had withstood direct fire from humanity's large-caliber weapons in actual combat. Although only the ships themselves could endure it, the remaining pipelines and joint structures on those lizard people's exoskeletons baffled the other analysis teams responsible for this aspect. These designs were extremely crude. After simple restoration, the computer-simulated transmission efficiency was pitifully low. According to human engineering knowledge, such designs could only move awkwardly. Yet everyone saw that the ships made from these materials broke through humanity's near-Earth defenses at super-fast speeds, and those lizard people in this gear moved through the city like Spider-Man. However, when fragments of these items were sent to humanity's laboratories, people discovered that the physical properties of these materials theoretically did not support such exaggerated real-life scenarios. Experimental and observational data were in severe conflict. Subsequently, the Human Alliance also attempted to manufacture materials that were chemically and physically identical to those. They even replicated an exoskeleton armor that looked completely identical according to the invaders' design, but this armor could not even support itself standing on the ground without assistance, let alone perform acrobatic feats like its original users. On the other hand, accidents frequently occurred in the research of the lizard people's weapons. The Human Alliance had also confiscated some well-preserved ground weapons from the invaders, which had previously inflicted significant damage on the Human Alliance's ground forces. Initially, the testing personnel could still fire the orange lasers, which had decent power from those seemingly intact weapons. However, when they cautiously disassembled one step by step in an attempt to study its principles, they found that the internal design of this weapon did not conform to logic. Even a middle school student could tell that its internal layout was fundamentally unscientific. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that even after the testing personnel reassembled the disassembled weapon step by step, it showed no response. The weapon that had been functional suddenly could not be used. As if once disassembled, the weapon had lost its very soul. This series of bizarre scenes shocked the entire scientific community. Before these alien items, humanity's once solid scientific edifice instantly turned into a precarious structure. The only consolation was that, at least, the research on the lizard people's corpses was relatively smooth. Although no significant discoveries were made, their physiological structures conformed to biological common sense, and theoretically biology allowed for such creatures to exist. Moreover, there were no deadly alien pathogens within them that would threaten humanity, alleviating concerns about the damage they could cause in human society being further amplified. Oh God, how did they do it? Hans, in a dispirited state, pinched a metal sheet the size of a fingernail, staring at it in a daze, as if trying to see something within. Unfortunately, apart from his eyes feeling dry and swollen afterward, he gained nothing. This only made him more depressed. Hans had been looking at this pile of fragments and their data repeatedly for several days, yet he still could not explain how these seemingly ordinary materials achieved such terrifying results. Putting down the metal piece, he sat down in a chair beside him and began to question his life. He had heard yesterday that several of his colleagues had also argued due to these bizarre creations, leading to severe disagreements among them. Some believe the issue did not lie with these materials, but that the lizard people had mastered a special technology unknown to humanity before being exterminated by the Human Alliance, a technology that could grant their equipment an enhancement far exceeding its physical properties. After their death, this enhancement would dissipate, which was why they could not comprehend the strange aspects of these alien fragments. Others opposed this view, arguing that the bizarre phenomena discovered in researching these fragments were merely due to humanity not yet uncovering the true technological principles hidden within. The former's assertion was akin to an outbreak of idealistic delusion. Hans did not know who was right or wrong between the two factions. He only knew that these increasingly perplexing things left him unable to eat or sleep, and he hadn't had a good night's rest for quite a while. What he did not know was that just beside him an invisible and intangible presence had been observing him for a long time. So humans really cannot comprehend the nature of the Wanderers. Huifeng watched the scene before him, lost in thought. Half an hour ago, Huifeng, using a God's Eye perspective, locked onto the Research Institute of the Human Federation, diving straight in to see how far humans had progressed in their study of the mineral predators that invaded Earth. At that time, he was still unaware of the immense difficulties these things posed for human scientists. However, after wandering around and overhearing the complaints of several researchers, he began to understand. It seemed that humanity was utterly helpless against these extraterrestrial creations that emerged from a game. From their perspective, the weapons of the Wanderers' ships were simply inadequate to support their original missions physically. Yet they managed to use them effectively. This scientifically absurd situation shattered the worldview of many professionals in related research fields and ignited Huifeng's curiosity. Since conventional methods of studying the Wanderers' artifacts yielded no understanding, what about his own? In a certain sense, could it be that his own creations also did not conform to the normal laws of physics? With this thought, Huifeng's perspective immediately shifted beyond Earth to the Europa colony in the Jupiter system. Here he decided to satisfy his curiosity. First, he used worker bees to dig a suitable small cave deep beneath the surface near the original mining resource points to shield against cosmic radiation. Then he used the Ground Replication Center, a brand new building, to manufacture a series of human scientific instruments. Ground Replication Center, a building that could be constructed automatically after assimilating the Wanderer's technology tree, resembled a large upright white oil drum with various pipes protruding from its sides embedding into the surrounding ground. The function of this building was quite simple. It could manufacture ordinary ground units of non-assimilators, such as ground infantry and armored tanks modeled after the Wanderers. Correspondingly, there was also a Space Replication Center, a large cylindrical structure floating in space, which served to produce ordinary space units of non-assimilators. In reality, when Huifeng acquired the human technology tree, he discovered that those chaotic human items could also be manufactured within the replication center. He initially thought he would never use this unexpected function, but to his surprise it came in handy right away. When Huifeng managed to move those scientific instruments into the newly excavated artificial cave, using worker bees, the experiment immediately began. The experiment was quite simple. He first sent a few worker bees to dismantle a selected one. After that worker bee disappeared from the minimap, confirming its death, he had several prepared spies approach, taking human forms to dismantle the deceased worker bee into fragments, presenting them to the scientific instruments for inspection. Thanks to the convenience of the internet and his God's eye view to personally observe the actions of scientists on Earth, Huifeng learned how to use these scientific instruments with minimal effort. Although it appeared quite clumsy and unfamiliar, things gradually progressed. Soon he reached a conclusion. His units and buildings seemed to exhibit a similar performance to the Wanderers on the human side, drastically defying the laws of real-world science, nearly impossible to be understood by modern science, let alone reverse engineering. In this case, it seems humans cannot gain technological advancement through studying the wreckage of the Wanderers. Not just the Wanderers. Even if Huifeng were to package up all his units and buildings and send them to humanity for research, they likely still wouldn't understand. Forget about civilization advancing. First, they should ensure their own physics doesn't collapse into ruins before thinking about anything else. As a traverser, Huifeng speculated that this peculiar nature he shared with the Wanderers might relate to the fact that neither belonged to this world. But humans were unaware of this. What if their research into their own and the Wanderers' artifacts led them into a dead end? Wouldn't their self-granted buffs suddenly shift the decimal point forward? Considering this possibility, Huifeng felt that any proactive assistance in enhancing human technology should be approached with caution. Ideally, they should not need his help. They should observe the various phenomena and laws of their own universe and find their own way, which would undoubtedly be the most stable path. Huifeng just needed to ensure that during this process they did not suddenly face extinction and that the provider of buffs did not vanish abruptly. After coming to this understanding, Huifeng also had a clearer vision for the future arrangements regarding humanity. However, it seemed too early to bring this up. His main focus was still within the solar system, and he had plenty of time to consider such matters in the future. Sigh, thinking too far again. Such a large enterprise brings many troubles. Huifeng shook his head, choosing to temporarily set these thoughts aside. As for the tremors in the Earth's scientific community, Huifeng believed that as long as he did not actively intervene, they likely would not become too entrenched in their views. As long as they did not do so, there should not be a significant problem. As for what would happen afterward, he would let it be. After coming to this conclusion, Huifeng from his god's eye view unknowingly arrived on the desolate surface of Europa, where the small sun was rising from the massive arc of Jupiter in the distance. He gazed at this spectacular alien sunrise, and suddenly felt an inexplicable fatigue wash over him. In his omniscient perspective, countless building units continued to operate under his all-encompassing control, yet at this moment, Huifeng only wished to temporarily turn off everything and simply enjoy the sunrise as a regular person. After all, just a few months ago, he was nothing more than an ordinary person on Earth. Now he had to constantly think about combat expansion, production management, and his own future. To say it wasn't exhausting would be a bit deceptive. Moreover, after a few months, he vaguely sensed that the human aspect of himself was gradually fading away, replaced by a new entity, a Huifeng belonging to the Grey Wind Gestalt civilization. He was colder, more rational, and different to the departure of any particular life, only concerned with the overall gains and losses. I may truly be tired. Perhaps I should take a look at Earth. Just as an ordinary person, Huifeng thought. The subway silently glided into the station, leaving only a low humming vibration in the air. After a brief wait for the passengers inside to mostly disembark, Huifeng took a step forward, following the flow of people into one of the carriages. At this moment, he did not appear here as the conspicuous spy no. one, but had instead opted for another spy who was also on Earth and currently in a covert state. This spy did not don the appearance of the Grey Wind suit either, but returned to his original visage, controlled by him, and operated under the guise of an ordinary person. As the smoke of war outside the Earth gradually dissipated, the human society in this parallel world had unwittingly reached December 31st, 2099. Tonight marked the annual New Year's Eve celebration on this land. It was specifically referred to as this land because, due to the different time zones around the globe, the exact moment when the world entered the year 2100 was not the same everywhere. Nevertheless, in a few hours, that moment would indeed be a significant day for the people of this land. This was reflected in the public decorations as well. As Huifeng walked through, he noticed floral arrangements and various festive decorations near the entrances and ticket barriers, while the pillars and walls of the platform were adorned with posters proclaiming greetings for the new year and countdowns to the new century. Upon entering the carriage, he found a seat and could see countdowns and New Year wishes displayed on the electron. It seemed that the New Year's celebration in this world was far more important, lively, and atmospheric than that of his. Sitting in his seat to his left was a young female university student, and to his right was a balding middle-aged man clutching a briefcase. In front of him stood several young people who could not find seats, holding onto the overhead handrails with one hand as they awaited the subway's arrival at the next station. Without exception, after entering the carriage, they all had their heads bowed, engrossed in their phones. Unlike them, Huifeng kept his head up, observing the surroundings and the expressions of the people. Some wore headphones, holding their phones with both hands intently focused on the screens, their fingers dancing rapidly across. Others, not wearing anything at all, disregarded their surroundings, playing videos from their phones loudly, easily drowning out the sound of the subway starting to move. Don't joke, is this really the wreckage of an alien spaceship? Just outside Nanjing City, a blogger captured footage of a human engineering team cutting something on site. The comments section exploded, with some claiming they had seen something that could withstand a nuclear bomb, while others asserted it was just an empty shell. In my opinion, this is just an AI-generated video. I've never seen an alien warship that can be dismantled with a wrench. Ha! The Secretary General's office released the third phase plan for the reconstruction of infrastructure in the disaster-affected cities after the Wanderer invasion incident this morning. Ground transportation in Nanjing City and 6 other affected cities has been restored to over 95 of pre-war levels. The spokesperson emphasized that all reconstruction projects will be completed by the end of January next year to ensure that all affected residents can move into new housing by February. Wandering into heaven, advising you to put down the sand in his hands, he opens his mouth to sing, but finds he is mute, his powdered face draped in clothing calling for a pretense. The Asian League faces the European League in a soccer match that just released its starting lineup. The match in a few days will also be globally broadcasted live, making it the first intercontinental event in months. Significant. There are rumors that the Secretary General herself will be in attendance in the audience. I wonder if she watches the game. Can leftover rice really be eaten? Many believe that eating leftover rice will cause diarrhea, but this is a misconception. As long as it is stored properly, leftover rice not only won't spoil, but can actually be better when fried, resulting in distinct grains. The key lies in the preservation method. It must be wrapped tightly with cling film while still hot, and placed in the refrigerator's cold storage, not left at room temperature for more than 2 hours. A 10,000-word analysis of the Human Gray Wind Cooperation Treaty, along with the author's personal understanding of the treaty. Various external noises intermittently erupted, making it hard to concentrate, yet Huifeng noticed that those around him seemed not to care much about it. Perhaps for them, they had long been accustomed to coexisting in one room with such uncouth individuals, thus their minds automatically ignored the noise. Huifeng, however, listened with great interest. For him, these noises which he once avoided now brought a unique sense. In such an atmosphere, he soon reached his destination. Following the crowd, he disembarked and exited the subway station, arriving at a commercial street. Huifeng looked around and ultimately chose a direction to continue walking. Soon he arrived at a bustling shopping Wanjia square. He looked up at the 4 large characters on the nearby building and read them aloud. After a moment, Huifeng averted his gaze and let out a soft sigh. Although he had long known that this Earth was not the same as his own, when he personally arrived at this geographical coordinate identical to where he lived in his previous life, he found that there were no old residential buildings for rent, but rather a large public mall bustling with people. I was being overly sentimental. He chuckled bitterly and muttered to himself, yet he did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked toward the shops below the mall. Since I'm here, I might as well see what food there is to eat, just to experience the feeling of being alive again. Perhaps I might even find a place I visited in my previous life. With this thought in mind, Huifeng began his first shopping trip in this lifetime. Before he could decide what to try, as he passed a fast food restaurant, he spotted something strange. Choose your own meal set, get a limited edition doll for free. The sign in front of the store, along with the promotional slogan, seemed fairly normal, but right below this slogan was a picture of a white-haired, big-head anime doll. At first glance, it gave off a vibe reminiscent of the Gray Wind Suit's version character. However, after Huifeng took a closer look, he realized there were indeed some differences. It was merely a case of initial similarities. At that moment, he assumed it was just a coincidence in character design, but when he reached the entrance of a cinema, he understood that the situation was far more complicated. He saw that several movie posters prominently featured female lead characters with white hair and blue eyes. Regardless of whether it was a horror film or a romantic urban movie, Huifeng noticed similar figures among the recently released film posters. Sensing something amiss, Huifeng quickly connected to the internet, searching for a while before finally discovering. It turned out that after his arrival on Earth, appearing before the public in the Gray Wind suit, there unexpectedly arose a Gray Wind craze in the entertainment industry on Earth. Since the arrival of Huifeng on this Earth, a considerable amount of time has passed, and during this time the influence of the Gray Wind suit on contemporary human society has not waned, or rather it has reached a phenomenal level of impact. This influence manifests in various ways. In the past, Huifeng had witnessed its power online, and now this influence has radiated into reality. For instance, these film companies, while they dare not directly use the image of the Gray Wind suit, have found the audacity to make the female lead in their films have white hair or blue eyes to attract audiences. Not to mention, this approach has proven somewhat effective. At least many of the movie posters outside cinemas feature such designs, suggesting that tickets for related films are selling quite well. Huifeng found himself tempted to go in and take a look. Without further ado, he turned around and walked directly into the cinema, choosing a horror film, and like a normal person bought a ticket, preparing to observe closely. 2 hours later, Huifeng walked out of the cinema. Before his journey across worlds, he was someone who was easily frightened, yet loved watching horror films, but he had never actually gone to a cinema for a horror movie. He usually watched this genre online. This was his first time. Unfortunately now, when he watched such things, he could no longer find that initial thrill of fear and curiosity. The female lead on the screen with her head of white hair screamed and ran away. Her acting was passable, but the script was exceedingly mediocre, featuring nothing but cliched jump scares and illogical plot progression, wasting the opportunity of a character that was clearly mimicking the Gray Wind suit. It was hard to tell whether it was because he had lost his human form and adrenaline after crossing over, or simply because this film was indeed poorly made. In any case, he felt little fear and found the entire movie rather mundane. As night fell, he noticed that the crowd in the square had grown even larger than 2 hours ago. The air was filled with a mixed aroma wafting from various directions. Following the scent, Huifeng walked over, bought a serving of black stinky tofu, and took a seat on an empty public bench, eating while observing the ebb and flow of people before him. Then he noticed an interesting phenomenon. The dark trench coat that Huifeng first wore when he appeared in the public eye seemed to have become a fashion trend. In just a short span of time, he had already seen several young women pass by wearing similar styles of trench coats. Some were classic black, while others had been altered to camel or plaid patterns, but overall the cut and styling clearly bore the influence of the suit. Huifeng thought to himself, since the Gray Wind suit descended to Earth, it seems to have not only influenced the entertainment industry, but also provided a wave of inspiration to the fashion world. He took a bite of the stinky tofu as he pondered. As for the imitation and hype-seeking behavior of these earthlings, he was quite indifferent. After all, they were not imitating the real him. As long as one day his own large portrait didn't appear on the big screen in the square, or he wasn't criticized using the gray wind image, he didn't mind. After all, their hype over gray wind had nothing to do with him. Huifeng. He finished his food in a few bites and took a deep breath. The air in the Earth City was not particularly fresh, mingling with the oily scent of stinky tofu remnants, the sweat of the crowd, and the chill of the night, but it was a familiar fragrance to him. All around him were young people in groups laughing and chatting, their faces expressing a kind of relaxed anticipation that made Huifeng feel somewhat dazed. He hadn't felt this festive atmosphere of excitement in a long time. Sitting on the bench, he watched as the sky gradually darkened and the lights in the square began to flicker on one by one. Then he noticed that the crowd around him was growing. Moreover, the organizers of the mall began transporting stages and lighting equipment to the center of the square, and the originally spacious area visibly became crowded with people, even standing around the bench he occupied. A young man holding a cup of milk tea was scanning for a place to sit. Huifeng glanced at him and shifted over slightly to make room. "Thanks, buddy," the young man said as he plopped down, letting out a sigh. Huifeng casually asked him, "Why are there so many people?" The young man turned to look at him, seemingly surprised that Huifeng was unaware, but he quickly explained enthusiastically, "You must be from out of town, right? I'm local. This shopping plaza is always crowded during holidays, and tonight is New Year's Eve. A few years ago, a group of restless folks began gathering here to count down to the new year together, and it seems this place has turned into a sort of check-in point with more and more people every year." He took a sip of his milk tea, his tone filled with excitement, especially this year from 2099 to 2100. It's not just any New Year's Eve, it's the turn of a new century. Who would want to miss that? I need to correct you, though. If you're talking about the countdown from the 21st century to the 22nd, that should be next year. The 21st century starts from January 1st, 2001, and the 22nd century is the same. I know, but clearly that's not how everyone thinks. The young man chuckled and patted Huifeng on the shoulder. "If you have nothing to do, you should stay and count down with us. The atmosphere they've created here over the years is pretty great." Huifeng thought for a moment and found it quite interesting. Before his crossing, he had never participated in such activities. Back then, he was just an ordinary person who either spent New Year's Eve scrolling through his phone at home or working overtime. Occasionally, he had seen scenes of countdowns and squares on TV or video platforms, but he never imagined he would sit in the audience one day. "All right, I'll stay to take a look," he replied. By 11 p.m., the square was already packed with people. Everywhere, people waited for the final moments, holding up their phones, waving glow sticks, and some even had stickers with 2100 on their faces. The countless explosive news from the past few months seemed not to have dampened their enthusiasm for this event. The mall organizers arranged a small performance on stage with an unknown band singing an upbeat song, while the audience swayed to the rhythm, making the entire square feel like a boiling pot bubbling over with youthful energy. Huifeng left the chair and stood in the middle of the crowd, not getting too close to the front, merely blending in as an ordinary viewer lost in the sea of people. This feeling was quite marvelous. He possessed a vision that covered a large part of the solar system and could view any corner at will, yet at this moment, he chose to watch the flickering lights on stage through the eyes of an ordinary human from an unremarkable angle. No one knew who he was, nor did they realize that the super-individual consciousness of the Grey Wind civilization, which had once determined the fate of humanity, was now standing among them. At 11:55 p.m., the enormous LED screen on the mall's outer wall switched its display, and a giant countdown number appeared: 459. The crowd erupted in cheers, and then, not knowing who started it, some people in the front row with good voices began counting down along with the background music. 4 minutes, 55. 4 minutes, 54. 4 minutes, 53. The voices began to ripple outward with more and more people joining in, and countless phones were raised high, their screens lighting up the night sky. Huifeng did not raise his phone like them. He simply stuffed his hands into his pockets, quietly observing it all. At 11:59, the countdown was at 1 minute. The music on stage was cut off, and the host, along with the vast majority of the audience, began to chant the final 60 seconds in unison. 60. 59. 58. The roaring voices rose and fell, shaking the entire square alongside the numbers. The people around Huifeng were all shouting, and the young man who had sat next to him drinking milk tea had somehow appeared beside him, also shouting, his neck straining with the effort. 10. 9. 8. 7. Huifeng watched the numbers jumping on the big screen, feeling a sudden tightness in his throat for some unknown reason. 6. 5. 4. Compared to the gray wind that controlled billions of units and buildings, he now felt more like an ordinary person. 3. 2. 1. 0. Happy New Year. As the numbers on the big screen dropped to 0, the image exploded into a brilliant fireworks animation. Simultaneously, the fireworks and firecrackers that had been set up around the square were ignited, bursting forth with loud bangs that mingled with the screams and cheers of the crowd, erupting in the night sky. The chimes of the year 2100 rang out, heralding the arrival of a new era that was advancing towards this world unstoppable. Huifeng stood among the cheering crowd, surrounded by strangers embracing each other and shouting Happy New Year. Someone stepped on his foot, someone bumped into his shoulder, and someone had splashed beer foam onto his sleeve without him noticing. Ignoring these minor incidents, Huifeng simply stood there watching the fireworks explode overhead, listening to the waves of cheers crashing over him, like the ocean feeling this spy body enveloped by the warmth and sound waves of the surrounding crowd, becoming a drop of water in this boiling sea of humanity. He had never been someone who particularly enjoyed bustling crowds. Yet now he discovered that such a lively atmosphere wasn't so bad after all. The fireworks above continued to bloom, and the new year had already arrived. In the first minute of 2100, Huifeng found himself gently embraced by this parallel world as an ordinary person. Not bad at all. TRAPPIST-1, located approximately 40 light-years away from the solar system, is situated in the direction of Aquarius in the night sky. The star that governs this stellar system is a very common red dwarf with a mass of only about 8.9 that of the Sun. Its radius is just over 1/10 that of the Sun, slightly larger than Jupiter, with a surface temperature of approximately 2200 C and a luminosity merely 0.05 of the Sun's. However, in terms of age, it far surpasses the Sun, estimated to be around 5.4 to 9.8. In addition to the star, the TRAPPIST-1 system contains 7 other planets that orbit around the central star. This is one of the densest known terrestrial planet systems, with all 7 planets from TRAPPIST-1b to TRAPPIST-1hi being rocky, their orbits in a state of high resonance and extreme stability. The sizes and masses of these planets are comparable to those of the inner solar system. A few are slightly larger than Earth, but none exceed the size of Neptune, and overall they lag behind the solar system in resource abundance. Nevertheless, this already marks a quite promising candidate for colonization. At the edge of this stellar system lies several secret hyperspace navigation points. For billions of years, these cosmic highways had never been activated by human hands, but now one of them briefly warped for a moment. Then, accompanied by a flicker, a fleet of silvery ships gradually emerged under the blue light. These are industrial motherships over a kilometer long, with their broad and sturdy hulls reflecting the dim light of the red dwarf as they streamed out in formation from the navigation point. Following closely are the heavy transport ships, slightly shorter than the former, tapering in shape. Together, both types quickly formed a small fleet of hundreds of vessels in this unfamiliar void. Once the entire fleet quietly completed its formation at the edge of the star system, they all turned towards the 7 rocky planets awaiting development, and then the fleet's engines erupted with powerful thrust, propelling their main bodies towards their respective destinations. Above them, Huifeng quietly observed the unfolding scene. As human society stepped into March 2100, more than a few months had passed since the war in the former solar system. During this time, Huifeng had largely recovered from the initial heavy losses. Within the solar system, the network of colonies on the moons of the 4 gas giants had been gradually re-established, with countless bombardment craters left by the assimilators and wanderers on those moons now completely covered by Huifeng's constructions, the wave of construction overshadowing the shadows of past destruction. At this moment, as a civilization controlling the game forces, Huifeng's production capacity truly erupted without the threat of war. In some business-related games, there is a term frequently used to describe players' rapid development. That is snowballing. It refers to a person gathering a handful of snow in the snowfield, compressing it into a small ball, and then rolling it forward. The snowball, in contact with the ground, grows larger and heavier, continuously picking up more snow along the way, ultimately expanding from an inconspicuous small snowball into a massive entity. Applying this phenomenon to Huifeng is the same principle. After the solar system war ended, the colonies on Neptune and Uranus were completely destroyed, while the remaining colonies on Saturn's moons, though impacted by the war's aftermath, the bombardment of meteors, largely maintained normalcy, while the colonies on the moons of Jupiter and those beyond the solar system, which served as sparks, remained virtually unscathed, their production capacity completely unaffected. Thus, despite suffering heavy losses in the war, Huifeng's core production capacity remained intact, providing the foundation for his snowball effect. Subsequently, he rapidly constructed production facilities on various major moons using the resources produced from this capacity, as well as capital obtained from recycling buildings in his warehouses. When these production buildings could provide output, he also reinvested these new outputs into further construction, creating a cycle where higher production capacity allowed for more resources to be invested in construction, speeding up progress, which in turn spurred even higher production capacity and more colonies. Resource generates resource, production capacity breeds production capacity, strength nurtures strength, with one foot stepping on the other under the condition of no external war disrupting the process. Huifeng's development speed would only accelerate, expanding his territory and industrial scale like a snowball. Soon the four gas giant systems in the solar system could no longer accommodate his pace of expansion. In no time his units began to appear on various dwarf planets, asteroid belts, and even Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the Moon within the inner solar system. Of course, the latter planets in the inner solar system were not Huifeng's primary focus for development. He merely placed several small bases there as backups so that in case of any emergencies in those areas, he could quickly mobilize troops. His main focus for development was on other stellar systems beyond the solar system. Just as human civilization cannot remain forever under the atmosphere of Earth, Huifeng could not choose to shrink within the solar system and wait for death out of fear of the unknown threats posed by extraterrestrial civilizations. On the contrary, in the face of threats, he must expand outward. Only by enlarging his territory to a sufficiently vast extent could Huifeng have the capital to confront advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. At the very least, having enough colonies beyond the solar system would also afford him ample time to escape. Even if a single stellar system could only withstand an advanced civilization for a second, that would be enough for him to endure for 317 years with 10 billion stellar systems. In theory, colonizing the entire galaxy by Huifeng does not actually require much time on an astronomical scale. Why is that? Because Huifeng found that he was actually very similar to a superintelligence controlling a von Neumann probe. What is a von Neumann probe? In simple terms, this is a conceptual machine proposed by mathematician John von Neumann. The primary purpose of this machine is to seek resources between stars and replicate itself. As long as a civilization launches the first machine of this kind, once it reaches a star system, it mines resources on-site, builds factories, produces a batch of identical replicas, and then these new machines scatter to the next star system to repeat the same process. Thus, through a chain reaction, the von Neumann probe would spread exponentially within the galaxy, theoretically filling the entire galaxy in a short time. For Huifeng, the things described above can be applied to himself with a bit more complexity. He does not need to consider many factors while colonizing other star systems. In contrast, carbon-based life forms like humans need to consider the lethal effects of radiation in space, the necessity of supplies, such as food, water, and air to sustain life, and various issues like temperature, atmospheric pressure, and even gravity. Huifeng does not need to worry about any of these. He only needs to think about where his troops will go next and the time required to reach their destination without even needing to consider the supply for his troops. Moreover, once he establishes a new base, as long as there are sufficient resources, he can manufacture new industrial motherships in a matter of days to head towards other star systems. Therefore, theoretically, if he wishes, he could rely on hyperspace routes to colonize the entire galaxy in just over a decade. However, theory rarely translates into smooth expansion in reality. Firstly, this speed is calculated based on the assumption that local construction immediately focuses on building industrial motherships without creating unrelated facilities during the expansion. Such colonies expanding for the sake of expansion basically have a production capacity that does not suffice their needs and possess almost no defense capability. Perhaps a falling asteroid could obliterate them. Secondly, hyperspace routes are not evenly distributed. Some areas have dense routes, while others require detours. Resource distribution between star systems varies as well. Some star systems may appear promising, but reveal higher than expected development difficulties upon arrival, compounded by other potential threats in the galaxy's arms. All of this means he cannot realistically expand at such a rapid pace. Therefore, compared to speed, Huifeng prefers a methodical approach. After reaching a new location, the industrial mothership should develop the capability to sustain its growth there, produce warships, and have certain self-defense means. Only then can he manufacture more industrial motherships to send to neighboring star systems. In a best-case scenario, Huifeng estimates it will take him about 100 to 200 years to fully colonize the entire galaxy. Of course, 100 or 200 years can be considered extremely short on an astronomical scale. This speed, in terms of the universe's lifespan, is akin to seeing a cockroach on your floor 1 second only to blink and find countless cockroaches covering the entire room. Truly astonishing. At the outset of this incredible endeavor, Huifeng did not rush to scatter industrial motherships in all directions like seeds. His initial targets were star systems that were close enough to the solar system and abundantly rich. For example, TRAPPIST-1. TRAPPIST-1 is located less than 40 light-years from the solar system and can be reached with just 3 jumps along hyperspace routes. For Huifeng, who was preparing to fight against assimilators and readying for the worst, he once seriously considered using this place as a hidden reserve for a comeback. The resources here are abundant and the planets are dense. Although there is a lack of gas giants, the conditions are already quite favorable compared to those near the solar system. However, he ultimately abandoned this idea. The reason is simple: it is too close. This place is only 3 jumps away from the solar system with few forks in the route. If he were to be defeated in the solar system and the enemy captured it, they would quickly discover this location while exploring along the route, and the colony at TRAPPIST-1 would be destroyed before it could develop. So at that time, Huifeng chose to send a few industrial motherships acting as sparks towards more distant star systems where they could better conceal their existence. But now things are different. The war has ended, the solar system has stabilized again, and his expansion snowball is growing at an unprecedented speed. TRAPPIST-1, which was once set aside due to its proximity, has now become a priority target precisely because it is close. TRAPPIST-1, your neighbor is here to knock on the door. Let me see what good things you have. As Huifeng shouted into the void, the fleet of industrial motherships entering this star system gradually spread out. The space here had already been surveyed by Huifeng's reconnaissance ships days earlier. Now the newly built Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships had ventured to a star system 100 light-years away. They had encountered no anomalies along the way, so he was not worried that this purely expansionist and unarmed fleet would be ambushed. Huifeng only needed to focus on the expansion plan for TRAPPIST-1 itself. As for why his main focus should be here rather than on expansions in other directions during the same period, it is because TRAPPIST-1 is a well-known star system in human astronomical observations where scientists have detected the potential existence of habitable planets. Moreover, it is not just one, but multiple. In human observations, TRAPPIST-1D, 1E, 1F, O, and 1G are all within the habitable zone and may even have liquid water or global oceans. It is worth noting that liquid water is one of the necessary conditions for the emergence of life, at least for life forms like those on Earth. Before the fleet of industrial motherships arrived here, Huifeng had already observed the planets through the reconnaissance ship's views. Unfortunately, his godlike perspective did not reveal any phenomena resembling the lights of Earth at night, nor did he see neutral entities like satellites or space stations in orbit around several planets, indicating the absence of a civilization that had developed to a near-modern or pre-space age stage within the star system. Moreover, he did not see any large-scale presence of plant-like entities on the planet's surface. This is quite unfortunate, but Huifeng did not give up hope, for although he did not see obvious signs of advanced life, he saw through the atmosphere that both TRAPPIST-1D and 1E had large bodies of liquid water. Perhaps there are surprises hidden beneath their atmospheres. As for 1F and 1G, both planets are clearly not viable. 1F has a thick atmosphere indicating serious greenhouse effects, while 1G is simply a cold ice planet. Unfortunately, the subsequent developments disappointed Huifeng. As the industrial motherships successively landed on TRAPPIST-1D and 1EO and the transport ships began deploying worker bees to the surface, Huifeng did not see any yellow dots on the small map that just unfolded on the ground, let alone yellow dots. When he switched to the perspectives of the many worker bees landing on the ground, he could not even see any signs of macro life, not even a single alien plant of a different color. Apart from the vast silent oceans and desolate land, he saw nothing else. Damn it, the plan to recruit another civilization as a dog is postponed again. 2 planets located within the habitable zone possessing liquid water oceans, a decent atmospheric thickness, and suitable temperatures, yet not a single shadow of life could be seen. From the perspective of the worker bee, the lifeless coastline of TRAPPIST-1E extended beyond the horizon under the dim red glow of the red dwarf star as the waves tirelessly crashed against the gray sandy beach. The universe had prepared extremely favorable conditions for these 2 planets, yet forgot to include the most crucial element. Oh well, if it's not there, it's not there. Huifeng sighed, retracting his gaze and refocusing on the expanding fleet that was unfolding throughout the entire TRAPPIST-1 star system. In the following days, Huifeng devoted all his allocated energy here to large-scale development, with bases transformed from industrial motherships simultaneously under construction across the 7 planets of TRAPPIST-1. Mining sites, energy reactors, warehouses, defense platforms, and replication centers were rapidly established according to the standardized expansion process set by Huifeng. This galaxy, which had been silent for billions of years, finally welcomed its first true residents today. TRAPPIST-1H was the planet furthest from the star among all the planets. It lay outside the habitable zone and was a cold ice planet with surface temperatures maintained around -200 degrees Celsius year-round, entirely covered by a thick layer of white ice with almost no atmosphere. Planets like this were numerous in the Milky Way. They bore no particular significance and were generally not a focus for Huifeng. Until 3 days later, he discovered anomalies beneath the ice layer of TRAPPIST-1H. At that moment, Huifeng was concentrating most of his attention on synchronizing the development progress of other star systems. Centered on the solar system, messages of navigable routes were intermittently received from dozens of directions, while new star systems were just being added to the next batch of colonization lists. His expansion machinery was operating at an unprecedented speed. Then an inconspicuous anomaly report drifted into the edge of his perception. It was a discovery from him. Typically, he wouldn't pay much attention to such routine mining groups, but their unusual situation piqued his interest. Thus, Huifeng shifted his perspective. Here was the southern hemisphere of TRAPPIST-1H, an endless expanse. On the surface, several angular silver-white structures stood motionless beneath, which the worker bees had already carved out a diagonal passage several meters in diameter. The walls of the passage were cut smooth and straight, extending downwards, piercing through layers of ancient ice shells and leading to the depths of the planet. Huifeng flew down the passage, and when he reached about 400 meters below the surface, the scene changed. Here it was no longer a neatly cut passage, but rather a fragmented edge appeared. The ice layer was breached here, revealing a massive cavity below, the internal scene obscured. Nearby worker bees at the breach were clearing away the troublesome fragmented ice. Within the hollow below, there were also perceptual signals relayed back by the worker bees. Two of their companions seemed to have suddenly fallen into the cavity while attempting to carve a passage through the ice layer. Huifeng shifted his perspective to those two fallen worker bees. To his surprise, he found nothing but darkness in his line of sight. The worker bee's camera could capture almost nothing in this environment devoid of light. The first-person view was filled with pitch black. Fortunately, worker bees did not solely rely on optical cameras for their operations. Huifeng switched his perception to the non-visual sensors of the worker bees, and soon a vast spatial outline gradually emerged. This was an underground cavity seemingly of astonishing size. The non-visual detection range of the worker bees could cover several hundred meters, yet within this cavity, he found nothing in that range. Neither the rock walls nor the ice layers reflected any signals back. The only information captured by the sensors was the surrounding cold ground. This indicated that the diameter of the cavity was at least several hundred meters. Huifeng was somewhat surprised when a natural cavity of such scale appeared deep within an ice planet. This was geologically possible, but certainly not common. After thinking for a moment, he decided to have the two fallen worker bees explore the vicinity. Meanwhile, he commanded all the worker bees above the entrance to enter the cavity, relying on their numbers to expand the search area. On the surface, he also sent another batch of worker bees to the nearest replication center. Fortunately, he had casually built one nearby to fetch some high-power searchlights that could operate in low-temperature environments. Under Huifeng's control, dozens of worker bees jumped into the cavity, one after another, beginning to move. They meticulously advanced forward in the darkness, their metallic limbs taking careful steps. The bottom of the cavity was relatively flat, but there were occasionally raised ice ridges which the worker bees needed to climb over to continue. There was no airflow in the air, the temperature was extremely low, and this place seemed to be an underground chamber sealed for countless years, previously untouched by the outside world. As time passed, the data sensed by dozens of worker bees were pieced together by Huifeng, gradually forming a clearer picture of a larger underground space. The minimap was quite sensitive to marking hostile units, but rather mediocre at depicting natural terrain, so Huifeng could not rely solely on the minimap in this situation. The currently detected area of the cavity was roughly equivalent to 2 sports fields. When Huifeng explored to the area equivalent to 5 sports fields, several worker bees' sensors simultaneously detected an anomalous reflection signal. About 200 meters ahead of these worker bees, a hard, smooth-surfaced object appeared. The information reflected back by the sensors was completely different from that of the ice layer, and also unlike natural rock walls bearing characteristics only a smooth metallic surface could produce. Huifeng's heart raced for a moment. Of course, he no longer needed a heartbeat, but deep within his consciousness, a thought sprang forth. Immediately, he gathered all the nearby worker bees and focused the search direction on the location of that anomalous signal. Dozens of worker bees surrounded the object from various directions, and as they drew closer, the outline of the object became increasingly clear. It was a wall made of metal. But it was enormous. The worker bees explored along the edges of the wall and discovered that this metal wall was not an independent plane, but slightly curved with a uniform surface that seemed unlikely to have formed naturally, resembling the surface of a gigantic artificial object. No way. At this moment, most of Huifeng's attention was focused here as he attempted to grasp the complete outline of the object. Soon the worker bees discovered that this object was not lying isolated in the void. Its upper half and part of its side were deeply embedded in the surrounding environment, tightly sealed by layers of ice that had accumulated over countless years. Its lower half, however, was suspended in the void, still a distance away from touching the bottom of the cavern. At that moment, the team of worker bees carrying high-powered searchlights finally arrived at the scene, cautiously descending along the icy walls near the entrance. Several worker bees working together to carry lighting devices larger than their own bodies, slowly lowering them to the bottom of the cavern. Huifeng directed them to transport the searchlights to the location where the metallic wall was discovered, setting them up and connecting the power supply. Then he flipped the switch. Instantly, several blinding beams of white light drove back the surrounding darkness. The light illuminated that wall. No, it was not a wall. It was a colossal metallic structure of a deep green hue, its overall outline resembling a semi-oval shape, like a gigantic egg that had been partially cut away, quietly embedded in the ice layers of the underground cavern. To its left, Huifeng also noticed a massive cross-section where the metal had been torn apart by some extraordinarily powerful force, with the jagged edges twisting and curling and the surrounding ice layers being nearly indistinguishable from those in other areas. This cross-section seemed to have existed long before this object arrived. No, this was not a normal object at all. It resembled an alien spaceship, or rather the wreckage of a ship at least 100 meters long. Is there light at the end of the tunnel? Huifeng, after having his conjecture validated, fell silent for a few seconds and then sighed. Previously, he had never expected that the highly anticipated Travis 1D and 1E were completely barren. Instead, it was the inconspicuous 1H that had yielded unexpected surprises. Although it wasn't alive, it was enough to astonish Huifeng. Excited, he directed one worker bee to approach the deep green shell and gently extended its forelimb to touch it. As soon as the tip made contact, a layer of deep green brittle flakes began to flake off from the surface near the contact point, revealing a lighter green metal beneath. The worker bee touched it again, and more deep green shells fell away, leading Huifeng to realize that the deep green substance was not the metal itself, but rather a layer of aging material attached to the shell, or possibly a protective coating that had degraded over a long period. The actual spaceship shell appeared mostly intact. Huifeng suppressed the surging emotions within him and turned his attention to the fractured cross-section. Deep within it, the metallic structure layered upon itself, with some areas appearing as honeycomb-like voids that looked to have been violently torn apart and then filled with ice, and among these complex structures, one spot caught his attention. It was an opening leading into the interior of the spaceship. Located in the lower middle section of the cross-section, it was originally likely a corridor or pipe within the spaceship, the cross-section cutting it in half, leaving an oval-shaped opening that was nearly completely blocked by solid ice and rock debris, but from the gap, it was faintly visible that there was space deeper inside. An entrance to the interior of the spaceship. Huifeng, upon seeing this scene, hesitated not at all. He chose several worker bees closest to the cross-section and directed them to climb up to the blocked passage. As the worker bees extended a pair of forelimbs, a blue glow immediately enveloped the area. In just a few seconds, the layers of debris, which would have taken days for human effort to clear, instantly melted under the illumination of the blue light. These ubiquitous stones and ice blocks could actually be converted into some resources on Huifeng's interface, but the conversion efficiency was exceedingly low. Unless there were truly no high-value items to develop or clear a path, Huifeng would not waste the worker bees' time gnawing at the natural environment itself. As the blockage disappeared behind the smooth, cut, a pitch-black tunnel was revealed, seemingly wide enough for only one worker bee to enter. Huifeng directed one of the worker bees to retract its body and squeeze inside. The temperature inside the tunnel was perhaps slightly higher than outside, but still far below freezing, with a thin layer of frost covering the surrounding metallic walls. The worker bee's metallic feet made a slight crunching sound as it stepped on the frost, and it walked forward a few meters along the tunnel, which suddenly bent to the right and then opened up. Before it lay in open space. Since the worker bee could only carry a small portable lighting device, the beam emitted was not strong, only illuminating a narrow area in the darkness, revealing the scene within about 20 meters ahead. This was a strange space. The walls were adorned with incomprehensible structures, regular grooves, protruding edges, and lines that appeared to be frozen streams solidified on the walls, while tiny ice crystals floated in the air, drifting slowly in the beam. The worker bee moved further and fully entering this space, circling around to observe the layout within. The interior of this spaceship, like its exterior, was entirely unlike any design Huifeng had ever seen. It did not resemble the style of any faction from galactic warfare, nor did it look like anything made by humans. What was this room used for? Huifeng did not know. The grooves on the walls might be installation points for some devices, or they could simply be pure decoration. The lines frozen on the walls might be pipelines, or perhaps some functional structures that he could no longer comprehend. He found a passageway leading deeper on the side of the room, and compared to the cross-section he had entered through, this passage was well preserved with intact walls only covered by a thin layer of ice. Huifeng directed the worker bee to drill inside and continue exploring. Next, he passed through several rooms, which were smaller than the first one he had seen. They were not located along the main path of the corridor, but were distributed along both sides. Each room had a door separating it from the corridor, some doors barely hanging on their frames, others having fallen to the ground and half covered by ice, while some doors had simply vanished without a trace, leaving only empty doorways. This layout reminded Huifeng of a passenger cruise ship sailing on the sea. If this corridor was a hallway, then those small rooms on either side might be the crew or passenger lounges of the spaceship. But this was merely a guess. He could not be entirely certain it was so. Because the interiors of these rooms were completely different from human cruise ship cabins, things that should have been present in human cabins, such as beds, tables, cabinets, or other items, were nowhere to be found in these rooms. Instead, there were recessed structures fixed to the floor or walls along with some broken pipeline-like objects that hung from the ceiling, their ends melted and deformed, making it impossible to discern what they were originally connected to. Huifeng did not linger too long in these rooms. He quickly chose to delve deeper. Then as he continued along the corridor and turned a corner, he discovered that the passage had branched. Two paths appeared before him, one to the left and one to the right, both passages looking almost identical. The worker bee paused at the fork, directing the beam first towards the left passage. The beam passed through the floating tiny ice crystals and illuminated two objects about 30 meters away at the end of the passage. One was a gigantic metal door spanning the end of the passage, sealing off the entire corridor, but the door appeared to be severely damaged. The center of the door panel seemed to have been struck by something, creating a massive bulge inward, with the metal panel tearing away from the center outwards, revealing a blurry scene behind the door. The walls surrounding the door frame were covered with radial cracks, some even extending to the ceiling and floor, indicating the tremendous force of the impact. And in front of that damaged door lay a vague outline in the ice. The worker bee adjusted the angle of the beam, focusing the light on that outline. It was too far away, or at a distance of 30 meters. The beam from the portable lighting device had already weakened considerably, barely revealing that it was a long rectangular object with a blue surface, its outline differing from the sharply defined structures of the surrounding passage, appearing more complex, vaguely resembling a form with limbs and a torso. It looked like a corpse. The worker bee paused for a few seconds at the fork in the path. Huifeng retracted the beam from the left passage and shone it down the right one. The two paths seemed similar, but the smashed door on the left and the vague silhouette in front of it clearly warranted priority investigation. However, before that he had to address a more practical issue. Having only one worker bee exploring the spaceship was inefficient. With a thought, more worker bees entered the spaceship, following behind the first, searching every inch of the vessel in hopes of finding other noteworthy anomalies. For now, Huifeng wanted this particular worker bee to investigate what lay in front of the smashed door. The worker bee advanced along the left corridor, its metallic limbs moving forward, the beam slightly shaking with its steps, but still illuminating the way ahead. In just a short time, the worker bee reached the body that lay 30 meters away. Upon closer inspection, the body no longer resembled a corpse, at least not in the flesh and blood sense. Huifeng understood it looked more like a spacesuit of some kind. Its surface was covered in an aging layer similar to that of the spaceship's exterior, but it was blue in color. The overall shape indeed had limbs and a torso, but the proportions were off, with an excessively elongated torso and completely different joints than a human's. It lay face down at the door with its two front limbs, or rather segments resembling human arms, curved slightly forward as if attempting to touch the smashed door in its final moments. The worker bee's camera moved in closer to observe the blue outer shell from a shorter distance. It was covered in fine cracks resembling a glaze dried by time. The worker bee reached out with its front limb and pressed down with slightly more force on what should be the helmet. Crack! A faint, almost imperceptible sound. The blue outer shell shattered instantly around the point of contact, and finer cracks spread out like a spiderweb. Soon a palm-sized fragment peeled off from the surface, falling to the ground and revealing a hollow interior. Unlike the spaceship's exterior, this material appeared more fragile, unable to withstand the test of time, to the point that even a slight force from the worker bee would cause it to break. However, what truly stunned Huifeng was what happened after the fragment fell away. Inside what seemed to be the helmet, he saw something through the camera. A very fine gray powder, almost like dust, appeared in the hollow interior, clearly illuminated by the light. Gray powder. Huifeng stared at the powder, settled at the bottom, pondering for a moment before suddenly realizing there might have once been some living creature inside which had perished in this spacesuit-like attire before this door. It had died long ago, perhaps even before the spaceship was encased in ice on this planet. Due to the vast passage of time, its body had turned into a handful of indistinguishable dust. Only this durable gear remained buried deep underground alongside the spaceship. Next, Huifeng controlled the worker bee to carefully clear away the remaining aging debris from the helmet's surface, revealing its complete outline. It appeared slightly smaller than a human astronaut helmet, shaped more like a flattened oval facing downward against the ground. There was a suspected glass faceplate that had completely shattered, leaving only small shards still embedded in the frame. The gray powder, illuminated by his light, poured through the gap onto the ground. Through the shattered faceplate, he could see that the inside of the helmet was completely empty save for some scattered gray remnants on the inner wall. Huifeng instructed the worker bee to continue clearing the rest of the spacesuit. As the aging layer peeled away piece by piece, the true appearance of the suit gradually emerged. Unlike the bulky human spacesuits, this one had a slender and narrow torso, showing a smooth curve from the helmet to the waist, without any bulky life support backpacks or circular joints resembling gear designed for Endermen. Then came the sleeves. Huifeng counted the number of sleeves on it, and found there were 4 upper limb sleeves. 2 had been crushed beneath the suit, which is why he hadn't noticed the 4 at first. No, technically there were even more. On each side of the torso, he discovered a neatly arranged set of openings, presumably for appendages. Above were two comparatively thicker main arm sleeves, while below were two pairs of thinner, shorter auxiliary sleeves with three, in each row, symmetrically aligned, totaling 6 small appendage channels. These auxiliary sleeves were arranged neatly like a folded fan extending down from the sides of the torso to about the height of a human waist. Huifeng stared at the 4 main arm sleeves and the 2 rows of small auxiliary sleeves for a while, recalling the octopus's back on Earth. Multiple limbs, a slender body, and a complex limb structure. Except this spacesuit was significantly larger than many small octopuses, with the torso length nearing that of an adult human's height, making the overall size quite imposing. So did the owner of this spaceship resemble an octopus? Or was it a creature with multiple appendages and a long body? He pulled back the worker bee's perspective to re-examine the pose of the entire spacesuit on the ground. It lay face down at the door, 2 of its 4 main arms reaching out forward, touching the bottom edge of the door. This pose reminded him of certain disaster films where unfortunate side characters barely reach the door of a safe house at the last moment, only to be killed by some disaster. Huifeng directed the worker bee's light away from this alien misfortunate being and shifted it towards the damaged metal door ahead. The cracks and bulges in the door were even more shocking up close, with uneven gaps and broken metal supports hanging in some places. Through the cracks, he could see darkness beyond the door, but the worker bee's sensors indicated a reasonably large open space behind it. The worker bee retracted its body and cautiously passed through the massive crack in the door, which had been smashed open, creating a harsh grinding sound against the remaining door. It landed on the other side, stepping onto a material different from that in the corridor. As it squeezed in, the light beam from its illumination device suddenly expanded, illuminating the interior of this new space. In that moment, he realized where this worker bee was standing. The bridge. Or rather, a command control center of the spaceship. The space was much larger than any room in the corridor, with a ceiling at least double the height of the outside, giving a sudden sense of release and openness. In the center of the room was a slightly sunken platform surrounded by a ring of slanted structures that appeared to be control panels, densely populated with many incomprehensible buttons and frameworks from which the contents that were once housed had vanished. At the center of the control panel was a noticeably larger metal seat fixed to the floor, facing a massive, perhaps once magnificent viewport, now completely gone, replaced by layers of ice pressing in, occupying a substantial portion of the room and completely sealing off the breach. Aside from these, Huifeng's gaze was soon drawn to objects scattered across the floor of the room. More figures resembling the spacesuit outside lay on the ground. They were scattered in various positions around the control panel, each in different postures. Some hung beside the console, others toppled onto the panel with their auxiliary sleeves strewn around the control keys, some sliding off chairs, their upper halves still hanging on the chair's frame, while others curled up in a corner as if they had huddled together in the final moments. As the worker bee stepped forward, Huifeng noticed that the ground it was stepping on was covered in thick dust. However, he had no intention of halting it until it reached the nearest alien spacesuit. Like the one at the door, the blue aging layer shattered and peeled off with a gentle touch, revealing a light blue underlying shell. The worker bee carefully flipped the helmet of this spacesuit. Crack! Despite the worker bee's minimal movement, the helmet still shattered, and a few strands of gray powder leaked from the cracks, blending with the dust on the ground under the light. Next, the worker bee inspected each of these spacesuits, and Huifeng's emotions gradually shifted from initial curiosity to something more complex. It was not sadness. He felt no personal emotional connection to these alien beings who had died so long ago, their appearances now unrecognizable. Yet watching the wisps of ashes emerge from the helmets, he still felt the power of time itself. Their bodies, after an unknown passage of time, had left no discernible organic residue, be it bones, skin, muscles, or organs. Only countless indistinguishable dust particles remained on the ground. Perhaps even this dust was slowly decomposing, and in a few billion or tens of billions of years, there would be nothing left, not even ashes, only empty shells, which may also cease to exist, lying on the floor of this spaceship, completely forgotten by the world. It seems they have indeed been dead for far too long. Huifeng controlled the worker bee to approach the largest seat in the center. On the seat was another spacesuit looking similar to the others, but given its position, its owner must have been someone significant, possibly the captain of this spaceship. Like the other spacesuits, this one's helmet contained only a handful of powder. However, Huifeng noticed a detail on the front of the suit's torso that was different from the others. There was a palm-sized metal plate, or more accurately, a flat metallic object fixed in a groove on the surface of the spacesuit. Its material was different from that of the suit's shell, being a dark metal inscribed with some patterns. Huifeng instructed the worker bee to pry this object loose and held it up for the camera to examine closely. It appeared that the patterns were not scratches, but a regular repetitive structure. He couldn't decipher these symbols, but speculated that they might be the writing of these deceased aliens, or perhaps some form of identification or personal decoration. After observing for a moment without understanding its significance, Huifeng tossed the metal plate back onto the spacesuit and then surveyed the entire space around him. Just then new sounds came from outside the door. The second batch of worker bees had arrived. His exploration of this spaceship was just beginning. The subsequent exploration of this alien spaceship lasted a full day. Huifeng did not keep all his attention fixated on the spaceship, or after all he had expansion tasks in other areas to oversee. However, he allocated a sufficient number of worker bees, allowing them to advance layer by layer through all the accessible passages centered around the bridge of the ship. But to his disappointment, he found no further discoveries aboard the spaceship. For instance, he found a vast chamber deeper within the ship, containing something substantial that resembled the worker bees spent several hours trying to find any functional components from the exterior of the engine, but unsurprisingly, all surrounding pipes had long since run dry, and the engine's casing was riddled with fine cracks. This engine was dead silent for countless millennia in this hollow beneath the ice, just like its crew. Other rooms discovered during the exploration were fundamentally similar to this engine room. Regardless of whether the items appeared useful or not, they were all unusable, reduced to ashes, or merely supported by their metallic shells, much like the spaceship itself. In the end, he examined every illuminated room, every corridor, and every ice-encased corner from a guide. Then he reached a conclusion: the spaceship contained nothing of value. There were no complete devices, no readable data, no functioning machines, and no records of any form. Be it a star map etched into the walls, or a navigation log stored in some medium, or any text worth interpreting. Most buttons and frames on the control panels in the bridge remained intact, but the circuits and chips connecting them had long since eroded into a layer of dark residue within the wall panels. The connected displays had nearly lost even that residue. Perhaps in some corner of the spaceship there still hid information not completely erased by time. But finding it would require excavating the entire spaceship from the ice, dismantling it into parts, and examining it inch by inch, a task that could not be completed in a day and might take months. As for where this spaceship came from, when did it crash on this planet? What purpose did its owners have while flying? Were they exploring or fleeing? What were the beings in those spacesuits like? Did their civilization still exist? He had no answers to these questions. The owners of this spaceship once existed in this universe, but time had erased it all, leaving behind only hollow shells and dust for the present Huifeng. Why wasn't I playing some 4X strategy game before I crossed over? Huifeng, who had almost nothing to show for his efforts, felt somewhat distressed. If it were a 4X strategy game, there would surely be an extraordinary event or relic to study and excavate, at this moment yielding some results instead of just staring blankly at this spaceship embedded in the ice. Could it be that I can only salvage this thing? Although his expansion plans had not halted a single step, however, after such a frantic exploration, he felt it somewhat wasteful to simply salvage this spaceship. Not only wasteful, but also somewhat begrudging. If he put in considerable effort to study the spaceship itself, such as its materials, he indeed had the capability after acquiring humanity's technology tree. But he was not a professional archaeologist or scientist. In galactic war, activating a technology tree merely required pushing a button. In reality, reverse engineering alien technology from a heap of scrap metal from who knows how many millennia ago would require a significant investment of his energy. Moreover, there was no guarantee of success. If the alien technology developed turned out to be less impressive than what he initially obtained, that would be quite humorous. Yet simply wiping this wreckage clean with worker bees, leaving not a single fragment behind, did not sit well with. After all, this was the first trace of a non-human, non-game faction's alien civilization he discovered in reality. Wasn't it a bit wasteful to salvage it like this? But what could he do with it? He had no interest in spending vast amounts of time and energy on this broken ship. Huifeng fell into deep thought. After a moment, he suddenly thought of humanity. To be precise, human scientists. Those scientists who would stare blankly at the remains of wanderers, questioning their lives while observing materials that defied the laws of physics. Previously, he had concluded that the wanderers and his creations did not conform to the physical laws of this world, making it impossible for humanity to comprehend them. Recklessly allowing them to study could lead them into dead ends, potentially impacting his buff gains. But this spaceship was different. It was neither a wanderer's craft nor something belonging to assimilators. Its style did not resemble that of other game factions. It was a product of a civilization native to this universe. Its technology might be advanced, but it adhered to the physical laws of this universe. Humanity studying it would theoretically not encounter the cognitive barrier of this thing, should not exist within the framework of physics. If they did, then perhaps humanity's understanding of physics had serious issues. In other words, this was something humanity could genuinely study. And what does humanity have? Archaeologists, material scientists, astronomers, linguists. In short, a plethora of professionals excellently suited for this kind of task. Huifeng had no interest in personally examining the metal fatigue of this spaceship or its past history, but humanity did, and in large numbers. They would approach this alien civilization's relics with immense enthusiasm. Allowing humanity to study this thing would indeed be a win-win situation. Firstly, humanity would gain the opportunity to research genuine alien technology. Even if this spaceship only remained as wreckage, the metallurgical techniques, overall design philosophy of the ship, and material science contained within would be priceless for humanity, which was still in the near-space era. Even if they only learned a little, it should be enough to propel their technological level forward significantly. Furthermore, it would allow Huifeng to test whether the research bonuses were indeed related to humanity's technological level. Secondly, the technological achievements derived from humanity's research according to the system's vassal interface would be automatically shared with Huifeng. Throughout the entire process, he wouldn't need to exert any effort and could just wait for humanity to help him reverse engineer any advanced technologies that might exist on this spaceship. In this plan, humanity would serve as his research outsourcing team, while all he needed to do was provide them with the venue and samples. Of course, before that, he would take a look around the venue himself. If there were any obvious benefits, he would take them first, leaving the rest for humanity to study. Humanity would study and grasp alien technology, while he himself wouldn't expend energy and would obtain the research results produced by humanity. It was simply a win-win. Huifeng felt very satisfied with this idea. Just right now that humanity had become his protectorate, there hadn't been much for him to delegate to them. It was the perfect time to find them something to do. Would humanity agree? Huifeng speculated that they most likely would, as he could not think of any reason they would. Given the level of this matter and the fact that it did not require much cost on the surface, at least Huifeng did not intend to charge them any admission fee, at most just asking for shared information from their future research. Such generous conditions could not be refused by any scientist or government leader. The Secretary General of the Human Federation was not a foolish politician, she should be able to calculate this account. On March 10, 2100 at 9:30 a.m., the Secretary General's special vehicle slowed down at the end of the road, the scenery outside the window transitioning from neat greenery to an expansive square. She put down the daily administrative report she had finished reading, her gaze crossing over the top of the car window, landing on a building not far outside. The street where this building is located used to be the foreign embassy district of the old era. After the unification of humanity, the diplomatic needs between countries naturally diminished, thus the old foreign embassies here were either transformed into historical museums or demolished, replaced with normal residential buildings or other infrastructures completely integrating into the city itself. However, in recent days, with the formal discovery of extraterrestrial civilizations, the outbreak and conclusion of interstellar wars in the solar system, and the establishment of a cooperative relationship with the Grey Wind, this area has unexpectedly resumed its former duties. For instance, the building in front of the Secretary General is the embassy of the Grey Wind civilization. It is unlike many other buildings the Secretary General has seen before. The building appears to be an enlarged cube with nearly a straight line from the foundation to the roof, lacking eaves or any external decorations. Its walls are dark gray, and from a distance no obvious seams can be seen, radiating a texture reminiscent of cement walls under the morning sun. Previously, the Grey Wind had informed the Human Alliance that considering the relationship between the two civilizations, it was inappropriate for their diplomatic personnel to continue residing in villas, thus planning to formally establish an embassy on Earth. However, the Secretary General did not expect that the embassy designed by the professional engineering team on Earth would appear so peculiar. The special vehicle stopped in front of the main entrance of the Grey Wind embassy, where a row of sturdy metal railings formed a surrounding wall. Two personnel in dark uniforms from the Human Alliance stood on either side of the main door. This arrangement was the result of negotiations between both parties with external security managed by the Human Alliance to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering, while the maintenance of the building's interior was handled by the Grey Wind civilization. The Secretary General got out of the car, sunlight spilling onto her shoulders. The temperature in mid-March had not completely warmed up, and the air carried a hint of dry chill. She looked up one last time at the front of the building. On that dark gray wall, there was only a single door with no visible windows. Gu Huai jogged over from the side security booth, holding a tablet. He said to her Secretary General, "They are already waiting for you inside." The Secretary General nodded, then she stepped up the stairs, walking towards the only large door. When she opened the door and walked in, she found that behind it was a surprisingly unexpected hall. To call it a hall is actually not quite accurate. In human language, the term hall presupposes a kind of indoor space with divisions and functional areas. But here there are no such divisions. The entire interior of the building is a complete, almost empty space with a ceiling so high it seems unreasonable, estimated to be at least several meters tall, creating an illusion of standing in an open outdoor area when looking up. Inside, just like outside, there is almost no decoration, only gray walls, and the light cascading down from the extremely high ceiling. In the center of the space, there was a table and two chairs. The table appeared to be metallic, and so were the chairs, with one of them occupied by a figure. It was the Grey Wind. The beautiful girl with white hair whom the Secretary General had seen before was sitting quietly there with a cup in front of her. Today she was wearing a black robe that evoked feelings of coldness and majesty, looking less like a diplomat of an alien civilization and more like the high priest of an ancient temple. The Secretary General walked across the empty ground, her footsteps echoing softly in the vast space. She approached the table, pulled out another chair, and sat down. Welcome. The gray wind's gaze fell upon her, and her tone was as casual as greeting an old friend. Madam Secretary General, was there any traffic on the way? Not too bad at this hour. The peak time has already passed, the Secretary General replied. That's good. The gray wind leaned back in her chair. I noticed that several streets in your area have been quite congested every morning. The workers were complaining daily during the construction. Were you supervising the construction site in person? The gray wind replied, I sometimes check on the situation over here. So this counts as, the Secretary General looked around, on-site guidance. Pretty much, but right now I'm only guiding the exterior. I haven't decided on the interior decoration yet. Haven't decided yet. Yes, sometimes I think your ancient Greek decoration style is quite nice, and sometimes I feel that Chinese interior decoration meets my requirements. I can also accept modern home concepts. Even yesterday, I thought that perhaps leaving it as is without changing anything might be better. After saying this, the gray wind tilted her chin towards the surroundings. What do you think of this interior style? The Secretary General looked around the almost abstract space again, then turned back, maintaining her usual professional politeness. It's very distinctive. This assessment, when placed on any normal embassy, would be a polite criticism. But here it is taken literally. This building at least outwardly inherits the distinctive traits of the gray wind civilization. The gray wind clearly did not find this assessment satisfactory. What is this shape called? Matchbox. It was fine before, but now I'm not too satisfied with it. Perhaps I will change it after I finalize the interior style. By the way, don't you feel something is missing? Personally, I think. It's okay, the Secretary General pondered her words. It's just that the interior furnishings are indeed rather simplistic. Not that I mean. The gray wind paused mid-sentence, as if remembering something. She looked down at the cup in front of her, then glanced at the empty table in front of the Secretary General. You see, I just remembered I forgot to prepare something for you to eat. Your Excellency, gray wind, it's not necessary, really not. Thank you for your kindness, but I had breakfast an hour ago. Let's just get straight to business. Alright then, let me first talk about recent matters. How has everything been on your side? Is the city that was previously attacked by the Wanderers recovering smoothly now? It's already in the final stages, the Secretary General replied succinctly. Nanjing City is the last batch. The main construction was completed last month, and we are currently working on landscaping and restoring public facilities. Other cities finished even earlier. If there are no unexpected issues, all reconstruction work should be officially completed before the end of this month. That's great, the gray wind nodded. She did not pursue this topic further, but her tone of "that's great" seemed genuinely pleased, not merely polite. The Secretary General waited 2 seconds, realizing the other party had no intention of continuing the conversation, so she proactively pushed the topic forward. You called me here. It shouldn't just be to discuss the progress of the city's reconstruction, right? Yes, I called you here for an important matter. He slightly leaned forward, placing his hands on the table, locking eyes with the Secretary General. You should be aware that my activities are not limited to the solar system, right? The Secretary General nodded and replied honestly. Indeed, we have observed numerous instances of your ships traveling to the Kuiper Belt and then disappearing. Some of our scientists have speculated that you are not confined to the solar system. Your intuition is very accurate. Well, recently a fleet of mine visited a star system called TRAPPIST-1, approximately 39 light-years away from the solar system. That star system should have been observed by you humans as well. It contains 7 rocky planets, some of which are within the habitable zone. TRAPPIST-1. The Secretary General instinctively uttered the designation. As the leader of the United Human Federation, she had studied astronomy for a time due to the Federation's endeavors towards space exploration, so she naturally knew of this renowned star system. We have been monitoring this star system. Its habitable planets were once included in the list of potential colonies for humanity's future. Oh, it seems you are informed, so I won't need to elaborate much on the situation of that star system. The tone of his voice carried a hint of surprise, but he quickly continued. One of my primary purposes in going there was to find a second intelligent civilization or a life-bearing planet. Unfortunately, I did not achieve this goal. Are you saying that the star system does not meet our observations, and it is actually unsuitable for human habitation? Not exactly, and at least some of the planets there have liquid water oceans and an atmosphere. However, the main point I want to make is not about this. I apologize, please continue. He said, I thought that this journey would yield nothing other than the star system itself, but I unexpectedly discovered the wreckage of a spaceship several hundred meters underground on an icy planet there. The Secretary General did not immediately react. A spaceship, she repeated the word to confirm she hadn't misheard. Yes, an alien spaceship, neither mine nor that of the assimilators or wanderers. He looked at her and calmly stated, it is a spaceship from an unknown civilization. The Secretary General felt very surprised at his description. Oh, another alien spaceship from an unknown civilization. Could it be that aliens have gone mad and entered the solar system? The mere thought of this possibility made her fingers instinctively tighten around the armrest of her chair. It seemed he was unaware of the Secretary General's embarrassment as he continued. It was buried in an underground cavity and frozen by the surrounding ice layers. The overall structure remains, but the preservation state inside is quite poor. There is almost nothing usable apart from the ship's hull itself and a dozen corpses in spacesuits. Strictly speaking, they're not even corpses, but just the suits and some dust inside. Dust. It's been so long that the bodies have turned to dust. Upon hearing this news, the Secretary General felt a sigh of relief. Oh, after all, it sounded like the aliens in that spaceship had been dead for a long time, and she need not worry about them causing trouble in the solar system. If that's the case, then why did he come to tell her this? Based on this doubt, she cautiously asked, "So you came to inform me of this because you want an invitation," he said. "I believe you would be very interested in the relics of alien civilizations, even if this relic appears to be just an empty shell. And coincidentally, I am not particularly interested in this matter." He shrugged, his tone nonchalant. "I have many tasks to attend to, so I have no interest in rummaging through the debris of ancient spaceships. However, you are different. You have a multitude of individuals willing to devote their lives to studying the patterns on a single stone, do you not? This spaceship is a tasteless morsel to me, but for you." He looked at the Secretary General. "It should be much." The Secretary General did not refute him. For what he said was true. A wreckage of an alien spaceship from an unknown civilization, even if it had been eroded by time for a long while, and even if the devices inside might have been completely rendered useless, leaving only the shell itself and a pile of dust, its significance to the scientific community would still be immense. After a moment of silence, the Secretary General spoke gravely. "So you, Lord Huifeng, wish to invite us to study the wreck of this unknown civilization's spaceship? Your understanding is correct. That is indeed the case. May I ask if there are any corresponding conditions attached?" "Yes, first, the scientific research team will be provided by you. I will only offer the site some equipment and security guarantees. I will be responsible for transporting your personnel from Earth to TRAPPIST-1E. I will ensure their safety along the way, so you won't have to worry about the round trip. Second, all research outcomes will be shared. It's not a one-sided sharing. For instance, if you discover something, I must also be informed, but you should also have the right to know under normal circumstances. Third, the entire process must take place under my supervision. My armed personnel will be stationed at the site of the spaceship, and if any situation arises that could jeopardize the safety of personnel from both sides, I have the right to unilaterally terminate the entire scientific exploration." After stating these three conditions, he fell silent. The Secretary General waited a few seconds before asking unexpectedly, "Is that all?" "Generally, that is all. There are some details I will communicate to your related team later, but overall it will not deviate from the aforementioned conditions." The Secretary General's eyelids twitched. To be honest, she didn't feel that these conditions were excessive requests. One could even say they were what the other party should rightfully ask for, as it sounded like Huifeng was providing the site and covering some expenses while humanity only needed to provide personnel. The Secretary General suppressed her desire to agree on the spot and politely replied, "It sounds like a beneficial invitation with no drawbacks. However, I cannot make such a significant decision alone. Could you grant me some time to inform others about this matter? Of course, you can go back and discuss it with your team. I am not in a hurry for a response, but please don't keep me waiting too long. It would be best to give me a definitive answer within 3 days." Huifeng smiled and said. The Secretary General stood up and nodded towards him. "I understand. I will gather the personnel for discussion immediately and will provide you with a response soon." "All right. I will wait here for your news." Huifeng did not stand up, but simply waved his hand at her. "By the way, be careful of your step when you leave. It seems that a few tiles at the entrance are uneven, likely a design flaw. I will have the construction team fix it later." On the human side, their discussions progressed more rapidly than anticipated. On the very day of his return, the Secretary General summoned the key figures of the Human Alliance and reported accordingly in an emergency expansion meeting. During this meeting, everyone quickly reached a consensus. Less than 2 hours after the meeting, the Secretary General provided a formal response to Huifeng. The human side accepted the invitation and will form a joint scientific research team to head to Telebist-1H, expecting to complete personnel selection and material preparation within a week. Huifeng's reply was even shorter, consisting of only one sentence. "Understood. The spaceship arrives in 5 days." 5 days later, far away on a yellow Earth plateau, over 100 kilometers away, Lu Yunran was kneeling at the bottom of an excavation site using a brush to clean the sand and mud from the edge of a pottery shard. In mid-March in the northwest, the wind and sand were still strong, and the sunshade above the excavation site was rattling in the wind, with occasional grains of fine sand leaking through the gaps in the canopy and landing on her hair. She did not stop to take a photo, nor did she even lift her head. Beneath her, a corner of a pottery shard was exposed, and all her attention was fixated on the curved gray-black lines. This was an ancient piece of painted pottery from humanity's past, and based on the patterns that had emerged it might be over 5,000 years old. At that moment a voice suddenly came from above the excavation site. She raised her head, squinting to adjust to the sudden brightness, and then saw her mentor Zhou Wenbin crouching at the edge of the excavation site, his gray hair, tousled by the wind, looking different from his usual work demeanor. She also noticed two individuals in dark uniforms standing behind Zhou Wenbin, standing straight, clearly not part of the archaeological team. "Come up here," Zhou Wenbin said. Lu Yunran set down her brush, dusted off her knees, and climbed up the steps carved into the walls of the excavation. Once she stood steady at the edge of the excavation site, she realized that the two uniformed individuals had bulging waists. They wore blank expressions, but when their gazes swept over her, she felt as if she was being evaluated. "Comrade Lu Yunran." One of them spoke in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. "There is an urgent project that requires you to participate. If you agree, please come with us and your mentor." Hearing this, Lu Yunran was taken aback for a moment and instinctively glanced at Zhou Wenbin. As her mentor, he gave her a slight nod implying that he was aware and suggesting she shouldn't ask further. What project, she couldn't help but ask. "Classified," came the quick and concise reply. Ultimately, under her mentor's subtle suggestion, Lu Yunran chose not to refuse and vaguely followed her mentor into the car. As she sat in the back seat watching the yellow earth change gradually through the bumpy ride, she wondered who would take over the project here and where these people would take her next. She imagined it might involve a significant archaeological discovery, perhaps a royal tomb that had been looted and required emergency excavation, or a prehistoric site that had been inadvertently uncovered during construction. Such occurrences were not unusual in their field. She even started mentally listing the equipment and personnel she might need upon arrival. However, she found that the vehicle did not head toward the airport, but instead drove into a large courtyard adorned with the Human Alliance's flag. Several buses were already parked in the yard, and a group of people stood nearby, some dressed in muddy outdoor work clothes like hers, others wearing glasses and holding laptops clearly involved in laboratory analysis, and a few familiar faces from other provincial archaeological institutions whom she had seen at previous academic conferences. Lu Yunran and Zhou Wenbin were led into a temporarily arranged lounge. Many people had already seated themselves in the room. Some were whispering to each other, while others silently sipped tea from paper cups. After Zhou Wenbin found a corner seat for them, Lu Yunran scanned the crowd and noticed not only archaeologists but also materials scientists, geologists, and even a few individuals she had never encountered in the cultural relic system. Later she learned those were linguists and astronomers. During the following hours no one informed them of anything. Only staff members came and went, checking lists, confirming identities, and distributing standardized access passes. When Lu Yunran received her pass, she examined it repeatedly. It contained only her photo, name, title, and a line that read, "Member of the Telebist Joint Scientific Research Project." Telebist. She had never heard this term before, unsure whether it referred to some obscure ancient dynasty or a designation for a remote region. Zhou Wenbin sat beside her, saying nothing, merely taking out his reading glasses to clean them before placing them back on his nose. As Lu Yunran's gaze swept over the line on the pass, she noticed her mentor's hand was slightly trembling. That afternoon, they were transported by bus to the outskirts of the city, driving for several hours until the early morning when they seemed to arrive near their destination. Subsequently, the vehicle passed through several checkpoints, each manned by armed soldiers checking documents. The bus gradually fell silent as those who had been chatting quietly one by one became muted, each processing the imposing security in their own way. As the bus turned around the last bend and entered an area illuminated as bright as day by searchlights on the concrete ground, Lu Yunran saw something outside the window. Then she froze in place. It was a spaceship. In the past, Lu Yunran had seen it countless times in the news and on social media, but she had never imagined she would actually see it in reality one day. The ship was predominantly silver-white, spindle-shaped, nearly 1 kilometer in length, massive, and exuding an intimidating presence. Without a doubt, this was the spaceship that had once carried the diplomatic envoy of the Huifeng civilization to Earth. Even if it wasn't that exact ship, it should belong to the same type. At the bottom of the spaceship, a massive hatch was wide open, and below it was a work area bathed in light, where hundreds of figures were bustling about. Forklifts darted back and forth, transporting boxes of various sizes into the interior of the spaceship, while personnel in different colored uniforms jogged to their respective posts, the air filled with the low hum of hydraulic equipment and the echoes of metal clashing. Lu Yunran pressed her hand against the car window, suddenly feeling an unbearable dryness in her throat. "Mr. Zhou," she asked in disbelief, "is that the flag of the Greywind civilization?" Beside her, Zhou Wenbin followed her gaze and saw several standard human flags and a simple white flag planted in a position beneath the spaceship. The emblem on the flag had become widely recognized over the past few months. "Yes, that is indeed the flag of the Greywind civilization." Zhou Wenbin nodded in response, expressing his sentiment. "Now you understand why I hinted that you should come, right?" This project with the involvement of the Greywind civilization is bound to be a historical milestone. It seemed her mentor had known part of the truth all along. Meanwhile, in the vehicle, the others who were unaware were no better off than Lu Yunxuan, all of them staring in shock at the scene outside the window, silent. Subsequently, under the guidance of the on-site staff, the vehicle stopped at the designated location. After everyone got out one by one, a camouflage-clad engineering personnel approached, checked their identities against a list, and pointed to the distant spaceship to inform them of their mission. TRAPPIST-1. Many of you may not know what this name represents. Let me tell you, it is a star system located about 39 light-years away from the solar system, composed of 7 planets and a red dwarf star. 100 words of star system introduction omitted. After giving an introduction about TRAPPIST-1, the individual paused for a moment to allow everyone to digest the information before continuing. In this star system, there is an ice planet named TRAPPIST-1H, which has the remains of an alien spaceship discovered by the Greywind civilization, and it is not their own. For various reasons, the Greywind civilization seems to have little interest in this spaceship, so they approached us to reach a cooperative research agreement. They will be responsible for transporting you to TRAPPIST-1, while your task is to study that alien spaceship and understand its situation. In that moment, Lu Yunxian finally understood what the Trappist on her credentials meant. She had never imagined that in her lifetime, she would have any substantial connection with this extraterrestrial star system. After that, she could no longer hear what the staff member said until Zhou Wenbin patted her shoulder after he left, bringing her back to her senses. That night, Lu Yunxian couldn't sleep. Lying on the iron bunk in the temporary dormitory, every time she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with thoughts of the so-called Trappist Joint Scientific Exploration Project and her past days. In the past, everything she had seen at archaeological sites, colored pottery, bronze artifacts, bamboo slips, murals and tombs, and so on, was all within the realm of human civilization. She studied human history using human methods, contemplating human behavior, but this time the thing she was going to touch had nothing to do with all of that. Her excitement burned like a flame in her chest, causing her to toss and turn, yet at the same time, she felt an unprecedented sense of nervousness, a feeling she had only experienced during her first archaeological project with her mentor. She had never left Earth her entire life, not even crossing the atmosphere, and her understanding of space travel had come solely from documentaries and popular science articles. This time, she was not only leaving her home planet that had nurtured her, but was also heading to another planet 39 light-years away. This was an experience no one had ever had before. Moreover, did she truly possess the capability to confront, decipher, and understand the things waiting for her on that extraterrestrial planet? What if she came back empty-handed? What if she let down the trust placed in her, disappointed this project, and failed those who pulled her from the excavation site and placed her aboard an interstellar ship? She turned over and heard rustling sounds from the adjacent bed. The materials science female expert who introduced herself as Chun during the day also seemed to be tossing and turning. That night, neither of them truly fell asleep, which spoke volumes more than any words could. 2 days later, everything was ready. There were 1524 people, the final confirmed total for participating in the Trappist Joint Scientific Exploration Project, including over 600 core research personnel, with the rest being engineering, technical support staff, medical teams, and logistical support personnel. They came from various continents on Earth, and over 40 research institutions covering disciplines such as archaeology, materials science, geology, linguistics, astronomy, and even biology. This was the largest and most comprehensive extraterrestrial scientific exploration team in human history, and their mission was not to excavate any ancient tombs or ruins on Earth, but to travel to a planet 39 light-years away with the help of the Greywind civilization to study a spaceship that did not belong to humanity. The massive ship of the Greywind civilization opened its lower hatches in the morning light, with a line of staff maintaining order on either side of the boarding passage. The members participating in the project formed a long queue, carrying luggage and equipment boxes, entering the spaceship one by one. Lu Yunxian stood in the line with her mentor and several other archaeologists, a backpack filled with personal items slung over her shoulder, holding a portable toolbox in her hand. The morning breeze swept through the site, bringing a chill, but she felt no cold. Instead, she felt a slight sweat. Her team quickly reached the hatch. Before stepping onto the actual spaceship, she paused for a second, took a deep breath, and then stepped inside. Upon entering the spaceship, she found the space much larger than she had anticipated. It was an extremely spacious cabin, seemingly capable of accommodating several large transport aircraft. The ceiling hung high above, and soft white light spread evenly from the walls without any visible light fixtures or shadows. The lighting in the entire space seemed to be adjusted to the most comfortable level by some unseen force, allowing visibility without being harsh on the eyes. But what truly made her stop was the scene before her. This massive cabin had now been transformed into a temporary living base with hundreds of folding military beds neatly arranged on one side of the chamber. Each bed was accompanied by a simple storage cabinet, and a white curtain to shield it from others' view, while the other side was stacked with rows of supply boxes, each marked with various colored labels for freshwater food, medical supplies, emergency equipment, and more, all clearly labeled. Several unknown devices leaned against the wall, emitting a low and steady hum, and in the corner, simple partitions had even created a few temporary restrooms and shower rooms. Not long after Lu Yunxian and the others saw this, someone came forward to guide them to their designated living area. As they moved, Lu Yunxian noticed a detail. It seemed that there were no doors or passages leading deeper into the spaceship. Apart from the hatch through which they entered, the walls were solid metal surfaces without portholes or visible seams, nor any openings leading to the cockpit or engine room. It was as if the entire cabin was an independent space, completely isolated from the rest of the spaceship. The passenger area was just the passenger area and nothing more. While she was lost in observation, a sudden noise came from behind her. She and the others turned around to see the entrance hatch slowly closing, the massive metal floor gradually coming together from below. Through the narrowing gap of the door, she took one last look at the outside world before the door completely shut. The cabin fell silent for a moment, at which point Zhou Wenbin set down his luggage and spoke to her. Relax a bit. I heard from others that it seems we'll be staying here for a while. Time inside the spaceship passed much slower than Lu Yunxian had anticipated. In the first few days, she was still quite interested in observing everything in the cabin and had gotten familiar with several young researchers traveling with her. During the day, they discussed the possible principles of this spaceship, though she often struggled to understand what they were talking about, talked about the ruins they were about to face, and during breaks they lay in their berths staring blankly at the ceiling of the spaceship. By the fifth day, the novelty began to wear off. There were no windows in the cabin to see outside, and there was no day or night. The soft light on the ceiling maintained the same brightness. She could only rely on the numbers on her mentor's watch to determine whether it should be day or night on Earth. Her colleagues nearby were in a similar situation. Some started pacing back and forth in the aisle, others flipped through their papers multiple times, and some organized a few impromptu card games to pass the time. On the evening of the 9th day, Lu Yunxian was leaning against the head of her bed, flipping through a worn introduction to archaeology, while Zhou Wenbin sat on the adjacent bed, holding a cup of instant coffee that had gone cold. The low murmurs and footsteps around them were sparse, as most people had returned to their own beds. Then a voice suddenly came through without warning. Attention, everyone. The voice came from outside the rest area, resonant, yet not jarring. Lu Yunxian's bed was right at the edge of the rest area, and as she pulled back the curtain, she saw that familiar. It was the extraterrestrial being known as Grey Wind, who had appeared outside the rest area at some point, its exquisitely non-human face addressing the people inside. Seemingly aware of Lu Yunxian's gaze, it slowly turned its head and nodded in her direction. Seeing this, Lu Yunxian was at a loss for words. She had something on her lips, but swallowed it back. After Grey Wind spoke, the entire cabin gradually fell silent, with everyone raising their heads to listen. I am Grey Wind. The spaceship will reach the surface of Treblis 1H in 40 minutes. Please everyone put on your prepared spacesuits immediately. Those who need to disembark should line up at the hatch. I will repeat, please put on your spacesuits within 40 minutes to avoid any possible accidents. The voice faded away, and there was silence in the cabin for about 2 seconds, then everyone moved at once. Lu Yunxian's gaze was forced away from the extraterrestrial being as she dragged out her equipment case, marked with a number from under the bed, opened the clasp, and found a silvery gray spacesuit inside. It was said that this was prepared for them by the Grey Wind civilization provided by the Solar System Replication Center, because human civilization couldn't produce spacesuits for over 1,000 people in a short time. In the previous days, they had undergone relevant training inside the spaceship and had put it on several times, so she was relatively familiar with the process of wearing this suit. But now her fingers slipped on the buckle several times before she managed to pull the sealed zipper at her chest into place. The footsteps around her were hurried and chaotic as everyone was bowing their heads to check the straps' positions or to ensure their helmets were secured, and the palpable tension in the air was almost visible. Zhou Wenbin had already put on his spacesuit. He walked over to help her with the equipment and checked the sealed interface. All right, no problem. Now, let's use the communication device in the suit to talk. His voice came through the visor, slightly muffled. Lu Yunxian gave him an okay gesture. Her movements were a bit clumsy under the heavy spacesuit. By the time they sorted everything out and stepped outside the rest area, several lines had already formed outside. At the front of the lines, the extraterrestrial being was using the most familiar form of a girl to humans, smiling as it observed their activities. The lines had been pre-assigned, so Lu Yunxian followed Zhou Wenbin into their designated group and took a moment to conduct final checks with the other teammates. Thus, under the tense atmosphere, 40 minutes flashed by. Without feeling any increase or decrease in gravity, the extraterrestrial being at the front of the line spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Please line up and maintain order. The hatch will open in 10 seconds. 10 seconds, usually just a blink of an eye, felt extraordinarily long to Lu Yunxian now. But even the longest moments come to an end. When the time was up, the extraterrestrial being without any protective measures stepped aside, and behind it the hatch of the spaceship slowly opened. At the moment the door opened, Lu Yunxian and her colleagues instinctively held their breath. The first thing that came into view was the starry black sky, followed by the descent of the hatch revealing the frozen ground before them. Then everyone noticed two silver mechanical beings lying outside the hatch. They were slightly shorter than adults and resembled a kind of arthropod lying flat on the ground. Their shape was very similar to that of an enlarged insect scorpion, but their shells appeared metallic and their bodies were much larger. As everyone observed them, the pairs of limbs beneath them continually adjusted their supporting positions. These unusual features clearly reminded everyone inside the spaceship that this was not something humans could manufacture. Please rest assured this is also a part of me. They will not harm you. Gray Wind spoke beside them. This time the voice was transmitted through the helmet's communication device to every. At that moment Lu Yunxian truly felt the reality of how different it was from Earth humans. As it said, those two scythe-looking mechanical creatures outside the spaceship did not advance to attack. Instead, they remained quietly on either side of the exit as if waiting for them. It's time to move, friends. After saying this, Gray Wind took the lead and stepped out of the spaceship onto the frozen ground under the gaze of the crowd. Even though everyone knew Gray Wind was not a life form from Earth, watching it walk into the frozen world without any protective gear in its human-like appearance was still somewhat shocking. Naturally, Lu Yunxuan at the front of the line was no exception. It wasn't until Zhou Wenbin, who stood behind her, gently pushed her shoulder and whispered it's time to go, that Lu Yunxian snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the spaceship. But when she walked out of that door and truly set foot on the surface, she was stunned again. The door seemed to be some kind of dividing line. While she was still inside, everything was calm. The air was dry and slightly cool, just like the cabin environment of the past few days. However, the moment she stepped outside the spaceship, her body felt significantly lighter, and an elusive cold penetrated her spacesuit's outer layer, as if she were submerged in the river water of winter. Even wearing a thermal wetsuit, the subtle cold creeping in from all directions was still omnipresent. Before she could ponder why the disparity between the inside and outside of the spaceship was so great, her gaze was drawn away by the distant scenery. The ice field stretched out beneath her feet towards the horizon. An enormous and brighter red sun hung above the horizon, casting a dim crimson light that tinted the entire ice field in varying shades of orange and red. To the side, several gigantic structures stood beside the spaceship, two of which looked quite familiar, seemingly resembling the cubicle structures where humanity first discovered the existence of the Gray Wind civilization. After her group of personnel descended, they couldn't help but shout in excitement over the communication channel at the site, before them expressing their genuine awe. Then these experts who had disembarked from the spaceship followed Gray Wind's guidance into one of the cubic structures. They walked along a passage whose original purpose was unknown, continuing forward until the passage began to slope downwards, with the surrounding metal walls being replaced by layers of ice. Everyone be careful not to slip, Gray Wind reminded from the front. Compared to these humans in spacesuits who moved clumsily in the alien environment, it now sat on a white mechanical being looking like a leisurely coward. Lu Yunxian felt a sense of déjà vu rising within her. Soon the team reached the bottom of the downward passage, which opened into a vast cavity with a metal staircase leading deeper inside. They descended in batches along the staircase, while Gray Wind simply sat on the back of the mechanical being and climbed down the adjacent ice wall. As Lu Yunxian slowly walked down the staircase, she entered an underground cavity illuminated as brightly as day by searchlights. The immense space made her feel minuscule, and far away the half-elliptical metal silhouette, suspended in the ice, was vaguely visible. That thing looked like the so-called wreckage of the spaceship, with the searchlight beams tracing mottled shadows on its deep green shell. Aside from this shocking sight, a temporary research base had already been constructed at the bottom of the cavity. Rows of modular closed buildings unfolded on the ground, and several rows of high-powered searchlights were mounted on tall supports, illuminating the entire cavity. Looking around, everything was orderly. They only needed to complete some equipment assembly and debugging in the coming days, and this place would become a fully functional extraterrestrial research base. This, someone beside Lu Yunxian quietly said, but couldn't finish their sentence. Zhou Wenbin stood next to her, surveying the surroundings. After a moment, he let out a very quiet sigh, his voice transmitted through the spacesuit's communicator to Lu Yunxian's ears, laden with disbelief. I really don't know if we are here for archaeology or to move in, as some of the projects I've worked on before didn't have such good conditions. That afternoon, work began. Everyone walked towards their respective positions according to the tasks assigned before. Lu Yunxian was assigned to the internal investigation team of the spaceship ruins. When she first approached the deep green spaceship half embedded in the ice, looking up at the massive cross-section torn open by ancient impact, she suddenly remembered a few days ago when she had knelt at the bottom of an excavation site on Earth, cleaning the edge of a colorful pottery shard with a brush. At that time, she thought that the 5,000-year-old artifact she touched was the limit of her academic pursuits. Now she was about to step into an even older tomb. She took a deep breath, picked up her toolbox, and along with her fellow team members walked through the passage cut by the worker bees into the corridor inside the spaceship covered by thin ice. It has been 2 weeks since the human scientific research team arrived at Trappist 1H aboard the long-distance transport ship and began their work. Huifeng initially had modest expectations for their efficiency. After all, over 1,000 people were transported from Earth to an icy planet 40 light-years away, and just adapting to the environment would take considerable time. However, the actual situation proved to be even more taxing than he had anticipated. During the first week, these human scientists made no significant discoveries regarding the alien spacecraft. A large portion of their time was spent on a more fundamental issue: how to survive on this planet. Trappist 1H is not a merciful planet. Its surface temperature hovers around the triple digits below zero year-round. Although most of the human activities are confined to underground caverns, ensuring the long-term survival of over 1,000 people remains a daunting challenge. Huifeng had previously confirmed that the cargo hold of the long-distance transport ship could maintain an indoor temperature and prevent gas loss, as well as shield against the deadly radiation from outer space, which is why he dared to use it to transport people. Thus, in the early stages, the interior of the ship became a temporary base for some researchers, preventing them from being crammed underground all at once. However, as they gradually moved personnel into the underground base, problems began to surface. The base's air, water, and food, the latter not being a major issue, as they had brought plenty energy, equipment failures, waste management, and medical supplies all required their own handling, and each aspect could not afford significant errors. Huifeng did not complain about this. He simply used drones to assist in transporting their supplies down, while sending a gray wind-like spy to act as a communicator. They only needed to find it for any equipment they required. Then he would use the replication center to produce the necessary equipment in batches, of course using human technology, including high-power air circulation systems, water purification devices, medical refrigeration cabinets, spare battery modules, and even several biological degradation devices specifically for processing organic waste. For him, this was merely a matter of consuming some basic resources. For the human research team, however, lacking any one of these items made it difficult for them to continue their stay here. By the 8th day, the survival issues were essentially resolved, allowing the research team to truly enter a working state. Afterward, the progress of the research was somewhat slower than he expected, but it was not due to human shortcomings. It was a problem with the spacecraft itself. The spacecraft had been here for too long enough for nearly everything to be worn down by ice and aging. By the 14th day, which is today, the research team finally achieved some results. They conducted tests on some objects inside the spacecraft using specialized equipment, ultimately determining the approximate age of the spacecraft: about 4 billion years. This figure surprised Huifeng. He had initially thought that the worst-case scenario for the spacecraft's age would be tens of millions of years, unlikely to exceed 100 million years. Yet when the true number emerged, it was staggering. He recalled data he had seen in some popular science articles before his time travel, stating that Earth's history is about 4.6 billion years, and the earliest life forms on Earth appeared around 3.8 billion years ago. This means that when this spacecraft crashed onto this icy planet with its crew, Earth had probably just formed, with the crust not yet fully cooled, and the first single-celled organisms had not yet emerged in the primordial oceans. He remembered the gray powder inside those spacesuits and understood why these aliens left no mummies behind. If even after such a long time corpses could remain, their original physical strength must have been more extraordinary than Superman. 4 billion years is enough time for a civilization to rise and fall multiple times. The cities they built may have been ground to dust by geological movements, and their home planet might have been devoured by a star, just like Earth's future fate. This also left Huifeng with a sense of regret. He had previously harbored a glimmer of hope to uncover more information about this civilization from the spacecraft, such as the location of their home planet, their technological level, or even whether they had descendants existing in some corner of the galaxy. Now, however, these hopes could essentially be put away in the face of this timescale. What a pity. I hope that the humans can analyze something useful from your remains. Huifeng sighed sincerely for a few seconds, then redirected his attention to other matters. The deceased of the past had passed, and it was better for him, a non-human being living in the present, to focus on the tasks before him. Speaking of the present tasks, there were actually no difficulties for him at the moment. In terms of expansion, he was currently sailing smoothly. 2 weeks had passed, and his first batch of 100 colonies officially expanding outward, excluding the initial few serving as sparks, had gained sufficient development. They were now capable of launching new industrial mothership fleets to other star systems, while further developing their own star systems. This time he planned to select over 500 star systems within 100 light-years as colonization option. This time his main goal was to connect the various colonies on the map as much as possible, forming a continuous star cluster completely under his control. In this region, the star systems he previously overlooked were now not worth his efforts to be picky. He decided to colonize them all for the sake of aesthetic territory. For instance, Barnard's star. In addition to the direction of expansion in terms of research, as Huifeng's size scaled up, his research speed surged with the increase of research buildings like the Scientific Computing Center. The surge in research speed also accelerated his progress on the Wanderer technology tree. Currently, he had reached a point on the Wanderer technology tree that even the Great Khan had not researched cruisers. After that, the priority for researching the Wanderer technology tree would diminish, and he would shift his focus back to the Assimilator technology tree, concentrating on his own battleship technology. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the development of his starting point, the solar system itself, has progressed. In the Milky Way galaxy, in the Orion Arm, lies the solar system. Over the past nearly year, many events have unfolded within the solar system. However, in the grand scheme of the solar system, these events are insignificant, as they have had almost no impact on the center of the solar system, the Sun itself. For large planets like Jupiter and Saturn, the greatest impact has merely been a change in the appearance of one of them. Recently, some annoying little entities have appeared in their upper atmospheres and have gradually increased in number. Jupiter upper atmosphere. In the past, the most famous feature of Jupiter was the storm area known as the Great Red Spot. Located near 22 degrees south latitude, it is the largest storm cyclone on Jupiter, measuring approximately 250 kilometers in length and 180 kilometers in height. A massive anticyclonic high-pressure vortex, locked by factors such as strong east-west wind, sheer internal heat sources, and Coriolis force persisting for at least 269 years. Note, in our world, it has existed for 190 years, as a new study in 2024 indicated that the current Great Red Spot of Jupiter was reformed in the 19th century, and the one observed during the Cassini era has since disappeared, making the modern Great Red Spot distinct from its predecessor. In the future that was once estimated by humans, the Great Red Spot might last for nearly 1,000 years, but now it has shown signs of instability. The reason is simple: parasites have appeared above it. A giant silver tower is currently hovering above the swirling clouds of the Great Red Spot, like a slender silver needle piercing through the ochre and white intermingled cloud bands. Each tower drags long collection conduits into the surging ammonia clouds, rhythmically drawing in the dense Jovian atmosphere through its intake grates, while the vector thrusters at the rear occasionally emit pale blue ion streams. Beside it are hundreds and thousands of companions, appearing like a swarm of silver lice parasitizing the body of a giant beast against the backdrop of the Great Red Spot. These structures, known as atmospheric extraction stations, are not only scattered throughout the Great Red Spot, but can also be found in other regions of Jupiter, as well as on Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. The expansion of Huifeng's Milky Way cannot be separated from these structures. Currently, the atmospheric extraction stations of the four gas giants contribute 80% of the resource output of the solar system. This is indeed an exaggerated share. Such a massive amount of resources cannot simply be left to gather dust in warehouses, and most of them are either used for the grand expansion beyond the solar system or continuously sent into the various space docks scattered across the planets, where they transform into brand new warships. If one only focuses on the results of the expansion while neglecting the construction of their own military, then the scenario of neighbors stockpiling food while I stockpile weapons and I am the food depot to my neighbor could very well unfold around Huifeng. He might just be the person sitting in the neighbor's position. Therefore, to prevent such a situation from occurring, Huifeng has never slackened his military preparations. After the war in the solar system had largely ended, and he had roughly restored his pre-war production capabilities, he immediately initiated a large-scale warship construction plan that has continued to this day. As a direct product of the construction plan, two brand new Judgment-class cruisers slowly emerged from the space dock above the 8th moon of Jupiter, gracefully driving their hexagonal forms as they began to fly towards the orbit of Saturn at a conventional cruising speed. Their destination is to rendezvous with the main force of the First Fleet stationed at Titan. The First Fleet, a name that was initially casually designated by Huifeng, has now become one of special significance in his mind. This is entirely because the space fleet named after this title has made immense contributions during the previous solar system war, even suffering total annihilation twice, which granted Huifeng a strategic window for his subsequent plans. Although a significant part of this can be attributed to the fact that Huifeng rarely divided his forces at the time, so often the entire operation was solely conducted by the First Fleet. Yet this does not prevent Huifeng from privately elevating this name to a special status and placing the title of the First Fleet above the new space combat group he has formed. Thus, the First Fleet has been resoundingly resurrected. Just like the Black Sea Fleet during the Tsarist Russian-Soviet period, and after this reconstruction, its fleet size is far more massive than in the previous two instances. 100 warships. That is the fleet size Huifeng has established for the First Fleet, which is 10 to 100 times larger than the previous First Fleet, with a specific composition of 500 frigates, 300 destroyers, 500 aerospace carriers, and 150 judgment-class cruisers. Moreover, the 100 warships and the aforementioned composition also serve as standard numbers allocated for future fleets. He does not want the warships produced in the future to cluster together like slime molds, as this would be somewhat inconvenient, especially when the territory expands and garrisons are needed everywhere. Therefore, he has set a standard that 100 warships after meeting the above composition constitutes a standard space combat legion, and 100 of these legions would form a space army. Of course, the warship composition of the legion is not immutable. As stronger warships emerge in the future, Huifeng will make certain adjustments to incorporate the new warships, aiming to create a synergistic effect of multi-unit cooperation among the warships. This is also the typical space combat strategy in the game Galactic War. Although the scale is not as exaggerated as in reality, mindlessly producing a single type of unit will certainly not be able to defeat other players. In the game, it is necessary to have multiple units working together. Moreover, thanks to the characteristics of the Assimilator faction, after defeating the Wanderers, Huifeng also incorporated various ships of the Wanderers into the Legion. The Wanderers' Venom-class frigates, Razor-class destroyers, and the previously unseen Fury-class cruisers accounted for about half of the Legion's ships. These ships, originally belonging to another faction working in conjunction with the Assimilator's warships, Huifeng believes will undoubtedly yield a result of 1 + 1 = 2 in subsequent battles. Currently, the First Fleet is not yet fully staffed. It is still short of over 10,000 warships, primarily awaiting the launch of the cruisers designated for it. Thus, it remains docked in the Saturn system of the solar system, safeguarding its core territory while gradually waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Even so, over 800 warships gathered together cast a conspicuous shadow over Saturn's chaotic atmosphere under the sunlight, as if a new moon had materialized out of thin air. As for outside the solar system, he is also assembling another fleet in a star system 90 light-years away called HD 110067. But this so-called second fleet is currently in a severe state of understaffing, constrained by the local level of development. This star system was the destination of Huifeng's past seed project, but its development level currently lags behind that of the solar system, and insufficient resource allocation, with only over 100 warships in its ranks, mostly frigates, which is still inadequate to be considered a main fleet. Titan, this celestial body, became the protagonist of the decisive battle at the last moment of the Saturnian. As a consequence, it not only permanently lost its natural atmosphere, but also bore a massive, grotesque scar on its surface. Moreover, the thrust provided by the planetary engine forced it to charge relentlessly towards the direction of escaping the solar system. This was the situation of Titan over 3 months ago. However, now, under the rescue efforts of Huifeng, Titan has undergone tremendous changes. As Huifeng shifted his perspective above Titan, a grayish-white planet came into view. It has now been transformed beyond recognition. From space looking down, its color is completely different from a few months ago. The once orange-yellow planet, shrouded in a dense atmosphere, has now been reduced to a bare gray-white body directly exposed to the void of space after the atmosphere was stripped away, resembling a peeled egg. Countless worker bees are active on its surface, resembling a gray membrane spread over the planet. As the swarm of worker bees flows between different areas, this inconspicuous membrane slowly wriggles, occasionally revealing a silver-white structure rising from within. Through their efforts, the structures that were once erased during the war have reappeared in their original positions. On Titan, that enormous impact scar has also vanished. When the battle had just ended, this elliptical impact crater, stretching thousands of kilometers, was the most conspicuous landmark on Titan's surface, with its edges rising into a ring-shaped mountain range, and its center sinking down, forming a massive magma basin. Anyone who looked at this planet through a telescope would have their gaze firmly captured by this scar. But now it can no longer be found. The terrain transformation devices that Huifeng rebuilt on Titan took nearly a month to systematically reshape the entire impact area. Starting from the edges, the ring-shaped mountains were gradually leveled, while the scorching lava in the crater, under the great power of technological systems, solidified and transformed into a solid, special gray-white surface. After the project was completed, only a flat surface indistinguishable from other areas remained where the original impact crater used to be. Once Huifeng's architectural plans are fully realized here, the difference between this place and others will vanish. The planetary engine was one of the first large facilities repaired on Titan, but it was also one of the last to be complete. 5 main engines, once destroyed by bombardment, along with a circle of maneuvering engines surrounding the planet's equator and poles, have mostly re-emerged in complete form on their bases. Although the maneuvering engine group surrounding the planet is large, their overall resource consumption is not very high. Moreover, as they are key to Titan's braking and deceleration, Huifeng prioritized their restoration the moment he returned to Titan after the war. These re-erected maneuvering engines emit countless dazzling beams of light from their nozzles bright enough to be captured by the naked eye from several astronomical units away. Subsequently, Huifeng spent months gradually reducing Titan's thrust, pulling it back from the trajectory of escaping the solar system. For over 3 months, this planet has been in a state of slow deceleration, each second slightly slower than the last. Then several days ago, its speed finally dropped to the same order of magnitude as the surrounding planets, coming to a halt in the vast interstellar space between Saturn and Uranus. Today, Titan still hovers there with all the maneuvering engines still firing, adjusted to low-power maintenance mode. The exhaust has dimmed significantly, its length reduced by more than half, entering standby status. It is not that Huifeng does not wish to bring Titan back to the Saturn system, but rather that its main engines have not yet been completely repaired. These main engines consume vast resources, and without urgent demand, 2 of them remain unrepaired. To drive Titan for normal interstellar travel, more time is needed. However, relying on those already completed maneuvering engines, Huifeng has accomplished what he set out to do. Of course, some things can never return. Titan's natural atmosphere was stripped away during the ignition of the planetary engine, and the remaining part was blown away to nothing by subsequent impact events, leaving no possibility of reaccumulation. Moreover, the methane lakes that once existed on its surface, the liquid hydrocarbon bodies captured by human probes, now leave not a single trace behind. They, along with the atmosphere, have become the remnants of Titan's past. This is the price that must be paid for its transformation, and Huifeng was fully aware of this when he initially activated the engines. Restoring these natural environments is not in his plans, nor in any foreseeable plans. What he thinks about now is not how to restore the past, but how to make it stronger. According to the transformation blueprint formulated by Huifeng, the final form of Titan is to become a true battle planet. This concept is fundamentally different from the hastily launched interstellar transport prior. During the Saturnian War, Titan was merely a temporary satellite outfitted with engines. It had thrust, and its mass itself served as a weapon, but that was all. It lacked its own armament shields and any capacity for sustained combat on the battlefield. It was disposable. A true battle planet is not disposable. It is a mobile military base, a strategic platform equipped with heavy firepower capable of independent survival and sustained output on the battlefield, a Titan-class combat unit. To meet this standard, Titan needs to install dedicated weapon systems and shield systems, which are on a completely different scale from ordinary planetary defense platforms. After completing Titan's propulsion system, more resources must be invested to construct these systems on it. In fact, he is already in the process of doing so. On a highland in Titan's northern hemisphere, smoothed out by terrain modification devices, the first batch of weapon bases for the battle planet has been established. According to the design, dozens of heavy energy weapons for orbital defense will be installed here, covering the near space of Titan's northern hemisphere to intercept enemy projectile fire. Similar weapon bases have been initially planned throughout the planet's surface, numbering in the hundreds. Meanwhile, deeper underground swarms of worker bees are excavating the core reaction chamber for the shield system, a chamber large enough to accommodate an entire industrial mothership. Once Titan is fully transformed, it will be incorporated into the First Fleet. The difference between the First Fleet and the Second Fleet lies here. The Second Fleet will temporarily be a conventional fleet composed of normal warships, while the First Fleet will soon possess a battle planet as its flagship, implying that it will far surpass the Second Fleet in firepower density, damage endurance, and sustained delivery capabilities on the battlefield. It will be the strongest trump card that Huifeng can present at this stage. Once Titan's weapon systems and shield systems are fully operational, this planet, which once collided with the throne of heaven, will become something that no enemy wishes to face. Battle Planet Titan. Sharpen your weapons and prepare to defeat the enemy. After a brief review of the overall situation, Huifeng felt quite satisfied. If he were to encounter the previous drifters and assimilators attacking at the same time, given his current strength, he would not be able to simply turn them into blood mist. His reconnaissance ship was already nearing a star system nearly 200 light-years away. Currently apart from an ancient spacecraft on Talibist 1H, he had yet to discover any signs of other forces, nor did he have anyone to serve as a punching bag for testing his combat abilities. Unfortunately, he secretly hoped that in the upcoming exploration of the galaxy he would not encounter any worthy opponents, preferably that all civilizations in the galaxy were at a similar level to current human civilization, without any returners or the like. This would be simply perfect. Regrettably, this fantasy was overturned by the scenes he witnessed in reality a few days later. Incomplete. As a Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship jumped out of the hyperspace lane, a G5 type yellow dwarf star with a brightness of about 9 appeared on its sensors. The star system it was currently in was designated HD 108236 by human astronomers, with the central star having a mass of about 85 of the Sun, a radius of about 89, a surface temperature of about 5,300, and located approximately 211 light-years from the solar system. In the human world before Huifeng's traversal, it was discovered in 2020 through the stellar detection method that there were 4 planets surrounding it, and in 2021, satellite data confirmed the existence of a 5th planet. All 5 of these planets belonged to the sub-Neptune category and were situated extremely close to the central star, making them theoretically unsuitable for life. The speculation of human scientists was correct. These 5 discovered planets were indeed unsuitable for life. However, beyond them, there existed another planet situated perfectly within the habitable zone of HD 108236, which had not been detected by human stellar detection method due to its distance from the parent star. Note this planet is fictional and does not exist in reality until the arrival of Huifeng's ship. This was originally just a routine exploration. This unremarkable Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship was at that moment like hundreds of thousands of others probing in different directions, completely ordinary. A few days earlier, under Huifeng's subconscious control, it had explored a previous unremarkable red dwarf star system, seeking out an unexplored hyperspace lane, and jumped into it. Unexpectedly, this jump brought Huifeng a great surprise. The Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship hovered in the void outside hyperspace, and on the other side of the world, Huifeng instinctively sensed an anomaly worthy of attention. At that moment, Huifeng, who had been focused on other directions, came to his senses and intended to see what had triggered his subconscious feedback. What's going on? In the next moment, he instantly teleported to the location reporting the anomaly. He found the surroundings of the Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship to be unremarkable and opened the mini-map. To his astonishment, he immediately spotted a noteworthy scene. Holy cow! A neutral unit. On the mini-map above the 6th planet of the star system appeared yellow dots he had previously only seen in human civilization. And there were not just one, but dozens, even hundreds. This was definitely not a creation of nature. Huifeng had explored hundreds if not thousands of star systems, but he had never seen the system mark certain natural bodies or phenomena as yellow dots on the minimap. Only artificial objects could possibly be this way. After witnessing this scene, Huifeng's godlike perspective immediately zoomed in on the orbit of that planet. He looked downward and his gaze pierced through the white clouds, revealing a vast blue ocean that instantly filled his view, with several large land masses floating on the surface, the coastline winding and twisting green spreading from the shore inland, turning deep brown in the mountainous areas, and covered in pure white above the snow line. A planet of life. Undoubtedly a planet of life. What further confirmed everything was that he saw large areas of light on the dark side of the planet systematically spread across the land located on the planet's dark side. Although these lights did not appear as bright as those on Earth at night, they were noticeably more sparse, yet they were undeniably signs of intelligent civilization. To be cautious, he turned his head to specifically locate a small yellow dot in space for a final confirmation. Sure enough, in real space, he saw a clearly artificial metallic object. It was a spherical metallic body, seemingly less than 2 meters in diameter, with several whip-like antennas symmetrically extending from the sphere's surface, covered with dark materials, likely solar panels. The bottom of the sphere also had a small propulsion module which appeared oxidized and blackened, slowly orbiting around the planet with the side antennas pointing towards deep space, transmitting something. At this point, the last trace of doubt in his heart vanished before the ironclad reality. This planet, which bore a striking resemblance to Earth, not only harbored life, but also had an intelligent civilization that had reached the pre-space stage. Excited, Huifeng was about to shift his perspective back to the surface of the planet for a closer look at the situation. Just as his peripheral vision swept across a section of space, several fleeting flashes of light appeared far away in the cosmos. The flashes lasted only a brief moment, but Huifeng was still keenly aware of this anomaly. The flashes appeared in the near-Earth orbit at a considerable distance from the slowly rotating artificial spherical metallic body. Huifeng retracted his perspective that was about to shift away and turned towards the newly emerged light points. In the next moment, a new scene filled his view. Huifeng arrived at the area where the flashes had appeared. Then he saw 5 ships quietly hovering in this part. As he discerned their outlines, an instinctive question mark appeared in his mind. Unlike the previous spherical metallic body, these ships looked much more advanced. He did not see any exposed antennas or solar panels on them, only some areas showing obvious signs of modification. The bows of these ships gradually converged into sharp angles while the bodies spread out to the sides, the overall lines of the spacecraft resembling enlarged metallic swordfish. Their paint was dark brown, and their design style was completely incompatible with that of the previous satellite. If one were to draw a comparison, the satellite resembled a product from the Cold War era, while these 5 ships seemed to have emerged from a sci-fi film. These must either be different creations from the same civilization at 2 technological stages, or the ships on the mini-map do not belong to the same civilization as those yellow dots scattered across the orbits. Just as Huifeng thought of this, the subsequent scenes provided the answer. Solank, an Imperial citizen, is now the notorious leader of a band of interstellar pirates causing chaos in the galaxy with his crew for over several decades. Recently, due to the Imperial authorities tightening control over the star region where he operates the pirate fleet, he leads can no longer survive by plundering passing civilian vessels as they used to. In fact, prior to this, aside from robbing ships traveling between star systems, he had also been involved in smuggling, albeit on a smaller scale, with piracy being his primary business. However, with the change in circumstances, in order to address the sustenance issues for himself and his fleet of 5 ships, with over 10,000 crew members, he was forced to engage in large-scale smuggling. At this moment, he is seated in the captain's chair of the flagship Black Shark. The holographic projection before him displays an order that was negotiated a month ago. 30,000 tons of military-grade metal processing components banned by the Empire, along with 2 decommissioned superspace engines, to be transported from the Taro star system across much of the Imperial border to an illegal spaceport in the Fringe Star region. The freight for this order is exorbitantly high, but the risks are equally significant. Military-grade metal processing components are typically used as materials for constructing warships, while superspace engines are crucial components in shipbuilding, i.e. both are strictly prohibited from any form of trade by the Empire. If discovered by the Empire, it would be akin to being caught smuggling firearm parts within the borders of a certain Eastern nation, enough to warrant the execution of everyone on board his 5 warships multiple times over. Thus, upon receiving this significant job, Solank exercised extreme caution. Initially, he did not take the familiar route. Instead, he took a large detour, steering the ship beyond the edge of the known star regions, venturing into unexplored wild star systems to bypass all Imperial system checkpoints and patrol fleets. Of course, this approach also carries great risks, primarily the risk of getting lost. These unexplored wild star regions in the galaxy are known by very few aside from those adventurous interstellar explorers who roam the entire galaxy, making it difficult to ascertain the next destination of their superspace routes. Solank, of course, is unaware of this. He simply purchased a star map from an interstellar explorer before devising this plan. This star map not only marked the approximate control range of the Empire, but also roughly outlined a route leading to the vicinity of his target location. Solank had tested the first half of this route, and it matched almost perfectly with what was depicted on the map. However, when the fleet began to follow the marked route, delving deeper into the wild star regions, the once precise map began to falter. They had veered off course, arriving in a star region not marked on the map. This was a significant error. The supplies carried by their ships were insufficient for prolonged activity within these unexplored territories. If Solank's fleet lingered too long, they could very well become trapped in these desolate regions devoid of any spaceport for resupply and starve to death. However, it was precisely this misdirection that led Solank to discover a tremendous treasure. With this thought, Solank closed the holographic projection before him and walked to the main observation window of the bridge, gazing at a blue planet outside. Who would have thought after nearly a century of living Solank would strike it lucky today? He exclaimed, looking out the window with a triumphant expression, his rugged face radiating satisfaction, even his breaths infused with exhilaration. The reason for his elation was simple. His fleet had unexpectedly discovered a life-bearing planet within this star system, and it was even a planet with an intelligent civilization present. What does this signify? It signals that untold wealth is beckoning to him. It is essential to know that naturally occurring life-bearing planets are exceedingly rare in the galaxy. Even within the vast territories claimed by the Empire, which spans tens of thousands of light-years, the truly powerful and effectively controlled areas comprise merely over 500 star systems with habitable life-bearing planets. The remaining claimed territories, particularly those with better locations, may have large spaceports and Imperial warships stationed, while the lesser ones might host Imperial checkpoints and observation stations. More than 50 of the remaining territories typically lack any human presence, existing as barren wastelands. These lands, deemed undevelopable, were often marked with Imperial flags by passing Imperial fleets long ago, thus designating these star systems as the Empires. Not to mention, this life-bearing planet also harbors indigenous intelligent civilizations. Moreover, it appears to be at an early stage of development, on the brink of becoming an interstellar civilization. Life-bearing planets are scarce, and those with civilizations are even rarer. Among the more than 500 habitable planets within the Empire, only over 100 originally possessed indigenous intelligent civilizations. This is a unique, scarce commodity. For instance, the luxury goods and exotic creatures from this planet are one-of-a-kind in the entire galaxy. Indigenous artworks, spices, gemstones, and even unique live flora and fauna are invaluable collectibles among the wealthy circles on the core planets of the Empire, and selling just a portion could yield more profit than smuggling several tons of metal. Additionally, biochemical and genetic samples from an independent ecosystem and intelligent life, including gene sequences, microorganisms, and unique natural compounds are coveted by any biochemical company within the empire. While Solink may not understand science, he knows that these samples could fetch astronomical prices. Furthermore, information itself is a commodity. Even if he doesn't take anything now and simply walks away, he could sell the coordinates and detailed intelligence of this planet to the Empire. For the Empire, a newly discovered life-bearing planet with indigenous civilization holds a fatal attraction. Just the value of the first 2 points mentioned is enough to summon the Empire's invincible fleet to his doorstep. Not to mention that for the Empire, the value of a planet with intelligent civilization far exceeds that. Thus, with all these factors in mind, Solink can confidently say he is on the verge of becoming wealthy. He even imagines that with this place and some connections within the Empire, he might just wash his hands of his past as a pirate. From now on, he can bid farewell to his clandestine pirate life. As for that high-risk smuggling job, let whoever wants to take it do so. He has already thought about finding a secluded place to dispose of all those troublesome goods. Just as Solink stood at the observation window daydreaming about the distant planet, one of his subordinates rushed over and reported loudly, "Boss, the inhabitants of this planet have sent us a message.